transformed into a lowly profession as a summoner, yet bestowed with a divine class system. Lin Yuan discovers that by consuming evolution points, his summoned beasts can undergo infinite evolution. First tier Shield Guardian, second tier Black Iron Guardian, third tier Bronze Guardian, fourth tier Steel Armor, ninth tier Dark Lord, 10th tier Sword Saint. First tier Little Skeleton, second tier Skeleton Warrior, third tier Skeleton Mage, fourth tier Bone Knight, ninth tier Undead Overlord, 10th tier Nether Sovereign. While his peers toil in the ordinary dungeons of moderate difficulty, Lin Yuan finds himself amidst the corpses of nightmare tier dungeon bosses, the False Summoner, laboring alongside his summoned beasts, tightening screws in the factory, earning double the wages. The True Summoner, obliterating nightmare dungeons with a single punch, causing the world to tremble. Episode 1. Do you know how I've spent these years? Lin Yuan, male, 18 years old, a transmigrant, possessing the divine class system, a student of Class 1 in Senior Year 3 at Jinfeng High School. Tomorrow marks the awakening of his talent and the selection of his profession. While others depart from school early, Lin Yuan remains in the training hall, his fist striking the training dummy with a resounding thud. There is no other reason. The system is yet to be activated. After delivering nearly 100 punches and achieving his training target for the day, Lin Yuan ceases his efforts. Congratulations, host, for persisting in training for 3,652 days. The divine class system has now been activated. Hearing the notification resonate in his ears, a joyful smile spreads across Lin Yuan's face. It has finally begun. After a decade, a full 10 years, the infuriating system has finally been unlocked. Do you know how I have lived these 10 years? As a transmigrant, starting with the loss of both parents is standard. Growing up in an orphanage on welfare. At the age of 8, the divine class system emerged. Lin Yuan had hoped to soar, but little did he know that activating the system required certain conditions. It demanded a decade of relentless training, 3,652 days, and even more. Before his transmigration, Lin Yuan was an expert collector of fitness videos, having amassed 3,780 workout videos. You expect a collector to engage in practical training? What ist? However, for the sake of the divine system, Lin Yuan had no choice but to train. That he maintained a regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. Initially, Lin Yuan trained out of obligation, but he gradually grew fond of the experience, beginning to train on his own initiative, focusing on punches, kicks, shields, and weapons whenever he had the opportunity. Throughout these 10 years, Lin Yuan's life revolved around studying and training, and more training. Whether or not he would activate the system remained uncertain. Yet he had not encountered any instances of school violence in this decade. Even the school bullies would respectfully bow to Lin Yuan before retreating in formation. Now that the system is activated, is there a beginner's gift pack or something? Upon the selection of a profession by the host, the system is entirely unveiled, accompanied by the distribution of a novice gift package. What treasures does the novice gift package encompass? It includes, but is not limited to, divine talents, divine skills, and legendary equipment. Divine talents, divine skills, and legendary artifacts. Quite impressive indeed. Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he rested, a slender youth approached, offering Lin Yuan a bottle of water. Brother Lin, tomorrow marks the awakening of talents and the selection of professions. Have you contemplated your choice? The youth, named Sun Tzu, was Lin Yuan's classmate, and their camaraderie was strong. Gazing at the now activated system, Lin Yuan received feedback stating, the system will provide profession options based on the talents awakened by the host. Lin Yuan accepted the water, twisting off the cap and gulping down a mouthful. Let's first see what talents I can awaken tomorrow. I am inclined towards becoming a warrior. It would be disheartening to receive a magical talent instead. If given a choice, Lin Yuan preferred the warrior class, not for any particular reason other than his fondness for the visceral thrill of combat. This was precisely why he had adopted the training regimen of a certain punch-centric hero. Sun Tzu, upon hearing this, settled beside Lin Yuan. That makes sense. My expectations are modest. I merely wish to awaken a talent related to combat. I have no desire to adhere to my father's plans for a mundane profession. Since childhood, Sun Tzu aspired to become a professional adventurer, battling within the dungeons. However, His family wished for him to choose a more stable career, one that promised a life of quietude rather than great wealth. Lin Yuan cast a glance at Sun Tzu. With your physique, you ought to train harder. A melee profession seems challenging. Perhaps consider becoming an archer, lurking in the back to strike from the shadows, or cast aside your biases and embrace the role of a healer. A healer? Sun Tzu's expression flickered with indignation. How dare you insult me? Even if I were to perish on the awakening platform, I shall not become a healer. Healers are quite admirable. They remain safe and do not have to charge into the fray. Lin Yuan clapped his hands and stood up. Surely that's better than being a summoner. Summoners? Not even a dog would choose that. The two then refreshed themselves and exited the training hall, making their way to a nearby buffet restaurant. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan patted his belly, let out a contented burp, and left the buffet with a hint of regret. What a pity! After awakening and becoming a professional tomorrow, I shan't return here. This buffet offered unlimited dining for merely 68 yuan, and with a student ID, one could enjoy a 40% discount, making it quite a bargain for Lin Yuan. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan began to pack his belongings. After tomorrow, he would have to vacate his current residence. Upon awakening his talents and becoming a professional, the school would provide him with superior accommodations. If he failed to awaken any talents, it would not be a concern. He could work in a factory, where meals and lodging were provided. The following day, Lin Yuan, as was his custom, rose early to complete a 5-kilometer warm-up. After his run, he realized that further training seemed unnecessary. With the system activated, what was the point of additional practice? Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Chen Hongwei, walked to the podium. With a serious expression after all the students had gathered. Students, before the awakening, I have 2 final words to impart. After a pause, and noticing that all eyes were fixed upon him, Chen Hongwei continued, the level of talent one awakens is entirely random. We cannot alter this. However, you must exercise caution and prudence when selecting your future profession. Choose a vocation that suits you. Do not aim too high. I have reiterated this sentiment no less than 10 times, and I will emphasize it one last time today. Students from modest backgrounds should avoid choosing magical professions. Early on, these roles have limited skills and low damage output. Without a stable team, one cannot progress effectively. For the common populace, the best choices are warriors or knights. If you happen to awaken a defensive talent, do not hesitate to select the warrior class immediately. Do you all understand? Upon finishing, Chen Hongwei cast a pointed glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shrugged, replying, Old Chen, why are you looking at me? You know my disinterest in magical professions. As long as my talent isn't abysmal, I will undoubtedly choose to be a warrior. There was an unspoken thought lingering in Lin Yuan's mind. Talent is of little consequence after all. I possess a cheat. With the divine profession system, even a seemingly inferior class can be transformed into a transcendent being. Chen Hongwei raised his hand to check the time. It was 5 minutes to 9. Students, gather on the playground. The time to change your destiny has arrived. With this declaration, Lin Yuan rose leisurely and exited the classroom. Once he stepped outside, the other students began to orderly rise and form a line. Upon reaching the awakening altar, Lin Yuan's gaze was captivated by a gem radiating a brilliant light atop the altar. That was the awakening stone. 50 years prior, countless dungeons suddenly descended upon Blue Star. If these dungeons were not conquered within a stipulated time, the monsters within would breach their confines and invade Blue Star. Only by defeating the final boss within a dungeon could stability be restored. Alongside the dungeons emerged the temples. The Awakening Stone is a product of these temples. Episode 2. S-Class Talent. The Awakening Stone grants humanity a variety of talents, classified from low to high as F to SSS. With a talent, even the lowest class can ascend to become a noble practitioner. Without talent, however, one must sadly resign to the most menial and laborious tasks. Powerful combat practitioners can effortlessly obliterate a city, while skilled life practitioners can easily sustain tens of thousands. After 50 years of development, practitioners have become an indispensable part of humanity. Observing the eager expressions of his students, Qin Xingshan cleared his throat, stating, I trust your homeroom teacher has already relayed much information, so I shall refrain from reiterating that. I will mention just one point. Students who have successfully awakened have been granted the opportunity to alter their destinies, however. They must now confront the ferocious monsters lurking within the dungeon, that I hope you are mentally prepared for this challenge. Do not be disheartened if you have not awakened successfully. At the very least, your lives will be relatively secure, and the school has established employment agreements with numerous factories, ensuring that job prospects are not a concern. With that, Chen Qingshan activated the Awakening Stone. The awakening ceremony commences. Chen Hu awakening failed. Wang Xiren, awakening failed. Jiang Kai, awakening failed. Several students from Class 1 stepped forward, only to face failure, causing many of their peers to grow increasingly anxious. Class 1, Luo Qingqing, awakening successful, grade talent amassed. Amassed grade. Talent effect. Skills can be charged upon successful charging. Skill damage is increased by 300%. And grade damage talent astonishing. Truly formidable. It's a versatile talent, unaffected by whether one chooses a magical or physical path. Heavens, how fortunate it would be to awaken such a talent. One could select any career at the practitioner university. The sudden emergence of its grade genius sent the students on the playground into a frenzy. Chen Qingshan, who had maintained a serious demeanor, allowed a hint of a smile to emerge. Its grade talent, particularly a universal combat talent, is undoubtedly a remarkable find. Just as Chen Qingshan was about to suggest several career paths, Luo Qingqing had already made her choice. I choose the swordsman, Luo Qingqing declared resolutely. No sooner had her words left her lips than she transformed into the combat profession of swordsman. Upon hearing Luo Qingqing's choice, Chen Qingshan swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. A vivid memory of an extraordinary woman suddenly flashed through his mind. That woman also bore the surname Luo. He wondered if there was any connection between them. The awakening continued, and aside from Luo Qingqing, the best talent among the others was merely grade. Those who succeeded in awakening gathered in small groups, eager to find their ideal partners for the impending novice dungeon. Conversely, those who had failed wore dejected expressions, having lost their chance to rise above. Soon, it was Sun Tzu and Lin Yuan's turn. As Sun Tzu's hand made contact with the awakening stone, it once again burst forth with brilliant light. Another grade talent. My goodness, what is happening today? Two grade talents have emerged. Hearing the murmurs, Chen Qingshan's smile widened. It seemed this year's educational funding was bound to increase. Delighted, he observed as the light faded, revealing Sun Tzu's perplexed expression, clearly torn over which profession to choose. Benevolence of Holy Light's grade. Talent effect 1. You may choose a teammate to possess, during which time you cannot be attacked and can utilize healing spells. Talent effect 2. Healing effects are enhanced by 100%. Upon witnessing the effects of the talent, Lin Yuan let out a chuckle. What are you dawdling for? Choose the priest. Destiny has decreed that you shall be the healer. Why the hesitation? Such was the situation. Both priest and shaman were optimal choices, each possessing remarkable healing abilities, with the priest offering a more substantial supply of healing power. Sun Tzu, gritting his teeth, ultimately opted for the priest. In that moment of choice, echoes of his fervent declaration from the previous day reverberated in his mind. Even if I perish on the awakening platform, I shall not become a healer. Farewell, my long-cherished warrior. It was not that I lacked the desire to embody true masculinity. Rather, this talent was simply too enticing. Descending from the altar, Sun Tzu found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals. Their intentions were remarkably uniform. They sought to form a team with Sun Tzu. There was no escaping the allure of a healer boasting double the healing capacity. Despite the multitude of invitations, Sun Tzu declined them all, resolved to be the man behind Lin Yuan. With Lin Yuan's combat prowess, augmented by his formidable healing abilities, their synergy would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As the crowd's focus was drawn to Sun Tzu, Lin Yuan had already approached the altar, reaching out to touch the awakening stone, which continued to radiate brilliance. Yet again, another class talent emerged. The students on the playground were left in stunned silence. In the modest Class 1, 3 students had awakened class talents. The class teacher, Chun Hongwei, wore a smile so wide it nearly reached beyond his ears, mirroring the expression of Principal Chen Qingshan. Summoning Synergy S-Class. Talent Effect 1. Your summoned creatures may freely remain outside the summoning space. Talent Effect 2. your summoning skills can be activated instantaneously. Is that all? Lin Yuan was left bewildered. Such abilities hardly seemed worthy of being classified as his class talent. This sentiment was shared by all present. After a moment, someone spoke up. With this talent, your summoned creatures can venture out to work independently, and you can summon them back after their shift, saving considerable transportation costs. Imagine bringing your summoned creatures along to the factory. You could work the day shift while they handle the night shift continuous operation, earning double the wages. What peculiar statements these were. Who would actually bring summoned creatures to work at a factory? Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, silently accessing the divine profession system. With the talent seemingly inadequate, he could only hope the system would bestow upon him a powerful profession. Given its claim as a divine profession system, the profession offered should not disappoint, one would hope. Congratulations to the host for awakening a talent. This system will provide career options based on the talent. Upon reading the prompt, Lin Yuan's heart sank. Surely not. When he beheld the solitary profession materializing before him, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally dissipated. Based on the host's innate talent, the system has calculated that the most suitable profession for the host is summoner. Please make your choice promptly. I want a different option. Lin Yuan was quite dissatisfied. This ridiculous system offers only a single choice. Who does it think it's fooling? The profession cannot be changed. Please make your choice quickly. Upon confirming your profession, the system will grant you a novice gift package. The novice gift package guarantees a divine level talent. Never mind. A summoner it is. Lin Yuan soon accepted this reality. As for the words he had dismissed yesterday, Lin Yuan completely cast them aside. That was the Lin Yuan of yesterday. What relevance does it have for the Lin Yuan of today? Confirmed choice. Everyone claims that summoners are a low-tier profession. I shall see what that entails. Episode 3. The Splendid Panel. The moment Lin Yuan chose to become a summoner, he was greeted by a series of continuous notifications in his ears. Congratulations, host! On becoming a summoner, the novice gift package is now being distributed. You have received 500 evolution points. You have obtained the divine level talent. Into the summoner. You have unlocked the summoning slot. The profession panel has been corrected. Before he could examine his newly acquired talent, Principal Chen Qingshan and class teacher Chun Hongwei hurried over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, do not rush into choosing your profession. Take my advice, do not select summoner. There is little future in being a summoner. If you choose it, your life will be ruined. Chen Hongwei understood Lin Yuan's family situation. He could not afford expensive equipment or skill books, let alone elevate the bloodline level of his summoned beasts. The resources required were astronomical. The teacher knows that you have trained all these years to transition into a warrior. You can still opt to become a warrior. Though lacking in talent may put you at a disadvantage compared to other professions, at least there remains a viable path. Chen Qingshan nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan, your class teacher speaks the truth. I know several individuals who chose to be summoners, and none of them have surpassed level 20. Many of them have parents who are formidable professionals, yet they still cannot break through level 20. This is because, upon reaching level 20, the summoner's advancement quest must be completed solo. Without assistance, a summoner cannot possibly complete the advancement quest with just 2 summoned beasts. Chun Hongwei interjected, the teacher understands your reluctance, but there is no other way. You are a mature child. I am confident you will come to understand. In response to the class teacher's earnest words, Lin Yuan beamed a radiant smile. Of course, I have already chosen to be a summoner. That I in that moment. Lin Yuan's smile was genuine, because just moments ago, he had glimpsed his profession panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Level, 10500. Class, Summoner 3rd Advancement. Race, Human. Health points, 1000. Mana points, 500. Attack power, 100. Spell power, 50. Defense power, 100. Strength, 50. Physical attack, accuracy. Agility, 50. Attack speed, critical hit. Stamina, 50. Health points, defense power. Intellect, 50. Mana points, spell attack. Talent, Ultimate Summoner Divine, Summoning Synergy S rank. Skills, none. Evolution points, 500. Anyone who gazes upon such an extravagant attribute panel would surely share Lin Yuan's beaming smile. All 4 primary attributes stand at a remarkable 50 points, of which 10 points are inherent to Lin Yuan himself, while the remaining 40 points are derived from his class. Modifications that AT present. Lin Yuan's panel reflects that of a third-tier class. In contrast, other students gain an increase of 5 points across all attributes with each level, additionally earning 5 points of free attributes, culminating in a total of 25 attribute points. Lin Yuan, however, is an anomaly. He receives an enhancement of 40 points in all attributes per level and an additional 40 points in free attributes. This aggregates to an astonishing 200 attribute points. Thus, a single level gained by Lin Yuan is equivalent to 8 levels for others. While Lin Yuan revels in his fortune, a question lingers in his mind. Why is he at the third advancement? The current limit for practitioners in this world is indeed the third advancement. Ah, now makes sense, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's radiant smile and hearing his affirmation of choosing the summoner class, both Chun Hongwei and Qin Qingshan sighed in unison. This is it, the boy is doomed. It would have been better had he not awakened this strength talent. The awakening process continued. Although no further strength talents emerged, Lin Yuan did manifest 1 rank and 2 brain talents. With proper nurturing, he could still gain admission to a prestigious practitioner university or guild. Once all the students had completed their assessments, Chun Qingshan was exceedingly pleased. After offering some comforting words to those who had failed their awakenings, he departed with the other instructors. Without their teachers present, the students began to gather in small groups, discussing plans for tomorrow's team formation. In the midst of the crowd stood a boy named Su Jie, who had awakened the rank talent, Iron Wall, capable of reducing damage by 15. This talent is considered quite commendable among defensive abilities. Su Ge, with your rank talent, the novice dungeon tomorrow will surely be a breeze. Absolutely. With an rank talent, the school should reward you with a crank skill book. With a crank skill book, not only can we conquer the dungeon, but setting a new completion record is well within reach. Hearing the flattery from his peers, Su Jie wore a proud expression, though he feigned humility as he replied, I merely possess an 11 talent, while my peers boast 3 level talents in their illustrious presence. I am hardly noteworthy. Su Ge, you are being too modest. In the realm of dungeons, what profession holds the utmost significance? It must surely be the tank. Indeed, no matter how high Luo Qingqing's damage output, without a tank to draw aggro, her potential remains unfulfilled. The same applies to Sun Tzu, who does the healer rely on, if not the tank? Su Jie cast a discreet glance at Lin Yuan, hesitating as he added, and there is also the S-level summoner. Summoner. Laughter erupted among the crowd. That talent hardly merits the title of S-level. What utter rubbish. Awakening a useless talent and opting for the lowly profession of Summonerho would willingly team up with him? Previously, the group had refrained from provoking Lin Yuan due to their lack of professional status, coupled with his formidable combat abilities. Naturally, they held back. However, the situation had changed. They were now all professionals, equipped with their respective panels. And no matter how strong Lin Yuan might be, he was no match for a coordinated assault. Su Jie is so impressive you may as well call him father. Sun Tzu, hands on his hips, began to express his disdain. What superiority are you flaunting here? It's your choice to grovel. Just spare us your disparagement of others. Sun Tzu, concerned that Lin Yuan might lose his temper, spoke up first. After all, they had all become professionals. Even if Lin Yuan was exceptionally skilled, he could not withstand a group attack. It was surprising to see these individuals reveal such a pragmatic side. Their demeanor had shifted entirely upon gaining professional status. One could say they were akin to performers in a Sichuan opera, adept at changing their faces. Sun Tzu's sudden remark rendered the surroundings silent. Who could dare speak against him? The S-level priest? Su Jie, reluctant to offend Sun Tzu, pondered for a moment before stating, my classmates are merely speaking candidly. There is no intent to target anyone. I apologize on their behalf. After this, Su Jie turned to Lin Yuan and offered, I am sorry. Then addressing the other classmates, he continued, we are all classmates. Let us refrain from uttering such hurtful words in the future. When faced with difficulties, we ought to offer assistance. If anyone's team is truly short-handed tomorrow, I am open to accommodating them. Regardless of the sincerity behind his words, Su Jie had spoken, and Sun Tzu could not pursue the matter further. The other classmates responded with thumbs up. Su Ge is magnanimous. Isn't it impressive that Su Ge awakened an 11 talent? His perspective has expanded remarkably. Amidst the accolades, Su Jie began to lose himself in the flattery. Lin Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, observed the scene with a calm expression. Had he not yet become a professional, Lin Yuan would not have hesitated to teach them a lesson. Now, however, he feared that he might inadvertently wield too much force and cause harm. 50 points of strength is no trivial matter. Among the individuals present, the one with the highest physical prowess possesses merely an aptitude score of 8. A single strike from him would likely compel Lin Yuan to kneel, pleading for their mercy. Chapter 4. The Summoner of the End Lin Ge. Do not stoop to their level, Sun Tzu remarked as he approached Lin Yuan. Why would you cling to a golden thigh like yours, only to grovel before Sujia? They are merely short-sighted individuals. Oh, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? Sun Tzu, with a serious expression, replied, Lin Ge, you first awakened a mediocre talent, then chose a subterranean profession, and were subsequently ridiculed by everyone. This is the quintessential protagonist template. The ensuing narrative is that you will obtain the only hidden profession, summon divine beast cubs, confront villains, establish a harem, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Those who do not cling to your thigh now will surely regret it in the future. Where did you read such a third-rate melodrama? It's utterly absurd, Lin Yuan retorted, feeling exasperated. Am I to battle villains and establish a harem? Do you take me for an urban dragon king? Should I also flash you a crooked smile? With that, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. In that moment, the Dragon King had descended. Lin Ge, you should smile like this, Sun Tzu chuckled, shaking his shoulders in laughter. Scram, what a ruckus. You sound so much like a villain, Lin Yuan quipped as the two strolled back to their classroom, exchanging banter along the way. On the way, Lin Yuan seized a moment to examine his newly acquired Supreme Talent. Summoner of the End, Supreme, Talent Effect 1, by consuming evolution points. Summoned beasts can transcend their bloodline shackles and undergo perfect evolution with a 100 success rate. Talent Effect 2. Your summoned beasts are guaranteed to awaken a superior talent. Talent Effect 3. The summoner will inherit the talents and skills of the summoned beasts. Powerful, exceedingly powerful, Lin Yuan exclaimed, elated. As a summoner, he would gain an additional summoning slot every 10 levels, meaning he would secure an extra supreme talent with each 10-level milestone. It was uncertain how far his summoned beasts could evolve, but one thing was clear. Lin Yuan was invincible. Was this the means to tear apart deities? Summoner of the End, he mused, intrigued. Upon returning to the classroom, it was not long before their homeroom teacher, Chen Hongwei, hurried back. The principal just held a meeting regarding the class divisions. Students who awaken as professionals will be placed in one class, while those who fail will work in factories. This stark contrast illustrates the chasm between ordinary individuals and professionals. Many students breathed a sigh of relief, for they had awakened a supreme talent. Though their talents might seem negligible, they could at least become professionals. Tomorrow, the school would commence a novice dungeon adventure lasting for half a month, during which time you must strive to level up. To motivate the students, Chen Hongwei shared the rewards mentioned by the principal in the meeting. The first student to break level 10 will receive a Supreme Skill Book and 500,000 in cash. The second will receive a Supreme Skill Book and 300,000 in cash. The third will receive a Supreme Skill Book and 100,000 in cash. Those ranking 4th to 10th will receive a Supreme Skill Book and 50,000 in cash. Chun Hongtao's words resonated like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, generating profound ripples within the classroom. Indeed, the school has made a substantial investment this time. I recall that last year's highest reward merely amounted to a level skill and 200,000 cash. You mentioned that was last year. Only one student awakened a level talent then, whereas this year, 3 level talents have emerged. Alas, the top 3 positions seem unattainable. But there remains hope for the top 10. The students engaged in fervent discussions. In their minds, the first place was undoubtedly reserved for Luo Qingqing, whose tripled skill damage would undoubtedly expedite dungeon raids compared to other teams. Speed translates to efficiency. While others might complete 3 runs, Luo Qingqing could have accomplished 5. What could one possibly compare with that? The second and third places were uncertain, as both Sun Tzu and Su Jie had equal potential, depending on the configuration of their teams. Alternatively, the two could simply form a team together, perhaps able to rival Luo Qingqing. Among the 3 level talent practitioners, only Lin Yuan was overlooked. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had chosen an occupational path widely regarded as subpar. Magic-based professions inherently possess low damage in the early stages, and summoners fared even worse, lacking any active damage skills. Although summoned creatures do not fear death, they require a half-hour cooldown before being resurrected. Without a summoned creature, a summoner is outperformed by a mere wild beast. While the other students engaged in animated chatter, Lin Yuan remained pensive, contemplating how to acquire a summoner's skill book. Summoners are an exceedingly rare profession, and skill books are relatively inexpensive. However, the lowest tier skill book for summoning a slime still costs 5,000 coins. After years of frugality, Lin Yuan had merely saved 6,000 coins. As he pondered, he was unexpectedly called outside by the homeroom teacher. "Lin Yuan, please step out with me." Upon reaching the corridor, Chun Hongwei produced 2 skill books. According to school regulations, students who awaken a level talent are rewarded with a skill book. However, the school lacked summoner skill books, and only these 2 skill books were available. The principal decided to award both skill books to him. Luo Qingqing received the skill of level chain slash, while Sun Tzu was granted level joint healing. When it came to Lin Yuan, Principal Qin Qingshan found himself in a quandary, as there were no summoner skills in the inventory. After searching the school thoroughly, he managed to locate 2 summoner skill books. Without hesitation, Principal Qin Qingshan handed both skill books to Lin Yuan. The 2 skill books in Chun Hongwei's hands included one of level and another of level. Summon Shield Guardian, level, learning requirements, level 0 skill description. Summon a Shield Guardian of the same level to assist in battle. The Guardian's bloodline initially ranks as 1st tier, with a maximum upgrade to 3rd tier. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level, learning requirements, level 10 skill description. Summon a Skeleton Warrior of the same level to assist in battle. The Skeleton Warrior's initial bloodline is 2nd tier, with a maximum upgrade to 4th tier. Upon receiving the skill book, Lin Yuan waved his hand towards Chun Hongwei, expressing his gratitude to old Chun. It was truly fortuitous, as Lin Yuan had been troubled about where to procure a skill book, and unexpectedly, 2 had arrived at once. This saved him a considerable sum. There was another matter. Chun Hongwei seemed somewhat hesitant to speak. Ideally, upon becoming a professional and awakening a high-level talent, one would relocate to the villa district within the city. However, as you are aware, your talent offers no enhancement to combat, and coupled with your choice of summoner, many instructors opposed your moving to the villa area. Ultimately, the principal devised a compromise. As long as you can clear the ordinary level Golden Tooth ruins, you will be permitted to move to the villa district. The principal has done his utmost, and I hope you harbor no other notions. Old Chun, after all these years of acquaintance, do I strike you as someone who would entertain such thoughts? Growing up on welfare, Lin Yuan had long since discerned the intricacies of human relationships. To speak frankly, under such circumstances, the principal's efforts are commendable. After school, Lin Yuan returned home alone. Sitting on his bed, he took out the Summon Shield Guardian skill book and prepared to study it. Summon Shield Guardian consumes 50 mana to summon a 1st-tier Shield Guardian of the same level to assist in battle. Upon death, a cooldown of 30 minutes ensues. The bloodlines of summoned creatures are categorized into 10 tiers. 1st tier Ordinary, 2nd tier Leader, 3rd tier Elite, 4th tier Commander, 5th tier Warrior, 6th tier Lord, 7th tier King, 8th tier Emperor, 9th tier Sovereign, and 10th tier Holy Spirit. Notably, this tier classification also applies to monsters within dungeons. Consuming 50 points of mana, Lin Yuan activated the summoning skill. With the talent for cooperative summoning, he completed the summoning in an instant. A humanoid creature, approximately 1.7 meters tall and clad in wooden armor, materialized before Lin Yuan. Shield Guardian, 1st tier, evolvable level, 1 health points, 500 mana points, 200 attack power, 100 defense power, 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 endurance, 25 intelligence, 20 talent, none skills, block level, slash level. These attributes. Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished by the Shield Guardian stats, with a strength attribute reaching 50 points. It could rival the full strength output of a level 5 professional. It was commonly said that summoned creatures had subpar attributes, yet this one could potentially annihilate countless professionals. Sensing Lin Yuan's astonishment, the system provided clarification. The host's summoned creatures are the most elite within their tier. Now Lin Yuan understood. No wonder the Shield Guardian possessed such impressive attributes. What captivated Lin Yuan about the Shield Guardian was not merely its attributes, but rather the newly awakened advanced talent. Detected that the summoner possesses a summoned beast. The ability of the ultimate summoner is activated. and the Shield Guardian has awakened the advanced talent. Martial Combat King. Martial Combat King. Advanced Talent Effect 1. You may learn any combat-related skills with a proficiency increase of 1000%. Talent Effect 2. When your skill proficiency reaches its maximum level, there is a probability of elevating it by 1 tier, with a cap at the advanced level. Talent Effect 3. Combat skill damage is augmented by 1000%. Power is its synonymous identity. With this talent, the Shield Guardian instantly transformed into a ferocious warrior, effortlessly soloing dungeons. The ability of the Ultimate Summoner activated, and the advanced talent Martial Combat King was conferred upon Lin Yuan as well. The first effect of Martial Combat King took effect, flooding Lin Yuan's mind with countless combat memories. A continuous stream of prompts for learning skills resonated in his ears. In that moment, a decade of training experienced a terrifying enhancement. You have learned the passive skill Shield Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Sword Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Bow Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Fist Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Staff Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Hammer Mastery. You have learned the passive skill Dagger Mastery, having achieved mastery in 5 weapon types. The passive skill Weapon Master is activated. After a moment, Lin Yuan regained his composure and began to examine the newly acquired passive skills. Sword Mastery. Passive skill description. Attacks ignore 20% of the target's defense. Weapon Master. Passive skill description. You may switch weapons during combat without delay, immune to disarmament. My goodness! Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. The rarity of passive skills is well known. Not only had Lin Yuan learned them, but he had also obtained 7 at once. The effects of mastery-level passive skills are comparable to advanced talents. In essence, Lin Yuan had gained 7 advanced talents in one fell swoop. The Martial Combat King, fearsome indeed. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together, his gaze fervently fixed on the upright Shield Guardian. Evolve for me. Consuming 100 evolution points, the Shield Guardian, First Order, begins to evolve, suddenly. A crimson light enveloped the Shield Guardian, and moments later, a humanoid being, approximately 1.8 meters tall and clad in rusted armor, re-emerged. Black Iron Guardian, unnamed, second tier, level 1 race, Darkborn health points, 1000 mana points, 400 attack power, 200 defense power, 100 strength, 100 agility, 100 stamina, 50 intelligence, 40 talent. Martial Combat King, skills, Shield Slam. Block, slash, level. The Guardian has advanced to the second tier, not only doubling its attributes, but also acquiring an additional skill. This is no mere summoned beast. One could easily believe it. Typically, a level 1 practitioner possesses around 100 health points and a meager attack power of merely a few tens, with tanks being slightly stronger, reaching approximately 200. A single ordinary attack from the Black Iron Guardian can annihilate a level 1 practitioner with 99 health points in an instant. The strength of the second-tier bloodline is astounding. One can only imagine the prowess of the third tier. With 400 evolution points remaining, I shall utilize them all. 500 evolution points are required to advance to the third tier. Insufficient evolution points prevent advancement. It requires 500 points for evolution. How does one acquire such evolution points? Lin Yuan inquired of the system. Points can be obtained by conquering dungeons and defeating foes. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more evolution points are acquired. Each dungeon can only yield rewards once, excluding novice difficulty. Understood. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The limitation of receiving rewards from the same dungeon only once encourages me to tackle greater challenges. Dungeons, of course, vary in difficulty, categorized from low to high as follows: novice, standard, hard, adventure, warrior, and nightmare. It is said that higher difficulties exist, but currently, no such dungeons have been discovered on Blue Star. In addition to difficulty, dungeons are diverse in type, including 5-man team dungeons, 25-man regional dungeons, and rift dungeons without participant limits. Among these, 5-man team dungeons are the most numerous, while 25-man regional dungeons are exceedingly rare. Completing a novice difficulty 5-man dungeon grants 50 evolution points, and each subsequent difficulty doubles the reward. Thus, conquering a 5-man dungeon of nightmare difficulty would yield 1,600 points. For 25-man regional dungeons, the rewards multiply by 10, resulting in 16,000 points. Naturally, for Lin Yuan, who has just awakened, a 25-man raid is still far beyond reach. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan estimated that completing the novice difficulty would yield 50 evolution points, and defeating foes would likely provide additional points, enabling the Black Iron Guardian to evolve to the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier summoned beast should be capable of conquering nightmare difficulty, and if necessary, Lin Yuan would join the fray. He is no delicate flower. The row of passive skills in his skill panel is not merely ornamental. In a scenario where he possesses 11, the Black Iron Guardian may not necessarily be Lin Yuan's adversary. The Black Iron Sentinel stood erect, resembling a drawn sword, and Lin Yuan sensed an air of grimness emanating from the Black Iron Shield Guardian. Moreover, upon ascending to the 2nd tier, the Sentinel's race transformed into that of the Darkborn. A sudden vision flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, an imposing figure with wings sprouting from its back, wielding a magical sword. I shall name you Ali. Lin Yuan scrutinized the Black Iron Sentinel, envisioning Ali brandishing the enchanted blade, unleashing devastation across the land. I have faith that one day you shall become the Darkborn sovereign. Ali remained motionless, but upon hearing these words, a crimson glimmer flickered in the depths of its masked gaze. The Darkborn sovereign. Indeed, that was its destiny. Chapter 6. The Golden Tooth Ruins. The following morning, Lin Yuan awoke to find his home unusually pristine. Goodness, has a thief come? He quickly rose and rummaged through his pockets, relieved to discover that his 6,000 yuan remained intact. After washing up, Lin Yuan was still bewildered until he noticed Ali sitting in a chair. Did you do this? He attempted to inquire, not expecting a response, for intelligent summoned beasts were a rarity. To his astonishment, Ali nodded, rising to wipe dry the basin that Lin Yuan had just soaked. What on earth? A cleaning lady attribute. Quite splendid. I want to have to hire someone to clean the villa in the future. Upon arriving at the underground plaza of the school, a considerable number of classmates had already gathered. Luo Qingqing donned a set of brown leather armor, a short sword sheathed at her waist, accompanied by 4 female teammates, all of whom were innate talent bearers. Su Jia was clad in wooden armor, holding a wooden shield in his left hand and a one-handed axe in his right, while his 4 companions boasted at least 2 pieces of equipment each. At this stage, a novice piece of gear that adds 3 points of defense sells for 10,000 yuan, while weapons and shields exceed 20,000. Being fully equipped would cost no less than 200,000 yuan. The gazes of Lin Yuan's classmates were filled with envy towards Su Jia. Lin Yuan's arrival went unnoticed. After all, he was but a summoner destined for obscurity, who would take heed. As the clock struck 9, the principal, accompanied by the senior teachers, appeared at the entrance of the underground city. Students, commencing today for the next fortnight, you shall face the challenges presented by this underground city, declared Principal Chen Qingshan. Your homeroom teacher has already distributed the strategies for navigating the dungeon, with crucial points highlighted for your remembrance. Principal Chen earnestly reiterated the precautions. Although adventurers do not perish in the novice dungeon, they may experience a profound sense of demoralization. In past years, some students have succumbed to the psychological toll of death, developing a fear of the dungeon that robbed them of the courage to confront it. After delivering his address, Chen turned and activated the entrance to the underground city, unveiling a mysterious and ethereal blue portal before the assembled students. Let us proceed. Su Jia wore an expression of excitement as he let out a low shout and was the first to step into the underground city, closely followed by his teammates. Luo Qingqing's team almost immediately followed suit, clearly intent on breaking the record. 5 minutes later, the once boisterous plaza fell into a profound silence. The prearranged teams had all entered the underground city, leaving behind only those with awakening-level talents, the less desirable practitioners. These individuals exchanged glances, huddling together for warmth, and eventually managed to gather enough for a 5-member team to enter the underground city. Throughout the entire process, not a single soul expressed a desire to team up with Lin Yuan. Even those with higher-level talents felt that even a lower-level warrior would be far superior to a struggling summoner. Alas, Class Director Chun Hongwei sighed quietly, feeling helpless. He could not force other students to team up with Lin Yuan. That would be unfair to them. Frustration brewed within him, while the class director of the second class, Su Zi, approached Chen Qingshan with a smile, reminding him not to forget the promise made yesterday. If Su Jia were to break the record for clearing the underground city, the privilege of residing in the villa district would be awarded to him. Let's see if he can break the record first, Chen Qingshan replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. There were still half a month left. If Lin Yuan could not clear the ordinary level underground city by then, he would naturally lose his eligibility for the Villa District. Chen Hongwei felt a pang of discomfort at this thought, yet he knew the principal was right. All he could do was hope that Lin Yuan would swallow his pride and take on the more arduous tasks within a team, thus increasing his chances of being included in an expedition into the underground city. The remaining practitioners in the plaza dwindled to a mere handful when suddenly, Chen Qingshan furrowed his brow. Chen Hongwei, where is Sun Tzu from your class? He noted the absence of Sun Tzu among the teams that had entered, concerned for the whereabouts of this promising healer with exceptional talent. Just as he expressed his concern, Sun Tzu appeared, clad in a pristine white robe, sprinting towards Lin Yuan with a wooden staff in hand. Brother Lin, my apologies for being late. He called out to the classmates still without a team. Level 5 healer leading the way. I just need 3 melee fighters to proceed. This declaration indeed piqued the interest of many. Yet upon glancing at Lin Yuan beside Sun Tzu, their enthusiasm waned. Had Sun Tzu been a level 5 warrior, they would have joined without hesitation. But with a healer lacking offensive capabilities paired with a summoner of questionable worth, the likelihood of success seemed negligible. Principal Chen Qingshan frowned further. Chen Hongwei, how are you managing your class? A level 5 healer without a fixed team? I recall that the healer in Su Jie's team possesses a level 5 talent as well. Why did you not arrange for Sun Tzu to join Su Jie's team? If Sun Tzu teamed up with Su Jie, breaking the clearing record would be a foregone conclusion. Now it's quite amusing that a first-rate talent has no team to join. It would make anyone laugh heartily. No need to call for others. The two of us are sufficient. When Sun Tzu was about to shout again, Lin Yuan interrupted him. Sun Tzu's eyes brightened. Brother Lin, what are the odds? 90% certainty. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? Sun Tzu took the lead and stepped into the portal, followed by Lin Yuan with a smile. This action left the students lingering in the square exchanging bewildered glances. Did they just enter? How dare they? A fragile priest and a useless summoner, who would take the hits, relying on summoned beasts? I would wager that within half an hour, they would both meet their demise. Sun Tzu was foolish as well. A first-rate priest should not be teaming up with Lin Yuan, that pathetic summoner. This time, it was truly a waste. You have entered the Golden Tooth Ruins, novice difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Yuan found himself amidst a desolate expanse of yellow sand. Golden Tooth Ruins, novice difficulty. Challenge level 5. The monsters were primarily composed of goblin-like creatures, culminating in a level 5 goblin overseer named Coppertooth. Information about the dungeon flashed through Lin Yuan's mind as he began to survey his surroundings. This place appeared to have once been a mine, which had collapsed for unknown reasons, transforming into the ruinous site it is now. Ollie, come forth and prepare for battle. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the Black Iron Guardian, Ollie, materialized before him. With a straight posture resembling a spear, he emanated a chilling aura that startled Sun Tzu. Brother Lin, is this your summoned beast? Although Sun Tzu could not see Ollie's attributes, he could still sense that Ollie was formidable, at least not to be compared with Su Jie. Chapter 7. Ollie's combat style. Ollie, lead the way. Lin Yuan issued the command to attack. Slaughter was inherent to the Darkborn clan. Ollie's blood-red eyes beneath his mask were already eager to engage. Turning the first corner, four goblins came into view. Goblin Scavenger, level 1 health, 200, attack, 5, defense, 0 trash. The same words simultaneously arose in the minds of Lin Yuan and Ollie. Sun Tzu, on the other hand, was quite anxious, for monsters were certainly no trivial matter. Before he could finish his thought, Ollie was already standing before the goblin scavengers. Brother Lin, is your summoned beast this brave? Sun Tzu called out, immediately activating his talent effect to merge with Ollie. What the heck? Sun Tzu nearly lost his voice. He realized he couldn't comprehend Ollie's health bar. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000 points of health. This was utterly preposterous. What kind of summoned beast has 1,000 health points at level 1? After the initial shock, Sun Tzu was overwhelmed with joy. With such a formidable bloodline summoned beast and his own healing abilities, even if the summoned creature's damage was minimal, he was confident they could grind down their opponents eventually. Just as this thought took root, Ollie suddenly discarded his shield and, with a swift strike, dealt -200 damage, eliminating one goblin in a single blow. In a flurry of attacks, 4 goblins fell before them. As for Ollie, the goblin's assaults barely grazed his defenses, leaving him at full health. Kill Goblin Scavenger 1. Experience gained, 20. Each monster yielded 5 experience points, and to level up to level 2, one needed 500 experience points. Thus, taking down 96 more would suffice. The 4 goblin scavengers dropped nothing of value, and Lin Yuan continued to advance. Ollie said nothing, silently retrieving his shield and following Lin Yuan closely. Wow, Lin Gu, your summoned beast is incredibly powerful. Over 1,000 health and an attack power of 200. This time, the novice dungeon is a sure win. Sun Tzu's excitement was palpable, his smile widening uncontrollably. Absolutely, Lin Yuan replied, hands tucked into his pockets as he led the way. My ambitions extend beyond mere completion. Lin Gu, are you aiming to break the completion record? Sun Tzu's enthusiasm surged once more. The record for the Gold Tooth Ruins was 3 hours and 25 minutes. And at their current pace, it might just be achievable. Remove the uncertainty, it's a definite possibility. As they continued forward for several meters, a large group of goblins came into view. In addition to 10 goblin scavengers, there was also 1 goblin miner wielding a pickaxe. Goblin miner, level 2. Health, 500, attack power, 15, defense, 0, skill. Escape will flee when health falls below 20. This level 2 monster had significantly improved health and attack power. But it still posed no real threat. Ollie strode forward, discarding his shield, and with a strike, he dispatched 1 goblin after another. When only the goblin miner remained, Ollie activated his skill, Cleave. Cleave, level, skill description, consumes 20 mana points to deliver a single cleave to the target, inflicting 120 attack damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. With a devastating strike, he dealt 2,400 damage, and the goblin miner met its end on the spot. Sun Tzu stood dumbfounded. What did I just witness? A damage output of 2,400. If that hit him, it could take out 10 of them in one go. A satisfied smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face. The innate talent indeed proved its worth, delivering a 10-fold increase in damage, resulting in a staggering 2,400 points. Furthermore, after using the skill, the proficiency of Cleave significantly rose from level 1 to 5, enhancing the damage from 120 to 125. With a few more uses, he was confident it would reach the maximum level of 10. The prowess of the martial combat king talent lies not solely in its ability to enhance skill damage, but rather in the continuous evolution of skills, which is the essence of this aptitude. Upon vanquishing a kobold scavenger, 1. Experience points increase by 50. Upon defeating a kobold miner, 2. Experience points increase by 20. The kobold scavenger yielded no coins upon its demise, while the kobold miner did relinquish a rusted pickaxe. Rusty pickaxe, grade, common, required level 1 attributes, attack power 5, mining speed 1, durability 20. These attributes are hardly impressive. Equipment is categorized into 10 distinct tiers, ranging from the lowest to the highest. Common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. The common grade is the most mundane, possessing the weakest attributes and lacking any special traits. Nevertheless, it is still a piece of equipment that cannot simply be discarded. While it may be of little use to combat professions, it holds some value for the life profession of miner. Thus, it shall be kept for sale. Stowing away the pickaxe, Lin Yuan continued onward. The Gold Tooth Ruins sprawl over a vast area, with monsters scattered widely. After half an hour of searching, Lin Yuan encountered over 50 kobold scavengers. The efficiency was disheartening. Lin Yuan felt a pang of dissatisfaction. It took an average of 1 second to slay a monster, yet locating them consumed half an hour. This was untenable. A more effective method of drawing monsters was necessary. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan spotted another kobold miner. Upon seeing its skill, his eyes brightened. He had an idea. Ollie, do you see that kobold miner? Do not use any skills. Reduce its health to below 20%. Ollie strictly adhered to Lin Yuan's command and struck with a basic attack, dealing 400 critical hit. Ollie, stop immediately, Lin Yuan shouted in haste. Ollie's strike bewildered the kobold miner, causing its health to plummet to 20%, triggering its escape skill. The kobold miner screamed and fled, shouting for help. In its frantic escape, it attracted the ire of several waves of monsters. Over 50 kobold scavengers charged towards Lin Yuan, creating a significant cloud of dust in their wake. If it were any other party of adventurers, they would have been paralyzed with fear at this moment. Yet Lin Yuan felt unsatisfied. Such a meager number was hardly enough to satiate his thirst for battle. If others were to witness this, they might think he lacked the prowess to handle them. Ollie, eliminate them, he commanded. With his shield cast aside, Ali brandished his one-handed sword and commenced a fierce onslaught. With a calculated series of strikes, Ali executed a flurry of attacks, skillfully intertwining his abilities. As he dispatched foe after foe, a radiant glow enveloped his hand, signaling the activation of the second effect of the martial combat king. Level, successfully upgraded to Cleave, level. Cleave, level, skill description, consumes 50 mana to unleash a slashing attack that inflicts 150 damage on 5 enemies. Cooldown, 5 seconds. With the Cleave ability now at his disposal, Ali's efficiency in vanquishing foes saw a remarkable enhancement. Within a minute, all the Kobold Scavengers lay defeated. Kobold Scavenger killed, 1, 56, experience points gained, 280. Kobold Miner killed, 2, 1, experience points gained, 20. Level up, achieved level 2 chapter 8. He died again at long last. He had leveled up after over half an hour of laborious effort, far too slow for his liking. Upon reaching level 2, Lin Yuan's attributes surged to a total of 90 points. He allocated 40 points to strength, elevating his power to an impressive 130 points. With 260 points of physical attack, he effortlessly dispatched a Kobold Scavenger with a single punch. Ali at level 2 was even more astonishing, boasting 2,000 health points and 400 attack power, and that was without any gear. Donning equipment would undoubtedly yield a substantial enhancement. Ali's summoned beasts could also equip items, but he currently possessed only 2 equipment slots. To expand these slots, he would need to elevate his bloodline level. Once he achieved the status of a 10th tier Holy Spirit, he would be able to wield 10 pieces of equipment, akin to a professional. After tidying up the battlefield, Lin Yuan pressed onward. The surrounding kobolds had been eradicated, allowing him to charge ahead with unbridled speed. He swiftly arrived at the heart of the Golden Tooth ruins, where the environment starkly contrasted with the periphery. This area bore the scars of a tremendous explosion. The ground was pockmarked and uneven, and a faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, an inhospitable place for habitation. Brother Lin, we have now entered the central region of the Golden Tooth ruins, came a voice. The strategy guide mentions that the ground here is littered with numerous landmines. The detonation time is 3 seconds, with a blast radius of 3 meters. If one inadvertently steps on a mine, it is imperative to flee swiftly. Sun Tzu had diligently memorized all precautions the night before. Lin Yuan, engrossed in enhancing his summoned beast, had not glanced at the guide even once. Perhaps it was for the best. It saved him some trouble. Before Lin Yuan lay a nearly 2-kilometer path, the only route to the final Copper Tooth, devoid of monsters but riddled with hidden landmines. Ali, scout ahead, he instructed. Feeling it a waste to have such a sturdy tank not lead the way, Ali obliged, proceeding cautiously, intent on triggering any mines with his robust physique. Beep, beep, beep. A landmine was activated, yet Ali reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly evading the explosion's range. Boom. The ground was cratered, forming a pit nearly half a meter deep. Had one failed to evade it, they would likely have lost a considerable portion of health. After 5 minutes of meticulous searching, Ali had traversed the surrounding area, discovering precisely 50 landmines. It was solely due to Ali's high agility and swift reflexes that he had avoided the fate of others who had perished countless times. Well done, Ali. Lin Yuan was about to depart when a furious roar shattered the moment. Damn it! Which fool has triggered all the mines I laid? The voice, filled with exasperation, grew louder as it approached. With a thunderous sound, a goblin riding a steam-powered motorcycle appeared before Lin Yuan. Mine Layer Rami, level 5, health 5,000, attack 120, defense 50, skill 1. Mine Laying Rami throws 3 landmines at the target, each inflicting 100 points of magical damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2. Double Shot Rami draws a powder gun and fires twice at the target, dealing 150 points of physical damage and knocking them back. As Rami materialized, he hurled 3 landmines at Ali. A sneak attack was the goblin's forte. The 3 mines struck Ali, and Rami swiftly drew a large-caliber powder gun, unleashing 2 shots at him. Die, you scum. 100, 100, 100. 0. The 3 grenades inflicted 300 points of damage on Ali, while the powder gun failed to breach his defenses but succeeded in knocking him back. Damn it. A sneak attack. Lin Yuan seethed with rage. Ali, take him down. Without needing further prompting, Ali closed the distance to the goblin in 2 swift strides. executing a slicing strike that dealt 5,250 damage, instantly defeating him. Sun Tzu had anticipated a prolonged battle, internally exclaiming that he finally had a chance to prove his worth. However, before he could cast a healing spell, the fight concluded. Was this reasonable? You have slain mine layer Rami, 5, gaining 800 experience points. The encounter granted a bountiful experience reward, bringing Lin Yuan within 180 points of reaching level 3. Additionally, Rami dropped a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. Back jump, level, skill description, consumes 20 mana points to jump backward a certain distance, cooldown, 3 seconds, civilian technology helmet, grade, bronze, required level, 3. Attributes, strength 5. Stamina 10, a rather decent piece of armor, though it required a higher level to equip. He decided to store it for now. The second piece of equipment was somewhat lacking. Antique gun, grade, black iron, required level, 2. Attributes, attack 15, attack speed 2. It was better than nothing. Especially since Lin Yuan currently had no weapon, so he decided to take it for now. After assessing the spoils, Lin Yuan overheard Sun Tzu muttering beside him. This shouldn't be happening. How could it appear here? Sun Tzu had meticulously reviewed the strategy guide over a dozen times and was absolutely certain that this location would not yield such an occurrence. Yet, it had manifested. And to add insult to injury, it had resulted in a swift defeat. What a disgrace. What are you thinking? Lin Yuan patted Sun Tzu on the shoulder. There are no more landmines ahead. Let's move quickly. Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu's eyes lit up. I've figured it out. I understand why it appeared here. It's because your summoned creature triggered all the landmines, which led to its emergence. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, and indeed, it seemed plausible. The truth aligned closely with Sun Tzu's deduction. The landmine creator, Rami, was of a triggering type. If a player activated all 50 nearby landmines, it would then appear. However, no team had ever opted to do so before. Each landmine could inflict 100 points of magical damage, with an explosion radius of 3 meters. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Suffering 1 or 2 explosions was manageable, but repeated instances would certainly deplete the healer's mana reserves. Moreover, there awaited a final challenge ahead. Even with knowledge of the triggering mechanism, no team was willing to undertake such a risky endeavor. The crux of the issue was its insidious nature. Upon emergence, it would ambush the nearest target. If the target was a tank, they might survive. But if it was a damage dealer or healer, a single skill rotation would inevitably claim a life. Having comprehended this, as Sun Tzu prepared to leave, his attention was suddenly captured by a steam-powered motorcycle. Hey, Lin Gu, look at that motorcycle. You were complaining about slow monster aggro. What if we use the motorcycle to lure them? That's a brilliant idea. Lin Yuan approached the motorcycle, effortlessly mounting it. To his delight, it was indeed operable. Chapter 9. Taste my exhaust. With a gentle twist of his right hand, the motorcycle emitted a resonating hum. A sound that instantly surged adrenaline through any man who heard it. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. Lin Yuan, perched upon the motorcycle with the antique gun at his waist, exuded a striking aura reminiscent of a dark night. It was simply dashing. Vehicle, steam motorcycle, grade, bronze, can be taken out of the dungeon. No, it could not be taken away. It was meant for use solely within the dungeon. I'll go attract the monsters. Sun Tzu, you and Ollie wait for me on that hill ahead. Sun Tzu could ride the motorcycle, but his smaller frame could not withstand the onslaught of goblin attacks. If a few ranged monsters appeared, he would be swiftly overwhelmed. Ollie's health was sufficient, yet he was unable to ride a motorcycle. Thus Lin Yuan had to take matters into his own hands. With 1,800 health points and 180 defense, Lin Yuan felt emboldened. Releasing the throttle, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing in an instant. Ollie watched silently as the motorcycle disappeared from view. A desire to ride igniting within him. Navigating through the minefield, Lin Yuan sped ahead, the motorcycle's throttle nearly smoking under pressure. The engine roaring with a cacophony that seemed to mock the impoverished goblins. Anyone who heard it could hardly resist the urge to take notice. A dozen nearby goblin miners were instantaneously drawn in by the sound. However, Lin Yuan's appetite was not to be satiated by a mere dozen goblins. Continuing his ride, he leaped over a small hill, his vision suddenly expanding. Before him lay a goblin encampment, housing over 30 goblins. Gazing further ahead, he spotted 6 identical camps, each separated by 500 meters. In the center stood a high platform, the ultimate destination. The adventurer team that had arrived here had all reached level 2. And the next step was to lure solitary goblins, proceeding steadily. Once the surrounding goblins were vanquished, the adventurer team would collectively ascend to level 3, at which point they could tackle the final challenge, Coppertooth. Defeating Coppertooth would signify the completion of this dungeon. Yet, Lin Yuan was not inclined to follow the suggested strategy. He intended to attract them all at once. The roar of the motorcycle suddenly shattered the tranquility, as Lin Yuan sped forward with unwavering focus on Coppertooth's location. At that moment, Coppertooth was dozing on the platform. Lin Yuan executed a drift before the high platform, coming to a steady halt. Startled by the noise, Coppertooth opened his eyes just in time for a black lead bullet to strike him squarely in the forehead for 115 damage. "Let the games begin," Lin Yuan murmured, blowing lightly at the gun's muzzle before returning the firearm to his waist. Twisting the throttle, he turned the motorcycle and sped away, gravel flying as the tires screeched against the ground, peppering Coppertooth with debris. How dare this scoundrel challenge the overseer's authority? Coppertooth leapt from the platform, charging towards Lin Yuan. With the call to arms, goblins from the surrounding camps poured out in droves. Lin Yuan had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Armed with a steel whip, Coppertooth led over 150 goblins in a fierce pursuit. Lin Yuan galloped back to Ollie and Sun Tzu, and as he halted the motorcycle, he dismounted with a flourish. "Done and dusted," he declared. "Brother Lin, how many did you attract this time?" Ollie inquired. "Not many, just around 100 or so." "100 or so? Brother Lin, you've drawn in all the goblins from the surrounding camps." Sun Tzu pondered that once he cleared this wave of goblins, he could handle the situation with ease. Just as he was contemplating, Tongya had already led a large contingent in their direction. "Found you. Let us see where you plan to hide," he bellowed. "What are you waiting for? Charge forward and tear them apart." Tongya brandished a horn and blew it forcefully. The sound echoed, invigorating the surrounding goblins, who charged towards Lin Yuan and his companions with frenzied cries. Instinctively, Sun Tzu activated his possession skill on Ollie and, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "No way, Brother Lin, you've attracted Tongya as well. Don't you know that the more goblins surround him, the greater his health becomes?" In the haste of their previous encounter, Lin Yuan had not taken a closer look at Tongya's stats. However, upon Sun Tzu's reminder, he shifted his focus to the formidable foe. Overseer Tongya, Tier 2 Leader, Level 5, Health 22,000, 6,00016, 000, Attack 310, 150, 160, Defense 100, Skill 1, Cruel Whip wields his whip to strike the current target, dealing 50 damage. With each successful hit increasing damage by 50, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2, Fearsome Roar Tongya shouts, "Let us get to work." Randomly intimidating one target for 5 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Skill 3, Overwhelming Numbers Tongya sounds the overtime horn, doubling the attack power and speed of goblins within a 100-meter radius. For every affected goblin, Tongya's health increases by 100 points, and his attack power rises by 1 point. "Goodness, Tongya's skills are rather intriguing," Sun Tzu mused. With an increase of 16,000 health and 160 in attack power, it indicated that 160 goblins had gathered around him. Not bad, not bad. It's all experience points." Lin Yuan exchanged a reassuring glance with Sun Tzu and called out to Ollie, "Ollie, it's time to work." Ollie silently dropped his shield, brandishing his one-handed sword as he charged forth with an indomitable spirit. Lin Yuan found himself in a strategic position, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one path leading down. This was a carefully chosen battleground before he had drawn the enemies. Facing the throngs of goblins alone, Ollie unleashed a series of sweeping strikes, cleaving through them with precision. 6,400, 6,400, 400, 400. As the usage of his sweeping strike increased, his proficiency maxed out, and his damage escalated to 160. Before the goblins could even approach, they fell beneath Ollie's blade. "You're all worthless. Get lost." Tongya charged forward, wielding his steel whip, and unleashed his second skill, Fearsome Roar. Ollie stood frozen, as if petrified, allowing Tongya's attacks to rain down upon him. The copper-toothed creature, with a swift attack speed, struck twice within a second, inflicting over 1,000 damage on Ollie in a mere 5 seconds. Fortunately, Sun Tzu was aware of his duties, continuously casting healing spells. Upon regaining consciousness, Ali appeared somewhat incensed and unleashed a powerful cleave against the copper-toothed beast, dealing 800 points of damage while simultaneously eliminating 4 kobolds. Previously, Lin Yuan had only gained 180 experience points from defeating a single kobold, but this time, the demise of 4 allowed him to ascend to level 3. Moreover, this cleave successfully triggered the advancement condition, transforming cleave level into draw/level. Chapter 10. The Might of draw/level. Skill description: consumes 100 mana points, inflicting 200 attack damage on targets within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Upon reaching level 3, Ali's attack power surged to 600 points. Having learned draw/, Ali now possessed an astonishing strength. A singular thought consumed him: to cleave the grotesque and filthy creature before him in twain. Draw/, all of you shall perish. As Sun Tzu channeled his healing spell, a flash of cold light surged forth, leaving him momentarily stunned. His mouth agape as he beheld the numbers that danced before him. 20,000, critical hit. 12,00012, 00024, 000, critical hit. A single draw/ silenced the raucous world. The once arrogant copper-toothed beast reduced to a lifeless carcass, its body cleaved in half. Ali retrieved his shield and silently returned to Lin Yuan's side. "Well done, Ali," Lin Yuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, showering him with praise. After the battle concluded, Lin Yuan's panel was inundated with kill notifications. Defeated Overseer Coppertooth, 5. Experience points increased by 1,000. Defeated Kobold Scavenger, 1. Experience points increased by 360. Defeated Kobold Miner, 2. Experience points increased by 1,260. Defeated Kobold Wanderer, 3. Experience points increased by 1,250. Level increased to 416. 903,000. With only 2 members in the party, Lin Yuan's contribution was unparalleled, naturally securing the lion's share of experience points. Not only did he ascend to level 4, but he was also a mere half experience away from level 5. This rate of advancement was akin to riding a rocket. As Lin Yuan collected the spoils of victory, Sun Tzu remained in a daze, replaying the earlier flash of cold light in his mind. Damage exceeding 10,000. A critical hit of 20,000. Such damage could only be wrought by a level 3 summoned creature. Sun Tzu felt as though his understanding of common sense was being utterly upended. For a typical professional, let alone a level 3 character, achieving such immense damage would be nearly impossible, even for one at level 20. My goodness, what sort of creature is Lin Guo's summoned beast? Unable to contain himself, Sun Tzu let out a loud exclamation. Incredible. The sudden shout startled him. Lin Yuan nearly dropped his gear, admonishing, "No need to be so dramatic." The Coppertooth dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a shield and a breastplate. Shock-absorbing shield, offhand equipment. Grade, bronze. Equipment level, 4. Attributes, stamina 10, physical defense 20, health 300. Sturdy work uniform breastplate. Grade, bronze. Equipment level, 3. Attributes, strength 10, stamina 5, health 200. Lin Yuan donned the breastplate himself and handed the shield to Ali. "Ali, this shield is for you." Lin Yuan noticed that before every battle, Ali would always discard his shield. He speculated that it was perhaps due to discomfort with the shield, affecting his performance. So he decided to replace it. Ali nodded slightly upon receiving the shield. The shield was of little consequence to him, as he had no intention of utilizing it. His aversion to wielding a shield spoke to his unique character as a shield bearer. Sun Tzu raised his hand to check the time. Precisely 45 minutes. Lin Guo, WVE achieved something extraordinary. WVE set a new record. Sun Tzu's voice carried a sharp edge. Not only had they broken the record, but they had also completed it in under an hour. When they exited the dungeon, they would undoubtedly leave many people astonished. As Lin Yuan was calculating their results, Luo Qingqing and Su Jie's team arrived simultaneously at the danger zone. Each team sent a member to disarm traps. Suddenly, an area announcement rang out. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for breaking the Gold Tooth Ruins beginner completion record with a time of 45 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for breaking the Gold Tooth Ruins beginner completion record with a time of 45 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for breaking the Gold Tooth Ruins beginner completion record with a time of 45 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Jie nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. What? They actually broke the record. Had it been anyone else, Su Jie might not have been so astonished. But the record was shattered by none other than Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. Just the two of them, one a healer with negligible damage output, and the other a summoner. Often deemed a low-tier class, Su Jie could not fathom how they had managed to clear the dungeon. He was not alone in his confusion. Every student and teacher was equally baffled. When Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu appeared before the dungeon square, an eerie silence enveloped the entire area. Silence enveloped the room, with everyone remaining hushed. Principal Qin Qingshan parted his lips, yet words eluded him as he pondered how to inquire about the astonishing feat. A summoner and a priest had shattered the school's 3-year record. The event was simply incomprehensible. Dungeon rewards have been settled. Defeated the Wrecker Rami. Earned 100 evolution points. Defeated the Overseer Copperfong. Earned 100 evolution points. First completion of the Golden Tooth Ruins, novice difficulty. Earned 50 evolution points. No goblins survived within the dungeon. Perfect completion. Earned 50 evolution points. Total earned 300 evolution points. Experience reward 1,500. Upon claiming the rewards, Lin Yuan's level ascended to 5. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Hongwei, approached with a complex expression. Lin Yuan, Sun Tzu, congratulations on breaking the school record. This is a reward from the institution. He gestured for them to each select a book. The reward for breaking the record was a skill book, a gesture prearranged by the principal. The distinction lay in whether it was given to Team Luo Qingqing or Team Su Jie. 5 books were prepared, yet only 2 were to be distributed. Each book represented a different profession. Sun Tzu glanced at the options, said nothing, and chose a quick healing book. Lin Yuan selected the charge skill, intended for Ali. With the martial combat king talent, Ali could learn any combat skill. Previously, Lin Yuan had also encouraged Ali to learn the back jump skill. With the endgame summoner talent, Lin Yuan could share Ali's talents and skills. When Ali learned, it was as if Lin Yuan learned as well, not for any other reason, but for the sheer pleasure of the benefit. Finding a suitable spot, Lin Yuan allocated all his spare attribute points into strength. Name, Lin Yuan level 5, 1904000. Profession, summoner, 3rd advancement. Race, human. Health points, 4,300 mana points, 2,100 attack power, 765 spell power, 250 defense, 430 strength, 375 physical attack. Hit rate, agility, 210 attack speed, critical hit, stamina, 215 health, defense, intelligence, 210 mana, spell attack. Talent, in-game summoner, divine. Summoning synergy, level, skills, slightly, evolution points, 700. Chapter 11. Choosing nightmare difficulty? A summoner with a physical attack reaching 765. How could physical classes contend against Lin Yuan? Perhaps it wasn't solely physical classes. Perhaps all professions would find themselves unable to hold their heads high before him. This was an overwhelming dominance in attributes. I have initiated. Proceed at your leisure. The numerical anomaly is indeed unreasonable. In front of the square, students began to emerge one after another. All members of teams that had failed their dungeon challenges. After such failures, they were required to wait a certain period before attempting the dungeon again. Upon their arrival, their gazes converged upon a singular figure, Lin Yuan. Among them were several melee practitioners. Their heads hung low in profound regret. These were the individuals who had declined Sun Tzu's invitation to form a team. They had squandered an opportunity to set a new record. After all, it was a matter of a high-level skill. An awakened talent merely provided one high-level skill. Now, in retrospect, they wished they could slap themselves repeatedly. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and reality had dealt them a merciless blow. Principal Qin Qingshan contemplated for a moment before approaching Lin Yuan. Oh, Lin Yuan, I wish to inquire about the details of your successful dungeon expedition with Sun Tzu. If it's not too much trouble, it's quite convenient. There's nothing to hinder, Lin Yuan replied, relaying the explanation he had meticulously prepared. My summoned beast underwent a mutation, ascending its bloodline to the 2nd tier. A 2nd-tier summoned beast. No wonder, Qin Qingshan remarked, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. If memory served correctly, Lin Yuan had learned the summoning shield guard. The ultimate challenge in the novice dungeon was merely a 2nd-tier bloodline. A 2nd-tier shield guard, coupled with a high-level talent priest, could indeed achieve a swift clear of the Golden Tooth Ruins. Class Supervisor Chun Hongwei pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. Lin Yuan. Having successfully cleared the novice difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins, you should capitalize on this momentum and continue challenging the ordinary difficulty. With a second-tier shield guard to absorb damage and an exceptional healer like Sun Tzu, if you find 3 damage dealers, you could form an impeccable team. Strive to be the first among your peers to reach level 10. With the reward, you can further enhance your summoned beast's bloodline level. If you can elevate both the summoning shield guard and the summoning skeleton warrior's bloodline to the utmost limit by level 20, you might even succeed in the job transition quest. This time, Chen Qingshan did not refute Chen Hongwei's remarks, but instead presented a daunting challenge. The possibility mentioned by your supervisor does indeed exist, but it is fraught with difficulty. Evolving a summoned beast's bloodline is an arduous endeavor. Ascending from the first to the second tier requires a minimum investment of 1 million resources. Moreover, success is not guaranteed. Failure can significantly diminish a summoned beast's potential. After 2 failures, the beast's strength may plummet to less than half of its original capacity. I have witnessed the most tragic fate of a summoner who, having invested tens of millions, faced 3 consecutive failures in the advancement of their summoned beast, ultimately reducing its attributes to single digits, rendering it incapable of defeating even a level 1 monster. In the end, the summoner, unable to bear the crushing blow, took their own life. Chen Qingshan cleared his throat and continued. Lin Yuan, you are quite fortunate. Your summoned beast has undergone a mutation and ascended to the second tier. Seize this opportunity to elevate your level promptly. Otherwise, once your classmates enhance their levels and equip themselves adequately, the advantages of a second-tier summoned beast will dissipate entirely. Lin Yuan grasped the implication of Chen Hongwei's words. He should gather a few high-output companions to swiftly conquer the dungeon and secure the school's rewards first. As the homeroom teacher, Chen Hongwei was indeed responsible, providing an optimal choice based on the prevailing circumstances. At the very least, it offered a glimmer of hope. Had it been any other student, they would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet Lin Yuan was aware of his own circumstances. He had a cheat. So what was there to fear? The failures of others bore no relevance to him. With his divine talent, Ali would soon ascend to the 3rd tier. And that was not even Ali's limit. By level 20, he could reach at least the 4th tier. Furthermore, by that time, Lin Yuan would possess a second summoning slot, enabling him to command 2 top-tier 4th-tier summoned beasts. He was confident that a mere class transition task would not pose a challenge. If Lin Yuan couldn't succeed, then surely no one could. Since the homeroom teacher had spoken, Lin Yuan called out to Sun Tzu and made his way toward the dungeon entrance. As he brushed past Chen Hongwei, he suddenly remarked, "Old Chen, I see you've been a homeroom teacher for many years. It must be quite arduous. Have you ever considered becoming the vice principal?" The question left Chen Hongwei momentarily bewildered. Vice principal? Of course, he had aspirations, but opportunities were scarce. This year was promising. With 3 students awakening tiered talents in his class, if they performed well, he might secure the position of grade leader. However, vice principal seemed too ambitious unless a student managed to conquer a warrior-level dungeon, which was patently unrealistic. Only those prodigies with awakened tiered talents stood a chance. Moreover, with the principal nearby, this felt like a cruel jest, compelling him to fret unnecessarily. Chen Hongwei feigned a stern demeanor and said, "Ordinary dungeons are not to be trifled with. They are not mere novice dungeons, and neglecting them could lead to failure." Understood, just watch. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and vanished into the dungeon entrance. Chen Hongwei, you have been at number 1 middle school for 7 or 8 years now, nurturing numerous promising students. Chen Qingshan mused quietly. This year, with 3 students awakening tiered talents, the position of grade leader was conveniently vacant. Before he could finish his thought, a teacher responsible for guarding the dungeon entrance rushed over, panic etched on his face. "Principal, it's bad news. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu have chosen the nightmare difficulty." "What did you say?" "Nightmare difficulty." Chen Qingshan's expression changed instantly. This was sheer folly. It seemed that his earlier words had been in vain. "Chen Hongwei, this is the exemplary student you have cultivated." Chen Qingshan, filled with exasperation, managed to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of invective, thanks to his remarkable composure. The nightmare difficulty, a challenge that only a level 5 summoner could attempt, has led to an astonishing record, leaving one oblivious to their own identity. As the name suggests, nightmare represents a harrowing ordeal that professionals dread to confront. Only the most elite teams of practitioners stand a chance of conquering a dungeon of such perilous difficulty. Throughout the entirety of Xia country, and even across the vast expanse of Blue Star, few teams could boldly claim a guaranteed success in navigating a dungeon of nightmare difficulty. The most insidious aspect of this challenge lies in the stipulation that once one enters, retreat is not an option for half an hour. It is remarkable that a freshly awakened summoner, paired with a newly awakened priest, might endure such a harrowing trial. The sole consequence of faltering is death. In a nightmare difficulty dungeon, death is irrevocable. Contemplating the tragic demise of classmates on the very first day of the dungeon's opening, including 2 students of exceptional talent, Chen Qingshan's expression darkened like ink. Chapter 12. Tier 3 Summoned Beasts. Suppressing his fury, Chen Qingshan instructed another teacher to promptly notify the enforcement team. The death of 2 students with extraordinary talents is no trivial matter. Even the authorities of the Education Bureau would be alarmed. Chen Hongwei, he continued. Once the enforcement team arrives, you will need to elucidate the matter to them. Chen Hongwei's countenance fell, and he inwardly lamented. What a predicament. Indeed, this was serious. Not only was his position as grade director in jeopardy, but even his employment was at stake. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, why must you be such a source of concern? Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly ordinary actions had caused significant upheaval at the school, as he had already ventured into the dungeon. You have entered the Golden Tooth Ruins, nightmare difficulty. This dungeon is exceedingly perilous. The ominous, blood-red notifications repeatedly flashed, affirming that the nightmare difficulty dungeon was far from ordinary. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed, for Ali was now poised to advance to Tier 3, consuming 500 evolution points. The 2nd-tier Black Iron Guardian ascends to the 3rd-tier Bronze Guardian. Ali, 3rd-tier Bronze Guardian, level 5, race, Darkborn, health points, 10,000, mana points, 4,000, attack power, 2,000, defense power, 1,000, strength, 1,000, agility, 1,000, stamina, 500 intelligence, 400 talent, martial arts sovereign, skills, shield slam, shield block, shield mastery, passive, sword mastery, passive, draw slash, charge, back leap. Behold, such magnificent attributes, a plethora of skills that cannot be contained in a single row, all of which vividly illustrate Ali's formidable prowess. A level 5 summoned beast, with 10,000 health points and 2,000 attack power. Lin Yuan felt compelled to exclaim, who else dares to compare? Goodness, 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 goodness. Without a doubt, it was Sun Tzu's boisterous shouts. Upon entering the dungeon, Sun Tzu felt a pervasive sense of unease, a foreboding that danger lurked at every corner. Thus, he chose to possess Ali's form. Subsequently, Sun Tzu beheld Ali's health bar. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. Brother Lin, am I seeing this correctly? 10,000 health points. Calm down, what are you shouting about? Lin Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, scanned the surroundings. The nightmare difficulty's Golden Tooth Ruins bore a stark contrast to the novice level. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and the ground appeared as if it had endured relentless bombardments for half an hour. Lin Yuan found himself in a hollow, and upon stamping his foot, he discovered the ground to be extraordinarily solid. Beneath him lay an immense iron ore deposit. At the edge of the hollow, a 1.5-meter-tall, dark-skinned goblin was vigorously wielding a pickaxe against the earth, striking it with a clang, clang, clang. With every 2 strikes, a football-sized chunk of iron ore emerged. At this pace, in another 5 minutes, the goblin would surely detect Lin Yuan and his companions. Goblin Laborer, level 5, health points, 3,000, attack power, 120, defense power, 50, skill, take this hammer vigorously swings the pickaxe, inflicting 150 damage to the target. In nightmare difficulty, even a common creature possesses a staggering 3,000 health points. No wonder the completion rate for nightmare difficulty is so dismally low. Ali. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, it signified the issuance of a battle command. In a fleeting moment, Ali's figure darted forth like a wraith. The description of the charge skill. With remarkable speed, he closed the distance to his target, inflicting a 1-second stun, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Ali traversed 30 meters and collided with the head of a dog-headed laborer. Following that, 2 swift strikes reduced the laborer's health to a mere flicker. 1973,940, critical hit, eliminated dog-headed laborer, 5, experience gained, 50. The experience reward was somewhat lackluster. But this was merely Lin Yuan's perspective. Had another team ventured in, they would certainly not have dispatched the dog-headed laborer with such alacrity. With a health pool of 3,000, it would take at least several seconds to subdue it, all while being wary of attracting other monsters. Frankly, the yield from grinding in a standard dungeon would be far superior. Upon exiting the hollow, Lin Yuan beheld a multitude of dog-headed laborers surrounding him, among which numerous dog-headed creatures operated transport vehicles, responsible for ferrying the excavated iron ore to a designated location. Witnessing Ali's two swift attacks that effortlessly dispatched the laborer emboldened Sun Tzu considerably. If such ordinary strikes were so formidable, one could only imagine the potency of his skills. The memory of the glimmering blade that felled Copper Fong lingered vividly in Sun Tzu's mind. Noticing an unoccupied transport vehicle nearby, he promptly exclaimed, "Lin Gu, there's a vehicle. You can drive it to lure the monsters, initiate a wave." "Ah, so bold now, daring to suggest a wave," Lin Yuan jested. "Hey, isn't it true that your summoned beast possesses an area attack skill? That one that can obliterate a group in a single sweep?" Sun Tzu gestured dramatically, mimicking a slicing motion. Such a powerful skill would indeed be wasted if not utilized for a wave attack. Lin Yuan pondered this. Although Ali's two strikes could easily dispatch a dog-headed laborer, the distance between the creatures made individual eliminations time-consuming. Taking the wheel of the transport vehicle, Lin Yuan ignited the engine. The vehicle, reminiscent of the steam age, roared to life with a series of sputters, releasing plumes of steam into the air. Steadying the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator, and with a thunderous roar, the vehicle sped off, leaving no trace behind. The other transport vehicles moved at a languid pace, as they were tasked with delivering the ore securely to the forge. Any misstep would yield consequences far beyond what a mere dog-headed laborer could withstand. Lin Yuan harbored no such concerns. His singular goal was to attract the monsters. Drawing his gunpowder rifle, he aimed at the nearest dog-headed laborer and fired. The shot ringing out with a resounding crack. 690. The rifle, with a 2-second reload time, was fired without hesitation. Even an empty shot mattered not, as long as it captured the laborer's attention. In response to Lin Yuan's provocations, all the dog-headed creatures on the ground surged towards him. Seeing they could not catch up, many of the dog-headed laborers climbed aboard their transport vehicles, determined to pursue Lin Yuan. 5 transport vehicles intercepted Lin Yuan from various directions. The goblins inside showing no intention of halting, clearly intent on colliding with him. "Ah, you wish to stop me, do you? You are still too inexperienced." With the steering wheel turned to the maximum, the steam-powered vehicle surged forward with all its might, swiftly darting through the gap between the 5 transporters. Any onlooker witnessing this scene would undoubtedly question their own eyesight. Was this truly the nightmarish dungeon, or had it transformed into a whimsical kart racing game? 2 minutes later, the transport vehicles came to a halt before Ali, as Lin Yuan elegantly landed, bouncing with glee. First place. Chapter 13. Crush them. Ali, prepare for action. A resounding thud echoed as the shield struck the ground, signaling that Ali had entered combat mode. Why did he throw his shield? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. How could a shield bearer discard their shield during battle? In the midst of his thoughts, Ali charged forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly plunging into the throng of goblins, drawing his sword with a swift motion. The blade gleamed coldly, sweeping through a 5-meter radius and extinguishing all life within. The goblins fell like shattered blossoms, wilting under the onslaught. 39870 39900 39890 8960. Critical hit. With a single skill, he annihilated all foes. Having dispatched the goblins, Ali nonchalantly flicked his one-handed sword and strolled back to Lin Yuan, reclaiming his shield. Such grace. Sun Tzu found himself at a loss for words to describe the scene. Ali resembled a sovereign dictating fate, and for the goblins to perish by his hand was a twisted honor. Seeing Ali skillfully retrieve his shield, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. It seemed the shield wasn't particularly necessary. At this stage, no creature appeared capable of surviving Ali's sword draw. Defeated Goblin Laborer, 5. Experience points gained, 3,150. Defeated Labor Leader Loudon, 6. Experience points gained, 600. It seems something unusual lurked among the laborers. A small creature, but it mattered little. They were all swiftly dispatched. Goblin Laborer, such a name reeks of poverty, no valuables dropped. However, The labor leader Loudon did yield a piece of equipment. Fine iron sword. Grade, silver. Equipment requirement, strength 50. Attributes, attack power 80, strength 20. Nightmare difficulty truly indulges. A mere small creature managed to drop silver equipment, and it was an exquisite item without level restrictions. A warrior fully invested in strength could wield this weapon around level 5. A level 5 warrior with this equipment would boast an attack power exceeding 200 points. With such an item, clearing the ordinary difficulty of the Golden Tooth ruins would be a breeze. Handing the fine iron sword to Ollie, he wielded it a couple of times, indicating it was passable at best. With an attack power of 120, it barely registered even a tenth of Ollie's strength. This suggested that the magic sword in his possession had yet to awaken. Otherwise, Ollie would have deemed such a weapon beneath his notice. Having cleared the surrounding kobold laborers and their leaders, it was time to venture into the next area. Lin Yuan continued forward, heading in the direction of the transport vehicles carrying iron ore. After walking for several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, measuring 10 meters in diameter, where several transport vehicles laden with iron ore were parked. Upon seeing this, Sun Tzu expressed his confusion, asking, "Brother Lin, what are these kobolds mining all this or for?" "Who knows?" Lin Yuan replied. "Perhaps these kobolds are simply born miners. Or there may be another force behind them, enslaving these creatures to extract minerals. It could very well be some reactionary faction planning something nefarious." He scoffed. Who in their right mind would come to a forsaken place like this? Ollie moved the transport vehicles piled at the entrance aside, revealing a pitch-black cave. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and asked Sun Tzu, "Haven't you read the strategy guide? Was there no mention of a cave?" Sun Tzu was momentarily at a loss for words. "I did read the guide, but that was for normal difficulty. I couldn't even begin to fathom nightmare difficulty. Besides, no one has ever cleared the nightmare level of the Golden Tooth ruins. I have no guide for that." He threw his hands up, indicating his ignorance. Well, without a strategy in place, they had no choice but to proceed into the unknown. Given the uncertainty of the cave's interior, the safest option was to advance cautiously. Yet, no one knew how long the cave extended or how exhausting the journey might become. What if they got lost? It would be akin to wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Thus, Lin Yuan opted to drive down instead. "There's a set of tracks here, we can follow them." The presence of laid tracks undoubtedly indicated the existence of a train, which served one of two purposes, transporting troops or delivering supplies. Clearly, iron ore was among the materials intended for transport. Lin Yuan emptied the iron ore from one of the vehicles and took the driver's seat, while Ollie settled in the back. Sun Tzu, alarmed by this, quickly clung to Ollie, joking, "What if the vehicle flips? You and Ollie are tough, but I might not survive such an ordeal." For safety's sake, he figured it was best to cling to Ollie. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Lin Yuan started the transport vehicle, the engine's rumble echoing at the cave's entrance as they gradually delved deeper. After traveling nearly 100 meters without encountering a single creature, the cave revealed itself to be quite spacious. The unevenness of the ground, due to the iron tracks, made for a bumpy ride. "Brother Lin, I can't believe there are actual tracks here. Is it truly as you say, that other forces have enslaved these goblins? My heavens, could it be that humanoid monsters will appear in the novice dungeon? This is utterly absurd. The humanoid beings that Sun Tzu mentioned are not lowly goblins, but rather humans. Steam-powered vehicles and railways are clearly the handiwork of intelligent life. To expect goblins, whose cognitive capacity barely exceeds 2 tails, to invent steam-powered vehicles and trains is a monumental overestimation of their abilities. In the outside world, steam-powered vehicles and trains may signify little. However, within the dungeon, they represent the potential existence of sentient beings. In the dungeon, the distinction between the intelligent and the unintelligent is stark. The mindless creatures, like the goblin laborers, obediently follow behind Poo Goo, drawn in like moths to a flame. Intelligent beings would not behave in such a manner. They would think critically, much like humans, even devising traps and employing tactics for confrontation. For instance, if the opposing side possesses the means to monitor the surface, they should already be aware of Lin Yuan's arrival, and traps may well be laid in wait for him to unwittingly stumble into them. With this thought, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened with resolve. He pressed the accelerator to its limit, propelling the transport vehicle to its utmost speed. The once quiet mining tunnel reverberated with the thunderous roar of the engine, echoing through the air. In less than 5 minutes, a blinding light appeared ahead, reminiscent of a searchlight. Lin Gu, look ahead, there's a train. Stop quickly, Sun Tzu exclaimed, realizing that it was not a searchlight, but rather the headlight of the locomotive. A few goblins were laboriously adding fuel to the train. Upon spotting Lin Yuan and his companions, a goblin, standing at about 1.60 meters and wearing a green hard hat, screamed, "Quick, start the train and ram them." Chapter 14. Technician Enya, quick, run them over. The goblin appeared frantic, not anticipating Lin Yuan's swift arrival. The train had just started, its speed not yet fully realized. "You wish to run me over? I shall see to it that you meet your end first," Lin Yuan retorted with a cold laugh, charging toward the train. With 30 meters remaining, Lin Yuan leapt from the driver's seat, vaulting off the vehicle. Ao Li, following closely behind, sprang powerfully, landing deftly beside him. As for the transport vehicle, due to inertia, it collided directly with the cockpit of the locomotive. Boom! The transport vehicle exploded, sending the goblin in the hard hat flying several meters. "Fools! A bunch of fools!" The goblin, rising to its feet, adjusted its hard hat and began to curse vehemently. "Intruders! Activate the security protocols. Eliminate the intruders." The security team sprang into action. "Activate the combat robot annihilator 4000. The dog-headed creature stealthily produced a black intercom from behind, muttering a series of unintelligible words. Once finished, the creature glared menacingly at Lin Yuan and his companions, cursing the intruders with a vow of impending doom. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that this helmeted dog-headed figure was indeed a security technician Silver Fong, Tier 3 Elite, Level 8, Health Points 80,000, Attack Power 500, Defense Power 400, Skill 1, Train Assault. After a 10-minute preparation, Silver Fong will launch a train assault, inflicting 2,000 points of damage on the target. Skill 2, Security Command Silver Fong will rally all security personnel to execute a brutal collective assault. Skill 3, Mechanical Slayer. After a 15-minute preparation, Silver Fong will activate the combat robot annihilator 4000, delivering a devastating strike against the enemy. Skill 4, Safety Assurance. Silver Fong cannot be killed until the combat robot annihilator 4000 is destroyed. Damn, how utterly terrifying. Sun Tzu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a mechanism. If there were a ranking for the most detestable mechanisms, this one would undoubtedly claim the top spot. The most abhorrent aspect of mechanisms is their immunity to conventional methods of defeat. Taking Silver Fong as an example, one cannot eliminate him without first neutralizing the Annihilator 4000. However, allowing Silver Fong to activate the Annihilator would render the battle extraordinarily challenging. "Lin, this is going to be tough," Sun Tzu remarked. Lin Yuan was well aware of the difficulty, yet he had the foresight to act decisively, swiftly maneuvering the vehicle forward. Any delay would have resulted in a head-on collision with an oncoming train. A train impact would inflict 2,000 damage. How many level 10 professionals, fully equipped, could withstand such an assault? Surviving the initial strike was merely the first hurdle. The second would involve confronting the legion of security personnel summoned by Silver Fong. Even if they managed to withstand the onslaught of security forces, the most formidable threat loomed ahead: the combat robot Annihilator 4000. Throughout this ordeal, the professional team would also have to contend with Silver Fong's attacks. With an attack power of 500, even a sudden strike would be exceedingly perilous. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps reached Lin Yuan's ears as security personnel arrived on the scene. The head of the dog-headed security, a formidable foe, stood before him. Boasting impressive attributes, level 6, with 6,000 health points, an attack power of 150, and a defense of 80. His skills included a group assault that increased his attack by 50 when surrounded by 5 or more dog-headed security, and a targeted strike to the back of the head that inflicted 200 damage with a chance to stun for 1 second. Before Lin Yuan stood over 60 dog-headed security, each wielding a metal baton, their expressions fierce and their gazes fixed menacingly upon him, intent on cracking open his skull. Indeed, the sight of these dog-headed beings was quite intimidating. Silver Fong, hands on hips, shouted sharply, "Charge!" The dog-headed security surged forward, declaring, "Intruder, you shall learn the price of trespassing in the mine." Before he could finish his warning, a flash of gleaming steel cut through the air, blade draw. The swift strikes dealt devastating blows. For 1340, for 1280, for 0980, and a critical hit of 82,500. Over 90% of the dog-headed security fell instantly, with only a few lagging behind, unable to escape the reach of Ali's skills. Those who narrowly escaped were merely delaying the inevitable, as Ali swiftly dispatched them one by one. In less than 30 seconds, all 60 dog-headed security lay defeated. Defeated dog-headed security, 662. Experience gained 4960. Level increased to 649005000. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, somewhat dissatisfied. Too few. Far too few. Who can be slain with this meager amount? At least bring 2 more. I'm just 100 experience points away from leveling up. This is quite awkward. With the level increased to 6, Ali's health reached 12,000, and his attack power surged to 2,400, granting him further enhancements sufficient to tackle the impending battle against the combat robot that required the elimination of 4,000 foes. Perhaps having witnessed enough, Sun Tzu refrained from his usual outbursts, silently canceling the healing spell he had prepared. After a moment's pause, Sun Tzu finally uttered 4 words. Lin, you're incredible. He felt a need to assert his presence, believing silence might render him insignificant. Resolving this, he decided that whether to heal or not was of little consequence. He would focus on providing emotional support instead. With newfound determination, Sun Tzu shouted, "Hey, technician. My brother Lin has merely showcased a fraction of his prowess by dispatching your security minions. If you have any tricks left, now is the time to unveil them. For soon you shall have no opportunity left, you little scoundrel." With that, he provocatively beckoned Silver Fong with a gesture, exuding an air of defiance. The initial sentences eluded Silvertooth's comprehension, yet the little trash understood perfectly. Instantly, Silvertooth's cheeks flushed with warmth. Initially, the battle robot Annihilation 4000 required an additional 10 minutes for complete activation. Impatient, Silvertooth promptly initiated the destruction protocol. With a thunderous crash, the laboratory door behind Silvertooth splintered open, revealing a towering 2.5-meter steel automaton. Battle Robot Annihilation 4000, Elite Tier 3, Level 9 Health, 90,000, Attack Power, 2, 500, Defense, 0, Skill 1, Iron Fist swings its steel fist to deliver a crushing blow to the target, inflicting 2,000 damage. If the target's stamina is below 200, it enters a state of dizziness for 2 seconds. Skill 2, Chainsaw Maniac activates a chainsaw to mercilessly carve the target, dealing 600 damage per second for 5 seconds. Skill 3, Energy Overload instantly activates attack mode, boosting attack power by 2,000 while reducing defense to 0, lasts for 2 minutes, after which the machine becomes incapacitated. Chapter 15. A flash of blades. Do not presume that vanquishing a few guards will suffice to defeat me. Silvertooth squinted, a piercing voice echoing. You remain oblivious to the formidable adversary you are about to confront. This is my magnificent creation, a combat machine capable of taking on hundreds. Deploy now, Annihilation 4000. At this moment, do you have any final words? Silvertooth believed he had Lin Yuan cornered, unaware that Lin Yuan dismissed his threats as mere bluster. Such tedious rambling. If not for the constraints of the system, you would have been eliminated by now. Alas, I cannot be bothered to indulge you. You do not merit my attention. A goblin technician like you, thinking himself a great inventor, is laughable. If not for the system's existence, you would have been dealt with long ago. And I wouldn't have to endure your incessant prattle. Ollie, Lin Yuan commanded, and without a moment's hesitation, Ollie strode resolutely toward Annihilation 4000. As the distance closed to 30 meters, he launched into a charge, immunity. The robot was impervious to dizziness, yet the forthcoming skills would undoubtedly strike it. 116. 160, critical hit. With an attack power of 2,400, combined with a maxed-out blade draw, delivering 220 points of damage. And further amplified tenfold by the Martial Combat King's enhancement, fortune smiled upon him, resulting in a critical hit that unleashed an astonishing 160 damage. In a single stroke, he annihilated the battle robot Annihilation 4000. Before the robot could even raise its fist, the crimson glow in its eyes dimmed instantaneously, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground. Silvertooth perceived a fleeting phantom before him, as the battle robot was cleaved in two by a shard of icy brilliance. In that moment, Silvertooth too was torn asunder. Silver Fong felt a sharp jolt in his mind, sensing that something was amiss. How could such a formidable combat robot be vanquished so swiftly? He stared blankly at Ali, incredulous. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Who exactly are we? Ali, eliminate him. Lin Yuan's voice roused Silver Fong from his moment of disbelief. The fellow had not perished yet. The battle was far from over. Without any mechanism to aid him, Silver Fong was merely a wooden post. In less than 30 seconds, a horrific scream escaped his lips as he fell beneath Ali's sword. Kill. Safety Technician Silver Fong. 8. Experience points gained, 1200. Kill. Combat Robot Obliteration 4009. Experience points gained, 1500. Level up to level 7, 2600 6000. With the battle concluded, Lin Yuan began to scour the battlefield. First, the dog-headed security guard, being destitute, dropped nothing of value. Silver Fong, however, yielded 2 skill books, while the combat robot dropped an item. Powerful protection belt. Grade, gold. Requirements, level 5. Attributes, health 500. Stamina 20. Special trait. Activate to gain a shield of 1000 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This golden piece of equipment, a defensive item, significantly enhanced overall health by 900 points and defense by 40, in addition to bestowing a life-saving trait. Its attributes were undeniably impressive. If sold outside, it would start at a price of 500,000. This belt alone underscored the importance of equipment. A warrior focused entirely on stamina at level 5 typically possesses around 50 stamina, 1000 health, and 100 defense. Yet, this single belt could provide 900 health and 40 defense, rivaling that of a fully stamina-focused level 5 professional. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan equipped the belt, pushing his health beyond the 6,000 threshold. After examining the equipment, he turned his attention to the skills. Double strike. Level, skill description. Swing your weapon to deliver 2 powerful blows to the target, inflicting 120 attack damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Healing overload. Level, skill description. Use on a single target to grant an additional 50 healing effect, lasting for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Double strike is a universal skill book, accessible to all physical melee classes. Healing overload is designated for priests and shamans, and Lin Yuan promptly tossed the skill book to Sun Tzu. With this skill book in hand, Sun Tzu would be able to integrate seamlessly into any team or squad in the future. Upon acquiring the skill book, Sun Tzu found it difficult to feel any elation. Since entering the dungeon, Ali had achieved victory in every battle with remarkable swiftness, sustaining almost no damage. The only instance of health loss occurred during the recent skirmish with Silver Fong, where each of Silver Fong's strikes inflicted a mere 10 or so points of damage on Ali, despite possessing an attack power of 500. Remarkably, Ali's automatic healing surpassed this minor detriment. Sun Tzu felt as if his healing abilities had been sealed away. Brother Lin, you are bestowing upon me such a precious skill book? I feel undeserving, having contributed so little. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Are you trying to play the fool? Is your skin itching? Should I help you with that? No. Please, Brother Lin, I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore. Sun Tzu quickly pleaded for mercy. You make a fair point. I cannot allow you to take it without due cause. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Now, say a few flattering words to put me at ease. All right then. Sun Tzu grinned and readily complied. If you wish for my healing, I still need practice. But if you desire some praise, just watch me. Clearing his throat, Sun Tzu assumed a theatrical posture. In the esteemed Tianqing Yizhong, there exists a remarkable individual named Lin Yuan, whose very essence is extraordinary from the moment of awakening. This man possesses unparalleled talent that resonates through the ages. His summoned beast, Ali, is akin to a war god, exhibiting unparalleled bravery. At this juncture, Sun Tzu brought his fingers together, gazing disdainfully at the 2 foes lying on the ground. Behold that battle robot, annihilating 4,000 foes, claiming to fight 100 single-handedly. Yet, it is nothing more than a mere chicken before the storm, swiftly reduced to ashes by a flash of steel. Then observe that technician's arrogance, merely a barking fool, whose head can be claimed as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. With astute command and strategic foresight, he embodies valor, triumphing beyond the battleground. Such a person is indeed the pride of Tianqing Yizhong, destined for boundless achievements. Upon concluding his fervent proclamation, Sun Tzu eagerly awaited Lin Yuan's response. To be honest, you truly are a talent, Lin Yuan replied, a smile slowly creeping across his face, barely contained. Who else could it be if not you, Brother Lin? Sun Tzu declared with resolute conviction, who is worthy? Ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, feeling gratified. Lin Yuan was aware of his own prowess. Yet proclaiming it himself would reek of self-aggrandizement. However, when spoken by another, it carried a different weight. The crux was that Sun Tzu's words held a semblance of truth. He did not overtly declare Lin Yuan's greatness, yet every statement conveyed that very sentiment. After all, who could deny that a single strike capable of obliterating 90,000 health points was anything but impressive? Chapter 16. Arrival at the final area. Sun Tzu delightedly learned the overload healing skill, a reward truly earned through diligent labor. And he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Regarding the double strike, Lin Yuan certainly imparted this skill to Ali. From the previous skirmish, Ali's shortcomings became evident. His stamina was lacking. After swiftly dispatching the combat robot, he was left without any explosive abilities, forced into a melee with Silver Fang. This clearly diminished his stature. Moreover, had it not been for Ali triggering a skill upgrade during his charge, elevating it from a basic charge to a furious charge, he might not have been able to eliminate the combat robot so effortlessly. The furious charge skill description reads, initiate a charge at the target. Upon impact, the target is rendered incapacitated for 1 second, and the subsequent attack's critical hit rate is increased by 50%. In Sun Tzu's view, Ali was merely fortunate to trigger a critical hit. However, this was a testament to genuine skill. With the double strike, Ali had acquired a standard damage skill. If Silver Fang were to be resurrected, he would scarcely endure 5 seconds in Ali's grasp. After gathering the spoils, a sudden sound of stones colliding echoed from behind. As the cave's entrance was obstructed by a massive boulder, followed by the laboratory doors swinging open, with their return route blocked, Lin Yuan had no choice but to press onward. Lin Gu, I believe we have been exposed, Sun Tzu remarked, pointing at the large screen in the laboratory, which displayed a dog-headed figure clad in armor, gazing at Lin Yuan and his companions. You needn't remind me. I'm not blind, Lin Yuan replied casually, fixing his gaze on the screen. Hey, are you Golden Tooth? Stop hiding and come out to meet your demise. I'm pressed for time. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed figure on the screen fell silent for 3 seconds before responding. Human, I concede you possess considerable courage. However, this is where it ends. You shall face the most elite forces of the Golden Tooth clan. Wish to meet me? I reside in the deepest part of the cave, provided you can triumph over. Before the dog-headed figure could finish, Lin Yuan smashed his fist through the display, exasperated by those who sought to flaunt their bravado before him. Silver Fang's arrogance was a result of the mechanics at play, which was bearable, but for you, Golden Tooth, to attempt to boast from afar without even revealing yourself, it's a habit I cannot tolerate. Ali, let us go. Let us deal with this pretentious fool so we can move into our villa. The mention of the villa invigorated Sun Tzu. Lin Gu, when we move into the villa area, take me along. Let us be neighbors. Lin Yuan cast a sideways glance at Sun Tzu. Can you cook? Absolutely, Sun Tzu exclaimed, thumping his chest. My cooking is delectable. What shall we have for dinner? How about sweet and sour pork, scallion stir-fried meat, smashed cucumber, and to top it off, cold crab? Splendid. The two eagerly settled on their dinner plans, dismissing any notion that Golden Tooth could conjure any trouble. Failure was not an option. Since entering the dungeon, over half an hour had elapsed, while the other students remained ensnared in the beginner difficulty level. Su Jie's team had just finished clearing the second camp when fortune smiled upon them, revealing a piece of black iron equipment, a shield. Brother Su, a black iron shield. Our luck is extraordinary. This shield will enhance our health by 100 points and bolster our defense by 5 points, significantly increasing our efficiency in monster slaying. With the black iron shield equipped, Su Jie felt a surge of confidence. Everyone, let us hasten our pace. We aim to complete the challenge within 2 hours. At that moment, Luo Qingqing's team had already completed the novice difficulty. Remarkably, Luo Qingqing contributed a staggering 85 to the team's success. In this moment, the true value of her high damage talent was vividly on display. Her team finished the challenge in 1 hour and 32 minutes, surpassing the previous record by a remarkable 50 minutes. Normally, such an achievement would have stirred considerable excitement, yet now it barely caused a ripple. This was due to the fact that the record for the novice dungeon, the Golden Tooth Ruins, had been shattered by Lin Yuan, who completed it in just 45 minutes. Luo Qingqing's expression remained unperturbed. It was merely a record for a novice dungeon, one that would inevitably be broken eventually. What was there to be astonished about? The day before, she had casually inquired about summoners out of pure curiosity. Her father, a level 43 Gale swordsman who had undergone his second class change, and her own awakening of a high-level talent, made it clear that their futures would be worlds apart, unlikely to intersect. From her father, she learned that no summoner had ever completed the level 20 class change quest. Upon hearing this, she set Lin Yuan's name aside in her mind. Little did she expect him to break the novice dungeon record. With her deep understanding of professions, Luo Qingqing immediately considered the possibility of a summoned beast mutation. Perhaps he was merely a fortunate individual. However, she reasoned that luck could not carry one indefinitely. To become a formidable professional, relying solely on luck would not suffice. At her waist hung a green short sword, a piece of bronze equipment dropped by the copper tooth. With this gear, she believed that the ordinary difficulty of the Golden Tooth ruins would not pose much of an obstacle for them. Teacher, we wish to challenge the ordinary difficulty. As soon as Luo Qingqing finished speaking, the teacher standing before the dungeon shook his head decisively. You must wait for a moment. You can only proceed once the enforcement team has completed their investigation. The enforcement team? A look of confusion crossed Luo Qingqing's face. What does this have to do with them? Lin Yuan and Sun Su had ventured into the nightmare difficulty, their fates uncertain, and the enforcement team had been summoned to investigate the situation. Nightmare difficulty. Luo Qingqing's teammates gasped in disbelief. Are they out of their minds? Didn't the teacher warn us never to challenge nightmare difficulty? Even Luo Qingqing showed a hint of astonishment. Nightmare difficulty, she shook her head, thinking it was truly a case of overreaching. Some individuals fail to discern the distinction between fortune and their own prowess, ultimately causing harm to both themselves and others. It is a pity for Sun Su, a remarkably gifted priest, to have met such a meaningless demise. On the other side of the playground, two members of the enforcement team have thoroughly investigated the entire incident. An investigator named Feng Han, with a square face, informed Chen Hongwei that he has ascertained the details of the event, but the specific resolution will require some time. What are we waiting for? It is, of course, to ascertain whether Lin Yuan and Sun Su have perished within the underground city. In truth, there is no need for further waiting. Half an hour has already elapsed, and they should have emerged by now. If they have not surfaced at this juncture, it is likely that their situation is dire. The possibility of Lin Yuan and Sun Su successfully clearing the underground city has not crossed anyone's mind. At this moment, in the nightmarish realm of the Golden Tooth ruins, Lin Yuan has arrived at the final area where the Golden Tooth resides. The arena, comparable in size to a football field, is illuminated by numerous mechanical lights affixed to the surrounding walls. The instant Lin Yuan steps into the arena, a battalion of approximately 20 armored goblins emerges from the shadows. Elite Goblin, Chief, Level 9, Health 12,000, Attack 300, Defense 500, Skill 1, Defensive Stance Movement Speed reduced by 50%. Defense increased by 100%. Skill 2, Fervent Spirit upon entering combat. Attack power increases by 5 points per second. Capped at 300. Skill 3, Joint Defense for each Elite Goblin present. All Elite Goblins' defense increases by 50 points. The 20 fully armored goblins form an unyielding line, their shields raised, creating an impregnable barrier. Your presence here signifies that you are not comparable to the feeble beings outside. Yet, before you stands the fiercest warriors of the Golden Tooth clan. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The voice of Golden Tooth echoes from afar, though he remains unseen. Regardless of your origins, you will ultimately be halted here. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan impatiently interrupted. You, Golden Tooth, dare to hoard armor and train private soldiers? Are you plotting a rebellion? Today, I shall eradicate you, the traitor. With a snap of his fingers, Ollie sprang into action, charging forth with ferocity. Ollie barreled straight into the heart of the elite goblins, his finely crafted sword gleaming with an icy radiance as he drew it to strike. The blade flashed like a shooting star, akin to a chilling wind that swept through, leaving all in a state of profound cold. 44,000, critical hit. 44,000, critical hit. 44,000, critical hit. After a single strike, Ollie sheathed his weapon, the sound of clanking armor resonating around him. The 20 elite goblins could not withstand even a second, all perishing on the spot. With an attack power of 2,800, combined with sword mastery that reduces defense by 20%, even without a critical hit, he could annihilate this band of minions. Goblin Elite killed, 920. Experience points increased by 1800. Upon witnessing this, Sun Tzu shouted hoarsely, "What nonsense, Elite! They can't withstand a single strike from my brotherly. Is this enough for anyone to chop? And the Golden Tooth clan, how dare they call themselves a clan? Huh." After speaking, Sun Tzu spat contemptuously at the fallen Goblin Elite, his disdain evident on his face. Lin Yuan approached, kicking the corpses on the ground. Nothing dropped. What a bunch of impoverished fools. And they dare call themselves elite? Trash. I suggest you stop calling yourselves the Golden Tooth clan and instead name yourselves the Impoverished clan. Although the drop rate in the dungeon was low, this was a nightmare difficulty dungeon. After all, even common monsters dropped nothing. This was utterly disheartening. Perhaps Lin Yuan's words incited the ire of the Golden Tooth, as a high platform slowly rose in the center of the arena. With the Golden Tooth seated atop it, his face a mask of fury. Goblin Clan Leader Golden Tooth, Tier 3 Elite, Level 12, Health 150,000, Attack Power 2,000, Defense 1,000, Skill 1, Whirlwind/Golden Tooth raises his weapon, inflicting 1,500 physical damage to targets within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Skill 2, Intimidating Roar Golden Tooth lets out a mighty roar, instilling fear in targets within a 5-meter radius for 8 seconds. Cooldown time 40 seconds. Skill 3, Demonic Transformation. When health falls below 30%, Golden Tooth activates the demonic bloodline within him, restoring health to full and increasing attack power by 1,000. Skill 4, Flame Claw. Golden Tooth wields his demonic claws, delivering a devastating strike that inflicts 3,000 magical damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Requires demonic transformation. Gulp. Sun Tzu swallowed hard. This was utterly monstrous. With 150,000 health, 2,000 attack power, and a second phase to boot, in a novice dungeon, it was astonishing that it possessed both mechanisms and phase transitions. It seemed designed to prevent anyone from clearing it. Aside from the first little rascal, the second and third were no less formidable. Without triggering the mechanism, Silver Tooth could not be defeated. And Golden Tooth was even more formidable, boasting a second phase. Imagine the team of professionals toiling away, managing to deplete Golden Tooth's health by 30%. Lo and behold, Golden Tooth, brimming with arrogance, transitions into the second phase, morphing into a demonic form. Not only does his health regenerate completely, but he also acquires a magical damage skill. Equipment that can enhance spell resistance below level 10 is exceedingly rare, and with 3,000 points of magical damage, he can annihilate anyone in his path. Despite Ali boasting 14,000 health points, he is merely 5 skills away from demise. Lin, do you have confidence? Sun Tzu murmured softly. Is that even a question? Lin Yuan replied with an air of calm assurance. We can add a couple more dishes tonight and indulge in some drinks. The platform ceased its ascent, and Golden Tooth remained seated, ready to exchange some taunts. However, Ali initiated a zero-frame attack, launching a furious charge that sent Golden Tooth into a state of confusion. The furious charge followed by a blade strike. Ali was well versed in this sequence. In an instant, he inflicted a staggering total of 130,000 damage on Golden Tooth, with the first blow being a critical strike, followed by 2 consecutive hits, and the last 2 being regular slashes. Regrettably, the consecutive strikes did not land as critical hits. Otherwise, Golden Tooth would have been reduced to a mere carcass. As Golden Tooth regained his composure from the stupor, he barely had time to utter any taunts. Infuriated, he resolved to teach these despicable humans a severe lesson. Yet, upon glancing at his health bar, he was instantly struck with terror. This is impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. Lin Yuan smirked, serving as a reminder for being overly chatty. You should learn a lesson from this. Oh, my apologies. There won't be a next time. Without Lin Yuan's command to cease, Ali continued his relentless assault on Golden Tooth. Enough. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. A fiery aura enveloped Golden Tooth, forcefully repelling Ali. The transformation into a demon was triggered, activating the second phase. Upon transforming, Golden Tooth ripped off his armor, revealing his scorched, crimson skin. You now face a demon from the abyss. I, Golden Tooth, shall incinerate your souls with flames, ensuring your agonizing demise. Fool. Lin Yuan was utterly speechless. A being that could hardly be classified as a minor demon dared to claim the title of an abyssal demon. Such claims would bring shame to the infernal realms. Standing at 1.70 meters, Golden Tooth was considered robust among his kind. Yet his hunched back and charred skin told a different story. Two 1 centimeter protrusions emerged from his forehead, resembling horns, akin to a dog-headed creature that had fallen into a heap of glowing coals. "Bastard, come here." Lin Yuan beckoned provocatively with a flick of his finger. Golden Tooth's rationality was instantly extinguished, and with a thunderous roar, he charged at Lin Yuan, claws of flame ready to deliver death. Chapter 18. Advanced skills. The speed of the Golden Tooth was astonishing, yet someone was swifter. A towering figure stood before Lin Yuan, intercepting the strike. After fending off the attack, the cold intent hidden beneath Ali's mask was palpable. To dare harm my master is a death sentence. At the moment Lin Yuan rescued Ali from the abyss of despair, Ali had sworn fealty to him for life. Now, the audacity of another to assault Lin Yuan in plain sight was utterly unforgivable. Draw/meets promotion criteria, advancing to advanced skill. Charge draw/what? Just as Lin Yuan took a step forward, he halted. Moments ago, he had picked up the shield that Ali had discarded on the ground, ready to charge in and assist Ali against the Golden Tooth. With Lin Yuan's aid, they could surely leave the Golden Tooth searching for his own teeth. However, upon receiving this notification, Lin Yuan paused once more. Now, it was the Golden Tooth who warranted concern. Charge draw/advanced skill description unleashes a powerful slash, dealing 250 points of attack damage to targets within an 8-meter radius. Prior to release, it can be charged, adding an additional identical strike. The fine iron longsword lacked a sheath, yet this did not impede the release of the skill. Ali lowered his center of gravity, his right hand gathering energy. After successfully charging, Ali did not strike immediately. Instead, he glanced back at Lin Yuan. Understanding his cue, Lin Yuan promptly rescinded his summoning. In the next instant, Ali's form appeared beside Lin Yuan, showcasing the might of their advanced talent. Synchronized summoning seamlessly executed, revealing that there are no wasted talents, only ineffective practitioners. Furious charge. Ali surged forth like a speeding motorcycle, colliding forcefully with the Golden Tooth. History repeated itself, yet this time the Golden Tooth lacked the ability to transform. Charge draw/95,000, critical hit, 47,500, 22,800, 22800, 1903. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Tooth demonstrated a vanishing act with his health bar, succumbing before he could shake off the stun. Defeated Goblin Chief Golden Tooth, 12. Experience points gained, 6,000. Level increased to level 8, 44007000. Perhaps due to Lin Yuan's earlier taunts directed at the goblins for their poverty. The Golden Tooth was unexpectedly generous this time. For pieces of equipment manifested before Lin Yuan, 3 golden and 1 platinum. Within the confines of level 10, the highest tier of equipment is platinum. Should a practitioner possess a piece of platinum gear by level 10, congratulations are in order. Facing the level 20 job change quest will feel like child's play. Little Demon Wand. Grade, Platinum. Wearing requirement, level 10 attributes, Intelligence 50, Stamina 30. Mana 500. Fireball, consumes 50 points of mana to unleash a fireball, dealing 500 points of spell damage, enhanced by spell power, cooldown time 5 seconds. With this, you shall never again worry about obliterating corpses. Refined Iron Boots. Grade, Gold. Wearing requirement, level 8. Attributes, Strength 15. Stamina 15. Refined Iron Pauldrons. Grade, Gold. Wearing requirement, level 8. Attributes, Strength 15, Stamina 15. Refined Iron Chestplate. Grade, Gold. Wearing requirement, level 8. Attributes, Strength 15. Stamina 15. The Platinum Equipment, the Little Demon Wand, is an exceptional item for spellcasters. With its accompanying skill, Fireball, this equipment remains viable even at level 30. The 3 pieces of gold equipment, while slightly lacking in attributes, are considered the least impressive among gold-tier items. However, upon collecting all 3 pieces, the set bonus is activated. Collecting the refined iron set grants 1,000 additional health and 100 defense. At level 8, Lin Yuan, adorned with the complete set, approached a health total of 10,000 with a defense rating of 800. This is no mere summoner. One could easily mistake him for a shield warrior. Yet, who would expect a traditional spellcaster to don plate armor? It is solely Lin Yuan's extraordinary strength and stamina that allow him to endure such weight without faltering. Regarding Lin Yuan's looting behavior, Sun Tzu held no objections. After 2 dungeon runs today, merely tagging along for experience was sufficient return on investment. With the level indicator prominently displaying an 8, Sun Tzu's smile was unyielding. Congratulations on conquering the nightmare difficulty at the Golden Tooth Ruins. Completion time 42 minutes. Would you like to hide your name announcement? No. Lin Yuan decisively opted for no. Why conceal one's name? Is this a ploy of underestimation? That tactic is long outdated. If one does not showcase their strength, there will always be clowns seeking to assert their presence, which is infinitely bothersome. Moreover, only he and Sun Tzu had entered the nightmare difficulty, so hiding their names would be akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell, utterly unnecessary. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for conquering the nightmare difficulty at the Golden Tooth Ruins. Completion time 42 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for conquering the nightmare difficulty at the Golden Tooth Ruins. Completion time 42 minutes. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for conquering the nightmare difficulty at the Golden Tooth Ruins. Completion time 42 minutes. The moment the announcement appeared, Sun Tzu's smile radiated brightly. Brother Lin, if others find out we conquered the nightmare difficulty, they will surely be left dumbfounded. I can hardly wait to see the looks of astonishment on their faces. Old Chun, this time he must surely become the vice principal. That is undoubtedly a certainty. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, pondering how this old Chun, despite being quite an adult, remains a source of concern. 5 minutes earlier, Tianyi, the captain of the 3rd squad of the law enforcement team in Tianfeng City, arrived at the first high school to announce the disciplinary action against Chun Hongwei. At that moment, nearly the entire faculty and student body had gathered in the square before the underground city. Chun Hongwei had failed to fulfill his duties as a teacher, resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 aspiring professionals in the nightmare difficulty level dungeon. Consequently, he was being dispatched to serve at the No. 38 Bug Nest Fortress for a period of 10 years. Principal Chen Qingshan was deemed negligent and was relieved of his position at the first high school. Upon the announcement of the penalties, both Chen Qingshan and Chun Hongwei sighed simultaneously. Chen Qingshan was fortunate, as he would simply be reassigned to another school, while Chun Hongwei faced a grim fate, destined for the front line to confront the insectoids. The Bug Nest Fortress was an exceedingly perilous place, fraught with the constant threat of terrifying insect creatures and an alarmingly high death rate. Upon hearing of Chun Hongwei's imminent deployment to the number 38 Bug Nest Fortress, 2 teachers who were close to him expressed their indignation. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu lamented that the students themselves had chosen the nightmare difficulty. Why should Chun Hongwei bear the burden of going to the Bug Nest Fortress? Indeed, prior to their awakenings, Chun Hongwei had repeatedly cautioned his students against selecting the nightmare difficulty, yet they had disregarded his advice, shifting the responsibility onto him. Chapter 19. Choosing the nightmare difficulty is due to it being the highest available. Wang Ming, Li Feng, enough said. Chun Hongwei shook his head. This was indeed his dereliction of duty. He should have accompanied Lin Yuan to the entrance of the dungeon to assist in selecting the difficulty, which could have prevented the impulsive decision that led to their demise. More critically, they were both level 2 professionals, a rarity across the entirety of Xia country and even Blue Star. Today, tragically, 2 had perished. The 10-year service at the front line was already a lenient punishment. Captain Tianyi of the 3rd squad was a reasonable individual. He paid no heed to the 2 teachers' comments and did not rush Chen Hongwei. You have 1 hour to pack your belongings. Tianyi glanced at the time, adding, do not entertain thoughts of escape. You are well aware of the law enforcement team's capabilities. I am indeed aware, Chen Hongwei replied with a wry smile. The minimum threshold for the law enforcement team members was level 20 and completion of their class transition tasks. As the captain of the 3rd squad, Tianyi boasted a level of 37, while Chun Hongwei's level was merely 17. There was no chance of escape. There is no need to pack. I will accompany you at once, Chen Hongwei declared with a sense of resignation. Since he was destined for service, the possessions at home were of little consequence. I shall acquire new ones upon my return, if I am fortunate enough to return at all. As the enforcement team prepared to escort Chen Hongwei away, a sudden notification resonated throughout the entire square. Congratulations to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu's team for conquering the nightmare difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins in 42 minutes. The first to react was Tianyi, astonished that they had actually completed the challenge, realizing that the higher authorities would soon be burdened with a dilemma. Next to respond was Chun Hongwei, his face alight with joy. This meant he would no longer have to venture into the insect nest fortress and perhaps could even ascend to the role of director. The others shared the same astonishment. 2 individuals had successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty. How was that even possible? Good heavens, they had indeed triumphed over the nightmare difficulty, surely. This was not a mere figment of imagination. Luo Qingqing's teammates gaped in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Even Luo Qingqing herself was no exception. The nightmare difficulty was something she had never fathomed, as it was not intended for ordinary challengers. Only a team of 5 high-level, gifted professionals could hope to succeed. Yet, Lin Yuan, a summoner, along with Sun Tzu, a priest, had managed to conquer the nightmare difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins, and astonishingly, they did so 3 minutes faster than the novice level. It was simply unbelievable. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Yuan faced the final assessment. Cleared the Golden Tooth Ruins, nightmare difficulty, evolution points, 1600. This dungeon saw the defeat of the safety technician Silver Tooth, Tier 3 Elite, evolution points, 500. The battle robot Annihilator 4000, Tier 3 Elite, evolution points, 500, and the goblin leader Golden Tooth, Tier 3 Elite, evolution points, 500. Battle duration, 42 minutes, flawless completion. Evolution points, 500. Total rewards from this dungeon, evolution points, 3,600, experience points, 10,000. The substantial experience points elevated Lin Yuan to level 9, 74008000, leaving him with a mere fraction of experience to reach level 10, which felt quite disconcerting. Lin Yuan anticipated that the notifications had concluded, but to his surprise, there was more. Triggered perfect completion. The derivative dungeon, the plain mine, has been unlocked. With a thunderous sound, a second portal appeared at the entrance of the Golden Tooth Ruins dungeon. Alarmed, he called out, "We have an unknown dungeon emerging. Quickly evacuate all staff and students." Tian Yi reacted swiftly, rushing to the dungeon entrance to prevent any potential monster incursions. "Do not panic. This is merely a resource dungeon, and no monsters will emerge." Lin Yuan reassured Tian Yi. "This is the plain mine, which contains 200 million tons of iron ore." What? Tian Yi momentarily lost focus. 200 million tons. He approached the dungeon entrance with a mix of skepticism and excitement, and soon his face radiated joy. He immediately reported this revelation to his superior, Liao Chun, the captain of the Tianfeng City enforcement team. "Hey, boss, someone has perfectly cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins, and a derivative secret realm has appeared. Yes, it's iron ore, 200 million tons. Absolutely, how could I deceive you?" After hanging up the phone, Tian Ye's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian Yi, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the law enforcement team in Tianfeng City. It is a pleasure to meet both of you." After a brief handshake, Lin Yuan expressed his astonishment. "Captain Tian, isn't the law enforcement team primarily concerned with crimes committed by professionals? Why are you here at No. 1 Middle School?" This question left Tian Yi momentarily speechless. "Why am I here? It is all due to the two of you. Your reckless decision to opt for the nightmare difficulty has potentially resulted in the demise of 2-tiered professionals. Your homeroom teacher nearly got taken away to serve at the insect nest fortress." Tian Yi succinctly recounted the situation to Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. Lin Yuan, bemused, responded, "Is that really a valid reason to apprehend Old Chin for service? Do you consider this a trivial matter?" Tian Yi shot Lin Yuan a glare. "You two could have at least given people a heads up before making such a choice. A little psychological preparation would have been appreciated." At this point, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic smile. "Captain Tian, do you believe that if I informed the school of my intention to select the nightmare difficulty, they would acquiesce?" Tian Yi hesitated. "Probably not. Definitely not," Lin Yuan asserted firmly. "As a sewer profession summoner, alongside a completely non-combative priest, there is no conceivable way we could conquer the nightmare difficulty in the Golden Tooth Ruins. If I had disclosed my choice to the school in advance, I would surely have been barred from entering the dungeon. Am I correct?" Tian Yi was rendered speechless, as Lin Yuan's reasoning was indisputable. Were he in the principal's position, he would have acted similarly. "The reason I didn't mention it was not to conceal anything, but because I deemed it unnecessary. For others, the nightmare difficulty is akin to an insurmountable chasm, but for me, it feels as comfortable as returning home." "Do you need to inform others when you return home?" Sun Tzu interjected, Others choose the normal difficulty after completing the beginner difficulty because they can only challenge that level. My brother Lin opts for the nightmare difficulty because it is the highest level available. Captain Tian, you must understand. I understand. What nonsense is this? Though Tian Yi maintained a smile on his face, internally, he was berating them. Does this even make sense? Entering the nightmare difficulty dungeon is like returning home? The only reason to select nightmare is that it is the highest level? How on earth did I fail to come up with such pretentious reasoning back then? Chapter 20. Not a single coin less. Tian Yi took out his phone, pulling up the information on Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. Their identities posed no issues. Both were newly awakened professionals today. Sun Tzu's talent was the tiered light of charity, and his profession was priest. Lin Yuan's talent was the tiered summoning coordination, and his profession was summoner. Had it been an ordinary investigator, they might have been astonished and inquired how Lin Yuan and his companion managed to conquer the nightmare difficulty. However, Tian Yi refrained from asking, as this matter likely pertained to the most profound secrets of certain professionals. Although he could not pose the question, Tian Yi, being well-versed and knowledgeable, could surmise some information. The individual named Sun Tzu, overly boisterous and incessantly addressing Lin as Brother Lin, clearly had little relevance to their successful dungeon clearance. Thus, here was a summoner, single-handedly tackling the nightmare dungeon. Even though Tian Yi had encountered numerous prodigies, he could not help but regard Lin Yuan as a veritable monster in his mind. With a gentle tap of his finger, Tian Yi annotated Lin Yuan's profile, noting, suspected multiple mutations of summoned beast lineage and suspected dual talent possessor. After a brief pause, he added 2 more lines, fond of showing off, and recommended for cultivation as a key seed. From the moment Lin Yuan emerged from the dungeon to the brief conversation with Tian Yi, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed, during which Tian Yi had astutely deduced nearly all the possibilities regarding Lin Yuan's success in the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Truly, the captain of the 3rd squad was commendably astute. Not only had the 2 of them survived the nightmare dungeon, but they had also flawlessly cleared the Golden Tooth ruins. Today's events could be deemed a misunderstanding. The decision to penalize Chun Hongwei and Qin Qingshan was rendered null. The enforcement team also bore responsibility for this incident, and Tian Yi publicly expressed his apologies to all present. This exemplified the integrity of the enforcement team in Xia country, as they acted with transparency and accountability, never shirking responsibility. With this, the matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. Qin Qingshan instructed the other faculty and students to return to their classes, leaving only the students who had awakened that day at the dungeon plaza. As the prohibition on the dungeon was lifted, the teacher at the entrance called out to Luo Qingqing, asking if they intended to enter. Yes, Luo Qingqing replied, regaining her composure and leading her team into the ordinary difficulty of the Golden Tooth ruins, until Luo Qingqing's team entered the dungeon. Not a single gaze from the crowd in the plaza strayed in their direction. Chun Hongwei approached Lin Yuan, his heart still racing as he patted his chest. You rascal. You truly are something else. You nearly scared me to death. Look at your reaction, Lin Yuan shrugged. Didn't I ask you before entering the dungeon if you wanted to be vice principal? You should have been mentally prepared for this. Oh, so now it's my fault, is it? Chun Hongwei retorted, his brow furrowing. I suppose I should have grasped the essence of your words. Should I pen a 1,000-word reflection then? A 1,000-word reflection? Let us skip that, Lin Yuan chuckled. How about 1,000 yuan for barbecue instead? You little rascal. Trying to swindle me. Chun Hongwei laughed as he scolded. Come over to my place tonight, and I'll whip up a couple of dishes for you. Sun Tzu should come too. Let us celebrate. In the past, Lin Yuan would have readily agreed with great enthusiasm. Chun Hongwei was well aware of Lin Yuan's modest background, which is why he often invited him over for meals. Over time, their relationship developed into that of close friends. This also explains why Chun Hongwei did not abandon Lin Yuan even after learning of his choice to become a summoner. I won't be going to your house today, Lin Yuan said, lifting his chin slightly. Come and see my newly moved villa. This statement was intentionally directed at Qin Qingshan. Lin Yuan would never demand what was not rightfully his. What belonged to him must be obtained without compromise. Upon mentioning the villa, Chun Hongwei suddenly recalled the principal's words. As long as Lin Yuan cleared the dungeon at the normal difficulty level, he would be eligible to reside in the villa district. With Lin Yuan having perfectly cleared the nightmare difficulty, there was no longer any reason to prevent him from moving. Qin Qingshan, who stood nearby, clearly understood the implication. He promptly declared that he would take care of the moving arrangements. Lin Yuan, Your accommodations in the Villa District are all set. You are assigned to No. 288 Longding Community, and you can move in at any time without concern for any expenses. Sun Tzu, you are in number 289, right next door. By the way, regarding the previous tier skills, they will be distributed this afternoon alongside the rewards from the Nightmare Dungeon. That sounds wonderful, Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Principal. As time passed, an increasing number of teams emerged from the dungeon, the majority of whom had been teleported out due to failed attempts at conquest. Only a select few had successfully cleared it, including Su Jie's team. Su Jie took 2 hours and 10 minutes to complete the novice dungeon, a time that would have shattered records in previous years, yet this year it seemed rather commonplace. Not to mention Lin Yuan's astonishing 45 minutes. Even Luo Qingqing's team, which completed it in 1 hour and 32 minutes, was beyond Su Jie's reach. At the entrance of the dungeon, the 5 members of Su Jie's team bore complex expressions. Yet, throughout it all, Lin Yuan never cast them a glance. It was a blatant disregard, a stark contrast that needed no words. They were acutely aware of the chasm that separated them. Reflecting on the mocking comments from yesterday, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. It was absurd for a group of ants to mock a slumbering lion. Unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, Su Jie chose to enter the normal difficulty dungeon. With more and more students emerging, Chun Hongwei found it difficult to continue his idle chatter with Lin Yuan. He had to comfort the defeated classmates and provide guidance for their review. Lin Yuan contemplated leveling up to 10, as he was merely 600 experience points short, a prospect that felt increasingly awkward. For Lin Yuan, the difference between level 10 and level 9 was as vast as the sky and the earth. Level 10 would unlock a second summoning slot, providing ample evolution points and guaranteeing at least a Tier 3 elite, in addition to acquiring a tier talent. One can also equip the little demon staff, experiencing the sensation of a mage. Arriving at the entrance of the dungeon, Lin Yuan casually selected a warrior difficulty level. You have perfectly cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins. Entry is forbidden. Unable to enter? Lin Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, with no means to access the dungeon. Where could he gain experience? Tianyi, who had been by Lin Yuan's side, observed his intent to enter the dungeon and explained, after perfectly clearing the nightmare difficulty. One can no longer enter the dungeon. Oh, I see, Lin Yuan realized, as this had not been covered in class. Your teachers would never anticipate a student clearing the nightmare difficulty of a novice dungeon. Not just Chen Hong, but 99.99% of the teachers would not have foreseen this. The remaining few probably recount it as a jest to their students. Chapter 21. The ownership of the iron mine. Captain Tian, aside from the school, are there other dungeons? You wish to explore other dungeons? Tianyi inquired. What is your current level? Lin Yuan glanced at his experience bar, level 9, but he was on the brink of reaching level 10. The Practitioner Association has several dungeons. The Law Enforcement Team, the Demon Suppression Army, and various guilds control a number of dungeons. However, those are primarily for levels 10 and above. As far as I know, Tianfeng City currently possesses only 3 dungeons suitable for practitioners below level 10: Golden Tooth Ruins, Skeleton Graveyard, and Daffodil Garden. Golden Tooth Ruins is off the table. You've already perfectly cleared it. Daffodil Garden is located next to number 2 Middle School. It is quite unique, requiring no combat, as it is a puzzle-type dungeon, with the highest difficulty being adventure level. Given your disposition, you likely wouldn't choose that. Lastly, the Skeleton Graveyard poses an exceptionally high difficulty. The creatures within are undead. Disturbing one will attract a swarm, severely testing the team's cooperative abilities. The level restriction for the Skeleton Graveyard is 115, with the normal difficulty set at level 11. If you opt for Nightmare difficulty, you will certainly exceed level 15. Noticing Lin Yuan's intrigued expression, Tianyi offered a suggestion. I know you aspire to challenge the Nightmare difficulty. My advice is to first tackle the hard or adventure difficulty. Elevate your level to 10. Acquire a set of silver equipment, and obtain a second summoned beast before contemplating the Nightmare difficulty. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. That is a commendable suggestion, yet he declined. With a full set of golden equipment, why would he need to gather a silver set? Slaying a few monsters in the Nightmare dungeon would easily elevate him to level 10, allowing him to learn the level 10 summoning skill directly. How convenient. Moreover, each dungeon only rewards evolution points upon first completion. The Nightmare difficulty grants 1,600 points, while the normal difficulty offers merely 100. Wouldn't that mean a needless loss of 1,500 evolution points? Captain Tian, where is the skeleton graveyard located? In the southernmost part of Tianfeng City, near the outskirts. There is a bus that goes directly there. Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging the information. Tomorrow, after waking up naturally, he would go. By the way, Tian Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling an important matter he had forgotten to mention. If you wish to enter other dungeons, you must first visit the Adventurers Association to obtain a dungeon pass issued by them. A pass? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Is a pass really required to enter a dungeon? I didn't need one when I entered the Golden Tooth Ruins. That was a novice dungeon, designed for adventurers below level 10, hence no pass was necessary. However, dungeons above level 10 require a pass, Tian Yi explained, providing the two with a brief overview of the regulations concerning adventurers entering dungeons. The management of adventurers in the Summer Nation is exceedingly stringent. To enter a dungeon, one must hold a pass issued by the Adventurers Association. The passes are categorized by levels, ranging from the basic to the nightmarish, indicating which difficulty level of dungeon an adventurer is permitted to enter. This system significantly reduces the casualties among adventurers and enables them to find suitable teammates swiftly when forming parties. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded, recognizing that this system effectively filters out unqualified companions. After all, an adventurer holding a pass for a higher difficulty level would not venture into a dungeon with one possessing a basic pass, unless they were there to assist. After contemplating, Lin Yuan confirmed his itinerary for the following day. He would first visit the Adventurers Association to obtain the pass before heading to the skeleton graveyard. As they conversed, a silver-haired man, clad in the uniform of the law enforcement team and appearing to be in his 30s, descended from the sky. How nostalgic. It was the essence of youth. The man walked through the air, approaching Lin Yuan and Tian Yi step by step. Tian Yi's lips twitched slightly. Captain. The newcomer was none other than Liao Chun, the commander of the law enforcement team in Tianfeng City, renowned as the Storm Fistmaster at level 48. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liao Chun, he said, tossing his hair back and revealing a bright smile. I am the commander of the law enforcement team in Tianfeng City, an external advisor to the Demon Suppression Army, and a 3-time runner-up in the Tianfeng City martial arts competition. Just an unremarkable level 48 fist fighter. Lin Yuan remarked quietly to himself, Sun Tzu. This guy is even more pretentious than you. Yet, he lacks the essence of pretense. Who boasts about themselves like that? Little did he know. Subtle pretense is the most lethal. If someone were to loudly announce his name at this moment, followed by others reciting his various titles, that would indeed create an impressive atmosphere. Tian Yi, listening intently, struggled to suppress his laughter, finding the situation quite amusing. Liao Chen's expression momentarily froze, but soon his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This scrawny lad had spoken something quite interesting. When the next martial arts tournament commences, this is how we shall proceed. Captain, the derivative underground city lies just beyond. Let us attend to business promptly. With Tian Yi's reminder, Liao Chen began to focus on the task at hand. First assessing the stability of the derivative underground city, confirming that the output posed no issues. Finally, he needed to ascertain the ownership of this underground city. Typically, when resource-based derivative underground cities emerge, the mining rights belong to the faction that possesses the city. However, the Golden Tooth Ruins, being a novice underground city, are under the jurisdiction of Tianfeng City and do not belong to any single faction. This, unfortunately, is the most perplexing predicament. This implies that the law enforcement team, the Practitioner Association, and the Demon Suppression Army can all partake in the mining. Tian Yi, do you think our law enforcement team could monopolize this plains mine? Liao Chun inquired softly, only to be met with a look of incredulity from Tian Yi. Captain, you surely do not intend to claim it all for yourself. This is a staggering 200 million tons of iron ore. Lin Yandong, the president of the Practitioner Association, and General Meng Zhan of the Demon Suppression Army would undoubtedly team up against us. With a sigh, Liao Chen conceded. Indeed, those two are formidable adversaries. Very well. I shall report this matter to the deputy mayor and allow him to make the decision. As the position of mayor in Tianfeng City was temporarily vacant, all matters, large and small, fell under the purview of Deputy Mayor Xinzhong. Xinzhong, a boundary master of merely level 42, had established all the city's boundaries. His presence assured a tenfold increase in the city's safety. Upon receiving Liao Chen's report while attending to official duties, Shenzhong deliberated briefly before proposing a reasonable allocation plan. With the recent signs of instability at the Zerg stronghold, the distribution would be as follows. The Demon Suppression Army would receive 50%, the Practitioner Association 30%, the Law Enforcement Team 10%, and the remaining 10% would go to Lin Yuan. 10%? Is that not rather paltry? Liao Chen muttered under his breath. That fellow Meng Zhan must be grinning ear to ear. Shenzhong's execution was remarkably swift. Within 10 minutes, a crimson certificate was delivered to Lin Yuan. As he perused the document, Lin Yuan remarked, "Only 1/10? 1/10 is still significant," Liao Chen retorted. "Our law enforcement team possesses but a mere 10%. Do not be so ungrateful." Tian Yi patiently elucidated to Lin Yuan the rationale behind this distribution. With a staggering 200 million tons of reserves, mining and transportation necessitate manpower and incur costs. The Demon Suppression Army's substantial share is justified, given their frontline battles against the Zerg. The iron extracted can be forged into weapons, and every superior weapon lessens casualties. The Practitioner Association requires this iron to craft sufficient equipment, thereby enhancing the strength of practitioners to confront the ever-looming threat of underground cities. Though this derivative underground city emerged due to your presence. Without the Demon Suppression Army and the Practitioner Association, I believe you would not have had the opportunity to stand here today. The field spoke the truth. Lin Yuan's parents perished 15 years ago during the Zerg Fortress riot. Until yesterday, Lin Yuan had been availing himself of social welfare, which was not merely a product of chance. Had he not been born in the Xia nation, he might have been abandoned in a desolate corner, left to fend for himself. Lin Yuan was not an ungrateful person. He would not quibble over a mere fragment of iron ore. "Captain Tian, can this be converted into cash?" Lin Yuan raised the certificate in his hand. "As you mentioned earlier, mining this requires resources, with neither manpower nor funds. Retaining it serves little purpose. It would be wiser to sell it for something more beneficial. The iron ore, once smelted and forged, could at best yield equipment of silver grade below level 25. Lin Yuan, currently at level 9, was already equipped with predominantly golden gear. By the time he reached level 25, to put it bluntly, he would hardly bother to collect silver gear even if it lay strewn upon the ground. It would be beneath him. However, this world was not one where everyone possessed Lin Yuan's advantages. Ordinary practitioners constituted the vast majority. Thus, the 1/10 mining right he held was quite valuable. "You wish to sell?" Captain Tian paused for a moment. "I suggest you sell it to the Practitioners Association." "Sell to the Practitioners Association?" "The portion you hold is desired by the Demon Suppression Army." A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in sunglasses, strode towards them, flanked by dozens of armored warriors. Upon reaching Lin Yuan, the man removed his sunglasses and revealed a rather amiable smile. "I am Meng Zhan, the commander of the 27th Legion of the Demon Suppression Army. I can exchange your share for a skill at my level." Upon hearing level skill, Liao Chen was momentarily stunned. "Meng Zhan, when did you become so generous? A level skill for a mere 1/10 share? If you provide me with a level skill, I shall sell you our enforcement team's share as well." Captain Tian grew anxious, tugging at Liao Chen as if to silence him. Lin Yuan too was astonished. A level skill was exceedingly rare. Liao Chen, at level 48, possessed only one such skill, a trump card of sorts, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. "Do not rush to agree," Meng Zhan said, producing a skill book and placing it before Lin Yuan. Although it was a level skill, it was exclusively for summoned beasts. Deathly Sword Aura, level, exclusive skill for summoned beast skill description, consumes 500 mana, inflicting 10 of the target's maximum health as magical damage and restoring 50 of the actual damage dealt as health. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Killing an enemy that grants experience will reduce the cooldown by 2 seconds. The skill was indeed impressive, but its limitation to summoned beasts rendered it somewhat lackluster. Liao Chen stroked his chin and shook his head. "I believe you should exchange it for a skill usable by yourself, even if it is merely a level skill. I will take it." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan tossed the certificate into Meng Zhan's hands. Upon glimpsing the skill book, his gaze became entranced. The skill Death Sword Chi offered both formidable output and enduring sustainability. Furthermore, this skill could be upgraded in the future, seemingly tailored for Ali's capabilities. Splendidly decisive. Meng Zhan chuckled heartily and began to organize personnel for extraction. Principal Chen Qingshan hurried back from the outside, having just acquired a high-level summoner skill from the Practitioner Association. Upon encountering Liao Chun and Meng Zhan, he was momentarily taken aback. One was the chief of the law enforcement team in Tianfeng City, and the other the commander of the 27th Legion of the Demon Suppression Army. How could they both be here at Yizhong? You must be the principal. Meng Zhan addressed him. I must inform you that this underground city has been requisitioned by the Demon Suppression Army. Requisitioned? Chen Qingshan hesitated. Will our newly awakened practitioners still be able to enter the Golden Tooth Ruins? It has nothing to do with the Golden Tooth Ruins. You may proceed as usual. Meng Zhan waved dismissively. We are merely responsible for extracting the ores from the Plain Mountain. Oh, I see. Chen Qingshan, somewhat dazed, acknowledged this information. Upon realizing that this underground city possessed a staggering reserve of 200 million tons of iron ore, he was utterly astounded. Touching the high-level skill book in his possession, a radiant smile broke across Chen Qingshan's face. Lin Yuan, forgive my poor memory. This high-level skill book has been languishing in the school's warehouse, unnoticed until now. As a reward for your triumph in conquering the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon and bringing honor to Yizhong, the school has decided to grant you 1 million in cash. Initially, he had intended to offer 500,000, but upon reflection, it was clear that this was inadequate. Achieving a perfect victory in the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon and uncovering a resource-rich derivative dungeon had astonished both Meng Zhan and Liao Chun. Thus, Chen Qingshan resolutely doubled the reward to 1 million. 1 million in cash was ample to procure a level 10 golden equipment piece. Lin Yuan accepted the skill book, Summon Wood Elf, high level, learning level, level 20 skill description, consumes 200 mana points to summon a wood elf of the same level as the caster, with a bloodline rank of 3, capable of being upgraded to a maximum of 5. The wood elf is likely to serve as a supportive summon, quite commendable. Ali excels in melee combat, and his second summon, the skeleton warrior, also specializes in close combat. Adding a support unit will undoubtedly elevate their overall strength. The Demon Suppression Army operated with remarkable efficiency, quickly transforming the area surrounding the dungeon into a fortified military stronghold. Many students emerged from the dungeon, bewildered by the sight of the military encirclement. What is happening? Why is the area surrounded by troops? Chen Qingshan patiently explained the situation to the teachers, and all the students once again turned their eager gazes toward Lin Yuan, their anticipation palpable. Chapter 23, Nightmare Difficulty Pass Assessment. Look at them. Lin Gu, Sun Tzu chuckled. They all resemble a bunch of resentful souls. I bet they are regretting their choices now. His glee was palpable. Lin Yuan, however, chose to ignore the others entirely. Let us see what is happening in the Villa District. Tian Yu was also preparing to leave. Upon learning that the two were heading to Longding Community, he invited them to join him. I just happen to be going home. Let us ride together. That sounds great, Lin Yuan replied without hesitation, opening the car door and settling inside. Does Captain Tian reside in the Villa District as well? Lin Yuan queried, a hint of disdain in his tone. Tian Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Who doesn't he possess exceptional talent? Can Captain Tian solo the Nightmare Dungeon? Sun Tzu leaned forward, curiosity etched across his face. Damn it, if you can't speak wisely, then don't say anything at all, Tian Yi retorted. If I could solo the Nightmare Dungeon, I would have long since become the chief, or rather, the mayor. Why have you fallen silent, Captain Tian? Sun Tzu's voice rang out again. Do you not enjoy conversing? Tian Yi's forehead twitched slightly. Buckle up, I'm about to accelerate. He was eager to reach Longding Community swiftly, fearing he might not restrain himself from delivering a punch to Sun Tzu's face. Captain Tian, stop ahead, Sun Tzu urged, tapping the window. At that seafood vendor. After purchasing seafood, Sun Tzu insisted that Tian Yi make a detour to the vegetable market. Silence reigned as they traveled. Upon arriving at Longding Community, an inexplicable smile appeared on Tian Yi's face as Sun Tzu and Lin Yuan alighted from the vehicle. You two are heading to the Practitioners Association for the pass examination tomorrow, right? Best of luck. With that, he pressed the accelerator and vanished from their sight. Lin Gu, that old fellow isn't harboring any ill intentions, is he? Sun Tzu picked at his nose. I hope tomorrow's exam won't be rigged. That's all you're doing. Lin Yuan shot him a glare. Your words could choke a person. Sun Tzu chuckled. Impressing me is fine, but attempting to show off in front of Lin Gu is out of the question. I shall steadfastly protect your title as the king of show-offs. Get lost. Lin Yuan replied, delivering a swift kick to Sun Tzu's backside. Go cook something. I haven't eaten since noon and am starving. All right. Sun Tzu was quick on his feet, preparing 4 dishes in under 20 minutes. Each plate was a feast for the senses, incomparable to any buffet outside. It would be a disservice not to pursue a career as a chef. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yuan returned to his secluded villa. The 3-story building was entirely his own, offering utmost privacy. Lying on his bed, Lin Yuan stretched luxuriously, reveling in the comfort. What was the arduous journey to the dungeon for, if not for moments like these? Indulging in pleasure is the very essence of existence. Oh, I should let Ollie enjoy this too. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, summoning Ollie. Choose a room. This shall be our home from now on. Home. Such an unfamiliar term for one born to battle. In his lexicon, the concept of home scarcely existed. Yet that was in the past. Now, it had taken on meaning. As Ollie stepped out of the room, his pace was deliberate, searching for a space to call his own. Upon reaching the leftmost room on the 2nd floor, he was captivated by the sight of a piano nestled in the corner, not far from which stood a violin. Approaching the violin, Ollie gently removed his bronze armor, revealing his slender fingers and somewhat pallid complexion. In his dreams, Lin Yuan seemed to hear the intermittent strains of music. Initially disordered, it soon transformed into a melodious composition. The following day, Lin Yuan was awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. It was Ollie who opened it, while Sun Tzu stood waiting outside. Brotherly, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've prepared some for us to share. After breakfast, the two set off for the Practitioner Association. The association was conveniently located near Longding Community. Within half an hour, they arrived at the main hall. The receptionist greeted them with a perfunctory smile. Placing 2 forms on the table, those participating in the Dungeon Pass assessment should fill out the registration form. Shortly, staff will guide you to the designated examination room. After receiving the forms, Lin Yuan filled in his basic information first, then designated himself as an all-rounder. In the final section, which offered options for team or solo participation, he decisively chose to participate alone. Sun Tzu's selections were entirely different. He designated himself as a healing support and opted for team participation. When Lin Yuan handed the forms to the receptionist, he noticed her eyes widen in surprise. Exceptional talent. And you possess too. After meticulously verifying their information, the receptionist was taken aback. Sun Tzu's application was relatively standard, but could this handsome gentleman named Lin Yuan have made a mistake? A summoner, designated as all-rounder. Intending to take the solo exam? Excuse me, sir, are you certain you wish to participate alone? The receptionist inquired with responsibility. Solo examination could result in injury. If you are certain, I will arrange your assessment. Please proceed with the arrangements. I have other matters to attend to shortly. Lin Yuan nodded. After registering, a staff member escorted Sun Tzu and Lin Yuan to the examination venue, a training hall the size of a football field. In the center stood 5 examiners, the weakest among them at least level 30. Among them was a familiar face, Tian Yi. With an impassive expression, Tian Yi announced that those participating in the team examination could now form their squads, and the final scores would be contingent upon the contributions made within the team. Sun Tzu inhaled sharply. He realized with dismay that this old fellow was the examiner, and he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for any past grievances. Serves you right for your loose tongue, Lin Yuan commented with a gleeful smirk. But don't worry, Captain Tian is not that petty, at most. You'll face a bit of hardship. As the examination commenced, the professionals eagerly began to form teams. Sun Tzu, being only at level 9, found himself shunned by others due to his low rank. However, once he revealed his exceptional talent, numerous teams vied for his inclusion. Ultimately, Sun Tzu chose a team consisting of 2 warriors, 1 archer, and 1 assassin. Without a moment's hesitation, as the examination began, Sun Tzu immediately possessed one of the warriors. Had he delayed even a fraction longer, the examination robots would have already advanced upon him. His team faced a 2-meter-tall humanoid robot, designed by a skilled mechanic, capable of integrating various combat directives. As the battle unfolded, Sun Tzu's teammates performed mediocrely. Had it not been for Sun Tzu's substantial healing abilities, they would have been eliminated long ago. Ultimately, Sun Tzu secured a dungeon pass for the adventure difficulty, while his teammates only received a standard-level dungeon pass. With the team examination concluded, it was time for the individual assessments. Including Lin Yuan, only 2 individuals were set to compete. Lin Yuan was relatively unknown, while the other professional seemed to possess some notoriety. Look, it's Di Qing. Someone recognized him, recalling that he had just obtained an adventure difficulty dungeon pass 2 weeks prior. Why is he back again today? Professionals speculated. You wouldn't understand. He.s. aiming for the warrior pass this time. A gasp arose at the mention of the warrior difficulty. Had Di-Ching significantly improved his strength during this period? Hearing the discussions around him, Di-Ching remained expressionless, thinking, significantly improved? Who do they think they are looking down upon? It should be described as a meteoric rise. Recently, he had been fortunate enough to acquire 3 pieces of golden equipment and a high-level skill. He was fully confident in his ability to challenge the warrior difficulty. At level 15, with the profession of swordsman and a talent for swiftness that augmented his attack and movement speed by 50%, Di-Ching was the first to take the assessment. With 3 pieces of golden gear, a high-level talent, and a superior skill, he had believed he could effortlessly vanquish the examination robot. However, contrary to his expectations, Di-Ching exerted tremendous effort to finally breach the robot's shield, narrowly passing the examination. This feat astonished the other professionals. He actually succeeded. Truly a rising star of the Iron Sword Guild, within a few months, Di-Ching would likely reach level 20. Upon receiving his pass, Di-Ching was filled with immense joy. Gazing at Lin Yuan, I thought to myself, forgive me, with my brilliance preceding you. You must be feeling quite anxious now. I hope my dazzling performance does not hinder your own. As it was Lin Yuan's turn, Tian Ye's gaze intensified. He had not come here to settle personal scores. He could easily ambush Sun Tzu in the dead of night and administer a beating without a second thought. Tian Ye's true objective lay with Lin Yuan. He yearned to discern the limits of Lin Yuan's abilities. What difficulty level do you choose to challenge? The examiner inquired. Holding a form aloft. Nightmare. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. The announcement of the nightmare difficulty sent shockwaves through the crowd. Surely, I did not hear incorrectly. He intends to confront the examination robot set to nightmare difficulty. The physical defenses of the robot reached a staggering 1,000 points, with shields exceeding 200,000. How could he possibly succeed? Di-Ching was equally astonished by Lin Yuan's choice of nightmare difficulty. Yet upon observing Lin Yuan's level and class, disappointment washed over him, and he shook his head. Seeking to draw attention, he mused. Perhaps his impressive display had influenced his mindset, leading him to believe he could not pass the examination. Thus, he resorted to a desperate gamble, hoping to captivate the audience's attention with the audacity of confronting nightmare difficulty, instead of diligently leveling up in the dungeons. His mind was filled with such superficial aspirations, truly lamentable. However, it mattered little. As a summoner, he was destined to languish in the depths of mediocrity, with no promising future ahead. As Lin Yuan approached the examination robot, he snapped his fingers, and Ollie materialized beside him. A summoner. A summoner dares to challenge nightmare difficulty? Surely, I must be dreaming. In this day and age, how could anyone still choose to be a summoner? Was he not aware of his own limitations? Mistaking himself for Di-Ching? Lin Yuan's class sparked murmurs among the other practitioners, nearly all of whom were pessimistic. Sun Tzu, displeased, exclaimed, "What is this? Is it the year of the dog? Why are there so many narrow-minded individuals?" His words incited the anger of several hot-headed practitioners, who rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Silence. Tian Yi barked, his brow furrowing in a cold reprimand. As the examiner spoke, the surrounding practitioners fell utterly silent, intimidated into submission. The examination commenced. No sooner had the examiner's words faded than Ollie surged forward, crashing into the examination robot with a forceful impact. 135,000, critical hit. 67, 533, 233, 202, 700. Crack. The red glow in the robot's eyes flickered to life for but a moment before extinguishing completely. A profound silence enveloped the scene. A deathly hush. The onlookers were left wide-eyed, nearly popping out of their sockets. What transpired moments ago was nothing short of astonishing. A level 9 summoned beast inflicted a staggering 135,000 damage upon the examination robot. Is this a figment of my imagination, or has the world become utterly surreal? The examiners surrounding T and I were left in a state of disbelief, with one tasked with documenting the assessment process rubbing his eyes in bewilderment, suspecting that he was hallucinating. He glanced at the examination robot, then at Ollie, who was busy retrieving his shield, and ultimately pinned 2 simple characters on the assessment results: pass. When the underground dungeon pass, representative of nightmarish difficulty. was handed to Lin Yuan. The surrounding practitioners awakened from their stupor, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth have I just witnessed? Someone has actually annihilated the nightmare-level examination robot. This is indeed a summoner, and the display of power is utterly preposterous." The surrounding practitioners were bewildered. Was this truly the summoner, a profession often regarded as inferior? "Lin, you seem a bit slow today," Sun Tzu remarked loudly, deliberately. "You were much quicker yesterday when you conquered the nightmare dungeon." "Slow? I didn't feel it." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Wasn't it a one-shot kill?" "It was delayed by a mere second," Sun Tzu retorted with mock seriousness. "Doesn't it matter?" Lin Yuan shrugged. "I hardly exerted any effort." Indeed, he had not. He had yet to utilize the newly learned skill, Death Sword Qi. Sun Tzu surveyed the surroundings and calmly articulated a classic line. That fellow named Di Qing chose the warrior difficulty because he could only tackle that level. My brother Lin challenges the nightmare difficulty because that is the highest tier available. T and I, listening nearby, felt exasperated, thinking, damn it, those two are showing off again. The exam had to conclude. Otherwise, these two would continue to regale everyone with their ostentatious remarks. After Lin Yuan departed, T and I picked up his phone and called a person named Cheng Feng. "Teacher, I have something to share with you. I've discovered an extraordinarily powerful talent." "How powerful?" "Soloing the nightmare dungeon is akin to child's play. Just yesterday, he awakened and effortlessly cleared the nightmare-level novice dungeon, and just now, he obliterated a level 15 nightmare examination robot." "What? You can't come for the time being? You'll come in a couple of days?" "Don't say I didn't warn you. This lad is heading to the skeleton graveyard shortly, and he is likely to achieve the first clear of the nightmare difficulty there. Hurry over before other universities realize his potential. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the skeleton graveyard dungeon." Chapter 25. Soloing the skeleton graveyard on the line with T and I was a combat professor from Kyoto University, where the admission requirement is a minimum of a level professional. Kyoto University commands numerous underground realms, rich in resources. Any practitioner who gains admission can swiftly ascend to level 20 and complete their class transition tasks. Tian Yi, a graduate of Kyoto University, recognized Lin Yuan's extraordinary potential and sought to persuade his instructor to expedite Lin Yuan's admission through special channels. The skeleton graveyard lies at the southernmost edge of Tianfeng City, bordering the suburbs. Despite its remote location, it attracts a considerable number of practitioners. As a level 12 warrior with defensive talents, boasting 2,000 health and 180 defense, I seek a party for the challenging skeleton graveyard. A self-sufficient team for the ordinary difficulty level is also in search of a healer. A level 15 shield warrior, with 3,800 health and 260 defense, is offering to guide through the adventure levels of the skeleton graveyard for a fee of 50,000 per participant, with limited spots available. Silver scale breastplates are selling for 100,000 each. Act swiftly if interested. Within a 200-meter radius of the graveyard entrance, vendors peddle an array of wares. Lin Yuan even spotted a stall displaying numerous hand-painted exorcism talismans, each priced at 100, and they were selling quite well. "Brother Lin, there are just too many people here," Sun Tzu remarked, astonished, estimating at least 1,000 practitioners nearby. "That's an underestimate," Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. "You Haven T counted those already inside the dungeon. Including them, the number would indeed double." Sun Tzu glanced around, intent on finding a more reliable team. "Hey, Brother Lin, that squad needs a healer. I'll go check it out." He was eyeing a small team with an average level of around 12, consisting of 2 warriors, a mage, and a marksman. Sun Tzu's interest was not solely based on the team's composition, but rather on the fact that all 4 practitioners were women. Damn, what a lecherous old man. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes internally. Initially, the 4 female practitioners in the team were somewhat resistant to having Sun Tzu, the lone male priest. However, once he revealed his talents and skills, the women immediately clung to him. "Brother Lin, I'm off." Sun Tzu winked at Lin Yuan, embodying the saying that one should prioritize romance over friendship. "For heaven's sake," Lin Yuan responded with an exasperated gesture. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Lin Yuan joined the queue. Access to the dungeon is not granted casually. The Demon Suppression Army and the Practitioner Association staff guard the entrance, verifying the credentials and identities of those passing through. While waiting in line, a commotion erupted behind him as a 5-member team brazenly cut in front of everyone. After verifying their identities, the guards chose to let them pass. Why are they allowed to cut in line? Lin Yuan pondered aloud. A knight standing in front of him turned back, remarking, "Is this your first visit to the skeleton graveyard?" Lin Yuan nodded in affirmation. The small team that just entered is the pioneering squad of the Dawnsword Guild, comprised of exceptional professionals in their field. A month ago, they achieved the first kill in the Goblin Forest dungeon on Nightmare difficulty at level 10. Today, they aim to secure the first kill in the skeleton graveyard on Nightmare difficulty. Did you catch a glimpse of the black pass they hold? It is a Nightmare difficulty pass that can only be obtained through the most challenging examinations set by the Professional Association. With this pass, one can enter any dungeon without the need to queue. The knight, looking on with envy, clutches a white pass of ordinary difficulty. This knight, with a talent level of merely 1, has spent nearly 2 years struggling to reach level 12. His dream is to attain level 20 before the age of 35. Complete the first transition quest, and then secure a position as a security guard in a prestigious neighborhood or school. Who knew the Nightmare Pass had such utility? If only it had been mentioned earlier. Lin Yuan stepped out of the crowd and moved to the front of the line. Hey, where did this young brat come from? A 14-level warrior, standing at 1.8 meters tall and carrying a shield, was about to step forward to block Lin Yuan, but was firmly restrained by his companions. This was due to the fact that Lin Yuan possessed a black Nightmare Pass. The warrior's loud exclamation drew the attention of many. The professionals waiting in line craned their necks to get a better look. Among them was Sun Tzu, who marveled at Lin Yuan's possession of a Nightmare Pass at such a young age. How enviable! With such a pass, his teammates must be formidable as well. However, Lin Yuan had no teammates. Sun Tzu pointed at the pass in Lin Yuan's hand, saying, "Look closely at that sword emblem. It is a mark awarded only for succeeding in a solo challenge." Upon hearing Sun Tzu's words, the crowd of professionals gasped in astonishment. No way. It really is the sword emblem. Today's events had certainly opened their eyes. The Nightmare difficulty sword emblem pass would be a fantastic bragging point to share with friends. Even after Lin Yuan entered the dungeon, the surrounding professionals continued to discuss the matter. Sun Tzu smiled slightly, took out his phone, and uploaded a photo of Lin Yuan holding the pass, capturing only his handsome profile, to the professional forum with the captions, "The strongest summoner in history, dare to debate," and soloing Nightmare difficulty dungeons as easily as eating and drinking. His true identity is this. Done. Skeleton Graveyard, quest level, 115 difficulty, ordinary Nightmare monster type, undead. You have entered the Skeleton Graveyard on Nightmare difficulty. The Skeletal Knight, Mosa, will launch an attack in 5 minutes. Please prepare to face the undead army. If you fail to defeat the Skeletal Knight, Mosa, within 1 hour, he will open a portal to the realm of the undead and leave this place. A defensive challenge? I find it quite appealing. This dungeon, which requires no search for monsters, is truly a source of great convenience. One can simply await the arrival of monsters to meet their demise. Ollie, let us commence. As the summoning skill was unleashed, Ollie appeared beside Lin Yuan, holding a violin. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of the violin? Was he to become an artist? Carefully stowing away the violin, Ollie drew forth a finely crafted iron sword and assumed a combat stance. Battle commences. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, Lin Yuan was greeted by a cacophony of footsteps, with over 100 skeletal warriors charging forth. Skeletal Warrior, Common, Level, 12, Health, 6,000, Attack Power, 300, Defense, 0, Skill, Ossification increases defense by 50 points. Skeletal warriors occupy the lowest tier of the food chain among undead beings. However, to underestimate their capabilities would be a grave error. Chapter 26. The second summon. Although the health and defense of the skeletal warriors are remarkably low, their attack power is considerably formidable. If surrounded by these skeletal foes, one might find themselves in dire straits. Yet, this concern holds little weight in the presence of Lin Yuan, for such a handful of skeletal warriors poses no threat whatsoever. The skeletal warriors move with lethargy, and Ollie patiently awaited their approach for nearly a minute. Frenzied charge. Draw slash. Normal strike. Normal strike. A flurry of attacks ensued. 1-8-2-5-0-0. Critical hit. 9-1-2-5-0. 3650. 3650. 43,800. 43800. In less than 30 seconds, all 100 skeletal warriors were vanquished. Kill count. Skeletal warrior, 12, 100. Experience gained, 3,000. Level up. Reached level 10. 2,410,000. With a flash of light, Lin Yuan ascended to level 10, equipping the little demon staff. His health surged to 12,000, with physical attacks soaring to 1,500 and spell power at 450. Such splendid attributes surpassed the majority of level 30 adventurers. Most crucially, Lin Yuan unlocked his second summoning slot. He retrieved the skill book for the skeletal warrior and began his studies, thereby acquiring his second summoned beast. Skeleton warrior, unnamed, second tier, level 10 race, undead, health points, 20,000 mana points, 5,000 attack power, 2,000 defense power, 1,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 500 stamina, 1,000 intelligence, 500 talent, all for me. Skill, osteogenesis. Both strength and stamina growth are top tier, indeed. Is this skill too few? Osteogenesis. Is that a joke? Lin Yuan glanced at the talent section. All for me. Talent effect 1. While summoned creatures are alive, you cannot be killed. Fatal damage will be transferred to nearby summoned creatures. Talent effect 2. There is no limit to the number of summoned creatures, except for bound summoning slots. Talent effect 3. Summoning skills have a chance to summon higher tier life forms. Lin Yuan marveled at the potency of the talent, yet felt a pang of regret. If the necromancer possessed this talent, they would instantly become a harbinger of undead calamity. But Lin Yuan could not. All his summoning slots were bound. After attempting repeated summoning, he only witnessed the skeleton warriors materializing one after another, without the simultaneous appearance of multiple skeleton warriors. He glanced at the 600 evolution points in his possession and decisively promoted the skeleton warrior to the third tier. Skeleton mage, unnamed, third tier, level 10 race, undead, health points, 40,000 mana points, 10,000 attack power, 4,000 defense power, 2,000 strength, 2,000 agility, 1,000 stamina, 2,000 intelligence, 1,000 talent. All for me. Skills, advanced osteogenesis, undead summoning, elevating from second to third tier, attributes doubled, and an additional skill, undead summoning, was acquired. Undead summoning, skill description, consumes 500 mana points to randomly summon 100 undead creatures of a tier 2 levels lower than oneself to engage in battle. What a stroke of luck. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan was lamenting the lack of application for his tier talent, and now it has presented itself. With the bloodline upgraded to tier 3, the wisdom of the skeleton mage significantly increased. Lin Yuan extended his pale fingers and activated undead summoning, conjuring 100 first-tier skeleton soldiers before him. Ha ha ha. The skeleton mage continuously waved his fingers, relentlessly unleashing undead summoning until the mana bar was completely depleted. 2,000 undead creatures stood in neat formation before Lin Yuan, the majority being first-tier ordinary skeletons, accompanied by a few second-tier skeletons, as well as third-tier skeleton mages. Was this the extent of strength in a nightmare-level skeleton graveyard? Lin Yuan scratched his head, pondering, have I truly become a necromancer? I am the harbinger of calamity. The skeletal knight, Mosa, initiated a second wave of assault. 5 minutes after the skeletal warriors were vanquished, a new wave surged forth. This time featuring ranged adversaries, skeleton archers, ordinary, level 13, health 7,000, attack 350, defense 80, skill, multi-shot attacks the target twice, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 80 skeleton archers, divided into 4 groups, advanced towards Lin Yuan. Cackling ominously, the skeletal mage commanded the undead army to rush toward the archers. Despite their average individual combat prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A single strike from one of Lin Yuan's forces was sufficient to obliterate the legion of skeleton archers. Skeleton archer, 13, x 80 defeated, experience increased by 3,200. After dispatching the archers, the skeletal mage let out a chilling cackle, its tone brimming with arrogance. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, remarking, since you enjoy that eerie laughter so much, I shall call you Egoe. The skeletal entity seemed to relish this title, laughing even more menacingly. In the following 20 minutes, the skeletal knight launched 2 additional attacks, sending forth shield bearers of level 14 and axe wielders of level 15. Without fail, they were engulfed within moments by Lin Yuan's undead forces, contributing to his experience points. Level increased to 11, 31002000. As he awaited the fifth wave of assault, Ollie had inexplicably found a spot to sit down. Ever since Aguay's emergence, it seemed Ollie was no longer needed in the fray. Thousands of undead creatures were more than capable of annihilating any life form daring to approach Lin Yuan. With a sturdy iron sword planted beside him, Ollie held a violin, playing an unfamiliar melody. Lin Yuan quipped, "Are you hosting a concert? Who are you performing for? These skeletal frames." Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, conceding that it was preferable to Aguay's incessant cackling. He mused that unleashing Aguay outside would cause a ruckus, evoking fear in anyone who heard that ominous laughter. Those unacquainted might even think a dungeon invasion was underway. The skeletal knight, Mosa, commenced a new offensive, summoning forth the bone giant. With a resounding crash, the ground began to tremble, signaling the arrival of a formidable presence. Accompanied by a somber roar, a skeletal giant towering over 5 meters materialized before Lin Yuan. Skeletal giant, Tier 3 Elite, Level 16 Health, 180,000, Attack Power, 1,600, Defense, 3,000, Skill 1, Bone Shield summons 3 bone shields, reducing subsequent damage by 50%, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skill 2, Execution wields a colossal axe to inflict 3,000 points of physical damage to targets within a 3-meter radius. If the target is at the center of the axe, the damage is doubled. Skill 3, Dread every 20 seconds, a judgment is made. Targets of a lower level than the skeletal giant have a chance to succumb to a dazed state for 2 seconds. If the target is an undead creature, they become paralyzed. Chapter 27. Surprised, aren't you? The skeletal giant, grasping an axe nearly equal to its height, approached Lin Yuan with heavy footsteps. Cackling menacingly, Aguay raised his bone-white hand, pointing toward the skeletal giant, and commanded, "All troops, attack." In an instant, 2,000 undead soldiers surged forth to confront the skeletal giant. Lin Yuan contemplated this scene, bemused by the reversal of roles. Seated behind the undead army, he appeared as the puppet master, while the skeletal giant stood alone as the assailant. Confronted by the assault of thousands of undead beings, the brave skeletal giant's mind temporarily faltered, wondering, "How have I become the defender?" There was no time for further thought, as the undead were already upon him. However, the majority of these undead were merely of ordinary rank, incapable of breaching the skeletal giant's formidable defenses, let alone halting its advance. As they drew near, they triggered the third skill, Dread. 80% of the undead found themselves paralyzed, rooted in place. Those who escaped the paralysis were swiftly dispatched by the skeletal giant's axe. And in the blink of an eye, Aguay's once proud army of the undead was utterly obliterated. Cackling with delight, Aguay's laughter abruptly ceased as he glanced at his incapacitated subordinates and then at the seemingly invincible skeletal giant. In a panic, he dashed to Ali's side, calling for reinforcements. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "Aguay, how utterly disgraceful. Why not engage him in close combat? After all, you cannot perish. For those with the talent, everyone for me." As long as Aguay's summoned army existed, he was immortal. The undead were merely paralyzed, not dead, thus still able to trigger his ability. Ali set aside his violin, grasping his iron sword, and advanced toward the skeletal giant, proclaiming, "Furious charge." He unleashed a powerful slash, executing a quick succession of attacks, a double strike followed by a series of regular slashes. The skeletal giant withstood an entire series of attacks from Ali, leaving it with roughly half of its health remaining. It didn't perish? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This was the first time he had witnessed a creature capable of enduring Ali's full combo without succumbing. Fortunately, no one else was around to hear him, otherwise, they would surely label him as boastful. After all, this set of skills had stripped away nearly half the giant's health, and he still wasn't satisfied. It was important to note that the skeletal giant boasted a formidable defense of 3,000, and its skill could mitigate up to 50% of incoming damage for 3 instances. Once Ali completed his skill rotation, the skeletal giant retaliated with its own abilities, inflicting 3,760 damage. Ali swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a lethal sword aura that dealt 18,000 damage, restoring his health to full in the process. 8 seconds later, as Ali executed a successive strike, the skeletal giant's bones shattered into a cloud of debris. Defeated the skeletal giant, 16, Experience points increased by 50, successfully achieved a double strike. Promoted to triple slash. Skill description. Consumes 300 mana points to deliver 3 rapid strikes, each inflicting 150 attack damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. With the demise of the skeletal giant, a Gue behind him cheered enthusiastically. GA. The duo appeared to have formed a chaotic killing team, with Ollie leading the charge and a Gue cheering from the rear. Look at Ollie, and then look at you. This is the difference, Lin Yuan remarked to a Gue. Feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation, a Gue scratched his head and let out a series of cackles. Well, that was pointless. The skeletal giant dropped 2 pieces of equipment, 1 platinum and 1 gold. Necklace of bone adornment. Grade, platinum. Required level, 12. Attributes. Intelligence 20, stamina 20. Mana 200. Special trait. Restores 10 mana points per second. Set attribute, 12 not activated. Bone giant sword. Grade, gold. Required level, 10 attributes. Strength 25. Attack 120. Special trait. Attacks have a chance to inflict a bleeding effect on the target, causing 50 bleeding damage per second for 10 seconds. The platinum necklace was a set piece, and selling it would fetch no less than 2 million. The attributes of the golden giant sword were also commendable, qualifying it as a fine item. It was just right to replace the iron sword currently in Ollie's possession. The bone giant sword measured approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters in length, weighing significantly, yet in Ollie's hands, it appeared as light as a toy, effortlessly wielded. Ollie appears to possess an unwavering fascination for the great sword, as he incessantly brandishes the bone giant sword he has acquired. Observing Ollie's weapon upgrade, a Gue gazes pitifully at Lin Yuan, expressing a desire for the same. A Gue shakes his skeletal head, suggesting that such aspirations will only be realized once Lin Yuan achieves a solo kill. Upon completing the battlefield cleanup, a notification materializes before Lin Yuan. Your prowess has garnered the recognition of the skeleton knight Mosa. He considers sparing your life. Would you like to exit the current dungeon? In Dungeons of Nightmare difficulty, there exists an option to withdraw, provided one can endure for 30 minutes without succumbing or accomplish a particular stage. However, should one choose to exit midway, their next entry would necessitate starting anew. Confronted with this notification, Lin Yuan resolutely declined the offer. Spare my life? Yet, I harbor no intention of sparing yours. After rejecting the opportunity to leave the dungeon, the atmosphere thickened with the presence of the undead. The skeleton knight Mosa shall dispatch his elite cavalry. Please prepare for battle. Meanwhile, a 5-member squad from the Dawn's Blade, having entered the dungeon prior to Lin Yuan, appeared at the entrance of the skeleton graveyard. The members of the team appeared somewhat disheveled, evidently having endured a fierce conflict. The healer, Li Fei, furrowed her brow, lamenting the overwhelming attack power of the undead creatures, which had placed immense pressure on her healing abilities. We nearly faced total annihilation against the bone giant. Challenging the skeleton knight at this stage is utterly impossible. Captain Xiao Bin surveyed his fellow team members, acknowledging, we have significantly underestimated the terror of nightmare difficulty. Comprising 5 elite class professionals, adorned in golden gear and each possessing a unique class skill, they were already capable of overpowering 95% of their peers at the same level. If we cannot conquer the nightmare difficulty of the skeleton graveyard, it is likely that no other team can succeed. Casting a glance at the surrounding professionals and then at his despondent teammates, Xiao Bin rallied their spirits, stating, over the past month, we have squandered considerable time striving to clear the nightmare difficulty of the skeleton graveyard. It is high time we focus on leveling up. Let us not forget, only by reaching level 20 and completing the promotion quest can we truly step into the realm of professionals. Chapter 28, Cease Summoning. There is no room to stand. Within the nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard dungeon, Lin Yuan found himself encircled by a throng of skeleton soldiers. A Gue, for heaven's sake. Cease your summoning. There is scarcely any space to stand. The earlier confrontation with the bone giant had instilled a psychological shadow over a Gue. The reason we faltered against the bone giant was due to insufficient numbers. If 2,000 undead cannot vanquish it, surely 20 million could. Even a mere spit from each would be enough to drown it. Thus, while awaiting the skeleton knight's assault, a Gue, whenever his mana replenished, would unleash further necromantic summoning. In less than 10 minutes, the legion of the undead had swelled to over 10,000. Surrounding Lin Yuan was a dense throng of skeletal soldiers wielding bone knives. with a few skeletal knights weaving through the mass. The area felt exceedingly cramped. Apart from the space around Ali, there was scarcely room to stand anywhere else. Cackling, Ague was taken aback when a skeletal head was sharply struck. Turning, he found Lin Yuan glaring at him, brandishing the spine of a skeletal soldier. Reluctantly, Ague lowered his hand and ceased casting his summoning spells. The cavalry legion has arrived. The cavalry under the command of the skeletal knight Mosa appeared, yet awkwardly. They found themselves wedged into a corner, unable to maneuver. Skeletal cavalry, second-tier leader, level, 17 health, 40,000, attack, 500, defense, 200, skill 1, charges at a target. Inflicting 500 damage and stunning the target for 1 second, cooldown of 30 seconds. Stun effect only applies on the first hit. Skill 2, sweep wields a spear to deal 800 physical damage to targets within a 2-meter range in front. Cooldown of 10 seconds. As the 50 skeletal cavalry emerged, they quickly found themselves encircled by the undead army. The charge skill proved ineffective, with only the sweeping attack yielding some results. Together, the 50 skeletal cavalry managed to eliminate nearly 1,000 undead with their sweep before being overwhelmed by subsequent waves of the undead. Defeated 50 skeletal cavalry, 17. Experience increased by 10,000. Upon their demise, the skeletal cavalry dropped 2 items. Skeletal bridle mount, rarity, bronze, mount level, 15 health, 30,000. Attribute, increases movement speed by 60%. Lin Yuan approached, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. What a splendid find. Mounts were indeed a rarity. The skeletal bridle before him would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among adventurers if placed in the auction house. Even seasoned second-tier players would be inclined to bid, if only for the sake of flair. Imagine, while others traverse on foot, you suddenly summon a skeletal warhorse to ride. Instantly, all eyes would be drawn to you. The thrill would be exhilarating. Moreover, this was no ordinary steed. It was a skeletal horse, a true treasure. If not for Lin Yuan's insufficient level, he would have eagerly glimpsed the skeletal horse's appearance. The skeletal knight Mosa will launch a new offensive in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. How tedious. Could they not attack simultaneously? I am pressed for time. It was already noon, and I needed to return for lunch. Should the total assault commence early, it will prompt the skeletal knight, Mosa, to mobilize ahead of schedule. This action is exceedingly perilous. Please choose wisely. Ah, how astute. Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly selected yes. As for the ominous warning, he merely chuckled. With nearly 20,000 undead warriors at his side, the notion of caution seemed utterly unfounded. In terms of strength, who could rival the explosive might of Ali? The skeletal knight, Mosa, has sensed your provocation. He shall lead his cavalry in a full-scale assault. Phantom heavy cavalry, charge. As the countdown concluded, Lin Yuan perceived a sudden darkness before him, followed by a tremor beneath his feet, the sound of galloping hooves resounding. Thud, thud. It was the cavalry advancing. Phantom Legion, assemble. A voice, slightly hoarse, resonated throughout the expanse. As the surrounding war mist gradually dissipated, revealing a space magnified tenfold. Hiss! A regiment of 300 heavy cavalry appeared in perfect formation a kilometer away. Phantom Heavy Cavalry, Tier 2 Boss, Level, 18 Health, 60,000, Attack Power, 750, Defense, 300, Skill 1, Phantom Charge before combat begins. Summons 2 identical phantoms to initiate a charge, inflicting 700 damage upon targets in a linear area ahead. Skill 2, Heavy Armor Defense increases by an additional 200 points, and spell resistance rises by 20%. Skill 3, Iron Cavalry movement speed increases by 30%, and immunity to slowing effects is granted. Behind the 300 Phantom Heavy Cavalry, a towering figure, clad in armor and mounted upon a skeletal war elephant, emerged slowly. He was none other than the ultimate foe of the nightmare difficulty, the skeletal knight, Mosa. Phantom Legion, charge. The flames of souls flickered intensely in Mosa's eyes as he brandished his bone sword forward, decisively issuing the command to attack. The entire process from initiation to acceleration took less than 3 seconds. The 300 Phantom Iron Cavalry surged forth, akin to 300 off-road vehicles, at full throttle. Ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand such a torrent of steel. Oh no, it seems I've overstepped. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he released the restraints on Ague, permitting him to summon freely. Ague, shield me. With the war mist no longer obscuring their view, the surrounding space became remarkably expansive. Not only could 10,000 undead fit comfortably, but even 100,000 could be summoned without constraint. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan raised his hand to unleash his own necromantic summons. However, the undead creatures he conjured were rather homogeneous, primarily skeleton soldiers, with a majority being small skeletons and skeletal warriors, occasionally accompanied by skeletal archers. While the two were engaged in their summoning, the Phantom Heavy Cavalry had already closed in. Phantom Charge. The 300 Phantom Heavy Cavalry launched a simultaneous charge, intent on obliterating everything in their path. Did they think they could sweep me away in one fell swoop? Lin Yuan scoffed. Who did they think they were looking down upon? A ghost. Unleash the entire army. The eerie sound echoed as a ghost's skeletal frame trembled, extending its bony hand, commanding, "Attack them." 20,000 undead surged forward like a roaring tide, clashing with the Phantom Heavy Cavalry. Individually, a single Phantom Heavy Cavalry may not have been particularly formidable. But when 300 united, especially after initiating their charge, their strength became exceedingly overwhelming. The trio of 100 Phantom Heavy Cavalry resembled a high-speed steamroller, crushing any adversaries bold enough to stand in their way. However, Lin Yuan's undead army was simply too numerous. They could not be exterminated, not by any means. As the charge concluded, a narrow pathway, 50 meters wide and 10 meters long, was barely carved through, with nearly 6,000 undead soldiers perishing in this wave of assault. By my word, quite formidable indeed, Lin Yuan observed from the rear, his brow furrowing. Chapter 29. The Rise of the Skeleton Knights. Lin Yuan silently wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that his brothers were plentiful. A ghost had indeed performed admirably. Without a ghost summoning these fodder, Alu alone would have struggled to withstand the onslaught of the cavalry. While Alu possessed formidable attack power, the Phantom Heavy Cavalry moved swiftly and spread out. If a single skill failed to annihilate them, the remaining cavalry would simultaneously launch their charge, placing Alu in peril. "Brothers, advance. Eliminate them," Lin Yuan exclaimed, invigorated, momentarily embracing the role of a general. A ghost's hands never ceased their motion, cackling incessantly. Undead summon. Undead summon. Waves of minions emerged, as a ghost, with an intelligence of 500 points, could cast undead summon every 10 seconds, while Lin Yuan, with an intelligence of 480 points, could do so every 11 seconds. The two alternated their spells, amassing an ever-growing army of undead that encircled the Phantom Heavy Cavalry. Stripped of their mobility, the cavalry became mere targets. Even with a 30% increase in speed, it mattered little, for the Phantom Heavy Cavalry could not breach the undead's encirclement, unless they could launch another charge. 5 minutes later, the 300 skeletal knights were mercilessly overwhelmed and dispatched by the relentless assault of Lin Yuan and a ghost-summoned undead army. Defeated Skeleton Heavy Cavalry, 18,300. Experience points increased by 75,000. Level increased to level 12,769,003, 0000. Level increased to level 13,469,004, 0000. Level increased to level 14,690,050,000. The 300 Phantom Heavy Cavalry granted Lin Yuan a staggering 75,000 experience points, allowing him to soar through 3 levels as if propelled by a rocket. What a thrill! He promptly allocated all his free attribute points to strength, boosting his power attribute to an astonishing 100 points, rendering him almost superhuman. With a single punch, slaying a bull was a trivial feat. Thud. Thud. The skeletal giant elephant lumbered forward with heavy steps. Skeleton Knight Mosa, Tier 3 Elite, Level 19 Health, 250,000, Attack Power, 4,000, Defense, 2,500. Skill 1, Devastating Charge. Skeleton Knight Mosa commands the skeletal giant elephant to execute a catastrophic charge, inflicting 3,000 damage on targets in its path. Cooldown of 25 seconds. Skill 2, Stomp. The skeletal giant elephant raises its front foot and stomps down heavily, dealing 2,000 damage to targets within an 8-meter radius and stunning them for 2 seconds. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3, Sweep. Skeleton Knight Mosa swings his bone sword, dealing 2,000 damage to targets within 3 meters ahead. If a target is killed, an additional sweep is granted, limit of once. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 4. Rage if not slain within 10 minutes. Attack speed is doubled, and skills have no cooldown. Enveloped in dark, iron armor. Skeleton Knight Mosa held the reins of the skeletal giant elephant with his exposed hands, halting atop a dirt slope 100 meters away from Lin Yuan. Skeletal Mage. You have crossed the line. The skeleton graveyard is the domain of Lord Pierre, the Winter Lich. I am its guardian. Now, before I take action, vacate this place. Skeletal Knight Mosa has issued you an ultimatum. Will you leave the skeleton graveyard? Please consider carefully. Is there any need for consideration? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan chose to refuse. Skeletal Mage, you court death. I shall make you aware of the price of angering me. I, Skeleton Knight Mosa, will grind you into dust. Lin Yuan tapped his ear, finding the encounter tiresome. Just get on with it already. Come here, you little trash. You pitiful human. The blue flames of the soul within Skeleton Knight Mosa's eyes flickered wildly, radiating intense fury. I will stuff your soul into the soul lantern of the skeleton graveyard, subjecting you to endless torment. I am right here. Make haste. Lin Yuan beckoned with his finger. Come on. This little skeleton thinks it can defy me. After I dispose of you, I shall disassemble your bones one by one and present them as trophies to the dogs in the neighborhood, teaching you the true meaning of being a sycophant. To utter trash talk only to be defeated by a mere skeletal frame. Who is truly being humiliated? The skeletal knight, Mosa, has fallen silent now, tugging at the reins as he charges towards Lin Yuan. Damn it, if I cannot out-talk you, I shall rend your mouth apart. Stop him, minions. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Yuan commanded thousands of undead minions to surge forth like a tide. This time, a Gui did not linger in the background. Instead, he led the charge at the forefront. With my innate talent, a Gui is practically immortal. I shall exhaust you to your demise. A Gui cackled maniacally, wielding his bone staff like a club, furiously smashing it against the skeletal knight, Mosa. The attacks from the 620 undead soldiers fell upon Mosa like a torrential downpour. Yet after a round, not even 5,000 points of health were diminished. Looking at the skeletal knight, Mosa swept his weapon, toppling dozens of undead. And with another sweeping motion, only a Gui remained standing within a 3-meter radius. How laughable your summoning spell is. I am an adversary you cannot vanquish. Stomp. The front legs of the skeletal giant elephant were raised high before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Within an 8-meter radius. The undead creatures were reduced to mere fragments of bone. With a single skill, hundreds of undead were obliterated, leaving a Gui isolated and dazed. Lin Yuan shook his head in dismay. A Gui was a competent meat shield, but expecting him to kill was a different matter entirely. If this dragged on for more than 10 minutes, and the skeletal knight went berserk, it would spell trouble. Ollie, it's your turn. Clang. Ollie casually discarded his shield, shouldering the massive bone sword as he strode towards the skeletal knight. The undead creatures parted, creating a path for Ollie. Meanwhile, a Gui and the skeletal warrior were engaged in the most primal of brawls. Ever since the skeletal knight Mosa unleashed his first stomp, a Gui had commanded his legion of undead soldiers to retreat, desiring a one-on-one duel. A Gui swung his staff down, 600 damage dealt. The skeletal knight Mosa retaliated with a strike, inflicting 350 damage. They exchanged blows with fervor. Yet a Gui's health was significantly lower than that of the skeletal knight. Before long, his health dwindled to the brink. The soul fire flickered in the eyes of the skeletal knight Mosa, a grim laughter echoing forth. Weak skeletal mage, meet your end. With a sweeping strike, 2,000 damage dealt. Not dead yet. The skeletal knight, Mosa, paused momentarily, bewildered by the sight of the skeletal mage before him, who remained with a mere 800 points of life. How could he still be alive? At that moment, a small skeleton several meters away from a Gui crumbled into a heap of bone shards. Chapter 30. Fourth Order Steel Armor. Mosa, the skeletal knight, could never have fathomed that a Gui possessed a supreme talent. As long as the summoned creatures remained unscathed, he himself was immortal. A rough estimation revealed that over 8,000 undead creatures still lingered in the vicinity, implying that a Gui could endure 8,000 more attacks. Of course, this was under the condition that he refrained from further summoning. If he continued, even if his bone sword were to be shattered, he would still not perish. The skeletal knight retained a life force of 210,000, a figure that had reached Ailey's threshold for execution. With a frenzied charge, during the onslaught, Ailey dragged the heavy-boned sword with one hand, carving a deep trench into the ground as the sword made contact at high speed. He prepared a powerful slash. Just as the weapon in the skeletal knight's grasp descended upon Aigwe, an overwhelming aura surged forth, fierce and unrelenting, frenzied. It was a forceful onslaught, devoid of any pristine blade light. Only the howling wind accompanied the clash as the massive bone sword sliced through the air, generating a thunderous sound. 141,000, critical hit. 141,000, critical hit. Under the substantial boost of agility, both strikes from the charged slash resulted in critical hits, culminating in a staggering total damage of 280,000. Even if the skeletal knight's health had been full, it would still fall short by 30,000 points, given that his life force now dwindled to a mere 210,000. The fire of the soul within the knight's eyes flickered violently, gradually dimming. The sensation mirrored the despair and unwillingness that accompanied his first demise, yet this time, he found himself powerless. Previously, the invocation of the god of the underworld had granted him resurrection as a skeletal knight, but fortune did not favor him this time. Boom. With the death of the skeletal knight, the colossal skeletal form collapsed, shattering into fragments. Aigwe, with his staff poised midair, found himself in disarray. Turning his skeletal head, he stared blankly at Ailey, the blue flames of his soul flickering intensely. The massive bone sword was gently lifted as Ailey cast a casual glance at Aigwe, little skeleton. Do you have any objections? Aigwe clenched his fist tightly, his thumb raised high. Brotherly is impressive. No objections, I dare not have any. You have slain the skeletal knight Mosa, gaining 12,000 experience points. Your act of vanquishing the skeletal knight Mosa has drawn the attention of the Frost Lich Pierre, who is prepared to awaken the Frost Blade Guardians lurking deep within the skeletal cemetery. Due to their premature awakening, the Frost Blade Guardians have not fully assimilated the power of the Bone Gem. Their bloodline tier stands at the 4th level, with a rank of 20. You have 60 seconds to escape the skeletal cemetery. A blue portal gradually materializes a kilometer away. If you reach it within the allotted 60 seconds, you shall depart unscathed. As the portal emerges, blue snowflakes begin to drift through the air above the cemetery, the temperature plummeting to freezing and continuing to drop. The ground becomes adorned with intricate blue patterns, heralding the imminent arrival of a terrifying chill in 1 minute. 59, 58, the countdown to death commences. Lin Yuan feels a slight chill envelop him, yet he remains motionless, exuding an air of calmness and composure. Why flee? This is a 4th-tier commander. Such an entity is bound to drop a diamond-grade piece of equipment or a skill book. One seldom encounters such an opportunity. Today, fate has granted him this rare encounter, and he refuses to let it slip away. Lin Yuan's decision to remain is not born of impulse upon seeing a commander-level foe, but rather stems from his unwavering confidence. He opts to settle the rewards for the nightmare difficulty of the skeletal cemetery. In this dungeon, you have defeated one bone giant, 3rd-tier elite, earning 500 evolution points. You have slain one skeletal knight, 3rd-tier elite, gaining another 500 evolution points. Congratulations on successfully clearing the nightmare difficulty of the skeletal cemetery, awarding 600 evolution points. Time spent was less than 40 minutes, granting an additional 1,000 evolution points. In total, you have acquired 600 evolution points and 20,000 experience points, consuming 5,000 evolution points to evolve Ollie. The 5,000 evolution points transform into radiant orbs of light, entering Ollie's body. As the brilliance envelopes him, it dissipates to reveal Ollie adorned in a suit of pure steel chainmail, standing before Lin Yuan once more. The chainmail, crafted from numerous interconnected metal rings, is both aesthetically pleasing and sturdy, draping over Ollie like a magnificent work of art. Ollie, 4th stage steel armor, level 13 race, Darkborn health, 52,000 mana, 20,800 attack power, 10,400 defense, 5,200 strength, 5,200 agility, 5,200 stamina, 2,600 intelligence, 2,080 talent. Martial Combat King, skills, Shield Slam, Shield Block, Shield Mastery, passive, Sword Mastery, passive, Charged Blade Slash, Frenzied Charge. Back Jump, Death Sword Chi, support, Shield Wall, Triple Slash, Ali's physique is nothing short of perfection, each movement exuding an aura of elegance. Especially when clad in chainmail, he resembles a noble knight, mysterious and formidable. Indeed, he is powerful, exceedingly so. I am eager to witness whether the 4th stage Frostblade Sentinel proves to be more formidable than the 4th stage Ali. With only 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Lin Yuan swiftly gathered the spoils dropped by the skeletal knight, Mosa. Among them was a platinum ornament, a skill tome, and the reins of a skeletal mammoth. Bone ring, grade, platinum. Required level, 13 attributes. Intelligence 25, stamina 25, mana 300. Special trait, restores 15 mana per second. Set bonus, 22 consumes 1,000 mana to grant a mana shield with 2,000 health for 30 minutes. Cooldown time of 1 hour. Sweep. Skill description, consumes 300 mana to unleash a curved strike, dealing 100 attack damage to targets within 2 meters ahead. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. If a target that yields experience is killed, the skill's cooldown is refreshed. Skeletal Mammoth Reins Mount. Quality, platinum. Riding level, 15 health, 80,000. Attribute, movement speed increased by 80. Naturally, the skill sweep is intended for Ali to learn. With this ability, as long as Ali's mana does not dwindle, the tactic of overwhelming numbers becomes a mere jest in his presence. Another piece of the platinum ornament set has emerged. Equipping both pieces elevates Lin Yuan's health beyond 16,000 points. With the 2,000 point shield activated, his sense of security surges to its zenith. Should Lin Yuan acquire a shield, he could withstand the Frostblade Sentinel without difficulty. Chapter 31. The terrifying Frostblade Sentinel at this moment. If Lin Yuan were to grasp a shield, he could effortlessly assume the role of a shield warrior. Let us examine the skills listed in the skill bar: Shield Wall, Shield Block, Shield Slam, and Aid. These constitute the core abilities of the shield warrior. The most crucial aspect is that Lin Yuan requires no healing. A mere summoning of a wraith grants him 100 lives. At this moment, Lin Yuan can be said to be nearly invincible. Gazing at the vast army of undead before him, Lin Yuan found himself in contemplation, sensing that perhaps he had strayed from the intended path, drifting further from his original direction. Suddenly, the sound of dislocated bones snapped Lin Yuan from his reverie. Turning around, he beheld a Gue approaching, proudly brandishing a chair crafted entirely from vertebrae. Placing the chair upon the ground, a Gue gestured invitingly. "My master, please take a seat." Lin Yuan raised his tone slightly in response, then plopped down onto the chair, which surprisingly offered remarkable stability. This was, of course, due to a Gue having dismantled several second-tier skeletal warriors to construct it. How could it not be sturdy? To ensure Lin Yuan's comfort, a Gue removed his cloak and fashioned it into a cushion. "Well done," Lin Yuan remarked, offering verbal praise. A Gue was overjoyed, flailing his limbs in delight. Unable to contain himself, he was simply too eager to improve. Originally a lowly skeletal warrior, he had fortuitously awakened a superior talent upon becoming Lin Yuan's summoned creature, swiftly evolving from a second-tier skeletal warrior to a third-tier skeletal mage, even mastering the art of necromantic summoning. His journey was a testament to defying fate. He had believed that attaining the third-tier skeletal mage was the pinnacle of his existence. Yet he had just witnessed Ali's flawless evolution into a fourth-tier steel-armored warrior right before his eyes. The third-tier Ali had been capable of dispatching a Gue with ease. Now that he had ascended to the fourth tier, a Gue felt as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed beneath a single foot. This could not be allowed. Since the moment he became a skeletal mage, a Gue had vowed never to let anyone take his bones again. He was determined to ascend to the highest echelons, but to achieve this, one individual was indispensable: his master, Lin Yuan. A Gue's thoughts were simple. As long as his master was pleased, the next evolution would surely be his turn. Thus, a Gue embarked on a path of loyalty and dedication. Lin Yuan leaned back, and a Gue stepped forward to massage his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure. Comfort enveloped him as he exhaled deeply. If only he could sip a warm drink at that moment. He had rushed out today, and he would need to remember to prepare for next time. However, Lin Yuan's actions seemed to provoke the Frostblade Guardian buried beneath the graveyard, causing the surrounding air to plummet to a frigid -40 degrees, where even his breath threatened to crystallize into ice. As the Frostblade Guardian awakened, the portal sealed shut. "Invader, perish!" Suddenly, the ground collapsed 50 meters away, and a lithe figure leaped forth, unleashing a beam of azure light as thick as a thumb directed at Lin Yuan. A staggering damage number erupted above Lin Yuan's head, yet he remained unscathed. 15 meters away, a skeletal archer shattered into fragments with a resounding crack. By the heavens! Lin Yuan was taken aback. Damn it, a sneak attack. Had it not been for my talent that deflected the blow, I would have been instantaneously eliminated. This is intolerable. Ali, deal with him. Without needing further instruction, Ali brandished his sword and charged forward. To harm my master is to court death. You insignificant insects dare intrude upon Lord Pierre's domain. Turn to dust. The Frostblade Guardian executed a swift turn, conjuring a pristine sword aura from thin air, which then lunged toward Ali. The white sword energy, causing 6,000 damage, also imposed a 30% reduction to Ali's movement speed upon impact. Frostblade Guardian Leia's, 4th tier commander, level 20, health 600,000, mana 80,000, attack power 5,000, defense 4,500, skill 1. Frost Beam Leia's releases a beam of icy light, inflicting 20,000 magic damage to a single target. Cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 2. Frost/Leia's swings his sword, unleashing an icy sword aura in a straight line, dealing 6,000 magic damage and applying a chilling effect. Cooldown of 12 seconds. Skill 3. Frost Armor. Upon taking damage, Leia summons a protective frost armor with 100,000 health. If shattered, it immobilizes targets within a 3-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 4. Shadow Dance. Leia's enters a state of shadow dance, increasing evasion by 80 for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 5. Bone Resurrection. Leia's harnesses the power of the bone orb to temporarily revive 100,000 undead from the skeletal graveyard. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Yuan's expression shifted. This is rather impressive. The earlier Azure Beam was undoubtedly the first skill, boasting a short cooldown and exorbitant damage. The second skill, Frost Slash, served as an area of effect attack with a wide range and chilling effect. Ali had been afflicted with a reduction in speed, barely managing to close the distance within 30 meters. Frenzied Charge. Power Slash. The bone sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking fiercely towards the head of the Frostblade Guardian. However, the Guardian reacted swiftly, activating the third skill, Ice Armor. Clang. With a remarkable evasion of 50,000, the initial blow shattered the ice armor, inflicting 50,000 points of damage. The shattering of the ice armor released a chilling aura that froze Ali in place, causing the second attack to miss. Is that so? Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed a skill capable of evading Ali's assault. This indicated a significant difference between the slender figure before him and what he had encountered previously, an offspring of the Dark Lineage. Remarkably, he had encountered a member of the Dark Lineage a millennium later. The Frostblade Guardian, Leia's, sidestepped, his ice blue eyes reflecting surprise. Ali exerted himself, breaking free from the icy constraints, revealing his true identity as a shadow dancer of the elven race. The frail-looking Frostblade Guardian before him was, in fact, a renowned shadow dancer of the elven lineage in life. In the elven community, the minimum requirement to become a shadow dancer was level 60. Shadow dancers excelled in assassination and stealth, mastering the art of a single fatal strike. They could take down enemy commanders amidst thousands of soldiers. Yet their prowess in direct combat was equally formidable. Once in shadow dance state, they could confront orc berserkers head-on. It was precisely due to Leia's activation of the fourth skill, Shadow Dance, that he could evade Ali's attack. The Dark Lineage was born for battle, and shadow dancers embraced challenges without fear. A fierce clash was inevitable. Chapter 32. Soft Persimmon. You chose the wrong opponent. Ali brandished the bone giant sword and initiated the assault with a series of 3 consecutive slashes, a basic swing, another swing, and a sweeping strike. Yet, the entire sequence of attacks met with failure. The Frostblade Guardian in Shadow Dance state was astonishingly formidable. After Ali's skill sequence concluded, the Guardian remained expressionless, merely raising a hand to unleash Ice Ray, dealing 20,000 damage. He then followed up with the second skill, Ice Slash, intending to reapply a slowing effect on Ali. Ice Ray was a targeted skill, impossible to evade, yet there was still a chance to dodge Ice Slash. Ali leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the incoming icy sword energy before executing the death blade technique, dealing 60,000 damage. The restorative effect of the death blade instantly replenished Ali's health to full. This was the power of high-level skills. Even in the shadow dance state, the Frostblade Guardian could not evade it. The battle rages on, with the Frostblade Guardian aware of Ali's formidable explosive power, refraining from engaging him head-on. Instead, he intermittently employs icy rays to deplete Ali's health. Should Ali unleash his Berserker charge, the Frostblade Guardian would activate his ice armor for protection and subsequently deliver an ice slash to inflict slow upon Ali. Despite his efforts to whittle down Ali's health to half, a single strike of the death blade instantly restores it to full. The combat has persisted for nearly 2 minutes, during which Ali remains at full health, while the Frostblade Guardian is left with a mere 380,000 health points. In approximately 5 minutes, he will inevitably succumb to Ali's blade. Lin Yuan observes intently from the sidelines, his lips twitching slightly in disbelief. What is this predicament? It seems that Ali resembles a denizen of the dungeon more than the Frostblade Guardian himself. The Guardian finds himself constrained by Ali's every move. He cannot utilize his ice armor unless Ali refrains from using Berserker Charge. His third skill, Shadow Dance, is also reserved for the moment Ali casts a skill. It is as if he is cautiously navigating a raid, which leaves Lin Yuan utterly speechless. Yet, it is not only Lin Yuan who feels exasperated. The Frostblade Guardian is equally frustrated. As a dignified 4th-tier commander, hidden within the skeleton graveyard, he finds himself trembling in fear against a mere summoned creature, meticulously dodging skills. This is utterly absurd. The Frostblade Guardian, possessing wisdom, realizes that if this continues, he will eventually be worn down by Ali. Thus, he devises a scheme to escape his current predicament: capture the leader first. If the summoner falls, the summoned creature will undoubtedly vanish as well. Unbeknownst to him, the battlefield gradually inches closer to Lin Yuan. Sensing this shift, Lin Yuan muses, could this fellow be plotting against me? An assassination tactic? How cunning. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered me. Casting a glance at the more than 8,000 undead behind him, Lin Yuan chuckles, thinking, you wish to target me? You shall tire yourself out. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. After watching Ali's battle intently, his hands have grown somewhat restless. The scene shifts back to Ali and the Frostblade Guardian. As the cooldown for Berserker Charge concludes, Ali leaps back to create distance and then charges forward with fierce intent. The Frostblade Guardian, having anticipated this, activates his ice armor the moment Ali creates space. A crisp sound rings out as the armor shatters, freezing Ali in place. Typically, at this juncture, the Frostblade Guardian would unleash Ice Slash to apply slow upon Ali, but this time he refrains. He must conserve the Ice Slash for the summoner's demise. The Frostblade Guardian turned his head and unleashed a frigid ray towards Lin Yuan, causing a small skeleton behind him to explode upon impact. At that moment, Lin Yuan tilted his head, a perplexing smile adorning his face. Is that all? He mused. Yet, the Frostblade Guardian coldly retorted, I am aware of your damage transfer abilities. How could I not be prepared? Frost Slash. The Guardian swung his short sword, sending a chilling blade of ice hurtling towards Lin Yuan. The 6,000 damage from the Frost Slash shattered Lin Yuan's shield, reducing his health to 12,000. The Guardian was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that Lin Yuan possessed a health pool of 18,000, it seemed implausible even with full stamina investment. Little did he know, he faced an opponent who was operating beyond normal constraints. While the Guardian was momentarily dazed, Lin Yuan rose from his chair and executed a furious charge. In the midst of his rush, he picked up the shield that Ali had discarded. With the shield equipped, Lin Yuan exuded an aura of unwavering strength. Shield Mastery. Passive, skill description. When equipped with a shield, defense increases by 30%, block probability rises by 15%, and threat value doubles. With the shield in place, Lin Yuan resembled a speeding vehicle, crashing into the Guardian with a resounding thud. His right hand lifted the shield for a powerful upward strike, delivering a heavy blow to the Guardian's chin. Shield Slam. The damage was modest at 500, yet it rendered the Guardian incapacitated for 2 seconds. At that moment, Ali had recovered from his immobilized state and swiftly moved to assist, launching a series of 3 strikes. 78700, 79800, 80230. Unable to evade due to the stun, The Guardian suffered an astonishing 240,000 damage, his health plummeting to 120,000. As the Guardian began to regain consciousness, Lin Yuan discarded the shield, his fingers splayed wide. Reaching for the Guardian's head with a swift grasp, a crushing grasp that once again immobilized him for 2 seconds. Pugilistic mastery, passive, skill description, when unarmed. The next attack can immobilize the target for 2 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown for the same target. Through a decade of relentless training, Lin Yuan achieved an ultimate transcendence the moment he became the king of martial arts. The crushing grasp was designed to subdue the defiant. Still wish to struggle? Lin Yuan firmly pinned him down with one hand. Move. Go ahead, continue moving. Is it a decapitation tactic you're considering? Let us see you kneel. As the immobilization period ended, the shield reappeared in Lin Yuan's grasp, and he struck downwards with great force. Shield slam. The blow left the Guardian utterly bewildered. What is happening? Isn't this fellow a summoner? How come he is employing the skills of a shield warrior? This must be a mistake. With a simultaneous invocation of the death sword Qi, Lin Yuan and Ali obliterated the remaining 120,000 health points. Enough. A formidable aura erupted from the frost-cold sword Guardian, propelling Lin Yuan and Ali far away. A fist-sized, translucent white orb materialized above the frost-cold sword Guardian's head. Bone orb auxiliary item. Quality, epic. The moment the orb appeared, Lin Yuan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. An epic-grade item. It must be seized. Holding the bone orb, the frost-cold sword Guardian sneered. You pitiful insects have disrupted Lord Pierre's flawless plan. You shall pay for this transgression. Arise, slumbering undead, and crush all before you. Chapter 33. The Sea of Humanity Strategy. Thunderous roars echoed as the ground trembled violently, countless undead awakening from the depths, crawling to the surface. The frost-cold sword Guardian gazed down at Lin Yuan, cursing the summoner. Once I slay you, I shall skin you alive and use your hide as a cushion. The legion of 100,000 undead surrounded Lin Yuan, rendering escape impossible. A mocking smile crept across the frost-cold sword Guardian's face. The farce was about to conclude. Bone Legion, annihilate all intruders. With the bone orb in hand, the frost-cold sword Guardian's health regenerated at a rate of 1% per second. Though immobile, he was separated from Lin Yuan by 100,000 undead, all of which were level 15 skeletal warriors. With this horde serving as cannon fodder, the frost-cold sword Guardian would soon replenish his health, leaving no opportunity for his adversary. On Lin Yuan's side, skeletal warriors surrounded him, their hollow eye sockets glowing ominously. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but 100,000 amassed together was utterly terrifying. Those with faint hearts would have long since fled in terror. Lin Yuan flexed his wrist and settled back into his chair. Ali, it's your turn. In a one-on-one scenario, Ali would require considerable effort to defeat the frost-cold sword Guardian. However, in a multiple opponent situation, vanquishing him would be relatively simple. If he intended to employ a Sea of Humanity strategy, he had chosen the wrong opponent. With a command, the frost-cold sword Guardian unleashed his horde of 100,000 undead, surging towards Ali like a torrential flood. Ali's solitary figure appeared forlorn amidst the oncoming tide. As combat ensued, he could discern the flickering soul flames within the skeletal warrior's eye sockets, a primal instinct for slaughter. Ah, slaughter! Who does not yearn for it? With the massive bone sword raised, Ali swung forward, sweeping the blade. In a single skill, an area of vacuum was created within a 2-meter radius ahead, delivering moderate damage. However, its true strength lay in the ability to refresh its cooldown upon vanquishing an enemy. ALRI resembled a merciless reaper, relentlessly harvesting the souls of the undead before him. 100,000 specters could not impede ALRI's advance, not even for a fleeting second. Strolling leisurely, he approached the Frostblade Guardian in a mere 12 seconds. At this moment, the Frostblade Guardian resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. With a swift motion, ALRI unleashed a lethal blade of energy, inflicting 60,000 damage without a glance back. The colossal skeletal sword swept to the left, and the cooldown for the lethal blade was refreshed once more. In a seamless flurry, for successive sweeps ensued, signifying the use of the lethal blade 4 times. After much effort, the Guardian's health restored to 230,000, only to be obliterated again in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. I am the most formidable subordinate of Lord Pierre. How could I possibly lose? I am the strongest of the guardians. The Frostblade Guardian knelt, his eyes brimming with vehement indignation, succumbing to a death filled with bitterness. The strongest guardian. Alari's gaze held a hint of disdain. Even during his peak, he had fallen to the hands of the Lionheart sword, Arthur. How could a mere shadow dancer, incapable of mastering the slaughter fest, be deemed the strongest? A frog in a well, how laughable. As he fell, the skeletal orb slipped from his grasp, and upon losing its power, the surrounding undead instantly lost their vitality, reverting to mere piles of bones. Kill Skeleton Soldier, 20, 3720. Experience points, 3720. Kill Frostblade Guardian Laras, 20. Evolution points 5,000. Experience points 20,000. Level up to level 15 12620600000. Lin Yuan rose, silently lamenting the loss of experience points. However, it mattered little now. The skeletal orb had dropped. An epic grade item, capable of forging an elite class. Let me see what this entails. Skeletal orb, auxiliary equipment. Grade, epic. Wearing requirement. Undead life. Effect. Absorbs the essence of undead life. Upon reaching 100 energy, one can actively comprehend undead skills. Current energy at 60. What is this? Is this truly worthy of being called epic? The attributes are baffling. And the wearing requirement is absurd. Undead life, which Lin Yuan is utterly incapable of equipping. Ague, consider yourself fortunate. Lin Yuan tossed the skeletal orb to Ague, advising. Choose magic-based skills in the future. Do not venture into melee. Ali possesses an ample array of melee skills, while Lin Yuan contemplates acquiring additional spells for a more comprehensive development. With great delight, Ague clutches the bone pearl, nodding vigorously. Isn't it merely a spell? Just wait and see. The Frost Sword Guardian yielded not only the bone pearl, but also a skill book and an item. Frost Cloak. Grade, Platinum. Requirement. Level 15 attributes. Strength 25, Agility 30. Evasion rate 3. Special trait. Movement speed increased by 8. Blizzard. Mage exclusive. Learning level 30. Skill description. Consumes 1200 mana, summoning a blizzard within a radius of 3030. Lasting for 6 seconds, dealing 200,0200 magical damage per second. The blizzard has a chance to freeze targets in place, with damage against frozen targets increased by 100. Cooldown time is 20 seconds. It is expected that a commanding level would surely drop either a high-tier skill book or a diamond-grade item. The skill book is commendable and would fetch at least 50 million at auction, yet it is not usable by Lin Yuan. He has no intention of selling it for now, hoping to exchange it for a skill book that he can utilize. If that fails, he will resort to selling it. Lin Yuan donned the frost cloak immediately. The blue garment enveloped him, exuding an air of mystery. One glance at Lin Yuan's beaming smile reveals his satisfaction with the cloak. Attributes are inconsequential. The key is style and allure. Walking down the street, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Strong attributes may provide temporary advantages, but charm is everlasting. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Lin Yuan opted to exit the dungeon. Successfully defeated the hidden skeleton cemetery, achieving perfect clearance conditions. Would you like to hide your name and issue a regional announcement? No. Why conceal it? The Xia Kingdom has always valued talent. Only by proving one's worth can one garner greater attention. What of the underappreciated profession of summoner? There have been instances where such overlooked classes have dramatically altered their fates. If the officials of the Xia Kingdom were truly inept at recognizing talent, it would have been impossible for the nation to rise to become the foremost power in the Blue Star. Outside the dungeon, Ti and I engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman nearing 50. Xiao Tian, how long has it been? Why haven't they emerged yet? They keep calling me over. The elder, Professor Ching Feng from Kyoto University, is a street brawler with a level of 55. His combat prowess ranks him among the elite at Kyoto University. He had previously promised the Demon Suppression Army assistance in quelling the unrest at the No. 9 Insect Nest Fortress. And the commander of the 7th Army is pressing him for action. Chapter 34. Conqueror of Nightmares at this critical juncture. If it weren't for Tian Ye's unwavering assurance that Lin Yuan was an exceptionally gifted candidate, Cheng Feng would not have been present. Teacher, I understand your urgency, but please remain patient for a moment. He has only been inside for 40 minutes. It is rather premature to expect him to emerge so soon. Moreover, the skeleton graveyard, with its nightmarish difficulty, comprises a total of 8 waves of assaults. At this rate, he likely hasn't even encountered the first wave yet. While the two conversed, a man clad in a dark green robe approached with hurried steps. Master Chung, it truly is you. I feared I had mistaken you for someone else. I am Chun Ming, the vice president of the Dawnblade Guild. We met last year at the entrance of Kyoto University. Chung Feng turned to regard the newcomer. Offering a nonchalant reply, Chung Feng's cool demeanor stemmed from his formidable prowess. With his strength, he need not concern himself with the opinions of anyone save the leaders of the top guilds. Master Chung, what brings you here? Chun Ming inquired. Should you require anything from our Dawnblade Guild, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall exert our utmost effort. Reluctant to engage, Chung Feng remained silent. Prompting Tian Yi to interject, the teacher is here in search of promising candidates for direct admission to Kyoto University. Upon hearing the term direct admission, Chun Ming's eyes brightened, as did those of the 5 young individuals standing behind him. These 5 were the very members of the exploration team that had just entered the nightmarish skeleton graveyard. The Dawnblade Guild had invested considerable resources to assemble 5 highly talented individuals, aiming to forge them into an elite team capable of conquering the nightmarish dungeons. Should they eventually join the Demon Suppression Army as an exploration unit, the Dawnblade Guild would ascend to unprecedented heights. Direct admission to Kyoto University? Master Chung, you have indeed arrived at a fortuitous moment. Chun Ming's eyes gleamed as he quickly stepped aside to make room. These 5 are our guild's new talents this year. Each possesses remarkable abilities and exhibits exceptional teamwork, coupled with a sharp instinct for combat. The team leader, Xiao Bin, wields a powerful offensive talent, boasting a skill level of 124 and adorned in golden equipment. Hearing the vice president's introduction, Xiao Bin stood tall and proud. During their recent venture in the nightmarish skeleton graveyard, despite some missteps from the shield warrior, he managed to single-handedly hold off the skeletal giant for 10 seconds. Under his precise command, the team dispatched the skeletal giant in merely 7 minutes. Regrettably, his teammates struggled to keep pace. Otherwise, they could have certainly attempted to challenge the skeletal knight, Moses. The exceptional talent did not astonish Chung Feng, for he had encountered numerous individuals with similar capabilities. Such talent merely constituted the minimum threshold for admission to Kyoto University. To truly stand out, one must possess combat skills, fortuitous circumstances, and reliable teammates. Each element is indispensable. Master Chung, their small team had recently achieved the remarkable feat of being the first to conquer the nightmare difficulty of the level 10 dungeon, Goblin Forest. Just moments ago, they had ventured into the nightmare difficulty of the skeleton graveyard, successfully vanquishing the 5th wave of skeletal giants. Chun Ming enthusiastically introduced the new talents within the guild, hoping to impress Chung Feng and secure a coveted recommendation. Even within Kyoto University, not everyone is granted such recommendations. Although Chung Feng held the title of professor, he enjoyed the privileges akin to that of a dean, possessing a small team with 5 recommendation slots. If he were to acquire all 5, the Dawnsword Guild could conserve considerable resources to cultivate another elite team, pursuing dual objectives. Tian Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging their achievement in conquering the nightmare difficulty of Goblin Forest, which was commendable. Your Dawnsword has indeed outpaced other guilds this year. I have not heard of any other guild successfully completing a dungeon at nightmare difficulty. Chun Ming chuckled. Captain Tian, you flatter us. Just a couple of years ago, Dawnsword was languishing at the bottom of the rankings in Tianfeng City. This year, our president decided to intensify support for new talents. 1 million. Chun Ming raised a finger, indicating a support fund of 1 million per individual, intending to mold them into an elite expedition team. Their 5 members have indeed proven themselves, completing the nightmare difficulty of Goblin Forest and bringing considerable prestige to our guild leader. 1 million. Tian Yi nodded, acknowledging the substantial investment. 1 million could procure a level 20 platinum weapon or an obscure high-level skill. Investing such a sum into new talents is a bold move, yet not without its merits. It must be said that the president of Dawnsword possesses remarkable courage. Master Chung, do you find these new talents from my guild worthy of your attention? Chun Ming gazed eagerly at Chung Feng, hoping to hear an affirmative response. However, Chung Feng merely cast a cursory glance, muttering, not bad. The lukewarm appraisal caused Chun Ming's expression to falter in disappointment. It appeared he had not made an impression. Xiao Bin stood tall, akin to a proud rooster, anticipating the admiration of others. Yet, the mere not bad unceremoniously grounded him in reality. A look of defiance crossed his face, although he remained silent. His sentiments were evident. He felt underestimated by Chung Feng. Exceptional talent, adorned in golden equipment, boasting 124 skills, 7 of which are offensive. To receive only a not bad evaluation is laughable. Xiaobin crossed his arms, standing firm, gazing towards the entrance of the dungeon. I am determined to discover who among the denizens of the skeleton graveyard could surpass my prowess. Just these pitiful misfits? A jest. The sound of 3 consecutive notifications echoed. Congratulations to Lin Yuan's team for conquering the nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard in 43 minutes. The announcement reverberated, and Lin Yuan's figure reappeared at the dungeon's entrance. Perfectly cleared the nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard. The derivative dungeon, the Bone Warhorse training ground, has emerged. Congratulations on achieving 2 flawless completions of the nightmare difficulty dungeon, earning the title of Nightmare Conqueror. The Nightmare Conqueror Lin Yuan has entered the current area. Let us applaud. A profound silence enveloped the vicinity, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing was absent. Within a kilometer of the skeleton graveyard, over 2,000 adventurers had heard the regional voice announcement. The name of the Lin Yuan team resounded alone. What did it signify? The nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard had been soloed by a single individual. Soloed? By heavens! What did I just hear? Someone soloed the nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard, exclaimed the knight, who had been ahead of Lin Yuan in the queue, his excitement palpable. Who is this Lin Yuan? Such an extraordinary figure. He was indeed the enigmatic individual who possessed the nightmare difficulty sword pass. Chapter 35. The dazzling skeletal behemoth Xiao Bin, arms crossed, stood momentarily stunned. A complete clearance? A perfect clearance, no less. The voice announcement could not be mistaken. The one mistaken was himself, a mere buffoon. A single term echoed in his mind. In stark contrast to Lin Yuan, who could solo the nightmare skeleton graveyard, his own team was merely adequate, and perhaps even that was an overstatement, a courtesy of sorts. Vice President Chun Ming, observing the dazed expressions of his comrades, sighed inwardly. To stand in the same era as such a prodigious talent is truly disheartening. Come. The president awaits us. Your journey as adventurers has just begun. Do not let your spirits wane. Some individuals are born as monsters. Do not compare yourselves to such extraordinary beings. Truly remarkable. In a corner, 50 meters away from Lin Yuan, the knight was filled with envy. He had just formed a temporary team with a few other disheartened adventurers to tackle the skeleton graveyard on normal difficulty. Yet, their team was woefully inadequate, barely lasting 20 minutes before retreating. While they rested, the sudden regional announcement caught their attention, and they witnessed Lin Yuan's emergence at the dungeon entrance. Upon noticing the young man who had just been queuing behind him, the knight big brother realized that this was indeed the holder of the Nightmare Pass. Marked by the sword emblem, he was the very subject of the post titled The Strongest Summoner in History. Dare to contest? Authored by Sun Tzu. After posting, Sun Tzu ventured into the dungeon, completely unaware that his casual post had garnered a staggering 20,000 interactions in a mere half hour. Over 10,000 professionals had commented beneath the post, drawn by the allure of the Nightmare Pass. The strongest summoner? What a publicity stunt. Surely, his pass isn't legitimate. Is there even a summoner over level 20? What a disgrace. Some accused him of impersonating a nightmare difficulty pass, while the Tianfeng City Professional Association declared the original poster a fool. An overwhelming majority of the comments were disparaging, labeling the poster as a mere attention seeker. Yet, the knight big brother refrained from commenting, for he recognized the authenticity of the pass in the boy's possession. Opening his phone, he silently uploaded screenshots of his successful completion of the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon to the professional forum, alongside the announcement of the Nightmare Conqueror's emergence. After completing these tasks, he pocketed his phone and turned to his temporary teammates with a smile. Are you ready for another round? Lin Yuan was a genius, radiant like the blazing sun, while the knight big brother, as an ordinary professional, believed that his perseverance would eventually yield results. Chung Feng, beside him, gasped in astonishment. How did this kid create such a commotion? The Nightmare Conqueror is truly impressive. Turning to speak to Chung Feng, he realized the man had vanished. At the moment the announcement of the Nightmare Conqueror was made, Chung Feng had already disappeared from sight. At the entrance of the dungeon, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. Nightmare Conqueror, title, effect. When you enter any dungeon area, an area announcement will occur. Within the dungeon, Your skills will feature splendid effects, which can be toggled off. Achieve a perfect clearance of Nightmare difficulty dungeons 5 times to elevate Nightmare Conqueror to Nightmare Ruler. Current progress, 25. As Lin Yuan examined the title's utility, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you Lin Yuan? Turning around, he was greeted by Chung Feng, who bore a warm smile. May I ask who you are? I am Chung Feng, a professor from the combat department of Kyoto University. Professor Chung, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Lin Yuan responded with immediate enthusiasm. Just a moment ago, I was questioning who I was. And now I am honored to meet you. Is there a matter for which you seek me? Perhaps a recommendation to Kyoto University? Lin Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. Chung Feng replied straightforwardly. There is no need for concealment in this matter. It would be far better to speak candidly. Moreover, considering the esteemed reputation of Kyoto University, I find it hard to believe this young man would decline. Well then, I shall ponder over it. Lin Yuan nodded, his tone considerably subdued. Having just conquered the nightmarish difficulty of the Golden Tooth ruins yesterday, and now being approached by a professor from Kyoto University, it is evident that the individuals from this institution possess discernment. However, Lin Yuan is not prepared to yield just yet. Although both options involve guaranteed admission, the disparities in treatment are monumental. Some students receive scholarships amounting to 50 million annually, while others are allotted merely 20 million. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's intention to deliberate, Chung Feng became anxious, exclaiming, "What is there to consider? Kyoto University boasts the finest faculty and resources in the underground city across the entirety of Xia country. If you agree to the guaranteed admission, I can offer you a premier treatment. 60 million a year, with personal guidance from a second transformation professional. In addition to 4 formidable teammates. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare." Chung Feng's demeanor transformed dramatically, displaying an urgency that starkly contrasted his earlier composure before Qinming. His fervor stemmed from the astonishing feat of single-handedly conquering a nightmare-level dungeon. Not only did he achieve this, but he also did so flawlessly, earning the title of Nightmare Conqueror. Upon reflection, this title is possessed by only the president and vice president of the unparalleled guild in Xia country, and today, another has emerged. The previous 2 were both at level 60, on the cusp of their 3rd transformation. Yet, Lin Yuan's level is merely 15? Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's level, Chung Feng was utterly bewildered. Did he not awaken just yesterday? In just a day and a half, he ascended to level 15. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to slip away. Considering your unique circumstances, I can return to consult with the principal and negotiate your treatment further. At this point, if it were anyone else, they would have accepted without hesitation. Yet, Lin Yuan remained resolute, stating, Professor Zhang from Magic City University and Professor Wang from Demon Suppression University have also reached out to me. They have expressed their willingness to offer me premier treatment. To be frank, while Kyoto University is indeed exceptional, my personal preference leans towards attending Kyoto University. Although the thought remained unvoiced, Chung Feng understood Lin Yuan's implication. Damn it, this lad is utterly shameless. I know all the professors at Demon Suppression University and Magic City University, and none of them are capable of offering such treatment. It requires at least a vice principal or principal to extend such an offer. The audacity of his lies is astounding. Chung Feng was left incredulous, thinking to himself, if anyone else had said this to me, I would have delivered a punch to their face. In the universities of the Magic City and the Demon Slaying University, there are no individuals with the surnames Zhang or Wang who can offer preferential treatment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan realized that his intentions had been discerned by the other party. Unfazed, he merely shrugged and remarked, Really? Have I been deceived? Cursed swindlers. Chung Feng took a deep breath, calming his emotions before waving to Tianyi, and then turning to Lin Yuan, suggested, This is not the place for a discussion. Let us find a more private venue. Tianyi approached swiftly, greeting Lin Yuan. Come, my vehicle is parked over there. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have my own means of transportation. With that, he produced the reins of a skeletal giant elephant, which materialized before him, standing 3 meters tall and 7 meters long. Lin Yuan effortlessly leaped onto its back, asking, Where shall we go? Ultimately, Lin Yuan disbanded the skeletal giant elephant and opted for Tianyi's car. The allure of the skeletal giant elephant was undeniable, yet its presence could easily incite chaos. Numerous professionals had nearly caused a stampede in their eagerness to witness the majestic creature up close. Even after Lin Yuan's departure, Many professionals continued to speculate about his identity, flooding the Tianfeng City Professionals Forum with discussions about him. Shockingly, a summoner single-handedly conquers the nightmare difficulty Skeleton Graveyard. Epic mount from the Skeleton Graveyard, evidence provided. Perfectly clears the Skeleton Graveyard. A new underground dungeon for training bone warhorses is now live. The strongest summoner in history. Can he break the curse of being unable to change classes? As Lin Yuan sat in the car, engrossed in the freshly minted posts on his phone, he encountered one titled, The Strongest Summoner in History. Dare to debate? Although the content did not explicitly name him, it referenced his solo conquest of the Gold Tooth Ruins and passing the Nightmare Difficulty Pass examination, making it clear to whom it pertained. At the bottom of the post was an image of Lin Yuan, showcasing only his profile while holding a black pass at the entrance of the dungeon, looking exceptionally dashing. Lin Yuan casually liked the post and commented, "So handsome. Is this truly the strongest summoner in history? A well-deserved title, I adore it." Scrolling down, Lin Yuan sought to identify the author of the post, noting with amusement, Lao Ji's thigh accessory, Sun Tzu. He uttered the author's name, feeling a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Damn it, it turns out to be this fellow who values beauty over friendship. Given your honesty, I shall forgive you. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself and put down his phone. Unbeknownst to him, all of this had been observed by Cheng Feng, who remarked, "You must be a devil." Though taken aback by Lin Yuan's impressive maneuver, Cheng Feng gained a deeper understanding of Lin Yuan's preferences. Lin Yuan, should you choose to enroll at Kyoto University, the previously agreed-upon benefits remain unchanged. I can appoint you as the representative for the new students. The notion of being a representative piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Please, go on. On the day of the opening ceremony, you will be invited to speak on stage as the new student representative. The ceremony will be broadcast live, allowing you to showcase your flair without disrupting the proceedings. Tian Yi remarked, as expected of a teacher, you quickly discern Lin Yuan's inclinations. It's audacious to flaunt oneself at the Kyoto University opening ceremony. It's thrilling just to consider. What did you say? Lin Yuan thought he might have misheard. You will address this year's new students, with 30 seconds to convey whatever you wish. Trust me, 30 seconds is ample time for others to remember you. Tian Yi mused. Teacher, you might have oversold it. I reckon just 2 sentences would suffice for everyone to recall Lin Yuan. The remaining time, they would likely wish to pummel him. Professor Chung, are you serious? Lin Yuan felt a mix of incredulity and excitement. What should he say in those 30 seconds? Do I appear to be jesting? Cheng Feng grinned. Ponder this carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it might not return. After a moment of silence, Cheng Feng's phone rang. Upon answering, a frantic voice emerged from the other end. Damn it, Cheng Feng, where are you? You promised to come. Where are you? If you don't show up soon, I'll send someone to torch your house. The caller was Chu Qianli, the commander of the 7th Legion of the Demon Suppression Army. I don't know what is happening, but the number 110 Nest Fortress is in chaos. All fortresses are calling for reinforcements. Normally, your absence wouldn't matter, but now every fortress requires support. I must personally contact you. I don't care where you are, get to the fortress immediately. It's urgent. Understood, Cheng Feng replied, a serious expression settling on his face. The front lines require reinforcements. I must depart at once. Lin Yuan, there are 2 months until the college entrance examination. Use this time wisely to consider your options. Once you've made a decision, inform Tian Yi. Turning to Tian Yi, Cheng Feng added, with the unrest at the front, times may be turbulent. Ensure his safety. Understood, Tian Yi replied, his gaze sharpening. Shall I escort you to the teleportation array? No need, Cheng Feng responded, opening the car door and leaping out, heedless of the vehicle's high speed. After jumping, he swiftly changed direction, vanishing from their sight. That's just how he is, quite impulsive, Tian Yi remarked. As he drove along the field's edge, Tian Yi remarked, you truly are impressive. Just this morning, you obtained the pass, and before noon, you've already stirred up such a commotion. With the emergence of the underground city, I reckon the deputy mayor will have quite the headache again. Unfortunately, this underground city isn't a resource dungeon. Lin Yuan sighed. If it were a resource dungeon, I could exchange my usable skill books or other items with the Demon Suppression Army. Tian Yi drove to Longding Community and brought Lin Yuan to his doorstep. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yuan called out to him. Captain Tian, here, take this. Lin Yuan presented the reins of the skeletal horse to Tian Yi. The reins of a mount. Tian Yi did not reach out, deeming the item too precious. I cannot accept this. Please Please take it, Lin Yuan insisted, placing the reins in Tian Ye's hands. Without you, Captain Tian, Professor Chung would not have traveled such a distance. I will remember this kindness. And should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Tian Yi felt somewhat conflicted. I do not do this for your sake. I merely wish for no talent to be buried. Then you should accept it even more, Lin Yuan smiled. He who gathers firewood for others cannot allow them to freeze in the wilderness. If those who do good deeds are unrewarded, who would continue to do good in the future? This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Lin Yuan waved the reins of the skeletal giant elephant. Besides, I possess a skeletal giant elephant. The skeletal horse has long become outdated for me. Unintentionally, he had boasted. You rascal, Tian Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Then I shall accept it without further ado. Chapter 37. The fisherman A Gue accepting the reins of the skeletal horse. Tian Yi chose not to use them himself, but rather intended to sell them. He already had a buyer in mind. Their commander, Liao Chun. Liao Chun had previously mentioned he would pay 5 million for a mount, preferably something eye-catching. The skeletal horse perfectly fit that criterion. By the way, the city may not be safe lately. It's best not to venture alone into unfamiliar places, Tian Yi advised before leaving. Understood, Lin Yuan noted. Taking the warning to heart. The world was not as tranquil as it seemed. The invasion of the underground city was the overt danger. While numerous organizations lurking in the shadows sought to obliterate the world, some of these factions worshipped evil deities, aiming to summon the monsters of the underground city to Blue Star. Others harbored ambitions of unifying Blue Star, establishing an empire led by professionals, relegating ordinary people to the status of slaves, at the mercy of those with abilities. With his duties demanding, Tian Yi briefed Lin Yuan and departed. Left alone, Lin Yuan decided to stroll around the community. Longding Community, as the premier villa district of Tianfeng City, boasts commendable infrastructure and a splendid environment. To the east of the community lies a serene lake, home to dozens of fish species and frequented by numerous swans. By the lake, several anglers engage in casual conversation. A middle-aged man clad in blue attire sets down his phone and remarks to those nearby, "Have you all checked the professional forum today? Someone has conquered the nightmare difficulty of the skeleton cemetery." Really? Which guild's pioneering team achieved that? The difficulty of the skeleton cemetery is quite formidable. A young man with dyed yellow hair expresses mild astonishment. Was it the Dawnsword Guild? I heard their pioneering team secured the first kill in the nightmare difficulty of Goblin Forest a month ago. Not them. An elderly man in a security uniform, his face lined with wrinkles, shakes his head. With the skill level of their team, they could barely withstand the first 5 waves of attacks. They'd surely perish on the 6th. Then which guild was it? The young man with yellow hair inquires. It's not a guild, it's a solo player. The middle-aged man in blue pauses, his expression reflecting surprise, and it's one individual. Soloing the nightmare difficulty of the skeleton cemetery. The young man beams with delight. Is this person a top-tier talent? He doesn't belong to any guild, right? My Xianglong guild would like to recruit him. Chui Xianglong, are you dreaming? The middle-aged man retorts. With the size of your Xianglong guild, you couldn't possibly accommodate this true dragon. Lin Yandong, are you underestimating people? The young man, Chui Xianglong, crosses his arms, slightly displeased. Which guild in Tianfeng City is worthy of this? Just based on you, a level 46 brawler. Lin Yandong scoffs, from what I know. Chung Feng has already approached him, and the offer is quite substantial. Your Xianglong guild may be the best in Tianfeng City, but it pales in comparison to the prestigious universities in Kyoto. Damn, Chung is quick on his feet. Chui Xianglong's expression darkens as he turns to face the lake, forcefully casting his fishing rod far into the water. Finding a new talent is indeed a challenge. Come on. As if I'm unaware that you've already nurtured an elite team composed entirely of top-tier talents. Captain Shui Bin possesses the rare ability of a level 5 spellcaster. Send them over to the neighboring Shanhua city to compete with the local geniuses. I heard they even snatched a first kill in a level 15 nightmare difficulty dungeon. Lin Yandong smiles knowingly, unveiling Chui Xianglong's hidden secret. President Lin, your insight is remarkable. Nothing escapes your notice. Chui Xianglong chuckles, a hint of pride in his demeanor. At this moment, Lin Yuan returns with Ollie and a Gue to the lakeside, having visited earlier and observed the abundance of fish and swans. Lin Yuan had gone back to the villa to fetch supplies. Setting aside charcoal and barbecue tools, Lin Yuan gestures towards the distant swans and fish, saying, Ollie, go fetch a couple of plump geese. Ague, you catch some fish. Ollie quietly approached the swan flock and captured 2 plump swans, returning with the geese. Upon placing the swans before him, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He was at a loss for how to handle them. Turning to Ollie, he saw him with his arms crossed, shaking his head. While he could slay the geese, he lacked the skills to prepare them, apart from wielding a sword. His hands were accustomed only to playing music. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly, acknowledging the irony of having a noble musician by his side. Now that they had the geese but no means to prepare them, what were they to do? He retrieved his phone and called Sun Tzu. Brother Lin, just emerged from the underground city. What is up? I've procured 2 large geese. We're roasting them for lunch by the lakeside. Hurry, Lin Yuan stated directly. Got it, I'll be right there. On the other end, Sun Tzu expressed his apologies. Oh dear sisters, I must take my leave. Brother Lin needs me. It's not that I am lacking in stamina, but there's truly something to attend to. We shall indulge another day, ensuring all 4 of you are satisfied. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Damn, that old lecher, always with the innuendos. One might think he's at a brothel. 20 minutes later, Sun Tzu arrived at the lakeside, laden with various condiments. Upon seeing the geese on the ground, he hesitated. Brother Lin, these are the 2 large geese I bought outside. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Sun Tzu unpacked a portable stove, complete with a large iron pot and all necessary kitchen utensils. You seem well prepared. Yet you claim you have no intention of becoming a chef, Lin Yuan jested. Cooking is my hobby, but once it becomes a profession, it transforms entirely. Sun Tzu replied as he lit the stove and expertly cleaned the geese. Right now, I'm cooking for myself. I can eat whatever I desire. But if I were to become a professional chef, I'd be bound to serve others. Where's the freedom in that? With deft hands, Sun Tzu chopped 1 goose into pieces and tossed them into the pot, where they bubbled enticingly, filling the air with a delicious aroma. This goose, no? Large goose, should be stewed for the best flavor. Today we'll have 2 dishes. First, a stew, then roasted goose. Lin Yuan leaned closer to the stove, fanning the fragrant steam towards his nose. Ah, what an exquisite scent. Just then, he recalled something. Where did Ague go? I sent him to catch fish. By now, he should have returned from the market. Stretching his neck to look around, Lin Yuan spotted Ague among a group of anglers, sitting beside Lin Yindong, fishing rod in hand. The trouble was, while he was fishing, Ague was also letting out bursts of laughter, which made one wonder how he could catch any fish at all. Chapter 38. The Unmatched Guild. Ague was deeply engrossed in fishing, much to the astonishment of the nearby anglers. Who, they wondered, was the summoner of this little skeleton? Cui Xianglong set his fishing rod aside, abandoning his own pursuit, and gazed at Ague with great interest. In this day and age, it took remarkable courage to choose the path of a summoner. Indeed, this little fellow was fortunate. It possessed a 3rd-tier bloodline. Should a second summoned creature also be nurtured to the 3rd tier, it might very well succeed in the first transition quest. Lin Yandong, the president of the Occupational Association, was well aware of the little skeleton's master. Just yesterday, it had awakened and single-handedly conquered the nightmarish difficulty of the Golden Tooth Ruins with its 3rd-tier shield guardian. This morning, it had effortlessly dispatched the nightmarish difficulty examination robots, securing the coveted Black Pass. Before noon, it had once again single-handedly cleared the nightmarish difficulty of the skeleton graveyard. Not even the most industrious of production teams could rival such efficiency. The Adventurer Forum in Tianfeng City had been thrown into disarray by the exploits of this little creature. Lin Yandong pointed to the skeleton and said to Cui Xianglong, weren't you just curious as to who single-handedly cleared the nightmarish difficulty of the skeleton graveyard? It was him, or rather, his master. What? Cui Xianglong sprang to his feet, scrutinizing Ague with newfound seriousness. A summoner had single-handedly cleared the nightmarish difficulty of the skeleton graveyard. Remarkable. A profession often regarded as substandard had managed to conquer one of the top 3 nightmarish dungeons in Tianfeng City, specifically the 15-level challenge. No other descriptor could capture his astonishment. President Mu, what is your opinion? Lin Yandong turned his gaze toward an elderly man clad in a security uniform. This elder, named Mu Tianxing, was the president of the Unmatched Guild, a level 60 paladin on the brink of transitioning to a 3rd-tier judgment knight. Despite his current aged appearance, Mu Tianxing was, in truth, only 36 years old, having been afflicted by a curse of aging. 3 months prior, to aid Mu Tianxing in completing his 3rd transition quest, A coalition of 25 formidable adventurers from Xia country had ventured into the level 60 regional dungeon, the nightmarish difficulty Cursed Temple. The challenges posed by this nightmarish dungeon exceeded all expectations, culminating in a confrontation with a 6th-tier Lord-level Lich. The Lord possessed aura skills, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. The ultimate aura ability of the Cursed Temple was decay. As the battle wore on, the adventurers' bodies would undergo irreversible aging, a truly terrifying prospect. Though the Lich was powerful, the adventurers from Xia country were elite, chosen from among thousands. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the Lich, yet Mu Tianqing had underestimated the cunning of the Lord. In its final moments, the Lich utilized its life vessel as a medium to cast a curse that fused the vessel with Mu Tianqing's very being. The Lich had perished, yet in a sense, it had not truly died. The incomplete third transition task of Mu Tianqing has left him in a precarious situation. Should he manage to dispel the curse's power, not only would his strength be restored to its former peak, but he would also become the first practitioner of the third transition on Blue Star. Conversely, if Mu Tianqing were to perish, the Lich would seize the opportunity to resurrect itself using his body. In essence, the safety of Mu Tianqing's life is of paramount importance to Blue Star. If the deranged members of the Dark Knight Guild, who are solely driven by destruction, were to discover his whereabouts, the entire Tianfeng city would be in jeopardy. President Lin, do you wish for him to join the Wushuang Guild? Mu Tianqing adjusted himself comfortably, single-handedly challenging the Nightmare Dungeon, which indeed aligns with the criteria for admission to the Wushuang Guild. However, I must meet him in person. I have no desire for a morally unsound individual. Mu Tianqing's sentiments were met with unanimous agreement from the others. While poor equipment can be gradually improved and low levels can be increased over time, a lack of character is irredeemable. One cannot invest time and resources only to nurture a treacherous wolf. Moreover, admission to the Wushuang Guild signifies entry into the clandestine core of Xia country, granting access to numerous secrets. Should one turn traitor, the consequences would be dire. Thus, it is imperative that Mu Tianqing meets the master of the little skeleton. Oh, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves and approached Agoué, asking about the 2 fish he had instructed him to catch. Upon glancing at the empty box beside Agoué, he inquired, "Caught any?" Agoué squatted down, revealing the barren container. The term empty pierced his heart like a dagger. Empty, empty. In that moment, Agoué swore never to be referred to as empty again. An hour had passed without a single catch. He could have bought fish at the market by now. Let us go, we shouldn't delay these esteemed gentlemen from fishing. Lin Yuan urged, and Agoué reluctantly followed him. As they distanced themselves, Lin Yandong exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Tianqing, asking, "What do you think after seeing him?" Mu Tianqing, somewhat speechless, replied, "We barely spoke. How could I form a judgment?" Setting aside his fishing rod, he stood up to retrieve the water tank at his feet, thinking, "If he wants fish, I shall provide him with a few." Cui Xianglong chuckled, lifting 2 fish as he approached Lin Yandong, glancing at the water tank beneath him. "Oh, President Lin, it seems you're empty-handed." Lin Yandong's forehead pulsed with irritation as he muttered, "Get lost." Passing by a flock of swans, Lin Yandong pondered, "Why do the little treasures seem to be in a peculiar state today? Could it be that they are in their mating period?" Upon returning to the stove, Lin Yuan sighed, lamenting Agoué's lack of skill. "Since the fish have eluded us, let us feast on goose today." The fire for Sun Tzu's grilled fish was perfectly prepared, and upon hearing that the fish was gone, he turned to observe Lin Yuan, or rather, the spectral creature behind him, the summoned spirit known as Agoué. Upon seeing Sun Tzu, Agoué waved his hand and let out a series of eerie chuckles, leading Sun Tzu to understand why Lin Yuan had given it such a name. The laughter was indeed ghostly. As the cooking reached its prime, Sun Tzu lifted the lid of the iron pot, releasing an aromatic fragrance that tantalized their appetites. The fragrant iron pot was filled with roasted goose, which Lin Yuan eagerly sampled, biting into a goose leg. The meat was firm yet tender, with a perfect chewiness, rendering it utterly delectable. Even the bones, once crushed, released delightful flavors. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. It was divine. As the two enjoyed their meal, Cui Xianglong approached, inhaling deeply. "Delicious. Too delicious," he exclaimed, placing 2 fish aside before sitting down robustly. "Gentlemen, do you mind if I join you?" Lin Yuan glanced at the 3 and smiled broadly. "As you say, what a few more pairs of chopsticks. Please, Make yourself comfortable. Mu Tianxing placed the fish down, having heard that they were grilling fish. I caught quite a few. Allow me to gift them to you. That sounds splendid. Sun Tzu's eyes lit up as he quickly skewered the fish and set them to roast. With more people gathered, the large goose on the table soon dwindled, prompting Sun Tzu to bring out another roasted goose. Try my exclusive recipe. The skin of the roasted goose was golden and crisp. A gentle bite produced a satisfying crunch and an irresistible aroma. Ah, splendid. This surpasses the creations of many renowned chefs. The crowd unanimously praised, giving their thumbs up. Lin Yandong was the most indulgent, having consumed half a roasted goose before letting out a satisfied burp. Where did you procure this goose? It tastes magnificent. Chapter 39. The unmatched title Chui Xianglong tossed the last piece of goose wing into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Lin President, doesn't this goose resemble the swans you keep? Initially, Lin Yandong hadn't considered this, but Chui Xianglong's remark jolted him awake. Oh no, my precious. He dashed towards the swan enclosure, returning with a dark expression less than 2 minutes later, sitting silently in his place. He was furious, but felt he had no right to be, having just devoured half a roasted goose himself. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu remained silent, focusing on their fish, not having touched the large goose since Lin Yandong and his companions arrived. Their demeanor amused Mu Tianxing. You too. Aren't you aware that this goose is the president's cherished possession? Lin Yuan looked up, feigning innocence. What are you talking about, sir? This is just a large goose. I just bought it from the market. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yandong crossed his arms and let out a heavy snort. So what if it's a big goose? Mu Tianxing chuckled, shaking his head. This lad is quite clever. All right, I won't jest any longer. Mu Tianxing then gestured towards Lin Yandong and Chui Xianglong, introducing their identities. This is Lin Yandong, the president of the Tianfeng City Practitioners Association, and Chui Xianglong, the president of the Xianglong Guild. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu were naturally aware of their identities. They were not foolish, after all. The first page of the Practitioners Forum prominently displayed the photos of the top figures in Tianfeng City, and both of them occupied the front row. Lin Yuan's expression was filled with excitement. So it is President Lin and President Chui. I've long admired your names. They resonate like thunder. Sun Tzu added from the side. Indeed, President Lin and President Chui are truly remarkable individuals. Mu Tianxing interjected. Isn't this conversation a bit misplaced? Shouldn't such praises come from the elders to you? Now that you've spoken, what are we to say? Pointing to himself, he declared, I am Mu Tianxing, president of the Wushuang Guild. At this juncture, Mu Tianxing deliberately paused, hoping to elicit a gasp of astonishment from the two. Lin Yuan scratched his ear. Wushuang Guild. I've never heard of it. It was not that Lin Yuan lacked knowledge. Rather, the news regarding the Wushuang Guild belonged to a more elite echelon, one that teachers at school would not discuss. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Yuan to be unfamiliar with the Wushuang Guild. Although unaware of its prestige, Lin Yuan thought to himself that a person of such age still serving as a president could not imply that the guild was exceptionally powerful. Sun Tzu cast a dubious glance at the defiant Mu Tianxing, clad in security attire. Old sir, is your Wushuang Guild involved in the security industry? This remark nearly left Mu Tianxing choking. What do you understand? I am merely concealing my identity, he replied with pride. My safety is crucial to Xia country and indeed to the entire Blue Star. I must not allow any information about my presence here to leak out. Upon hearing Mu Tianxing's words, Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, what a boastful fellow. Lin Yandong, with his arms crossed, added, this gentleman is Mu Tianxing, president of the top guild in Xia country, the Wushuang Guild, a level 60 paladin. He has been transformed thus due to a curse of aging. The reason he has come to Tianfeng City is that there exists a dungeon capable of mitigating the effects of this curse. A level 60 paladin. Now that is a superpower. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to Mu Tianxing. Humph. Mu Tianxing let out a slight snort. Had it been before I was cursed, neither of you would have even qualified to meet me. Glancing at Ali, who stood like a spear nearby, a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Tianxing's eyes. A fourth-tier summoned beast? You, my friend, are quite adept at keeping secrets. No wonder Cheng Feng offered him such preferential treatment. With a fourth-tier summoned beast at hand, the transition task at level 20 poses no challenge whatsoever. Perhaps this young man will become the first summoner in human history to undergo such a transformation, which aligns perfectly with the persona of the unparalleled guild. Mu Tianxing pondered for a moment before producing an electronic wristband inscribed with the symbol of unparalleled and tossing it to Lin Yuan, serving as the guild's membership token. Following the college entrance examination, as long as the wristband remains in your possession, you will be rewarded with a level skill book and a complete set of platinum gear. Upon receiving the wristband, Lin Yuan inquired about the stipulation regarding the timing, questioning whether there would be others attempting to seize it. Indeed, Cui Xianglong's eyes glimmered with envy. The name Unparalleled signifies unmatched excellence. Every member of the Unparalleled Guild is a prodigy of their era. This upcoming examination will serve as your crucible. Securing the top position will elevate you above all practitioners of Blue Star, establishing your name as unparalleled. At this juncture, Cui Xianglong sighed. Reflecting on how he and Mu Tianxing were contemporaries, living in the shadow of Mu Tianxing's illustrious reputation. Today, Mu Tianxing had bestowed the unparalleled wristband upon Lin Yuan. Did he truly believe that merely possessing a fourth-tier summoned beast could enable him to dominate all practitioners this year? Unmatched excellence. Lin Yuan mulled over these 4 words, finding them rather intriguing. I shall accept the wristband, and I have already reserved the top position. His motivation was not merely for the skill book and platinum equipment. He was solely driven by the desire to attain the title of unparalleled. Ah, how confident, Mu Tianxing remarked with a slight smile, adding a friendly reminder that he could only form a team alone. That suits me perfectly, Lin Yuan replied, having no intention of seeking companions. Why would he need teammates? Only to worry about their safety? Unless they possessed abilities akin to Sun Tzu's, otherwise they would merely be burdens. Mu Tianxing stood up and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, stating, I've heard that someone in Shanghai City has already reached level 18. They are likely to ascend to level 20 within a month, with hopes of completing their first transition before the examination. With 2 months remaining until the examination, he urged Lin Yuan to exert more effort. Exert more effort? Isn't it just about leveling up? What is the big deal? A few more runs in the nightmare dungeons will suffice. Completing the first transition before the examination would be as effortless as capturing the Monkey King by the Buddha himself. Having achieved his objective, Mu Tianxing sauntered away, hands behind his back, while Cui Xianglong and Lin Yandong followed suit. Before departing, Lin Yandong shot a warning glance at Lin Yuan, cautioning him against overstepping boundaries. Take care. Big shots. Lin Yuan waved with a smile. Once the trio had distanced themselves, Sun Tzu exclaimed while clutching his phone, Oh my! Lin, take a look. Lin Yuan leaned closer, observing the content displayed on Sun Tzu's phone screen. The president of the Wushuang Guild. The mightiest human paladin and the radiant guardian of light shatters the darkness. Sun Tzu clicked on a video within the post, revealing a golden-armored paladin, bathed in sacred light, soaring in the sky. Opposing him was a legion of gargoyles, dark and foreboding, numbering over 30,000, obscuring the heavens as if darkness itself had descended. Faced with the encroaching horde of gargoyles, the paladin unleashed a single strike, dispelling the shadows above. Chapter 40. Fourth Order Skeletal Knight. Wow, incredible! Sun Tzu exclaimed, his blood racing with excitement. The name Radiant Guardian certainly suggested a formidable character. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled, clearly astounded. 30,000 level 50 gargoyles, obliterated by a single skill. How astonishing! Brother Lin, you must also devise a resounding title for yourself. Sun Tzu pondered, tilting his head in deep thought. How about Ruler of the World, Invincible Holy King, or Celestial Overlord? Which do you prefer? What nonsense! Lin Yuan massaged his temples. Could you not be so juvenile? Parting ways with Sun Tzu, Lin Yuan returned to his villa. Ali, well acquainted with the surroundings, made his way to his room. Before long, the sound of piano keys resonated through the air. Lin Yuan turned his attention to Agu, saying, You should also choose a room. I have but one request. Please refrain from your ghostly wails at night. It's tolerable during the day, but a sudden shriek at night could truly frighten someone to death. Agu was about to chuckle but abruptly stopped, then patted his ribs and nodded earnestly. As Lin Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something, almost forgetting about the unused evolution points. Consume 5,000 evolution points to advance a 3rd Order Skeletal Mage to a 4th Order Skeletal Knight. Agu, 4th Order Skeletal Knight, level 15 race, undead, health points, 120. 000 mana points, 30,000 attack power, 12,000 spell power, 3,000 defense, 6,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 3,000 stamina, 6,000 intelligence, 3,000 talent. Everyone for me. Skills: bone armor, undead summon, netherfire, grip of death. Upon evolving to the fourth order, Agu's once frail form became considerably more robust. His bones now gleaming with a brilliant luster, exuding an impressive aura. Agu gazed down at his revitalized skeletal frame, cackling with delight. With a wave of his hand, a blue skeletal horse materialized before him. Mounting it, Agu transformed into a true skeletal knight. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, thoroughly pleased with Ague's appearance. If only he had a few more skills, it would be perfect. The skeletal armor is a passive ability that enhances defense, an upgraded version of bone hyperplasia. The summoning of the undead requires no introduction. Whether he can become a harbinger of the undead apocalypse hinges on this skill. As for the netherfire and death grip, Lin Yuan found them rather mediocre. Netherfire, skill description, consumes 2,000 mana. The next skill will additionally deal 50% of this skill's damage as true damage and inflict a soul-burning effect, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Soul burn. The soul is scorched by the flames of the undead, with a high probability of falling into a dazed state. Death grip, skill description, consumes 500 mana. Utilizes death energy to pull the target before the caster, forcing the enemy to attack him for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Netherfire serves as a supportive burst damage skill. Were it to manifest in Ali, it would be a tremendous boon. However, in Ague's hands, it becomes utterly redundant. Ague has no offensive skills, rendering Netherfire merely decorative. In comparison, Death Grip proves significantly superior to Netherfire, at least providing hard control over the opponent for 3 seconds. Moreover, Ague is not afraid of death. He can attack freely. Before returning to his room, Lin Yuan reminded Ague to seize the time to comprehend skills, preferably magical ones, and something a bit flashy. As a summoner, he cannot always charge into battle wielding a shield. Occasionally it may suffice. But consistently doing so is beneath his dignity. Lin Yuan was not overly ambitious. He did not yearn for skills like Rain of Fire or Ice Beam. Even Bone Spear would suffice. Upon returning to his room, Ague found a spacious place on the first floor to settle in, choosing it particularly for the presence of 3 fishing rods. The sight of the rods rendered him immobile with delight. Glancing at the sky, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and dusk had begun to settle. However, this was inconsequential for Ague. Being a creature of the undead who requires no rest, the hour is irrelevant. With fishing rods in tow, Ague made his way alone to the lakeside where he had fished that afternoon, cackling with glee. This laughter, however, disrupted the peaceful silence of the lake, startling the swans into a flurry, fearing they were once again to be captured for the pot. Coincidentally, this evening was Mu Tianqing's shift. He was engrossed in short videos of young women dancing when the eerie laughter startled him. Who on earth is laughing like that? Following the sound of the laughter, Mu Tianqing arrived at the lakeside and discovered Ague fishing at night. "Ah, it's just you, little skeleton," he said, both amused and exasperated. "Hey, keep it down at this hour. Don't create such unsettling noises." Fortunately, it was I who arrived. Had it been another practitioner, they might have lost their skills long ago. Mu Tianqing sauntered over, intending to take Ague away. Just as his hand brushed against Ague's shoulder, a surge of cursed power uncontrollably rushed towards Ague. "What on earth is happening?" Mu Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment, withdrawing his hand. Upon parting from Ague, he felt a slight diminishment of the cursed energy within him. Although minimal, it was indeed reduced. At that moment, Ague suddenly turned around, the blue soul fire in his eyes flickering violently, fixating intently on Mu Tianqing. "Gah!" Ague tilted his head and abruptly raised his hand, revealing a fist-sized white orb. "White bone pearl, auxiliary equipment. Grade, epic. By my word." Mu Tianqing could not contain his exclamation, "An epic grade item. How could a level 15 little skeleton possess such an extraordinary piece of equipment?" After traversing numerous dungeons over the years, he had only acquired 1 epic grade item himself. How could this level 15 third-tier skeleton possibly possess an epic grade treasure? Wait. Mu Tianqing made an intriguing discovery. Ague was no longer a third-tier skeleton, but had transformed into a 4th-tier one. How could this be? It had only been a brief separation. Possessing the skill of True Eye, Mu Tianqing could discern Ague's attributes, and to his astonishment, it was a perfect evolution. This fellow was indeed a marvel. As he grasped the significance of the white bone pearl, a look of sheer ecstasy crossed his face. Little skeleton, shall we strike a deal? I can bestow upon you the cursed energy within me, and in return, you may fish here at any time. Agui's skeletal head bobbed up and down. Deal. Mu Tianxing laughed heartily, placing his hand once more on Agui's shoulder. Currently absorbing cursed essence. Current energy 71, 80, 100. Energy saturated. One necromancy skill can be comprehended. Chapter 41. The emergence of a regional dungeon. The death energy contained within the cursed life box inside Mu Tianxing was immense. Merely 1/10 filled 40% of the white bone pearl's energy. Sensing the white bone pearl reaching saturation, Mu Tianxing released his grip. A reduction of 1/10. It truly works. Mu Tianxing could not suppress his joy. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had softened, rendering him 7 or 8 years younger. Casting a glance at the dazed Agui, Mu Tianxing took out his phone and dialed a number belonging to someone named Luo Yuchang. Hello. Drop what you are doing and come to Tianfeng City immediately. Tell Qin Liang to appoint you as the mayor of Tianfeng City. Upon hearing the words from the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before the understanding dawned. After hanging up the phone, Mu Tianxing quietly remarked that having the vice president of the Wushuang Guild act as a bodyguard for him was indeed a rare occurrence. Much like a young maiden embarking on her first journey in a sedan chair, Agui remained silent, immersed in a dilemma over which skill to choose. Lin Yuan had instructed him to select a spell, something dazzling and impressive. After much contemplation, Agui finally managed to grasp the essence of the spell he desired. Whitebone Throne, skill description, consumes 1,000 mana points to condense the power of death and create a Whitebone Throne, inflicting magical damage of 1,000 to 2,000 spell intensity within a radius of 55. The mana cost can sustain the duration of the throne, 100 mana points per second. For every additional second of the skill's duration, the damage increases by 1, capped at 500. After inflicting damage, the skill incurs a cooldown period of 1 minute. Perfect. This skill not only qualifies as a spell, but also possesses an impressive flair. Moreover, when not in use, it can accumulate damage. Most importantly, it can serve as a means of transportation for its master. In comparison to the Whitebone Throne, the skeletal giant elephant pales in insignificance. Imagining Lin Yuan's astonished expression upon seeing the Whitebone Throne, Agui couldn't help but chuckle gleefully, cackling with delight. This laughter startled Mu Tianxing, who was relieved to have preemptively placed the soundproofing device, or else the nearby practitioners would surely have been drawn to the commotion. The following morning, Sun Tzu knocked on Lin Yuan's door to deliver breakfast. After their meal, the two received a notification to head to school. On the way, Sun Tzu, grinning from ear to ear, held up his phone, saying, Lin Gu, have you seen the practitioner forum? Your profile picture has gone viral. The strongest summoner, indeed. Peering closer, Lin Yuan noticed a significant shift in the forum comments compared to the previous day, where over 90% had been filled with skepticism and insults. Today, nearly half had transformed into supportive remarks. Many were rallying behind Lin Yuan, asserting that if he could solo the nightmare difficulty skeleton graveyard, he would undoubtedly succeed in completing the first transition task. Of course, there were still those who doubted him, claiming that Lin Yuan had merely been fortunate in summoning a creature with a mutation, suggesting he would not progress far. After browsing the forum for a while, Sun Tzu opened their class group chat, stating, Lin Gu, the group is saying that the school will soon hire a senior combat instructor to provide us with systematic guidance on positioning, skill execution, and teamwork capabilities. Apparently, they will reorganize us into new groups based on each practitioner's characteristics. Senior combat instructor? Lin Yuan pondered. Will there be a service fee for that? Of course. The appearance fee for a senior combat instructor is certainly not trivial. Sun Tzu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that the remuneration for services was substantial, Lin Yuan promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the principal. Principal Chun, this is Lin Yuan. I have heard that the school is in search of a senior combat instructor to guide the students. While I do not require guidance myself, I wish to recommend a candidate, a master-level combat instructor who, for my sake, could be compensated at the senior combat instructor's rate. Very well. I shall bring the individual over shortly. After hanging up, Sun Tzu's expression was one of great excitement. Wow, Lin, you actually know a master-level combat instructor. How remarkably discreet of you. I only just made the acquaintance, Lin Yuan replied with a chuckle. You are familiar with this instructor as well. Sun Tzu looked puzzled, unable to recall when he might have met a master-level combat instructor. "Ollie, it's time to come to work." Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, and Ollie appeared before them, clad in shimmering silver chainmail, standing straight with a violin in hand, resembling a musician who had stepped out of a painting. "This is Ollie, the master-level combat instructor. The warriors of the Dark Tribe are born for battle, endowed with exceptional combat prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary professionals in both experience and skill. Coupled with the terrifying talent of the martial king, Ollie's insight and experience are undoubtedly on par with those of a master-level combat instructor, perhaps even rivaling a grandmaster-level instructor." "Lin, you can't be serious," Sun Tzu chuckled nervously. "If Brother Ollie were to guide us, a single strike could very well claim our lives tenfold. Fear not. I will instruct Ollie to moderate his strength." Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "You shall not be harmed, perhaps just a broken bone or two." As the two approached the school, approximately a kilometer away, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal statue materialized 100 meters from Lin Yuan. The statue depicted a clawing, snarling zombie, and as it landed, its eyes flared to life, casting a crimson glow that enveloped a 5-kilometer radius. A chilling grinding noise echoed in their ears, and both Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu felt an inexplicable force pulling them into a purple portal. At the moment they were drawn into the portal, the alarm of the Tianfeng City Practitioners Association blared with a red warning. "Alert! Alert! A regional dungeon has emerged near City Number 1 High School. Please respond promptly." The president, Lin Yandong, changed his expression and immediately led the elite members of the Practitioners Association to the scene. Concurrently, the enforcement team and the leadership of various guilds in Tianfeng City sprang into action. In the realm of regional dungeons, should the creatures within transcend their confines, it could spell doom for many. Upon Lin Yandong's arrival at the scene, Vice Mayor Xinzhong had already encased the vicinity of the regional dungeon with a protective barrier. "President Lin, your timing is impeccable. The current raid level of this dungeon stands at 1020, with a personnel limit of 25. It is classified as nightmare difficulty. Thus far, 2 adventurers have been ensnared within." As he spoke of the nightmare difficulty, Xinzhong's expression turned grave. "There are only 2 hours left before the dungeon's restrictions are lifted. I implore you to swiftly assemble a raid team to venture inside, disregarding casualties. Should we fail to clear the dungeon within the 2-hour window, the portal will become unrestricted, allowing the monsters within to randomly materialize in the city, leading to an unknown toll of lives lost." Chapter 42. The ruins of the Liek Mountain Dynasty. Lin Yandong was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He promptly organized 100 unclassed level 20 adventurers to the site. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. This task is formidable. We have merely 2 hours remaining, and I demand that we clear this regional dungeon at all costs. Zhao Xiong, you shall lead the charge." A sturdy man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, stepped forward. "Rest assured, President, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow a single monster to escape." Zhao Xiong rallied his team, bellowing to his comrades, "Stay close. Do not fall behind." With that, Zhao Xiong and his cohort of 23 strode boldly into the portal. Lin Yandong exhaled a sigh, contemplating the nightmare difficulty of the regional dungeon. He pondered the fate of the 2 adventurers who had been drawn in. Does anyone know the identities of those 2 adventurers? At that moment, Liao Chun, holding his phone, exclaimed, "I found them. Their identities have been confirmed." The image on Liao Chen's phone revealed Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. "It's them." Lin Yandong gasped in surprise. Vice Mayor Xinzhong inquired, "President Lin, do you and Captain Liao know them? Though you may not have met Lin Yuan, you must have heard of his exploits. Just 2 days ago, he awakened and flawlessly cleared the Golden Tooth ruins, subsequently generating the derivative dungeon, the Plain Mine. He obtained the Nightmare Dungeon Pass yesterday morning and completed the Nightmare Difficulty Skeleton Cemetery by noon. The most discussed thread on the Tianfeng City Adventurer Forum is about him. The derivative dungeon, the Bone Warhorse Training Ground, was his creation." After Lin Yandong's introduction, Xinzhong's countenance turned serious. "So he is Lin Yuan. This complicates matters. The Nightmare Difficulty Regional Dungeon is not to be trifled with. The strength of the monsters and bosses within is tenfold that of ordinary dungeons." Though Lin Yuan was capable of soloing the nightmarish difficulty skeleton graveyard, he found himself somewhat challenged when faced with the regional dungeons of the same difficulty. Lin Yandong and Liao Chen nodded in agreement, expressing their hope that these two young souls could endure until the assault team located them. While the outside world was rife with concern for Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu, within the dungeon, Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu were transported to disparate locations. Li Sh Nhu Ngcho Ruins Regional Level, Nightmarish Difficulty, Raid Level, 1020, Monster Type, Zombie. Time remaining to break the boundary, 1 hour 58 minutes. Failure to slay the Corpse King Li Shin within the stipulated time will result in it breaching the dungeon boundary and entering Blue Star. Current dungeon participants, 225. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had been struggling to find a suitable dungeon, and now one had presented itself. The previous night, he had searched for dungeons suitable for levels 15 to 20, but either they lacked nightmarish difficulty or the first clear records had already been claimed. After much deliberation, he was left unsatisfied. Yet, this morning, he found himself swept into a nightmarish regional dungeon. Finally, his luck had turned. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, summoning a Gue. A Gue appeared before him, donning a yellow straw hat and wielding a black fishing rod. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Had a Gue gone fishing first thing in the morning? Put away the fishing rod, it's time to work. With a chuckle, a Gue tucked away the rod and began to summon the undead. In a short while, 5,000 varied undead creatures materialized around Lin Yuan. Due to a Gue's advancement to the 4th tier, all the summoned undead were at least 2nd tier. And with the innate talent of people for me, a Gue even conjured a number of 3rd tier undead. After summoning the 5,000 undead, a Gue ceased. Lin Yuan, puzzled by the sudden stop, wondered why summoning had ended. At that moment, a Gue unleashed the Bone Throne, and a magnificent throne made entirely of bones, translucent and gleaming, appeared behind Lin Yuan. A Gue bowed, saying, "My king, please take a seat." "What is this?" Lin Yuan queried, bemused by a Gue's newfound ability to create matter out of thin air. Upon inspecting a Gue's skill list, Lin Yuan realized the truth. A Gue had actually comprehended a new skill. The Bone Throne was indeed intriguing. Leaning back, Lin Yuan settled into the throne, discovering it surprisingly comfortable. However, he couldn't shake the concern that a Gue might inadvertently fling him into battle, risking their safety. Once Lin Yuan was comfortably seated, a Gue raised a hand gently, causing the Bone Throne to hover in midair. The skeletal horse beneath a Gue began to trot forward, and the throne glided gracefully through the air. The scene bears a striking resemblance to that of the Demon King leading a legion of specters. The army of the undead marches forward, occasionally accompanied by music. Ali, feeling that the procession lacks grandeur, decided to embellish it with melodies. The violin resonates with an ethereal brilliance, lending an ominous air to the troupe, far more foreboding than the zombies lurking in the dungeons. After approximately 5 minutes of advancement, they encountered their first wave of adversaries. Jungle Zombie, Tier 3 Elite, Level 16, Health 220,000, Attack Power 5,000, Defense 6,500. Skill 1. Bite. The Jungle Zombie inflicts a bite on the target, dealing 3,000 damage and infecting them with corpse poison. Cooldown 12 seconds. A target afflicted by corpse poison loses 100 health per second for 15 seconds, stackable up to 3 times. Skill 2. Jungle Stride, immune to slowing effects while in a jungle environment. Loses this immunity and suffers a 50 decrease in movement speed when outside the jungle. 8 jungle zombies loomed approximately 50 meters away, moving sluggishly and aimlessly through the thicket. Truly, this was a nightmarish tier of a regional dungeon, where even the lesser foes were Tier 3 elites. Their health, attack power, and defense were hardly inferior to that of the Frostblade Knights, despite possessing fewer skills. Lin Yuan sat upon his throne, one hand resting on the armrest, his head slightly inclined to the right. Annihilate them. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, a Gue led the army into a charge, cackling with newfound vigor. He was no longer the frail Tier 2 skeleton warrior, but had ascended to the formidable Tier 4 Bone Knight, clad in skeletal armor and capable of commanding multitudes of the undead. Undead Legion, advance. Eliminate all foes standing before my king. The undead surged forth like a deluge, swiftly overwhelming the 8 jungle zombies. In less than a minute, Lin Yuan received the notification of their demise. Jungle Zombie, 16, killed, 8, experience gained, 4,000. The regional dungeon indeed offered a bounty of experience, far surpassing that of ordinary dungeons. It was evident that ascending 2 to 3 levels would pose no challenge. Chapter 43. Zombie Centurion. Current Dungeon Population. 2. 525. The party continued onward, Lin Yuan furrowing his brow slightly. Had other adventurers entered? Upon reflection, he surmised that these newcomers were likely a task force sent by the Adventurers Guild for exploration. After all, a Nightmare Tier regional dungeon was no trifling matter. Failure to clear it within the allotted time could lead to fatal consequences. They needed to hasten their pace, lest these newcomers snatch away their hard-earned experience. Ague, increase our speed. Upon receiving the command, Ague swiftly tugged at the reins, vigorously gesturing with his right arm towards the front, urging the forces to advance at full speed. The army of the undead surged forth like a swarm of locusts, rampaging through the jungle, leaving no jungle zombie unscathed. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yuan had traversed the jungle region, encountering 42 jungle zombies along the way, each contributing to his experience points. Perhaps due to the presence of an underground dungeon in the area, this horde of jungle zombies yielded 2 pieces of golden-grade equipment: jungle running shoes, quality, gold, required level, 15 attributes, agility 25, health 500, special trait, movement speed 3, toxic bite dagger, quality, gold, required level, 15 attributes, attack power 150, agility 30, special trait, attack has a chance to poison the target, inflicting 50 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Stackable up to 3 times. Both the shoes and the dagger possessed commendable attributes, particularly the dagger, which had a chance to inflict poison. When stacked 3 times, it could deal an additional 1,500 poison damage over 10 seconds, rendering it quite a remarkable weapon. After donning the shoes, Lin Yuan's movement speed increased by 3, although his health diminished by 1,000. The set effect of his refined iron armor was lost. However, it mattered little, for with his innate abilities intact, as long as the undead remained, Lin Yuan was virtually immortal. The difference of 1,000 health points was negligible. Upon exiting the jungle, Lin Yuan beheld a long-abandoned military camp, where new monsters had emerged. Disease Zombie, Elite Tier 3. Level, 17 health, 250. 000. Attack power, 3,000. Defense, 7,000. Skill 1. Disease Mist emits a putrid aura, causing targets within a 2-meter radius to lose 100 health points per second. Targets affected by the disease mist will have their defense reduced by 20%. Skill 2. Explosive blood clots. Upon death, the disease zombie explodes, inflicting 5,000 damage to targets within a 5-meter radius, along with a knockback effect. While the disease zombie's attack power was relatively low, its defense was surprisingly high, and both skills were exceedingly troublesome, particularly for melee classes. Lin Yuan settled upon the throne of bones, his right hand resting on the armrest, his head reclining atop it, advising, engage with ranged attacks. Melee fighters, be cautious of the explosions. Such reminders were imperative. The undead would charge recklessly, and if they did not eliminate the disease zombies first, they risked being obliterated themselves. Although they were mere cannon fodder, mindless attrition was not a viable strategy. Upon hearing this, Ague immediately began to strategize. From a naive novice who could only charge forward recklessly, one has transformed into a budding strategist capable of distinguishing between melee and ranged combat. Should this development continue, there is a possibility of evolving into an exceptional commander. The disease-infested zombies tower at 2 meters, their rotund forms swaying as they shuffle about, cloaked in a green miasma of contagion, even from a distance. The stench of decay is palpable. For those with a penchant for cleanliness, confronting such repulsive creatures would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. A battalion of skeletal warriors encircled the diseased zombies, while formations of skeletal archers commenced their focused assault. Each skeletal archer inflicted a mere few dozen points of damage. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With over 3,000 skeletal archers unleashing a volley, they could collectively inflict a staggering 100,000 points of damage in a single round, sufficient to vanquish a diseased zombie in just 3 rounds. Bang! The first diseased zombie fell, erupting in a blast that shattered dozens of surrounding skeletal warriors. However, the demise of these skeletal soldiers bore no consequence on the battle's outcome. Observing from his skeletal steed, Ague raised his hand, summoning another 100 undead soldiers to the fray. In less than 10 minutes, all 34 diseased zombies succumbed beneath the concentrated fire of the skeletal archers. Rather than diminishing, The number of undead swelled by 3,000, roughly estimating their ranks to have reached a formidable 12,000. Kill count. Disease zombies, 17, 34, experience points, 20. 400. Upon the demise of the disease zombies, 3 identical pieces of golden equipment emerged. Dull alchemical stone trinket. Quality, gold. Required level, 15 attributes, stamina 25. Health, 1000. Special trait. Active use restores 20 of maximum health. Cooldown time 10 minutes. This trinket, boasting the remarkable ability to actively restore health, is indispensable for frontline classes such as shield warriors and protection paladins, potentially saving lives in critical moments. Even spellcasting professions could benefit from its use, as this singular piece of equipment could augment their health by 1,500 points, an invaluable boon for fragile mages. Ally, this is for you. Lin Yuan tossed the alchemical stone to Ali, who promptly equipped it. With this trinket, Ali's survivability was significantly enhanced. As for Lin Yuan himself, whether he donned the trinket was of little consequence. It was a safeguard meant for those susceptible to death. For Lin Yuan, the notion of demise was nearly inconceivable. This trinket would merely serve as an ornament. Upon exiting the dungeon, he planned to seek an opportunity to sell it or perhaps trade it for equipment or items of personal utility. Continuing deeper into the camp, Lin Yuan approached the kitchen area, where a towering creature, nearly 2 meters in height and wielding a colossal sword, emerged. The creature was a zombie centurion, elite tier 3, boasting a level of 18, with a staggering 500,000 health points, 9,000 attack power, and 8,000 defense. Its skills included 1. Bone Crusher. With a sweeping motion of its sword, it could deliver 2 slashing strikes to targets within a 3-meter range, inflicting 3,000 damage with the first strike and 5,000 with the second, which would critically hit if the first strike landed, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. 2. Bloodthirsty Charge. This skill allowed it to rush towards a target at incredible speed, stunning them for 1 second, with the ability to be used consecutively twice and a cooldown of 10 seconds. 3. Desperate Struggle. When its health fell below 30, its attack power surged by 50. 4. Unyielding. This skill could immediately dispel control effects and grant immunity to them for 5 seconds. The moment the zombie centurion appeared, its gaze fixated on Lin Yuan, who hovered in midair. However, the distance was too great for the centurion to unleash its bloodthirsty charge, prompting it to target Ali instead. Chapter 44. Control dispelling skills. The zombie centurion completely disregarded the legion of undead creatures before it, focusing solely on the greatest threat, Ali. With a fierce determination, the centurion charged towards Ali, brazenly ignoring the frontline fighter, Ague. Infuriated, Ague unleashed a grip of death, a dark force extending from his fingers that ensnared the zombie centurion like a binding rope. Come back, he commanded, pulling the centurion directly in front of him. This ability, Grip of Death, was designed to increase enmity and force the zombie centurion to attack Ague. In both defense and offense, Ague far surpassed the zombie centurion. The centurion's attack struck Ague for 680 damage. Ague cackled with glee, swinging his club at the zombie centurion for 300 damage, leading to a chaotic exchange of blows between the two adversaries. While Ague held a significant advantage in attributes, his output lacked potency, as he possessed only one attack skill, the Throne of Bones. Yet, this skill was not intended for dealing damage. Rather, it served to enhance the abilities of his elder brother. Despite being an undead creature, Ague understood the importance of never forgetting his original purpose. As two figures engaged in a fierce melee, a silver silhouette rushed towards them with great speed. Ali unleashed a furious charge, colliding headlong with the zombie centurion. The disorienting effect lasted barely half a second before a crimson glow enveloped the zombie centurion, activating its unyielding skill, rendering it immune to any control effects for 5 seconds. Ali had already prepared his powerful sword attack. Sensing the imminent threat, the zombie centurion retaliated with its Bone Crusher skill. The battle escalated, transforming from a mere brawl into a grand confrontation. Ali's skills inflicted a staggering 380,000 damage, while the zombie centurion's attack dealt a mere 5,000 damage to Ali. Even under critical conditions, without a critical hit, the damage would have been even less. With a flurry of 3 consecutive slashes, Ali unleashed a sweeping assault, dealing 84, 250, 86, 640, 85, 790, and 53, 220 damage respectively. The zombie Centurion had a total of only 500,000 health points. After Ali's complete set of skills, he had inflicted nearly 700,000 damage. Before the duration of the unyielding skill could expire, the zombie Centurion was vanquished instantly, without even an opportunity to employ its deathly sword energy. Kill zombie Centurion, 18, experience points, 15,000, level up to level 16, 193,070,000. Well done. Ali, Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. Ague, you performed admirably as well. From a purely combat perspective, Ali exhibited exceptionally high burst damage and commendable survivability, lacking any obvious weaknesses and surpassing Ague by a considerable margin. However, Ague was not without merits. His necromantic summoning and the ability to thrive on the efforts of others made him formidable in both farming and survival aspects. Crucially, Ague had a knack for flattery, with a bone throne carrying immense emotional value. While others traversed on two legs, Lin Yuan sat gracefully in midair, compelling those below to gaze upward, a striking testament to the disparity between them. The zombie Centurion dropped 3 items, a skill book, a weapon, and a yellow crystal. Unyielding Will, skill description, instantly removes control effects and grants immunity to control effects for the next 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Zhanma Sword, two-handed sword, quality, platinum, equip requirement, strength 200, attributes, attack power 240, trait, attacks ignore 5% of defense, disease crystal, one-time item, description, an item used to open the gates of the zombie King's Hall. Lin Yuan bestowed upon Ali the skill book and the horse-slaying sword, the latter possessing significantly higher attack power than the bone giant sword, complemented by a more aesthetically pleasing design. Its ability to ignore defenses was particularly well suited for Ali, who was exceedingly pleased upon receiving it. With the acquisition of the Unyielding Will skill, Ali felt emboldened to face enemies like the Frostblade Sword Warden, who wielded numerous control abilities. Zombie Centurion slain. The jungle camp region has been conquered. 14. Please select the next region to advance. Before Lin Yuan appeared 3 violet teleportation portals. To the left, the Venom Laboratory. In the center, the General's Corridor. And to the right, the Scholar's Library. It seemed that to encounter the Corpse King, one must first clear the smaller regions. Indeed, the challenge of a 25-man raid was formidable. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining time, 1 hour and 35 minutes until the restriction is lifted. The jungle camp had consumed 25 minutes of Lin Yuan's time. With 4 regions remaining and estimating 20 minutes for each, he realized he had little time left. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan chose the Scholar's Library on the right, presuming it would house magic-based creatures, whose lower health would make them easier to defeat. As Lin Yuan made his decision to enter the Scholar's Library, the 23 members of the assault squad from the Adventurers Association in Tianfeng City had just stepped into the second passage of the General's Corridor. Zhao Xiong glanced at the remaining time, noting there was still 1 hour and a half left. Let us rally our efforts to eliminate the zombies in this passage, and we will soon be able to proceed, he encouraged. The final rewards of a regional dungeon typically included equipment of at least platinum quality, and if fortune favored them, they could even acquire diamond quality gear. With superior equipment, the prospect of completing the job transition quest became far less daunting. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, the morale of the team surged. Captain Zhao, let's engage the enemies quickly. We can hardly contain our excitement. One member exclaimed. Indeed. I just witnessed 2 pieces of golden equipment drop, and none were for me. My great sword is itching for battle. Zhao Xiong smiled broadly, laughing. All right, I'll initiate the engagement. He then raised a shield and charged towards the zombies in the passage. As the team confidently advanced, an unassuming man wearing glasses displayed a smirk of derision, adjusting his spectacles as he muttered to himself, unaware of their impending doom, a bunch of fools. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Yandong and Shun Zhong's expressions shifted from initial tension to broad smiles, for they could observe the progress of the assault squad through the region map depicted on the statue. The yellow icon at the bottom had dimmed, signifying that this area had been cleared. The external observers cannot discern the specific circumstances within the dungeon. Yet it is universally acknowledged that the rapid conquest of the initial area must be credited to the efforts of the assault team. Having successfully cleared one area, They are now poised to eliminate the remaining 3 before reaching the ultimate destination. Lin Yandong's expression radiates satisfaction, for he understands the immense toil endured by the team to achieve such swift progress. The assault team under President Lin has proven itself reliable in critical moments. Shen Zhong affirms the combat prowess of the assault team, noting that if this momentum continues, clearing the dungeon within an hour and a half should pose no challenge. Chapter 45 Blossoms amidst shadows. Casting a glance at the other regions, Shen Zhong suddenly pointed toward the light at the top of the statue, which signified a breakthrough into the second corridor. However, this young man named Lin Yuan is quite swift. In less than half an hour, he has already advanced to the second passage. Lin Yandong nodded with a smile, recognizing the exceptional combat capabilities of the young man. If he were to join forces with the assault team, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Alas, the assault team has chosen the right area, and they must wait a while longer to regroup. I seek nothing more than a safe passage through, Shen Zhong sighed, hoping fervently that no errors would occur. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable wave of darkness surged from the distance, crashing against the protective barrier with a resounding roar. The Guardian Barrier, capable of withstanding 500,000 damage, shattered with a single blow. Ice wall arise, Lin Yandong bellowed, summoning a massive wall of ice, emanating a chilling aura, to shield everyone from the residual force of the dark wave. Who dares to attack within the city? With a crackling sound, a shadowy figure materialized in the sky above the city, capable of withstanding my black dragon wave. This one possesses some power. Allow me to introduce myself, Xiao Jun. Hailing from the Dark Knight Guild, the man, named Xiao Jun, donned a black robe and held a tome adorned with a purple skull, his demeanor arrogant and defiant. Xiao Jun, a level 56 dark sorcerer. How did he come to be in Tianfeng City? Lin Yandong and the others exchanged startled glances, alarmed by the realization that he might have come from Mu Tianxing. This is grave. Without hesitation, a blue staff radiating coldness appeared in Lin Yandong's hand. I will hold him off. You must quickly notify the Demon Suppression Army and summon Ming Zhan for immediate assistance. Lin Yandong's figure flickered as he ascended into the air, confronting Xiao Jun face to face. Ice Feast. The staff gathered an aura capable of freezing all, transforming the surrounding 100-meter radius into a realm of frost. Attempting to buy time, a smirk of disdain appeared on Xiao Jun's lips. Your movements are far too slow. Xiao Jun placed his left hand upon the codex, extending his right finger towards Lin Yandong. A colossal surge of dark energy coalesced into a shadowy dragon, which let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. With a mere breath of dragon fire, the frigid realm was incinerated in an instant, leaving Lin Yandong gravely injured. Had he not activated his icy shield and magical barrier, he would have perished beneath Xiao Jun's devastating dark breath. Dark confinement. Xiao Jun gently brushed his right hand across the codex, unleashing a vast restraining spell. Lin Yandong, Shen Zhong, and all others, including Cui Xianglong, found themselves ensnared within a violet magical sphere, rendered incapable of movement. The sole exception was Liao Chun, the captain of the law enforcement team. A silvery vortex enveloped him, and he was swept away by a tempestuous wind, moving with such swiftness that he became a blur. In the blink of an eye, Liao Chun appeared before Xiao Jun, unleashing a flurry of strikes in a mere 3 seconds. Hundreds of punches erupted, their fierce winds blinding to behold, earning him the moniker Tempest. However, despite the rapidity of his assault, the force was insufficient. A cruel smile crept upon Xiao Jun's lips as a fearsome, demonic apparition materialized behind him. The demon reached out, clutched tightly, and with a resounding crack, the sound of Liao Chen's bones shattering echoed through the air. With a casual toss, Liao Chen fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. Xiao Jun's gaze swept over the gathered individuals, his contempt palpable. Weak, far too weak, he mused. The feeble do not deserve such a lavish existence. Let them all become sustenance for the dark dragon. An expression of madness lit his face as the codex in his hand radiated a profound purple glow, an aura of malevolence and corruption spreading ominously in all directions. Sacrificial array. Lin Yandong gasped in horror, realizing that this underground domain had been transported into the city. Correct. Xiao Jun replied with a snap of his fingers, though no reward accompanied the acknowledgement. This underground domain was indeed his design. The Dark Dragon, a level 60 Lord-class creature, resided in the dragon's lair of the demon realm. The prospect of the Dark Dragon transcending boundaries to descend upon Blue Star was a daunting challenge, as it would likely fall prey to a formidable coalition of practitioners before it could fully manifest. Thus, Xiao Jun devised a compromise to first breach the confines of a low-level underground domain and then utilize the sacrificial array to offer a human from the city as a conduit, allowing the Dark Dragon a fleeting passage to Blue Star. In return for its arrival, the Dark Dragon promised to grant Xiao Jun its innate magical ability, the Dark Annihilation. Thus, the incident of the underground domain's descent upon Tianfeng City was set into motion. This matter bears no relation whatsoever to Mu Tianxing, and even the upper echelons of the Dark Knight Guild remain oblivious. It is purely the personal endeavor of Xiao Jun. Had the higher-ups of the Dark Knight Guild been aware, at the very least, 2 level 60 elites would have been dispatched, rather than Xiao Jun confronting this alone. The communication with the demon realm and the activation of the sacrificial array are all under his command. Xiao Jun had meticulously prepared the sacrificial array, awaiting the moment the boundaries of the underground dungeon would be breached. Although the limits of the regional dungeon had yet to open, Xiao Jun remained unfazed. He had already laid the groundwork within the assault team to ensure absolute success. The conquest of the present regional dungeon was a mere illusion. As the range of the sacrificial array gradually expanded, a wave of despair began to blossom within the hearts of all present. It was over. Should Xiao Jun succeed, Tianfeng City would likely become a relic of the past. Was it painful? Was it despairing? Such was the true visage of this world. Xiao Jun spoke with unabashed arrogance, asserting that this world ought to be governed by the strong. Suddenly, an icy gust of sword energy materialized out of thin air, chilling to the bone and raising the hairs on the nape of one's neck. A white figure streaked through the dim sky, its speed akin to a meteor slicing across the night. Clad in a pristine white outfit adorned with pale blue cloud patterns, a woman appeared before the crowd, exuding an aura of frigid elegance. Blossoms bloom amidst the cold shadows. Her chilling voice resonated, and Xiao Jun's countenance shifted immediately. Black dragon armor, demonic skin, magical shield, transformation into darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jun unleashed all his survival skills in an instant. The sword light dazzled as a white branch emerged in the sky, piercing through Xiao Jun's form in an instant. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with white blossoms. Xiao Jun's entire being was enveloped within it, akin to a snow lotus blooming in the wind, exquisitely beautiful. With a resounding crack, the snow lotus shattered, fleeting like a momentary bloom, leaving only awe in its wake. With Xiao Jun's demise, the dark confinement that bound everyone dissipated. The woman, light on her feet, gently touched the ground with her toes, landing gracefully before the statue. With her back turned to the crowd, her voice, slightly cool, inquired, "Where's Lin Yuan?" Chapter 46. The emotional value of Sun Tzu with the crisis averted. The crowd regained their composure. Lin Yandong approached, clutching his chest, stating that Lin Yuan had been swept into the regional dungeon before them. Aware that this woman preferred brevity over superfluous words, Lin Yandong succinctly conveyed the situation to her. The regional dungeon. The woman's expression remained impassive, her thoughts inscrutable. "Who is the deputy mayor?" Shinzhong stepped forward, declaring, "I am." The woman cast a badge symbolizing authority towards Shinzhong, declaring that from this moment forth, Tianfeng City would enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. All professionals are to unconditionally obey the arrangements made by the municipal hall. Any defiance will be dealt with as an act of treason. The attendees, upon seeing the badge, immediately adopted serious expressions, responding affirmatively. The woman before them was evidently the newly appointed mayor of Tianfeng City, but she also bore a more astonishing title, the vice president of the Wushuang Guild, known as Luo Yuchang. Shinzhong proceeded to relay the orders and then approached Luo Yuchang, expressing relief that she had arrived, for otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Yandong, contemplating further, subtly inquired whether her presence was due to the situation at hand. Luo Yuchang offered a barely perceptible nod, prompting Lin Yandong to refrain from further questions. "How long have they been inside?" Luo Yuchang inquired. "Half an hour already," Lin Yandong replied, gesturing towards the conquered area. 5 minutes ago, the first area was breached by the assault team. Lin Yuan is currently in the upper section, where there is no immediate danger to life. Once the assault team secures the other areas, he will be able to regroup with Lin Yuan. He has managed to penetrate the second checkpoint alone, which is quite commendable. Luo Yuchong mentally assessed the situation. If they could reach the third checkpoint within 20 minutes, securing a spot in the top 10 of this year's college entrance examination should be attainable. Should they manage to eliminate their foes, a position among the top 3 would be assured. However, the thought of single-handedly taking down the region's corpse king crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. That was a raid intended for a party of 25. Even she, at level 20, had been unable to achieve such a feat, returning to the depths of the dungeon. While numerous events transpired outside within a mere 5 minutes, they did not impede Lin Yuan's advance. Upon entering the scholar's library, a wave of searing heat assaulted him. Flamewalker, Tier 3 Elite, Level 16 Health, 180,000, Attack, 8,000, Defense, 3,000, Skill 1, Burn inflicts 200 points of fire damage per second to targets within a 3-meter radius, reducing their healing effects by 50%. Skill 2, Fireball. After a 3-second chant, releases a fireball that deals 4,000 points of magical damage to a single target. With an 8-second cooldown, Lin Yuan surmised correctly. The monsters within the scholar's library were primarily magic-based, possessing high attack yet low defense, rendering them quite fragile. A skeletal warrior charged forth, followed by a volley of arrows from skeletal archers, and in a single assault, a flame walker was vanquished. In under 5 minutes, all 35 flame walkers lay defeated on the ground. Kill count: Flame Walker, 16, 35, experience points, 17, 500, by my word. Brother Lin. As Lin Yuan began collecting the loot, a familiar voice echoed beside him. Sun Tzu, where are you? Lin Yuan turned around, observing his surroundings, but found no one. Brother Lin, I'm here, behind the skeletal warrior at the front. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned the skeletal warriors before him. Sun Tzu had taken possession of one of the skeletal warriors. Come down. Why are you possessing a skeletal warrior? Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu released his possession state, exclaiming, Oh, Brother Lin, you have no idea how I spent the last half hour. He briefly recounted the events that had unfolded since entering the underground city. After being swept in, Sun Tzu found himself in the scholar's library. The flame zombies here were ranged creatures, and with no other choice, Sun Tzu fled desperately. However, he was soon discovered. Fortunately, a stroke of inspiration led him to possess a flame zombie, which allowed him to narrowly escape death. For the past half hour, Sun Tzu had not dared to release his possession, fearing that doing so would result in him being instantly killed by a fireball from the flame zombies. After waiting and waiting, he finally saw Lin Yuan arrive, but Lin Yuan was too far away, and the skeletal archers did not recognize Sun Tzu. After swiftly eliminating the flame zombie he had possessed, the skeletal archers turned their sights on Sun Tzu. Alarmed, Sun Tzu immediately possessed the skeletal warrior. Realizing that these skeletons were summoned by Lin Yuan, he finally felt safe enough to speak. You, my friend, truly have a charmed life. Lin Yuan patted Sun Tzu's shoulder. Your talent is quite intriguing. You can possess monsters. I was just trying it out at that moment. I never expected it to actually work, Sun Tzu replied, scratching his head. After possessing the flame zombie, I was even able to heal them. That's excellent. In the future, whenever you encounter monsters you can't defeat, just do it this way, Lin Yuan chuckled. Though you may not be able to kill the monsters, you can certainly whisper in their ears and bore them to death. Sun Tzu felt a spark of inspiration and committed this idea to memory. He then looked around, slightly surprised, and asked, Brother Lin, have you changed your class to a necromancer? I knew you would definitely acquire a hidden profession. If others saw you commanding such a vast army of undead, they would surely be astonished. Since you have become a necromancer, your title shall be the Lord of Catastrophe. With a flourish of his sleeve, countless undead appeared before him, proclaiming, the Lord of Catastrophe has arrived. Get lost, Lin Yuan retorted, speechless. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day? Can you please stop being so overdramatic? Unbeknownst to him, Gui, who was nearby, pondered, Lord of Catastrophe. This guy is even more of a sycophant than I am. No way. I can't let him steal the spotlight. With a wave of his hand, a throne of bones materialized behind Lin Yuan, adorned with intricately carved swords. Exuding an air of formidable power, Lin Yuan leaned slightly back, seated upon the throne, while Gui cast a glance at Sun Tzu, chuckling incessantly. Sun Tzu was left astounded. In his line of sight, beneath the throne, countless spirits rallied for their king, and above, Lin Yuan resembled a sovereign surveying the realm. Sun Tzu felt a burgeoning sense of admiration, contemplating the nature of true greatness. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with fervor, "The talents of this world arise from our kind. Let us now behold Lin Yuan's might." This individual was once a mere mortal, now transcending to summon awe. The skeletal throne stood firm, a legion at his command. He appeared as a celestial being descended to earth, compelling all spirits to prostrate themselves. Like an emperor reigning supreme, all beings were captivated. Ague was left speechless, his bony hands instinctively clapping together. Magnificent, truly magnificent. He yearned to learn, but found himself unable. Lin Yuan, perched upon the throne, bore a smile that was difficult to contain, laughing heartily. "What utter truths you speak." Chapter 47. Instant kill. 3 platinum artifacts. The army continued to advance into the library, a wave of heat enveloping them, leaving mouths parched and breath labored, detrimental to combat. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings. There were not many monsters, only 12. Or rather a total of 13 creatures. Zombie student, Tier 3 elite, level 17 health, 250,000, mana, 20,000, attack, 9,000, defense, 4,000, skill 1, flame breath inflicts 2,000 magic damage in a cone-shaped area within 3 meters ahead. Cooldown, 8 seconds, skill 2, flame eruption inflicts an explosive fiery damage of 500 magic points to targets within a 2-meter radius upon receiving melee damage. Cooldown, 2 seconds, skill 3, flame shield casts a flame shield for self-protection, absorbing 10 damage per mana point. Immune to control effects while the shield is active. The 12 zombie students were dispersed throughout the library, each standing upon a 1 square meter stone slab etched with fiery insignia. Connecting to the central area of the library, where a flaming cage stood, housing a distinguished guest. "A noble visitor has arrived. Why not welcome him immediately?" rasped a voice from within the cage. The 12 zombie students promptly entered combat mode. Every 30 seconds, one would be activated. This round demanded a wheel battle from the adventurers. It tested the synergy of the team, requiring healers and magic users to manage their mana, while melee fighters needed to maneuver skillfully. The adventurers had to summon their utmost focus to confront the challenge. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was entirely unnecessary. All troops, advance. A simple character's presence resolved a dilemma that had left other teams in despair. The expendable skeletal warriors stood resolutely at the forefront, enduring searing flames and explosions without retreating an inch. The skeletal archers, resembling relentless machines, unleashed a barrage that felled a zombie apprentice with each volley, eliminating all 12 undead scholars in under 2 minutes. Zombie apprentice, 17, defeated, 12, experience gained, 12,000. With the suppression of the flame mark lifted, the fiery cage suspended in midair lost its radiance and collapsed to the ground. Zombie scholar, Tier 3 elite, level 18, health, 300,000, mana, 40,000, attack power, 10,000, defense, 5,000, skill 1, flame nova cast time 5 seconds, inflicts 20,000 magic damage to targets within the library, cooldown 1 minute. Immunity to this damage while standing on the flame mark slab. Skill 2, flame cage creates a cage of fire magic, rendering a target unable to act. Cooldown 20 seconds, flame cage health, 50,000. Skill 3, advanced flame shield forms a shield of flame, absorbing 20 points of damage per mana point during activation. Immune to control effects, personal defense reduced to 0. Skill 4, incarnation of flame after 10 minutes of combat, immune to physical damage. Personal health and mana multiplied by 10, flame nova cast without chant and no cooldown. The zombie scholar is casting flame nova, please evade immediately. Lin Yuan observed intently as the foe prepared a formidable spell, showing no regard for the rules of combat. He grimaced slightly and commanded, "A ghost, deal with him." If the zombie scholar were to unleash that skill, the entire field of undead would face annihilation. This could not be allowed. A ghost, following the order, reached out with an ethereal grasp, activating the grip of death. "Come forth." As the zombie scholar was mid-cast, a surge of deathly energy engulfed him, pulling him before a ghost, interrupting the spell. "Damnable undead, you shall bear the wrath of the flames." The zombie scholar, wielding a crimson staff, struck a ghost on the head, dealing a meager 1 246 damage. Unfazed, a ghost retaliated with a thrust of his weapon, inflicting 870 damage. Upon witnessing this damage, a ghost's fervor intensified, achieving the highest damage dealt in his history. Yet Lin Yuan remained unsatisfied. He turned towards Ali, who, without a word, dragged the slashing sword across the ground, carving a deep trench. Berserk charge. With a surge of energy, the blade was drawn, initiating an explosive skill. The zombie scholar found himself ensnared in a state of powerful control, unable to evade the onslaught, and could only watch as the sword light struck him. The first strike dealt a staggering 350 critical damage, followed by 300, completely depleting his health to a mere single point. The advanced flame shield passive was triggered, rendering the zombie scholar immune to control effects, yet his own defense plummeted to 0. Thus, even without a critical hit, the second strike inflicted an impressive damage of 320. 000. Next came a flurry of 3 consecutive slashes, 183, 400, 183, 580, and 184, 630. The zombie scholar's shield dwindled to less than 100, 000. With the sword held high, a sweeping motion ensued, delivering a final blow of 124, 600, shattering the shield. In the face of the zombie scholar's astonished gaze, Ali remained calm, resembling an executioner as he unleashed a death-dealing sword energy that extinguished the last point of health, 30, 000. With the blade sheathed behind him, Ali turned confidently, his accomplishments concealed in humility. Kill zombie scholar, 18, experience points, 20, 000. Accompanied by the kill notification, the body of the zombie scholar collapsed to the ground. This time, there was no need for Lin Yuan to descend. Sun Tzu had already gathered the spoils and presented them before him. The zombie scholar had dropped 3 pieces of platinum equipment, while the zombie apprentices yielded 4 pieces of gold equipment, alongside the 2 pieces of gold equipment dropped by the flaming corpse earlier. The scholar's library expedition had culminated in a remarkable bounty of 6 pieces of gold equipment and 3 pieces of platinum equipment. Flame Scholar's Belt. Quality, Platinum. Requirements. Level 15 Attributes, Stamina 30, Intelligence 30. Fire Resistance 1. Traits, increases fire spell damage by 3. Knowledge Gloves. Quality, Platinum. Requirements. Intelligence 150, Attributes, Intelligence 50. Spell Power 80. Traits, increases casting speed by 5. Flame Ring Bracelet. Quality, Platinum. Requirements. Level 15 Attributes, Stamina 50. Health 800. Traits, generates a shield equal to 10 of maximum health while out of combat, with a cooldown of 20 minutes upon breakage, after donning the platinum equipment. Lin Yuan was left with only his helmet, shoulder pads, trousers, chest armor, and boots in gold quality, the rest being of platinum grade. Chapter 48. The Crisis of the Assault Team. He handed all the replaced equipment to Sun Tzu, saying, "Here, these are for you." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Sun Tzu replied with a hearty laugh, graciously accepting the items. Among the 6 pieces of golden equipment dropped by the minor monster, 4 are identical accessories, while the remaining 2 are weapons. The accessories are the dimmed magic stone, quality, gold, equipment requirement, 15 attributes, intelligence 25, mana 500, special ability, restores 20% of maximum mana upon use, cooldown of 5 minutes. The first weapon is the Flame Breath Staff, a 2-handed weapon, quality, gold, equipment requirement, 15 attributes, intelligence 25, spell power 50, special ability, increases casting speed of fire spells by 5%. The second weapon is the Flame Spike Dagger, quality, gold, equipment requirement, agility 120, attributes, agility 30, attack power 70, special ability, adds 30 points of fire damage to attacks. The accessories are quite valuable, serving as universal gear for magic users. The 2 weapons are also commendable. While the attributes of the Flame Breath Staff do not surpass those of the level 10 Imp Staff, it is nonetheless a level 15 golden item, and its price is assuredly not negligible. The Flame Spike Dagger is a remarkable piece, and Lin Yuan possesses the Poison Bite as well. Should an assassin wield both daggers simultaneously, the synergistic effect of poison damage combined with fire damage would significantly enhance their output capabilities. Lin Yuan has given 1 dimmed magic stone to a Gue, kept 1 for himself, and handed another to Sun Tzu. "Brother Lin," Sun Tzu exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the accessory. Having drifted aimlessly for much of his life, he lamented not having encountered a worthy leader until now. If you do not forsake me, I shall not abandon you. Lin Yuan chuckled in jest, urging him to speak properly. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the generous gift of golden equipment. Sun Tzu grinned, giving a thumbs up. Brother Lin is so magnanimous. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining time. 1 hour and 18 minutes until the restriction is lifted. In less than 20 minutes, he had already cleared the scholar's library. If efficiency were graded, he would undoubtedly receive a perfect score. Upon completing the scholar's library, please select the next area to enter. Options: left, Venom Laboratory; center, General's Corridor. Brother Lin, which one shall we choose? Sun Tzu inquired. Aside from us, the expedition team sent by the Practitioner Association should have entered as well. They are likely in one of those areas. We will inevitably encounter them. It matters not, Lin Yuan replied as he re-entered the fiery cage where he had previously been, picking up a red crystal. This crystal serves as the key to activate the final item. As long as they do not interfere, I do not mind allowing them to gain some experience. With that, Lin Yuan stepped into the left portal. The choice was inconsequential. It merely altered the order of their progression, having no impact on the outcome. As the external environment darkened on the right side, Lin Yandong forcefully swung his fist, exclaiming with delight that he had conquered the second area in merely 17 minutes. At this rate, time was certainly on their side. Shinzhong, having just established the defensive barrier, relaxed his expression upon hearing the news. Indeed, the assault team under President Lin was exceptionally reliable. Should they succeed, they would become the heroes of Tianfeng City. With her back turned to the crowd, Luo Yuchang's cold voice invigorated everyone, announcing that the successful completion of the underground dungeon would reward each member of the assault team with a piece of platinum equipment. The individual with the highest contribution would receive an additional piece of platinum gear. Upon hearing this, those adventurers who had failed to enter the dungeon lamented, feeling the sting of missing out on the precious platinum equipment. Meanwhile, within the depths of the dungeon, in the second passage of the General's Corridor, the assault team, burdened with high hopes, had just vanquished the last of the iron-armored zombies in the passage. Phew! Zhao Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking on how formidable these zombies were. Fortunately, they had managed to overcome them. Let us take a 5-minute breather before we proceed to the next area. The 23 members of the assault team gathered, adjusting their conditions to prepare for the ensuing battle. Captain, the drop rate in the area dungeon is quite promising. We've already obtained 4 pieces of golden equipment without even seeing the end. Ultimately, we must acquire platinum equipment. Zhao Xiong chuckled heartily. Indeed, I've read a strategy that claims the area dungeon guarantees a minimum drop of platinum equipment. With a stroke of luck, we might even obtain diamond-grade gear. D-diamond grade, exclaimed a teammate, astonished. If we were to find a piece of diamond equipment, it would be a fortune. Who could argue with that? The crowd buzzed with lively discussion, excitement palpable in the air. On the periphery of the throng, a bespectacled man named Zhao Yang, strategically placed in the assault team by Xiao Jun, wore a smirk of derision as he overheard their conversation. Before entering the dungeon, Xiao Jun had provided Zhao Yang with a dark binding scroll, intending for him to find an opportunity to control the members of the assault team, preventing their successful conquest of the dungeon. Since their entry, Zhao Yang had been on the lookout for a chance to utilize the scroll, but even during their previous rest, someone had been on guard, hindering his ability to unleash the scroll's power. Now, captivated by Zhao Xiong's mention of diamond equipment, the team had congregated in a single area. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yang sprang to his feet and tore open the scroll in his hand. Zhao Yang, what are you doing? The elite assault team, comprised of vigilant individuals, soon noticed Zhao Yang's peculiar behavior. One of them called out, but it was too late. The scroll had already been activated. A dark power coalesced into a purple sphere, ensnaring all 22 members of the assault team. What is happening? Zhao Xiong found himself immobilized, glaring at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, what are you doing? Release us at once. Release you? Dream on, Zhao Yang replied, removing his glasses with a sly smile. After such effort, employing Lord Xiao Jun's dark confinement scroll, I would never let you go so easily. Dark Mage Xiao Jun. Zhao Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. You are one of the Dark Knights Guild. Correct. Zhao Yang replied with a smug grin. But alas, there is no reward for your deduction. Why? Why would you do this? Zhao Xiong could not comprehend. The Dark Knights Guild is merely a band of lunatics bent on destruction. Why would you choose to join them? Lunatics? What a farce, Zhao Yang scoffed. The strong govern the world while the weak become their subordinates. What is wrong with that? He pointed at himself. Each of us is endowed with extraordinary talent, deserving of the highest treatment. Yet, every time a crisis arises, we are the ones who bear the brunt. Those weaklings contribute nothing yet bask in the spoils of our labor. They are utterly unworthy. Having vented his frustrations, Zhao Yang smiled once more. Things will change after today. The entire Tianfeng city will cease to exist. Darkness shall descend upon the blue star. Chapter 49. The Poisonous Alchemist. Gawain Zhao Yang's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the others. Joining the Dark Knights Guild empowers me. The strong possess everything. The weak are naturally meant to be subjugated by the strong. Zhao Xiong's countenance darkened, his fury palpable. Among the group, a mage named Zheng Yu pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Yang, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! Before you became a professional, were you not shielded by others? When you were low in level and sought assistance, did you not feel your own weakness? Now that you've gained some levels, you act like a big shot. You were coerced into joining the assault team, driven by your greed for resources. You want the benefits without putting in the effort, wanting to play both sides. Fool." Zheng Yu's words shattered Zhao Yang's facade, igniting his rage. "You can only boast for now. Let me tell you, Lord Xiao Jun has prepared a sacrificial array. Once the boundaries of the underground dungeon are lifted, everyone in Tianfeng City will perish, including you. Are you angry? Frustrated? It matters not. You will die like a feather. While I, Zhao Yang, am destined to achieve great renown in the near future." Outside the dungeon, the halt of the assault team caught the attention of Lin Yandong and others. Sigh, the second passage above clearly harbored no monsters. So why wouldn't Lin Yuan venture into the final area? Was he concerned about his ability to prevail? Perhaps he was awaiting the cooldown of his skills. Speculated Cui Xianglong, or maybe his summoned beast had perished, necessitating a revival period. Indeed, it was plausible. Lin Yandong nodded. The monster attributes in the regional dungeon were significantly high. Although Lin Yuan's summoned beast was a Tier 3 elite, its lower level made casualties a common occurrence. Even if Lin Yuan was unable to vanquish the foes, it mattered little, as the assault team had already cleared 2 areas. Choosing to wait for reinforcements was a sound decision. Everyone believed that Lin Yuan occupied the upper general's corridor area, blissfully unaware of their grave error. Below, in the toxic laboratory, Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu furrowed their brows at the grotesque green creature before them. Toxic zombie, Tier 3 elite, level 17 health, 320. 000, attack 8000, defense 6000, skill 1, toxic spray every 15 seconds, sprays toxic gas forward, inflicting 1,000 magic damage per second to targets within a 10-meter line for 5 seconds. Skill 2, toxic attack inflicts damage that applies a poisoning effect, reducing defense by 3. Stackable up to 10 times. Skill 3, paralyzing gas targets hit by toxic spray 3 times consecutively will enter a state of paralysis for 5 seconds. Lingo. "This zombie is utterly revolting," Sun Tzu remarked, pinching his nose with a look of disdain. Lin Yuan shared his sentiment. The previous disease zombie had already been hideous. Yet this toxic zombie was even more grotesque. It resembled a humanoid toad, a sight too bothersome to behold. Agaway, swiftly eliminate them. Agaway recognized the opportunity to showcase his prowess and charged toward the toxic zombies. In Agaway's eyes, the notion of beauty was dictated solely by Lin Yuan's preferences. Anything Lin Yuan adored was beautiful, while anything he detested was deemed ugly. The vibrant green, seemingly adorable little zombies were undoubtedly hideous. He would vanquish them. Agaway advanced boldly. But in a moment of carelessness, he found himself surrounded by the toxic zombies. More than 6 of them unleashed their toxic spray simultaneously, rendering Agaway paralyzed and immobile. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely succumbed to defeat, but Agaway, fearless of death, was impervious to demise. Indeed, being sprayed with poison at such close range was somewhat embarrassing. "Lin Go, your summoned beast is incredibly brave," Sun Tzu remarked, the tone of his voice lacking genuine admiration. Lin Yuan pondered. Agaway was indeed exceptionally courageous. Agaway personally attracted the firepower, while the skeletal archers behind him diligently unleashed their arrows. Before long, the surrounding poison gas zombies were eradicated. Kill poison gas zombie, 17, 34, experience points 20, 400. Level increased to level 17, 1, 183,080. 000. The experience points from the team dungeon are indeed substantial. Lin Yuan felt immense satisfaction with the speed of his level up. Sun Tzu was equally delighted. Having garnered a fair amount of experience while healing nearby, his level had already risen to 13. Although the poison gas zombies did not drop any equipment, they yielded for green gems. Level 2 Toxic Gem, green slot. Attributes. When embedded in weapons and jewelry, it adds 20 points of poison damage. When embedded in armor, it increases poison resistance by 2 points. Wow, Brother Lin, it's actually a level 2 gem. Sun Tzu exclaimed in astonishment. What a pity it's not an attribute gem. If it were a level 2 strength gem or a level 2 stamina gem, its value would multiply several times. Be content. It's already fortunate to have gems drop, Lin Yuan replied, tucking the gems away, thinking it unnecessary to dwell on what could have been. Continuing onward, Lin Yuan stepped into the interior of the laboratory. The space within was limited, accommodating at most a few hundred undead. Lin Yuan led 100 third-tier skeletal warriors and 200 second-tier skeletal archers into the depths of the lab. Upon entering, he noticed a large sign. 500 meters to the right, reached the center of the laboratory. Brother Lin, I sense a trap, Sun Tzu cautioned, pointing at the sign. It's not common to expose the location of one's own lair like that. You make a valid point, Lin Yuan nodded. Ague, go check the right side. If there's a trap, a trip there will reveal it. After all, Ague can't be killed. Ague tugged at the reins of his skeletal horse and resolutely strode toward the right passage. After 2 minutes, a cackling laughter echoed from ahead. There's nothing wrong up front. Let us proceed, Lin Yuan declared, stepping forward. Due to the narrowness of the laboratory passage, the bone throne could not be fully utilized, leaving Lin Yuan to navigate alone. Upon reaching the center of the laboratory, the grand door swung open with a swift motion. Adventurer, please enter, a voice beckoned. The speaker was a gaunt old man, as emaciated as a withered corpse, his cheeks devoid of flesh, and his eyes deeply sunken into their sockets. Poisonous Alchemist Galwan, Chief Alchemist of the Lianshan Dynasty. Level 20. Status: transmuting into undead. Health points: 1, 550, 000. Attack power: 0. Defense power: 0. Skills: none. Esteemed adventurer, please forgive my rudeness, Galwan said wearily from his chair. No need for formality. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and settled down opposite Galwan. When will you become a zombie? Very soon. Quicker than you might imagine, Galwan replied with a wry smile. If you had arrived just 15 minutes later, you would have encountered a completely different version of me. Shall we take a stroll for 15 minutes before coming back? Lin Yuan crossed his legs nonchalantly. Or do you have a way to expedite this transformation into a corpse? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Galwan's mind momentarily froze for several seconds. You are indeed an intriguing individual. You are also one who enjoys prattling on, Lin Yuan interjected brusquely. Speak plainly, and do not waste my time. If it weren't for the system's notification prohibiting attacks, I would have struck you down already. Galwan fell silent for 5 seconds, perhaps taken aback by encountering such an unconventional practitioner as Lin Yuan. I can inform you of how to conquer Lushan. Galwan loosened his garment at the chest, revealing a toxic crystal core, the item required to awaken Lushan. If you kill me at the moment of my transformation, this toxic crystal core will become impure. Without it, Lushan's strength cannot elevate to the 4th tier, allowing you to defeat him with ease. In return, you will receive the treasures of the Lianshan Dynasty. After speaking, Galwan pressed a button on the chair, and 2 chests emanating a silver glow appeared before Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu. Platinum chests, Sun Tzu exclaimed, visibly tempted. Yet, he recognized that the decision lay in Lin Yuan's hands. Regardless of Lin Yuan's choice, Sun Tzu would unconditionally stand by him. Lushan is your emperor, is he not? Lin Yuan gazed steadily at Galwan. Why would you assist an outsider in overthrowing your emperor? The emperor? Galwan scoffed. A fool who seeks eternal life. It is precisely because of him that this grand dynasty has fallen into its current state, a decaying realm inhabited solely by zombies. Does such a nation even deserve to exist? Galwan's eyes widened as he shouted in anger. Adventurers, you must slay Lushan. Galwan has issued a quest to eliminate the highest ruler of the dynasty, Lushan, and to end the corrupt realm. Upon completion, the reward is 1 platinum chest and 30,000 experience points. Lin Yuan slammed his hand on the armrest. Lushan is tyrannical and selfish, disregarding the lives of countless people for his own gain. He has already sealed his fate. I will assist in this endeavor. Accepting the quest. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, Sun Tzu clicked to accept the quest without hesitation. Esteemed adventurer, please allow me to lend my final strength to you. You must kill me at the moment of my transformation. I beg of you. After uttering his last words, Gao Wen's body began to uncontrollably undergo a transformation. The corpse transformation had commenced. Lin, shall we make our move? Sun Tzu clasped his hands tightly, exhibiting palpable tension. What was the rush? This was merely the beginning. He would strike once the transformation into a corpse was complete. Lin Yuan's gaze fixated on the chest of Gao Wen, where a toxic crystal emitted an eerie green glow, gradually intensifying. The moment the green luminescence fully engulfed the toxic crystal, the transformation would be finalized. Zombie Alchemist. Level, 20 health, 550, 000, attack power, 9. 500, defense power, 6, 000. Skill 1, venom spray every 20 seconds. Sprays venom in a fan-shaped area in front, inflicting 3, 000 magical damage and reducing defense by 30. Skill 2, swamp venom every 15 seconds. Releases spreading venom beneath the alchemist's feet, causing 500 magical damage per second and reducing movement speed by 50. Skill 3, Deadly Alchemy randomly selects a target to enter the alchemical workshop. If not broken within 10 seconds, the target suffers 10, 000 magical damage. With a cooldown of 30 seconds, the workshop has 80, 000 health. Skill 4, Alchemical Talent every minute, reduces skill cooldown by 2 seconds. None of the 4 skills were without merit, particularly the second skill, which was a veritable annihilation mechanism. The area Lin Yuan occupied was merely around 200 square meters, implying a necessity to vanquish the foe within 5 minutes. Otherwise, the ground would be inundated with venom, leaving no place to stand. Skill 3, Deadly Alchemy, also demanded quick reactions from the team. Being singled out with the main target could spell disaster. However, none of this posed a concern for Lin Yuan, who was primarily preoccupied with whether he would lose his equipment upon death. The mission had been accepted. Slaying Lizhan would yield a platinum treasure chest, which was a certainty. His genuine apprehension lay in the integrity of the toxic crystal nucleus. If it were compromised, Lizhan could not reach the 4th tier, and thus the coveted diamond equipment and high-level skills would slip through his fingers. That was unacceptable. He desired the platinum chest, the equipment of the zombie alchemist, and a fully realized 4th tier Lizhan. Lin Yuan reclined in his chair, crossing his legs, tilting his head to the right, resting it on his hand. Ali. In previous battles, Ali had never disappointed him, and this time would be no exception. The rapid thundering of footsteps signified that Ali had activated his berserk charge. The gleaming blade of the horse-slaying sword reflected Ali's impassive visage as he prepared for a powerful slash. 346, 570, critical hit, 168, 400. With a single stroke, Ali unleashed the death blade chi. Without a backward glance, he departed. Without waiting to discern the identity of the approaching figure, he was swiftly defeated beneath the blade. The speed was so astonishing that it rendered one momentarily speechless. By the heavens! Sun Tzu could not help but exclaim, Li Gu is truly remarkable. Despite having witnessed it numerous times before, Sun Tzu remained in awe, as if no matter the circumstances, one could not escape the fate of being vanquished by Ali within an instant. Rampaging Charge, level, triggers promotion conditions. Upgrading to Heroic Charge, level. Charged Blade Slash, level, triggers promotion conditions. Upgrading to Flash, level. Heroic Charge, skill description, consumes 500 mana points. Swiftly moving towards the target while in an invulnerable state, immune to any control skills. Upon impact, the target is rendered incapacitated for 2 seconds, with the next skill guaranteed to critically strike. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Flash, skill description, consumes 1200 mana points, unleashing a powerful slash in a linear area of 20 meters, inflicting 300 attack damage. Upon hitting the target, one may expend an additional 1000 mana points to teleport behind the target for an extra strike. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The skill had upgraded once more. The Rampaging Charge had advanced to Heroic Charge, and the Charged Blade Slash had ascended to Flash. With the invulnerability of Heroic Charge and the instantaneous movement of Flash, Ali could effortlessly claim the heads of enemy generals amidst a battlefield of thousands. The crucial aspect was that the skills not only dealt immense damage, but were also visually impressive. Satisfaction was clearly etched upon Lin Yuan's visage. Casting a glance at Ali, who was engrossed in playing the violin, Lin Yuan mused, "Is it not said that high-level skills are rare?" Yet Ali, having only engaged in a few battles, has already seen his skills elevated to a higher tier. I surmise that soon all of Ali's offensive skills will likely reach this level as well. Just the thought of it brings joy. Chapter 51. Meeting the Assault Team, defeated Zombie Alchemist, 20. Experience points, 28,000. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, 2 pieces of platinum equipment dropped. Alchemist Shorts, Quality, Platinum, Required Stamina, 300, Attributes, Stamina 50. Health 1200, Special Trait, Regenerate 30 health points per second, with a 20 increase in healing effects. Excellent Poison-Resistant Helmet, Quality, Platinum, Required Level, 15 Attributes, Stamina 30. Health 600, Special Trait, Poison Resistance 5, reduces poisoning probability by 30. Both pieces of equipment were coveted defensive gear for shield warriors and tank paladins alike. Lin Yuan, not one to be picky, donned them immediately. With this, Lin Yuan's equipment was now complete. Glancing at his health, he marveled, 28,000, a formidable bulwark of vitality. Captain Zhao Xiong of the neighboring assault team, a level 20 shield warrior, has allocated all his points to stamina, adorned in golden armor. Yet his health barely exceeds a mere 10,000. The disparity is stark, a blatant contrast. Grasping the verdant, poisonous crystal from the ground, the portal leading to the general's corridor materializes before Lin Yuan. Distance limit lifted, 1 hour and 8 minutes remaining. At the very moment Lin Yuan steps into the portal, a chorus of cheers erupts from the outside world. They have succeeded. Indeed, they have triumphed. Only one final region remains. Luo Yuchong nods in agreement, acknowledging the prowess of the Tianfeng City Adventurers Association. In less than an hour, they have conquered 3 regions consecutively, with Lin Yuan among them. Victory over the final challenge seems assured. As Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu advance towards the second passage within the general's corridor, Sun Tzu inquires curiously, "Do you think what that alchemist, Gavin, said was true or false? Does it matter?" Lin Yuan shrugs. "He's already dead. Do you reckon he was a good person or a bad one?" Sun Tzu persists. "Undoubtedly a good person," Lin Yuan replies without hesitation. "He provided us with quests and dropped gear for us. If he is not a good person, then who is?" Sun Tzu ponders this, recognizing the truth in Lin Yuan's words. "Yes, indeed, a great good person." As the two traverse the first passage and enter the second, Sun Tzu remarks, "We haven't encountered a single zombie along the way. It seems the assault team must have already entered here. What if they engage us?" Sun Tzu questions. "Then we simply observe. What else can we do?" Lin Yuan gestures dismissively. "It's rather unsporting to steal their spoils. They arrived first, we came later, and besides, I've already slain 3. I'm not missing this one." After a moment's contemplation, Sun Tzu asserts, "I believe the members of the assault team are unlikely to prevail. Lin Go, you have already cleared 3 regions. Their presence here indicates what?" "It indicates their strength is mediocre at best," Lin Yuan responds. "They may not have even encountered the monsters yet." With Sun Tzu's analysis resonating, Lin Yuan acknowledges the strong possibility of such a scenario. The attributes of monsters in regional dungeons are tenfold those of ordinary dungeons. His ability to speed through other regions stems from his extraordinary prowess. Others may not be so fortunate. Even gathering 23 level 20 adventurers may not suffice to secure victory. Realizing this, Lin Yuan sits upon the throne of bones, issuing commands. "What are we waiting for? Advance at full speed." Ah Gue cackles maniacally, pulling the reins with vigor, accelerating to its utmost limit. The throne of bones levitates in midair, bearing Lin Yuan forward with a regal grace, akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. As Lin Yuan approached the end of the passage, he was met with a cacophony of vitriol. "Zhao Yang, you wretched scoundrel, if you dare, kill me. You traitor, your end will be most dire. Face us in single combat, coward." The members of the assault team unleashed a torrent of insults, employing every conceivable taunt, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Zhao Yang remained motionless, merely sneering in response. "Shout all you like. Do you realize how you appear? Like rabid dogs, merely a pack of lunatics barking incessantly." With only an hour remaining, they were ensnared here, utterly incapable of breaching the subterranean dungeon. Once the boundaries of the dungeon were lifted, Lord Xiao Jun would activate the sacrificial array, rendering Tianfeng City a relic of the past, while they would lack even the privilege of witnessing it unfold. Lin Yuan and Sun Tzu listened intently to the exchange. Sun Tzu reacted immediately. Lin, there's a traitor. I heard it. Lin Yuan, resting his chin on his hand, pondered. I sense something amiss with the appearance of the dungeon. It appears someone is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This individual's true target is Tianfeng City. Tianfeng City, Sun Tzu exclaimed, astounded by the audacity of the unseen puppeteer, seemingly unafraid of overreaching. Lin, what shall we do now? A smile crept upon Lin Yuan's lips. Naturally, we shall disrupt their plans. I am eager to see who dares to thwart my passage through the dungeon. After a brief pause, the army resumed its march, the sound of their footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a Gue emerged from around the corner, mounted upon a skeletal steed, a legion of skeletons trailing behind. Both the assault team and Zhao Yang fell silent, turning their attention toward a Gue. Skeletons? Zhao Yang questioned, perplexed. How could they possibly appear here? The assault team was equally bewildered. They had cleared the monsters behind them. So from whence had these skeletons come? Surely, they could not have been summoned by another. As the crowd pondered this enigma, Lin Yuan materialized from the shadows, leaning against a throne of bones. His gaze languidly swept over Zhao Yang and the members of the assault team, thousands of undead prostrating at his feet. Ali stood to Lin Yuan's lower left, sword in hand, resembling a devoted sentinel, exuding an aura of mystery and power. In that moment, the assembly began to suspect that this figure was the true mastermind behind the dungeon. Members of the Adventurers Guild? Lin Yuan inquired, prompting Zhao Xiong to regain his composure. His expression one of unrestrained joy. Indeed, we are the assault team dispatched by the Adventurers Guild. This man is a traitor. He seeks to thwart our efforts. I implore you, capture him and compel him to lift the binding spells upon us. Zhao Xiong is no fool. The grandiose entrance that Lin Yuan made is something he could never conceive in his dreams. Those who can make such an entrance undoubtedly possess abilities that far exceed common understanding. Hence, Zhao Xiong humbly lowered his stance and implored Lin Yuan to liberate them from their state of confinement. In truth, gratitude should be directed towards him. Lin Yuan pointed at Zhao Yang and the assault team, stating that had it not been for Zhao Yang's treachery, they would have already faced total annihilation. Chapter 52. The terrifying harm Lin Yuan's words left Zhao Xiong momentarily stunned. Surely, he underestimated others far too much. They had only spent 40 minutes in the underground city. Yet they had already advanced to this point. Had it not been for that despicable villain Zhao Yang, they would have triumphed. Lin Yuan chose not to respond further. Some remarks, even when spoken, would not be believed by others, for their perceptions were limited, akin to a frog in a well, incapable of grasping the vastness of the world. However, Sun Tzu harbored no such reservations. With hands on his hips, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Do you know why my brother Lin is here? Because there are 4 such regions in total. The other 3 have already been conquered by him. This place is the last one. To defeat what lies here and to gather the 4 magical crystals is essential to awaken the ultimate entity of this underground city, the 4th-tier sovereign, the ruler of the dynasty, Lai Shan." Upon hearing Sun Tzu's declaration, the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. Could it possibly be true? They had taken 40 minutes to advance to the entrance with 23 individuals, while those 2 had swept through the other 3 regions in under an hour, alongside defeating 3 lesser foes? Impossible. You are mistaken, Sun Tzu interjected, waving his hand. It was not 2 individuals. It was entirely the merit of my brother Lin alone. Had it not been for the time spent awaiting the transformation of Gaowen, we would have arrived here in less than 40 minutes. Regardless of who you are, your journey ends here, Zhao Yang sneered, suddenly producing a scroll exuding an aura of darkness, prepared to activate it. But Gue swiftly raised a hand, casting a death grip that unceremoniously dragged Zhao Yang before him, forcing his hand, still clutching the scroll, to attack uncontrollably. Hee. Gue cackled, one hand tightening around Zhao Yang's throat while the other seized the scroll. No, return the scroll to me. Zhao Yang's eyes widened in desperation. Gue casually tossed him aside, sending him crashing against the wall. Before he could regain his footing, several skeletal warriors advanced, pinning him down with unwavering force, rendering him utterly immobile. The scroll was presented to Lin Yuan, who picked it up and examined it. Dark strike, One-time magic scroll. Usage condition, level 20. Description: unleashes a surge of dark energy, inflicting 50,000 points of magical damage on a single target, while applying a damage amplification effect that reduces the target's magical defense by 50%. With a click of his tongue, Lin Yuan toyed with the magical scroll. Why not utilize such a remarkable item sooner? Instead, you choose to feign indifference, he scoffed. Isn't that quite foolish? Zhao Yang, already overwhelmed with regret, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing this remark. Such heartless mockery was unparalleled. Lin Yuan unceremoniously placed the scroll into his backpack. A splendid scroll, I shall accept it. Now, do enlighten me on how to lift their confinement. Humph, save your breath, Zhao Yang retorted defiantly. This is a magic scroll crafted by a level 56 dark mage. It cannot be undone until the spell's duration expires. Is that so? Then we shall wait. Lin Yuan shrugged indifferently. This works well. We need not share experience points with these individuals. Ague, let us depart. At his command, the army stirred to action. Wait, Zhao Xiong shouted towards Lin Yuan. Your Excellency intends to confront this challenge alone? It is far too perilous. Then what do you propose? Lin Yuan leaned against the skeletal throne, tilting his head in inquiry. If I do not go, shall you? Zhao Xiong was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the question. You all should remain here. At ease, Sun Tzu interjected, scratching his ear. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Heh, Zhao Xiong. Let him go. Zhao Yang's head was pressed to the ground, yet he managed to speak. If he seeks his own demise, why impede him? With his pitiful skeletons, a single skill could wipe out a multitude. I am eager to witness how he meets his end. Lin Yuan initially considered sparing his life to hand him over to the enforcement squad. But since this fool sought his own demise, there was no other course. With a wave of his hand, Ague understood the cue and approached Zhao Yang, lifting him up before heading to the end of the passageway. With a click, the third door was unlocked, revealing the small corridor of the general's hall to the assembled crowd. Zombie Guardian Commander, level 20, health 700,000, attack power 10,000, defense 8,000, skill 1, horizontal slash executes a horizontal strike within a 10-meter range, inflicting 5,000 points of physical damage. Cooldown time 8 seconds. Skill 2, vertical slash performs a downward strike in a linear 5-meter range, inflicting 5,000 points of physical damage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 3, whirlwind slash vigorously swings the weapon, delivering a powerful blow within an 8-meter radius, inflicting 8,000 points of physical damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Skill 4, charge slash locks onto a target and charges for 3 seconds before leaping high to deliver a devastating blow within a 5-meter area, inflicting 12,000 points of physical damage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Upon observing these attributes, Zhao Xiong and the members of the assault team felt their pupils constrict. This was formidable, exceedingly formidable. All 4 skills were area of effect attacks, with remarkably short cooldowns. A mere scratch from such an output class would leave one gravely injured. The 4th skill, charged slash, was akin to a team wipe skill. Within the assault team, no one could possibly emerge unscathed from its onslaught. Zhao Yang, upon seeing these attributes, laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "You stand no chance of victory. You will all perish." Even in the face of impending doom, Zhao Yang could not resist taunting the crowd. Perhaps this was his final act of defiance. Fool, Lin Yuan remarked dismissively. When confronted with such individuals, one must shatter their perceptions and then obliterate them physiologically. Ali. In the chaos of battle, Ague thrives, but when faced with a formidable opponent, it is Ali who prevails. Ague stood before them, one hand gripping Zhao Yang's neck, forcing him to face forward. Now do not blink, lest you miss an extraordinary spectacle. A silver figure flashed before the crowd, a mere afterimage left in Ali's wake, moving with such velocity that it defied belief. In a state of heroic charge, Ali was impervious to any controlling effects. With a resounding crash, he collided with his target, leaving them in a daze. In a blink, the tip of the slaying horse sword gleamed with silvery light, effortlessly piercing through the body, dealing 357,980 critical hit. Immediately after, Ali executed another blink, his form resembling a phantom, swiftly appearing behind his foe. The brilliance shone once more, inflicting 359,880 critical hit. Chapter 53. Complete form of the Fiery Mountain. Defeated Zombie Guardian Commander. 20. Experience points. 28. 000. Ali slowly sheathed the slaying horse sword behind him and strode purposefully towards the crowd, with each step resonating like a heavy drumbeat. Questions echoed in the hearts of those present. What had just transpired? Zhao Xiong wore a dazed expression, having just witnessed 2 flickers of cold light darting across his body, after which he met his untimely demise. Just like that. My heavens. The members of the assault team collectively gasped in disbelief. How could a creature of level 17 dispatch someone with 700,000 health points in an instant? At level 20, with 8,000 in defense, how could he have perished so swiftly? Surely, this is not a dream. Someone pinch me awake. The assault team members were left in shock. Their gaze shifted to Zhao Yang, whose throat was firmly gripped by a gay's hand, leaving him gasping for breath, his voice strained and desperate. I was wrong. Please spare me. A Gue chuckled maniacally, taunting him to continue his pleas. With a sudden exertion of force, a Gue's grip snapped Zhao Yang's neck with a chilling crack, leaving the latter wide-eyed in shock and confusion, silencing him forever. Current dungeon population, 2,425, outside. The onlookers smiled with delight as the final area was successfully cleared. Excellent, splendid. Lin Yandong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It had taken but a short while to conquer the last domain. The assault team certainly did not disappoint. However, their joy was short-lived as a notification of casualties appeared. Shun, with a heavy heart, expressed regret. There had been a loss. It remained unclear which member had fallen. Each of these individuals was an elite. The death of any one of them would be a significant blow, particularly Lin Yuan, a prodigious talent who soloed nightmare difficulty dungeons. He must not perish here. Within the dungeon, Lin Yuan descended from the throne of bones and strode towards the fallen body, collecting 2 pieces of platinum gear and a gray magical crystal. Sharpening stone auxiliary equipment. Grade, platinum. Equipping requirement. Agility 300. Attributes. Agility 50, attack speed 5. Special trait. Increases damage of the first attack by 20%. Resets cooldown after exiting combat. Royal Guard's Glory Shield. Grade, platinum. Equipping requirement. Stamina 300. Attributes. Stamina 80. Defense 200. Health 1000. Special trait. Additional 10% increase in defense. The 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the zombie guard commander were quite remarkable, especially the shield, which was extraordinary. Zhao Xiong couldn't help but drool at the thought. If he were to equip that shield, his health would soar to 12,000. And his defense would reach 1,000, a veritable bulwark of vitality. Yet, this was but a vain hope, as Lin Yuan had single-handedly vanquished the foe. And thus the spoils were rightfully his to claim alone. Lin Yuan was aware that Ali had no fondness for shields, so he stored it away and tossed a whetstone to Ali. With this equipment, Ali's explosive power surged to a new level, capable of defeating a 3rd-tier foe with a single strike. It remained uncertain whether the 4th-tier ruler, Lai Shan, could withstand Ali's tempestuous onslaught. Picking up the final piece of magical crystal, Lin Yuan now possessed crystals of red, green, yellow, and gray hues. By placing the crystals into the recess behind the wall where the bodies of the zombie guardians lay, he could awaken the ultimate sovereign of this underground city, Lai Shan. Approaching the wall, Lin Yuan carefully inserted the 4 magical crystals into the designated slots. As the crystals were set in place, a rumble echoed through the chamber. The wall began to slowly contract, and ultimately, a figure emerged. A man towering at 3 meters, clad in resplendent yellow armor, materialized before the crowd. Emperor Ruler Lai Shan, 4th-tier leader, level 22. Health points 1, 200, 000. Mana points 100, 000. Attack power 15, 000. Defense power 10, 000. Phase 1. Lai Shan cannot move while seated on the throne. Skill 1. Crystal Resonance. Lai Shan activates the 4 magical crystals, summoning zombie phantoms to assist in combat. Phantom health points 200, 000. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Sword of the Dynasty. After charging for 2 seconds, summons a colossal sword to deliver a powerful strike to a 20-meter area ahead, dealing 15, 000 physical damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. Phase 2. Upon health dropping below 50%, Lai Shan descends from the throne to engage in battle personally. Skill 3. Imperial Charge activates all 4 magical crystals simultaneously, summoning all zombie phantoms for assistance. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 4, Devastating Charge. Li Shan raises his heavy sword and, after 3 seconds, launches a devastating charge over a 50-meter linear area, dealing 8,000 physical damage and knocking back all targets. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Phase 3, when health falls below 20%, Li Shan consumes the 4 magical crystals, joining the fray in a zombie form. Skill 5, Zombie Transformation. Upon transforming into a zombie, recovers 20% of maximum health. Skill range doubles. This form cannot summon zombie phantoms. Skill 6, Final Strike. In a near-death state, Li Shan becomes immune to death for 5 seconds, during which his attack speed increases by 300%. A 4th-tier leader. Zhao Xiong's expression changed dramatically, and the members of the assault team wore looks of disbelief. How could this be possible? A 4th-tier leader was beyond their capacity to confront. Confronted by the zombie guardian commander, the assault team pondered that, with optimal cooperation, they might vanquish him within 10 minutes. Yet, facing Lu Shan, whose attributes and skills were overwhelmingly superior, the team members found it impossible to muster any desire to engage in battle. Seated upon his throne, Lu Shan exuded an imposing presence as he surveyed the crowd. Except for Lin Yuan, none dared to meet his gaze. How intriguing, to challenge me in my complete form. Did that imbecile, Gavin, fail to inform you of how to weaken me? Lu Shan remained seated, his voice resonating like thunder, causing eardrums to reverberate. Lin Yuan gestured behind him, expressing his disdain for looking up at others. Gue immediately understood, and the bone throne levitated behind Lin Yuan. Leaning back, Lin Yuan settled comfortably upon the throne. As it rose, his gaze met Lu Shan's. Indeed, Gavin had shared with me a means to diminish your power. If one were to slay him at the moment of his transformation, the magical essence of the crystal would be insufficient, preventing you from reaching the 4th-tier commander status. Lin Yuan tilted his head to the right, resting upon his hand. However, I chose not to adopt his suggestion, for I wish to witness the caliber of your 4th-tier self. Is it sufficient for Ali's blade to cleave through? Chapter 54. A sword shatters the emperor's dream. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Shan erupted into laughter, a resounding and hearty guffaw. It has been ages since I heard such a delightful jest. You wish to gauge my caliber? Who do you think you are? The first 2 statements were delivered with calmness, but the last was a roaring declaration, a reminder of the peril of courting favor with a tyrant. You have entered combat mode. Lu Shan activated the magical crystal in his hand, summoning the phantom of a zombie scholar. Ali, shatter his throne. Lin Yuan commanded solemnly. What an audacious creature, daring to stand on equal footing with him. Ali, expressionless, charged towards Lu Shan. The phantom raised a hand, casting a flame cage towards the approaching Ali. This phantom was a diminished replica of the 4 lesser beings Lin Yuan had previously slain, retaining all skills save for diminished life force. Valiant charge. Ali aimed for Lu Shan and initiated his assault. Throughout his charge, Ali remained in a state of invulnerability, immune to all control skills, rendering the flame cage utterly ineffective against his advance. The phantom continued casting, yet before the incantation could conclude, Ali reached Lu Shan, colliding with him and inducing a state of dizziness. The 1st-tier Lu Shan was already immobile, thus the dizziness was inconsequential. What mattered was the certainty of a critical strike. In a flash, the blade of the horse-slaying sword converged with a silvery brilliance, akin to a thunderous wrath, piercing through Lu Shan's body in an instant. With a critical strike of 534,680, the mastery of swordsmanship bypassed 25 points of defense, while the horse-slaying sword itself negated 5 points, complemented by an additional 20 damage from the whetstone. Even if Lu Shan's defense reached 10,000, this strike from Ali would still inflict terrifying damage. Before Lu Shan could respond, Ali had already darted behind him, and with another blinding flash, 4,27430 damage was dealt, shattering the throne beneath Lu Shan with a crack. Before he could rise, Lu Shan fell to the ground in a most disgraceful manner. Damn it! How could you shatter my precious throne? Unforgivable! Lu Shan bellowed in a fit of fury. You shall all perish. He stuffed 4 magical crystals into his mouth, propelling himself beyond the 2nd phase and into the 3rd. Upon completing the transformation, Lu Shan's form swelled to a towering 5 meters. Can you feel my might? This is the formidable power bestowed upon me by the demon god. Descend into hell. Lushan raised his colossal sword and launched a devastating charge at Ali. Ali swiftly leaped back, evading Lushan's sluggish onslaught, then pivoted and swung his sword. 76530 damage was dealt as Lushan gathered his strength, the sword of the dynasty descending from the heavens to strike Ali, inflicting 15,000 damage. Ali paid no heed to the pain, executing a 3-hit combo with the death-giving sword chi. 112323, 109870, 113568, 12000, and 15,000. In the blink of an eye, Lushan's health plummeted from 400,000 to a mere point. Meanwhile, Ali remained in perfect health, demonstrating through his actions that Lushan's prowess was merely mediocre. Had it not been for his ultimate skill, Lushan would have already been a lifeless corpse. No, I am immortal. I possess eternal life. How could I possibly perish at the hands of Ymir ants? As Lushan teetered on the brink of death, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, he activated his finishing skill, gaining immunity to death for 5 seconds and boosting his attack speed by 300%. Lushan, once slow in his strikes, became remarkably swift, inflicting 30,000 damage upon Ali in less than a second. If this continued, even if Lushan were ultimately slain, Ali would inevitably enter a state of death and resurrection. This cannot be allowed. Lin Yuan would never permit such a fate to unfold. Ague. Without needing further instruction, Ague understood his task. Is it merely to take a beating? Strike away. If you can kill me, then you are indeed formidable. Ague raised his hand, cackling sinisterly. The grip of death activated, pulling Lushan towards Ague, who sneered at the wretched soul, proclaiming, "Die." The grip of death compelled Lushan to assault Ague for 3 seconds, during which Lushan perceived Ague as the embodiment of his father's nemesis. His weapon swung with such ferocity that it left behind a spectral afterimage, bone fragments scattering in the air. As the duration of the grip of death expired, Ague retained over 14,000 life points. Let us perish together. Lushan invoked the sword of the dynasty at the final moment, yearning for mutual destruction, his last act of dignity as an emperor. Ague's eerie laughter echoed as he swung his club down upon Lushan, inflicting a staggering 15,000 damage. The first strike emerged from Ague's head. He remained unscathed, while a skeletal archer 10 meters away met a grim fate, exploding into fragments with a resounding boom. Lushan was left with a mere point of life, and it was no exaggeration to say that even a spit could extinguish him. With a single blow, Ague ensured Lushan's demise. You have slain the ruler of the dynasty, Lushan, 22 complete form, gaining 40,000 experience points. Quest completed. Terminator of the dynasty. Reward: 1 platinum chest, 30,000 experience points. Level increased to 18, 2, 983,090,000. Congratulations on conquering the ruins of the Lushan dynasty, nightmare difficulty. Time taken, 1 hour 14 minutes. Successfully completed the ruins of the Lushan dynasty, nightmare difficulty. Within 2 hours, current dungeon permanently loses the qualification for boundary removal. Acquired 4 complete magical crystals, awakening the complete form of Lushan and slaying him. Achieving perfect completion conditions, randomly obtaining 2 positive attributes. A golden crystal orb materialized in Lin Yuan's hand. Placement of crystal in the ruins of the Lushan dynasty dungeon. Difficulty: Adventure Nightmare. Usage: After use. It creates a portal to the ruins of the Lushan dynasty dungeon. Currently, there are attributes yet to be drawn, 22. What does this attribute entail? Lin Yuan had never encountered such a concept before. Could dungeons be endowed with attributes? Since they are positive, he decided to draw them. Lin Yuan clicked to extract. Congratulations. You have acquired the attribute, Divine Protection. Congratulations, you have acquired the attribute, Basic Spell Resistance. Divine Protection, upon dying in the dungeon. You may choose to resurrect at the original spot or leave the dungeon after 30 minutes, once per day. Basic Spell Resistance, reduces spell damage taken in the dungeon by 10%. Lin Yuan was astounded. This is incredibly powerful. It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. As the true pioneer of this dungeon, Lin Yuan understood the abundant resources that lay within. Under the nightmare difficulty, even the minor monsters can drop equipment of golden quality. While other adventurers may not possess the exceptional prowess of Lin Yuan to opt for nightmare difficulty, The drop rates in adventure difficulty are certainly not significantly lower. In the absence of affixes, the challenge posed by this dungeon can be deemed exceedingly high. However, with the presence of the divine blessing and basic spell resistance affixes, the margin for error has greatly increased, allowing even ordinary adventurers a chance to conquer the regional dungeon. Chapter 55. The Diamond Greatsword Lin Gu. What glimmers so brilliantly? Sun Tzu inquired, approaching with the curiosity of a child. Upon glimpsing the crystal in Lin Yuan's hand, he shielded his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, my eyes are being blinded. What have I just witnessed? A dungeon with affixes." At the mention of affixes, the members of the assault team perked up, nearly wishing they could sprout wings to fly over to Lin Yuan and discover the nature of that crystal. Yet, they remained bound, unable to do anything but scratch their heads in anticipation. After stowing the crystal, Lin Yuan collected the spoils dropped by Lai Shan. There were 3 pieces of equipment in total, 1 diamond and 2 platinum. Glory of the Dynasty Two-Handed Sword. Quality, diamond. Requirements, strength 500, attributes, strength 100, agility 50. Attack power 200, trait 1. Increases critical damage by 5, trait 2. Increases hit probability by 3. This sword symbolizes the final glory of the Lai Shan dynasty. Gentle Staff of Gao Lan. Quality, platinum. Requirements, level 15 attributes, intelligence 50. Stamina 50, healing effect 150, trait. Restores 1 of maximum mana after a critical healing spell. This staff has healed countless lives, yet ultimately succumbs to the passage of time. Feathered chestplate. Quality, platinum. Requirements, level 15 attributes, agility 80. Strength 50, trait. Increases critical strike rate by 2. The diamond two-handed sword was bestowed upon the most deserving, Ali, while Lin Yuan donned the feathered chestplate. At this moment, aside from his shoulders, accessories, and shoes, which were of golden quality, the rest of his equipment was of platinum quality. Indeed, his gear was somewhat eclectic, comprising plate armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. Lin Yuan was unconcerned. As long as the attributes were high, any armor would suffice. Sun Tzu, this is for you. Lin Yuan tossed the healing staff to Sun Tzu. No need to refuse. Consider it a parting gift. Lin Yuan has already reached level 18, while Sun Tzu is merely at level 14. The disparity between them is becoming increasingly pronounced. As Lin Yuan ventures into the dungeon more frequently, their gap will only widen. Sun Tzu is well aware of this reality and readily accepts the platinum staff gifted by Lin Brother. Lin Brother is indeed generous. You ought to assemble a stable team. Lin Yuan advises. A middle school student is somewhat lacking now. Perhaps you should seek out the professional association. Strive to reach level 20 and complete your class transition quest before the college entrance examination. Rest assured, Lin Brother, Sun Tzu confidently patted his chest. I have already made arrangements with those 4 young ladies to team up and delve into dungeons during this period. Aren't you afraid they will drain you dry? Lin Yuan jested. Sun Tzu puffed out his chest. Having previously felt apprehensive, now with the staff bestowed by Lin Brother, my endurance has significantly improved. I fear not 4, but even 10 more. Please, spare me your bravado. This dungeon session has concluded. Personal contribution detected at 97. Should the name be concealed? Perhaps such inquiries are best left unasked. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan chose to decline. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for successfully conquering the regional level dungeon. Ruins of the Lushan Dynasty, Nightmare Difficulty. Let us cheer for him. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for successfully conquering the regional level dungeon. Ruins of the Lushan Dynasty, Nightmare Difficulty. Let us cheer for him. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for successfully conquering the regional level dungeon. Ruins of the Lushan Dynasty, Nightmare Difficulty. Let us cheer for him. As the dungeon was vanquished, a blue portal materialized before the crowd. Stepping through the portal, Lin Yuan reappeared near the school. Silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was Lin Yandong, Xinzhong, or other high-ranking guild members, even the so-called strongest swordsman, Luo Yuchong, all questioned whether their ears had deceived them. The recent announcement had mentioned only Lin Yuan's name. Out of 25 participants, only 1 name emerged. This indicated that Lin Yuan's contribution exceeded 90%, akin to solo clearing. No, it was even more challenging than soloing, as Lin Yuan had to divert his attention to safeguard the well-being of other adventurers. Ah, President Lin, you're here? Lin Yuan greeted Lin Yandong with a smile. Have you eaten? The crowd glanced at the clock. It was 9:20, marking 1 hour and 15 minutes since the regional dungeon appeared. A regional level dungeon on Nightmare difficulty was soloed by a level 15 summoner in just 1 hour and 15 minutes. Incredible! 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 Cui Xianglong gasped in astonishment. This lad is truly remarkable. Soloing a regional level dungeon. What extraordinary fortune has Mu Tian encountered to stumble upon such a prodigy? This year, those who participated in the college entrance examination alongside this fellow are bound to suffer greatly, likely emerging utterly defeated. Luo Yuchang was the first to regain her composure. Stepping forward to Lin Yuan. Luo Yuchang, a level 60 swordsman and vice president of the Wushuang Guild, also held the title of mayor of Tianfeng City. After a brief pause, she added, President Mu sent me to protect you. Upon hearing that someone was assigned to safeguard him, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, introducing himself as an unremarkable summoner. With that, Lin Yuan activated the effects of the Nightmare Conqueror. Nightmare Conqueror Lin Yuan has entered the current area. Let us cheer for him. As the assault team remained within the dungeon, the current dungeon did not dissipate, and all professionals within this region received the notification. The crowd reacted. Luo Yuchang said, Lin Yuan, and he chuckled, tossing the dungeon placement crystal to her. This is my gift for our first meeting. Luo Yuchang caught the crystal, her brows furrowing. Was she being teased? Yet, upon clearly reading the description of the crystal in her hand, her lips parted in astonishment. This is the Divine Blessing Dungeon. Shenzhong, standing behind Luo Yuchang, perked up upon hearing the words Divine Blessing Dungeon. Mayor Luo, is this crystal indeed the placement crystal for the regional dungeon? Indeed, Luo Yuchang said, calming her emotions. Her expression somewhat complex. Please hand this crystal to President Lin. Also, draft a report detailing this matter and submit it to General Qin. General Qin? Shenzhong queried, puzzled about which Qin she referred to. Upon clarifying the inscription on the placement crystal, he instantly realized to whom the report should be directed, the paramount leader of Xia Nation. Commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Qin Liang, known as General Qin. We, in Tianfeng City, are about to soar, Shenzhong exclaimed, cradling the placement crystal with excitement. Indeed, Luo Yuchang remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. It was true, they were indeed about to take flight. Chapter 56, Profession-Specific Skill Cards at this moment. Luo Yuchang's emotions were quite intricate. She initially believed Lin Yuan intended to tease her. Yet he had presented her with an extraordinary gift, one so grand that it was almost overwhelming. This was the Divine Blessing Dungeon. As long as the professionals remained prudent, casualties were unlikely. Regional dungeons below level 20 were exceedingly rare, and each one was not accessible to ordinary professionals. The disparity between regular professionals and geniuses was widening. While Xia Nation certainly possessed ample high-end combat strength, there was a significant shortage of mid-tier professionals. The emergence of the Divine Blessing Dungeon addressed this gap with sufficient effort. Ordinary professionals could eventually assemble a full set of silver or even golden equipment, rendering the level 20 promotion task no longer an insurmountable barrier for many professionals. The news of the Divine Favor Dungeon's emergence in Tianfeng City is bound to cause a stir among the professional community. Over the coming months, or even years, Tianfeng City will undoubtedly become a gathering place for professionals below level 20. This young man is truly enigmatic, Lu Yuchang mused to herself. Such a precious placement crystal has been entrusted to me. No, I cannot bear this favor alone. Lu Yuchang picked up her phone and dialed Mu Tianxing, announcing, I've arrived. By coincidence, I encountered the Dark Knight, Xiao Jun, and dispatched him. Lin Yuan is fine. Although the commotion he caused was considerable, he has created a Divine Favor Dungeon. And I have already notified Commander Qin. He gifted me the placement crystal as a token of our meeting. I came in haste and have nothing to offer in return. So I leave that to you. Before Mu Tianxing could respond, Lu Yuchang hung up. With the troublesome matter resolved, a smile graced Lu Yuchang's lips, clearly in high spirits. Let us go? She approached Lin Yuan, as President Mu awaited them. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Before departing, Lu Yuchang instructed Shenzhong, this place is in your hands. I shall take Lin Yuan ahead. Rest assured, Mayor Luo, this will be under my watch, Shenzhong replied solemnly. Lu Yuchang retrieved a miniature airplane model from her backpack, tossing it into the air. The model swiftly enlarged, ultimately transforming into an unmanned passenger aircraft. Lu Yuchang confidently stepped into the cabin. This is the Soarer 20, a diamond-grade vehicle I obtained from the Sky Fortress dungeon. Its flying speed is exceptionally rapid. Impressive, Lin Yuan exclaimed, Does it come equipped with laser cannons? Alas, it does not. Lu Yuchang shook her head. This is a civilian passenger aircraft. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yuan stole a glance at the aircraft before redirecting his focus. He had yet to accomplish an important task. The rewards from the Nightmare Difficulty dungeon had not been settled. Surely, a 25-person raid would yield greater rewards than a 5-person one. This dungeon's kills: Zombie Centurion, Tier 3 Elite; Zombie Scholar, Tier 3 Elite; Zombie Alchemist, Tier 3 Elite; Zombie Guardian Leader, Tier 3 Elite; Emperor Ruler Lizhan, Tier 4 Leader. Evolution points, 7,000. First clear of the area dungeon ruins of the Lizhan Dynasty, Nightmare Difficulty. Evolution points, 16,000. Perfect clear of the area dungeon ruins of the Lizhan Dynasty, Nightmare Difficulty. Evolution points, 20,000. Total evolution points from this dungeon, 43,000. Experience points, 50,000. Lin Yuan mused internally. Truly, the rewards from an area dungeon surpass those of a standard dungeon tenfold. Elevating a summoned beast from Tier 4 to Tier 5 requires 50,000 evolution points. 2 more 5-person dungeons should suffice to elevate Ali to Tier 5. A Tier 5 warrior level summoned beast. He was confident he could complete the transfer task without fail. Upon entering the Longding community, Lin Yuan beheld Mu Tianqing, clad in security attire. Ah, President Mu, you appear quite invigorated, as if one is filled with joy, he remarked, noticing the noticeable youthfulness in Mu Tianqing's demeanor. Mu Tianqing, rising from his reclined position, quipped, "Am I youthful? You certainly possess a silver tongue. By the way, you so casually bestowed upon us that precious placement crystal?" "Of course," Lin Yuan replied, settling beside Mu Tianqing. "That item serves little purpose in my possession. Am I to collect dungeon entrance tickets for myself? It would be far more beneficial to contribute it, thereby enhancing the prowess of our practitioners in Xia. Wouldn't you agree, President Mu? Furthermore, with Vice President Luo assigned to protect me, I ought to show my gratitude, don't you think? A mere placement crystal pales in comparison to my safety. Besides, it has not been given to outsiders, but rather to our own members of the Wushuang Guild. I am not merely boasting. As long as I draw breath, I can acquire as many dungeons with attributes as I desire." With that, Lin Yuan reclined further, enveloped in the comfort of the chair. "I'm exhausted. I shall rest." Soloing a nightmarish difficulty regional dungeon is indeed a taxing endeavor. Mu Tianqing's lips twitched in response, inwardly musing, what nonsense. The battles are fought by summoned beasts, while you merely stroll about and collect loot. Is this what you call tiring? Little did Mu Tianqing know, Lin Yuan required no effort to traverse the dungeons. Thanks to his floating mount, the Bone Throne. The emergence of the Bone Throne was largely due to Mu Tianqing's earlier provision of death energy, without which Ague would not have mastered this skill. Casting a glance at the curled figure of Lin Yuan, Mu Tianqing then shifted his gaze to Luo Yuchang, who offered a look of helplessness before finding a seat of her own. "It seems I must part with some resources," he concluded. This young man professed to desire nothing, yet his words implied otherwise. The Wushuang Guild is discussed so casually. As president, I cannot refrain from showing my appreciation. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianqing gritted his teeth and retrieved a card from his backpack. "This is for you. I assign Luo Yuchang to protect you due to your boundless potential, which justifies such an action. Your successful solo venture in the regional dungeon today further confirms my judgment was sound. To be clear, my protection of you is for the future of Xia, and your contribution of the dungeon placement crystal also serves that purpose. Moreover, you represent the Wushuang Guild, and as president, I must reward you. This card was an unexpected acquisition. It guarantees the lowest level skill appropriate to your profession with a ceiling of level." Lin Yuan abruptly sat upright from his reclined position, his gaze fixated upon the card in Mu Tianqing's hand. Professional exclusive skill card, one-time use, quality, epic, description, upon use. Randomly obtain a skill book corresponding to one's profession, with a probability of 90 for a basic level, 9 for an advanced level, and 1 for a legendary level. "Ah, President Mu, you are too polite. I feel quite embarrassed about this," Lin Yuan said, feigning modesty, while naturally taking the card with his right hand. Chapter 57. The Naga Queen looked at that hypocritical smile and practiced movement. "You still claim you need nothing? You are clearly trying to bait me." Mu Tianqing's eyelids twitched, silently acknowledging his foresight. Thankfully, he had not disclosed to Lin Yuan that the little skeleton could absorb the curse power from his body. Otherwise, This lad would have extorted him to the point of leaving him with nothing but his undergarments. This card theoretically could yield a high-level skill, but the chances were slim. Mu Tianxing had held on to this card for quite some time, hesitant to use it due to the fear of unlocking a high-level skill. High-level skills were invaluable to other practitioners, yet for Mu Tianxing, they were merely an embellishment. Unless he could unlock an elite or ultimate skill. Mu Tianxing pondered for a moment, advising, I suggest you refrain from using it for now. It would be best to acquire some items that enhance luck, as this would increase the probability of obtaining a high-level skill. There is a dungeon called the Lucky Garden in Shana City, a level 30 dungeon that drops a lucky seed, which boosts the probability by 5. Additionally, within Kyoto University, there is a level 40 dungeon known as the Millennium Snow Mountain, where you can obtain a blessing emblem that temporarily enhances luck. Just as Mu Tianxing was about to elaborate further, Lin Yuan had already activated the card. A beam of golden light descended from above, and an overwhelming sound, reminiscent of crashing waves, echoed in the ears of the three present, relentless like the tide. Summon Naga Queen. Learning level, 50 skill description, consumes 50,000 mana points to summon the Queen of the Naga clan to join the battle. The initial bloodline of the Naga Queen is level 7, with the potential to ascend to level 9. What the? Mu Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Yuchang, with her fair hand covering her cherry blossom lips, reacted similarly. A level 7 skill? Even for those as well-versed as Mu Tianxing and Luo Yuchang, the revelation was astonishing. You've got some extraordinary luck. Mu Tianxing shook his head, attempting to calm his exhilarated heart. A level 7 summon creature, one tier above a level 6 lord. A king-level summon. When you reach level 50 and can summon the Naga Queen, it's likely that even I would not stand a chance against you. Lin Yuan chuckled. A thought left unspoken. It wasn't a matter of likely. It was a certainty that he would not be a match. If he could not contend with a level 60 practitioner upon reaching level 50, what would be the point of continuing? It would be better to find a place to end it all. Lin Yuan sighed, holding the skill book. The Naga Queen. Well, that's rather impressive. In truth, Lin Yuan yearned for a majestic dragon, not for any other reason than its sheer magnificence. Moreover, the dragon would complement Ollie splendidly. The Dark Knight of the Dragon. The very sound of the name suggests formidable strength. Mu Tianxing remarked to Luo Yuchang that this young lad was outfitted. Yet he remained dissatisfied with the skills at his disposal. This simply would not do. He must impart a lesson to the boy to prevent him from developing a disdainful attitude. The Blood Ring Arena is set to reopen in 2 days, correct? Mu Tianxing confirmed with Luo Yuchang. She nodded affirmatively, indicating it was indeed in 2 days. What? Do you wish for him to attend? Can he not? Is the minimum entry level for the Blood Ring Arena not 18? Mu Tianxing retorted. While it is true that the entry level for the Blood Ring Arena is 18, do not forget that the Guardians are all above level 20, Luo Yuchang stated, arms crossed. The arena is vastly different from a dungeon. Those within have battled countless times. As a summoner, he might not even have the chance to summon his beast before being vanquished. A summoner who cannot even summon their creature before being defeated cannot be considered a competent summoner. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Yuan? Mu Tianxing turned to Lin Yuan, asking, what do you think? Are you interested in witnessing the Blood Ring Arena? The competitors there are significantly stronger than those you have previously encountered. Instantly, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. Is there a nightmare difficulty? Without nightmare difficulty, I shan't partake. You wish to challenge nightmare difficulty. Mu Tianxing and Luo Yuchang exchanged glances. Very well, let us hope you are not too severely impacted. Lin Yuan chuckled. Impacted? That is not a concern. I have but one request. The more, the merrier. Let me accumulate as many evolution points as possible. After enjoying a satisfying lunch, Lin Yuan indulged in a refreshing nap. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he found it was Principal Chen Qingshan inquiring about the arrival of the master-level combat instructor at the school. My apologies, Principal Chen. The master-level combat instructor encountered a minor issue this morning. I shall contact him immediately to ensure his arrival. Rest assured, Principal Chen, he is utterly reliable. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan yawned and instructed, Ollie, please make a trip to the school and teach those novices the art of combat. Be gentle. Do not leave them in disarray. Oh, and do not forget to discuss the matter of compensation with the principal. Ollie nodded slightly and exited the villa, wielding his dual swords. The poor high school students were blissfully unaware of the stern instructor they were about to face. While Ali took on his role as a part-time instructor, Ague was not idle either, as he was by the lakeside, fishing with a rod in hand. Mu Tianxing stood nearby, serving Ague tea, inquiring, "Little skeleton, can the power of curses be absorbed?" Ague chuckled heartily, striking his heavy skeletal armor with vigor. "No problem. I have already decided on the next skill to comprehend. I just need the energy. Power bank, come to me." Mu Tianxing's face lit up as he placed a hand on Ague's shoulder. Currently absorbing curse essence, current energy 12, 20, 50. Upon reaching 100 energy, one may choose to comprehend a necromantic skill. Ague cackled with delight, firmly settling on the skill he had previously contemplated. Only 50% remained. Mu Tianxing gazed at his hands, now nearly devoid of wrinkles, unable to contain his joy. Just 2 more times, and he could eradicate the curse entirely. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. He would become the first human to reach the 3rd advancement as a professional. I must succeed. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan exited the villa. Not far from the entrance, Luo Yuchang sat in meditation, cradling her sword. "President Luo, do you know where I can trade equipment fairly?" Lin Yuan had amassed a considerable amount of golden gear, which, while inferior to what he currently possessed, was of little use to him. Selling it for gold seemed the wisest choice. Luo Yuchang opened her eyes. "Are you looking to buy or sell?" "Primarily to sell, but I might buy if I find something suitable. If you have a friend who is an appraiser, you could visit the black market. There, you can purchase high-value equipment for minimal cost. If not, your best bet is the trading area of the professional association, where at least you won't have to worry about acquiring defective items." Chapter 58. The contest for accessories. Leaving the Longding community, Lin Yuan and Luo Yuchang made their way directly to the professional association. Upon arrival, the scene was nothing short of a bustling crowd. Describing it as a sea of people would not be an exaggeration. Most were professionals below level 20, drawn here by the allure of the underground city of the Lishan dynasty ruins. The 25-player dungeon boasted divine attributes, and the prospect of facing death was no concern, sending the professionals into a frenzy of excitement. Despite the throng, everyone maintained an orderly queue, for members of the enforcement team stood guard at the entrance. Chief Liao Chen, his head wrapped in bandages, sat across from Lin Yandong. Previously, Liao Chen had been severely injured by Xiao Jun's demonic hand, but he had managed to activate his life-saving skill, Diamond Body, just in time. Though he survived, he remained gravely injured and unconscious until the healers of the association revived him. Xiao Jun was slain in one blow by Luo Yuchang. Liao Chen lamented, his regret palpable. Such a reputation is well-deserved. Unfortunately, I missed the spectacle. He then inquired about the underground city from Lin Yandong, who recounted the details in full. "What did you say?" "Lin Yuan single-handedly conquered the regional underground dungeon? Truly remarkable." Liao Chen forcefully struck the table before him, the vigorous motion aggravating his wound and causing him to draw a sharp breath. "Indeed, what a prodigy." Lin Yandong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary talent. "It is precisely due to him that our Tianfeng city is poised for ascendance." Under Liao Chen's bewildered gaze, Lin Yandong gestured towards the farthest corner on the 1st floor of the Adventurers Association, where the underground dungeon possessing the divine blessing attribute was located. Adventurers below level 20 in Tianfeng City are indeed fortunate. Previously, that area was largely ignored, yet it is now teeming with activity, all due to the teleportation portal of the Lianshan Dynasty ruins being established there. Upon entering the Adventurers Association, Lin Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor's trading area. A young girl clad in a red dress approached him, cheerfully inquiring, "Hello, I am receptionist number 378 at your service. May I ask if you wish to sell or purchase equipment?" "I wish to sell." Lin Yuan produced several golden pieces of equipment he had previously obtained and placed them on the counter. "How much can these fetch?" "Please hold on a moment." The receptionist replied with a sweet smile. "Let me appraise them for you." The girl retrieved a scanning device and assessed the items before her. "I have calculated the total for you." She handed Lin Yuan a list, stating, "The total amounts to 26.5 million. Lin Yuan accepted the list, which clearly itemized the price of each piece of equipment. The most expensive were a few accessories, particularly those capable of restoring health, each valued at 4 million. This is nearly on par with a piece of platinum equipment. 26.5 million? Luo Yuchang leaned in with curiosity. What equipment could possibly be worth over 20 million? Upon realizing that Lin Yuan was selling accessories, she displayed a look of astonishment. Golden-grade accessories with health restoration properties, and you're selling them just like that? If placed in an auction house, the price could increase by around 20%. One should not be so greedy. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. These accessories were dropped in the regional underground dungeon. They may be valuable now, but in a few days, their worth will diminish. You see through things clearly. Luo Yuchang remarked, satisfied with Lin Yuan's demeanor, calm, wise, and crucially, not greedy. Lin Yuan took the list, crossed out the accessories, and asked, "Please calculate the value of the remaining equipment." "That totals to 14.5 million, the receptionist replied, her smile unwavering and her tone patient. "Deal." Lin Yuan nodded and then descended from the second floor. Luo Yuchang remained somewhat puzzled, wondering why he suddenly decided against selling the accessories. Following him to the eastern side of the first floor, her confusion turned to speechlessness. "Look here, behold the accessories dropped from the Nightmare Difficulty Regional Dungeon. Essential for magic and physical classes embarking on a new journey. With formidable equipment, even the fiercest mountains can be conquered." Lin Yuantang confidently set up his stall at the entrance of the dungeon. Luo Yuchang, covering her face, found a secluded spot to linger. Fortunately, no one noticed her. Had others discovered she was selling wares at the Adventurers Association, the guild members would have surely mocked her incessantly. Before Lin Yuan lay 2 dim alchemical stones and 2 faded magical stones, a total of 4 exquisite accessories. The emergence of these accessories immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the adventurers. "Look," they exclaimed, "golden quality accessories. One piece could increase life by a staggering 1,500 points. How outrageous." Its special trait allowed for the restoration of 20% of maximum health, usable once every 10 minutes. It was truly a miraculous life-saving technique. Physical class adventurers gazed hungrily at the dim alchemical stones, while spellcasters looked longingly at the faded magical stones. Possessing a dim magical stone would significantly enhance a spellcaster's endurance, tripling their output capabilities. If a healing class equipped a dim magical stone, they could single-handedly manage the healing duties for an entire team. "How much for the accessories?" inquired a level 19 shield warrior who approached Lin Yuan. Others perked up, eager to listen. Lin Yuan held up 5 fingers. 500,000. The shield warrior beamed, eager to pull out his money for an immediate transaction. "What a daydream," scoffed a teammate, pulling the embarrassed warrior back. 500,000 wouldn't even buy a single silver-quality accessory, let alone a golden one. Upon hearing this, the shield warrior's expression fell. He understood Lin Yuan's gesture. 5 million. Even selling himself would not suffice to afford it. "I'm out of here," he muttered. 5 million for the alchemical stones, 3 million for the magical stones. Lin Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, declared that the prices were only valid for 15 minutes. After that, they would be revised. The prices Lin Yuan announced promptly deterred 99% of the adventurers, yet there were still discerning buyers. A level 20 mage in a blue robe hastily approached, declaring, "I'll take the magical stone." Upon receiving 3 million, Lin Yuan beamed with delight, welcoming the mage to return in the future. With the first sale made, a wave of enthusiasm followed. A striking young woman, full of energy, rushed over, exclaiming, "I want a magical stone too." She was a level 19 priest. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Her ample figure suggested she could easily support a group. In less than 3 minutes, both magical stones had found new owners. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Indeed, mages possess wealth, while physical classes often live in hardship. After a few minutes of anticipation, just as Lin Yuan feared the accessories might not sell, Zhao Xiong, the leader of a previous expedition team who had crossed paths with Lin Yuan, approached. "I'll take one accessory," he declared. "I want one too." A somewhat youthful voice emerged beside Zhao Xiong. Chapter 59, Strategy for the Regional Underground City. Next to Zhao Xiong, a boy with a youthful visage spoke, 5 million. "For you." Upon receiving the transfer, Lin Yuan handed over the accessory to the boy. The boy accepted the item, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. "You are the Lin Yuan who conquered the regional underground city alongside the pioneering team, correct?" "I am Lu Qingfeng, an 18-level warrior from Mountain River City. The record for clearing the nightmare difficulty stands at 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I shall compress this time to under 1 hour within 3 days. With me around, you will never achieve the title of unmatched." Lin Yuan lightly tapped his ear. "Have you finished? Please do not hinder my business." Lu Chengfeng cast a deep glance at Lin Yuan before turning away, joining a group of similarly youthful adventurers as they entered the underground city. "Ah, I have seen him. He is the rising star of the Shining Guild in Mountain River City. His companions are all exceptional adventurers nurtured by the major guilds of Mountain River City this year. They aim to break the record for the regional underground city." The adventurers exchanged whispers, clearly well informed. The regional underground city had only appeared 3 hours ago, yet they had already rushed over from Mountain River City. Mountain River City is merely the beginning. It is likely that the talents from the capital and Magic City will arrive within the next couple of days. If the prodigies from the capital and Magic City cross paths, it will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Zhao Xiong listened attentively to the discussions around him, silently transferring funds into Lin Yuan's account. He accepted the accessory handed over by Lin Yuan, his mind wandering to the terrifying scenes of Elise slaying the zombie guardian commander in a single strike, and the moment when he struck Lu Shan into the third phase. He thought to himself, Lu Chengfeng from Mountain River City, and the prodigies from Magic City and the capital? They are hardly worthy of even tying this man's shoelaces. As the leader of the assault team, personally involved in the exploration of the regional underground city, he understood the terror that lay before them. Nightmare difficulty is not designed for ordinary adventurers. Even for the lowest tier of adventurers, it is exceptionally challenging to conquer. Fortunately, the existence of divine blessing attributes allows ordinary adventurers to face casualties without fear, progressing day after day, until they eventually have a chance to clear it. With all 4 accessories sold, Lin Yuan's account received a total of 16 million, combined with the previous 14.6 million, bringing his total assets to 30,608,000. The 30 million was earned by Lin Yuan through days of dungeon runs selling equipment, while the 8,000 had been painstakingly saved over a decade. In that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood why so many aspired to become adventurers. The ease of earning money was remarkable. In just a few days, he had amassed wealth that would take an ordinary person 3 lifetimes to earn. Lord Lin Yuan. Zhao Xiong pondered for a moment before softly stating, Lu Chengfeng and his companions have just awakened this year. Their youthful exuberance blinds them to the realities beyond their limited experience. Please, do not stoop to the level of children. Besides being the captain of the level 20 assault team within the Practitioner Association, Zhao Xiong was also an intern member of the enforcement team. His concern was not for Lin Yuan's safety, but rather for the terrifying summoned beast that Lin Yuan possessed, which could inadvertently obliterate Lu Chengfeng and his group. After all, they were the new stars of the Shining Guild, and should they meet an untimely demise, the guild would undoubtedly seek retribution. Are you trying to instruct me? Lin Yuan fixed a calm gaze upon Zhao Xiong, who, in that instant, felt as if he were under the scrutiny of an ancient behemoth, cold sweat soaking through his garments. And no, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Xiong stammered in response. What I meant to convey is that eliminating them would be as effortless as squashing ants. I will consult with Captain Liao Chun and ensure that these individuals are well behaved, so that none of them inadvertently provoke you. Upon Zhao Xiong's words, he sensed the intensity of Lin Yuan's gaze shift away, allowing him to exhale in relief. The enforcement team, you say? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Aren't you the captain of the assault team? Zhao Xiong quickly clarified. I typically operate within the Practitioner Association, but the enforcement team will notify me of tasks as they arise. The 2 roles are not mutually exclusive. I see, Lin Yuan mused. Does this mean I could also join the Practitioner Association and the enforcement team? His reasoning was straightforward. As the most formidable summoner in history, it would be advantageous to be associated with both organizations, not to mention the financial benefits that would accompany such affiliations. Having endured a life of hardship, he had become resourceful, always seeking innovative ways to generate income. This led him to contemplate another lucrative idea, the of the Lian Dynasty ruins. The underground dungeon in question was divided into both a simple and a difficult version. The complete form of the difficult version would likely prove overwhelming for many novice adventurers. Recognizing a business opportunity, Lin Yuan stepped aside and began uploading the for the Lian Dynasty ruins, titling it Complete Guide to the Lian Dynasty Ruins, free access. He meticulously documented the attributes and skills of the monsters, highlighted essential precautions, outlined necessary positioning, and specified when to unleash skill combinations, ensuring a comprehensive guide. At the conclusion of his post, Lin Yuan noted, the final Lian is divided into a simple and difficult version. Just as he reached this point, he abruptly paused and attached a file that required a fee of 500 yuan to unlock. Within this attachment lay the for the simple version of Lian. In truth, Awakening, the simplified version of Lai Shan, is quite effortless. One merely needs to conquer the first area within 30 minutes and then opt to enter the toxic laboratory. At this juncture, Gawain is yet to be infected by the zombie virus and will assist the adventurers in battle. With Gawain's support, the skirmishes in the Scholar's Library and General's Corridor become significantly more manageable. Without the toxic crystal, Lai Shan's level will diminish from 4 to 3, and it will possess only 2 phases. The transformation ability of Phase 3 and the 5-second True Man skill will vanish. With Gawain's assistance, as long as the adventurers are not overly inept, vanquishing Lai Shan should pose little challenge. Glancing at his own strategy guide, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It was quite commendable. Who else could be as selfless as I, offering a dungeon guide for free? After clicking upload, a brand new post appeared on the Adventurers Forum. Complete guide to speedrunning the Lai Shan Dynasty ruins, free of charge. Luo Yuchang observed the entire process with keen interest. Initially, she felt a sense of pride, believing Lin Yuan's decision to share the guide publicly on the forum demonstrated an expansive mindset and character. However, when Lin Yuan imposed a fee for the most critical part of the post, Luo Yuchang found herself at a loss on how to assess him. You could argue he lacked vision. He provided the guide for free, which was more detailed than that of professionals, meticulously guiding readers on how to proceed. Yet, he chose to charge for the most essential part, which was purely a manipulation of expectations. Chapter 60. The Life-Questioning Lu Qingfeng. Isn't the post titled free? Why then? Is there a paid attachment? Luo Yuchang questioned, crossing her arms. That's rather ungracious of you. Lin Yuan looked up. You seem to have misunderstood. Is my post not free for all adventurers to view? Luo Yuchang nodded, but there's a paid attachment included. That's just an attachment fee. It has no bearing on the core of the post, Lin Yuan replied with a shrug, pointing at his phone. Within the post, I have already detailed the monster information, skills, and positioning strategies. I merely placed that tiny bit of content in the attachment. It comprises less than 1% of the entire guide. Pricing it at 500 is merely symbolic. Whether one purchases it or not does not impact the dungeon strategy. He added silently to himself that this lack of impact was only applicable to him. Luo Yuchang was amused by Lin Yuan. The most crucial information was indeed contained in the attachment. Adventurers who viewed the attachment faced a vastly different challenge upon entering the dungeon compared to those who did not. Luo Yuchang found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Yuan. To label him as cunning would be an understatement, for he had meticulously crafted a strategy guide. To claim he was selfless would be misleading, as he had charged for the most vital insights. Clearly, he was not one to suffer losses easily. With a sigh, Luo Yuchang took out her phone and called Lin Yandong. President Lin, please take a moment to glance at the practitioner forum and pin Lin Yuan's newly published post. Yes, he has unveiled the strategy for the regional underground dungeon. Upon hanging up, at the pinnacle of the Tianfeng City practitioner forum, Lin Yuan's post was prominently featured. Adorned with a prestigious label from the Practitioner Association, validated by the likes of Lin Yandong and several other prominent figures. To authenticate the information, Lin Yandong and his peers had genuinely paid to access the attached content. Damn it, this kid is truly cunning, was the shared sentiment among all who had perused the attachment. After all, Lin Yuan was the sole individual to have successfully cleared the dungeon. And his price was reasonable, 500 yuan, the cost of a meal. The strategies he provided were akin to being hand-fed, resembling a caregiver-level guide. He certainly deserved the earnings. The changes on the practitioner forum piqued the curiosity of many. Previously, the pinned post featured the highlights of Liao Chun securing 3rd place in last year's urban martial arts competition, but it had suddenly transformed into a strategy thread. Practitioners clicked in, instantly astounded, urging their friends to join in. Quickly, open the practitioner forum. Don't say a word, don't ask questions. Just look. Bro. Don't wait in line. Gather your teammates to check out the pinned post on the forum. Astonishing. A caregiver-level strategy for the regional underground dungeon. Meticulously guiding you through the challenges of the Lianshan Dynasty ruins, saving you a decade's worth of detours. The legendary summoner, Lin Yuan, has made his appearance. Hurry to pay homage. Word spread like wildfire. Within 10 minutes, all practitioners in Tianfeng City, level 15 and above but below level 20, except those entering the dungeon, had fallen into a hushed reverence over the strategy post. The once boisterous eastern side of the first floor was now silent enough to hear a pin drop. At the dungeon entrance, a warrior named Zhang Yang quickly finished reading the strategy content. Upon reaching the end and discovering that the attachment required payment for access, he turned to his teammates. "Sai, did you purchase the paid attachment? Who would buy that? The guide is already quite comprehensive. The attachment is merely additional notes. Given our team's strength, reaching the final boss would be quite the challenge. Why waste money on that?" "You make a valid point," Zhang Yang conceded, reflecting on his teammates' rationale. Yet he pondered, if the poster has provided such detailed information, why then include a paid attachment? It would be preferable if he transformed the entire post into a paid format. Zhang Yang grew increasingly curious about the contents of the attachment and decided to purchase it. After all, it was merely 500 yuan, roughly the cost of a potion. Upon reviewing the attachment, Zhang Yang's expression became one of palpable excitement. However, he refrained from making a scene and quietly urged his teammates, "Hurry and purchase the contents of the attachment. Once we finish, we will swiftly enter the dungeon." Hearing Zhang Yang's seriousness, the teammates promptly bought the attachment, their expressions mirroring his astonishment. "Wow, I can't believe there's such a strategy for clearing the dungeon. 500 yuan is an absolute bargain. Master Lin Yuan is incredible." Zhang Yang glanced around and whispered, "Keep your voices down. Have you all memorized the strategy? If so, let us hasten into the dungeon." The teammates were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to proceed. "Let us aim to secure the first kill at the adventure difficulty today." As Zhang Yang's party made their way to the dungeon, Zhao Xiong had already led his team inside. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's swift defeat of Lai Shan, Zhao Xiong held unwavering faith in Lin Yuan's methods. The moment the strategy was revealed, he instructed his team members to purchase the attachment's content. This time, Zhao Xiong's team was tackling the nightmare difficulty, as were Lu Chengfeng and his group. However, Lu Qingfeng's team lacked the strategy and faced the complete form of Lai Shan, nearly brought to tears by the onslaught. Zhao Xiong, in contrast, armed with comprehensive guidance and aided by Gao Wan, managed to overcome the formidable Lai Shan after considerable effort. 2 hours later, Lu Qingfeng's group emerged from the dungeon, battered and bruised, having been completely annihilated. Were it not for the divine blessing, they would have met their demise. "Captain, the final Lai Shan is exceedingly difficult. Once we reached the second phase, the zombie phantoms were relentless, appearing in groups of 4. Our damage output was insufficient, and the healing couldn't keep up. I truly have no idea how the previous assault team managed to clear it." Lu Chengfeng stood at the dungeon's entrance, scanning the vicinity in search of Lin Yuan. "We were underprepared today. We shall return tomorrow. I underestimated the difficulty of the regional dungeon, but that's all right. I have now acclimated to the attack rhythm of the final Lai Shan. A few more attempts and we shall surely succeed. We are the elite of Shana City. How could we possibly be bested by the practitioners of a second-rate city like Tianfeng?" Before the words had left his lips, the notification of dungeon completion echoed in everyone's ears. "Congratulations to Zhao Xiong and Zheng Yu's team of 25 professionals for completing the Lushan Dynasty Ruins, Nightmare difficulty, in 1 hour and 58 minutes. Congratulations to Zhang Yang and Li Chen's team of 25 professionals for completing the Lushan Dynasty Ruins, Adventure difficulty, in 1 hour and 59 minutes. The congratulatory messages flooded the air around Lu Qingfeng, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 61. The city of Tianfeng is taking off. Zhao Xiong and his team stood tall and proud. Following Lin Yuan's strategy, they had vanquished the zombie centurion within 30 minutes and subsequently chosen the toxic laboratory, where they encountered the uninfected Gavin. With Gavin's assistance, Zhao Xiong's team managed to complete the dungeon in under 2 hours. Moreover, after defeating Lu Shan, they accomplished Gavin's quest, each receiving a piece of platinum equipment. This quest could be completed only once by each individual, with platinum rewards exclusively for nightmare difficulty. Adventure and warrior difficulties yielded only golden equipment. Zhao Xiong glanced at the disheveled Lu Chengfeng and deliberately exclaimed, "Ah, the strategies on the professional forum are simply divine. As long as one follows the steps and isn't incapacitated, completion is practically guaranteed." Zheng Yu chimed in, "Indeed, just look at how many teams completed it in an instant. Those unable to succeed ought to seek some mental remedy." Zheng Yu had been right behind Zhao Xiong, having overheard Lu Qingfeng's conversation with Lin Yuan. Had Zhao Xiong not intervened, Zheng Yu would have unleashed a tirade. What utter nonsense, daring to seek attention before the esteemed Lin Yuan, like a tadpole flaunting its belly. Who are you trying to impress? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. Ordinarily, such matters were beyond the scope of an ordinary professional like himself. Yet today, He felt compelled to intervene, for the professionals from Shanhua City were insufferably arrogant, claiming that their team could not conquer the dungeon, let alone the diminutive second-tier city of Tianfeng. How ridiculous! Today, not only did we succeed, but we are also continuing to progress. Before Lin Yuan provided the strategy, we were merely ordinary professionals. However, upon receiving his guidance, we transformed into ruthless dungeon-reaping machines. Brothers, Zhang Yang called out to his teammates. We have brought shame upon Lin Yuan. We had a complete strategy and still took 2 hours to finish. If Lin Yuan were to discover that we took so long despite knowing the strategy, he would surely be disappointed. At this moment, teams that had successfully navigated the dungeon began to appear at the entrance, their beaming smiles starkly contrasting with the bewilderment etched on Lu Qingfeng's face. What strategy? What strategy indeed? Why were they so oblivious? Upon accessing the professional forum, Lu Qingfeng selected the location of Tianfeng City, only to be met with the disheartening message, "Sorry, you are not a registered professional in Tianfeng City and cannot access this forum." The forum for professionals in Tianfeng City had been set to restrict external access by Lin Yandong. What a ridiculous forum, restricting outsiders from entry. Frustrated, Lu Qingfeng hurled his phone to the ground. "Let us go," he declared, leading his team away, unable to bear the humiliation of remaining. They had arrived with such conviction, only to face utter defeat, while the so-called second-rate city professionals proceeded to clear the dungeon one after another. He could not help but feel utterly ashamed. On the second floor, Lin Yuan sat with a grin that never faltered. Funds received, 500. Funds received, 500. Every few seconds, professionals were spending money to purchase supplementary content. Within a mere 2 hours, 12,000 professionals had acquired the additional content. As time progressed, the number of professionals purchasing strategies began to wane. Tianfeng City boasted only a few 100,000 residents, with approximately 100,000 under level 20, excluding those engaged in the dungeon and the insect nest fortress. Nearly all professionals within the city had spent money on the supplements. The scale of Tianfeng City was still too modest. Had Lin Yandong opened access to the professional forum, Lin Yuan's earnings would likely have doubled. Yet, this was precisely Lin Yandong's brilliance. He intended to leverage the current regional dungeon to elevate Tianfeng City's reputation and attract more professionals to join. Though Tianfeng City was classified as a secondary city, Lin Yandong was confident that as long as Lin Yuan remained in Tianfeng City, it would eventually take flight. The present regional dungeon served as an exemplary case. To facilitate Lin Yuan's inclusion in the Tianfeng City Professionals Association, Lin Yandong personally invited him to the office for a discussion. In the president's office of the association, Lin Yuan lounged comfortably in his chair, with Luo Yuchong seated beside him. Across from them sat the grave-faced Lin Yandong and Liao Chun, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Lin Yandong hesitated on how to begin, while Lin Yuan felt no such trepidation and spoke candidly. "President Lin, I am already aware of the purpose behind your invitation. To be honest, joining the Tianfeng City Professionals Association was not out of the question." Yet, Lin Yuan displayed a troubled expression, as he had less than 2 months until the college entrance examination. "I am merely an ordinary high school senior, burdened with significant academic responsibilities. Even if I wish to join, my capabilities are regrettably limited." Upon hearing these words, the 3 individuals present simultaneously rolled their eyes. "An ordinary high school senior? You truly are modest," one remarked. "Have you ever encountered a high school student adorned with the title of Nightmare Conqueror? Which student possesses the capability to single-handedly tackle a regional nightmare dungeon? With heavy academic responsibilities, such claims seem utterly preposterous. Do not presume that we are unaware of your summoned beast being assigned as a tactical instructor at the school. All 3 of us are quite well informed." They were already aware that Lin Yuan had dispatched Ali to the first high school in the role of tactical instructor. Initially, they thought Lin Yuan was merely indulging in frivolous spending, yet it turned out that his summoned beast possessed genuine prowess, training this year's awakened students at the first high school with remarkable effectiveness. Furthermore, Ali not only imparted knowledge but also personally trained the students in positioning and teamwork. With the innate talent of a martial combat king, Ali accurately identified each student's shortcomings and areas for improvement, reorganizing teams based on individual characteristics, leading to a 30% increase in dungeon clearing efficiency. The principal of the first high school, Chen Xingshan, was so pleased that he couldn't help but grin, exclaiming that the expenditure was worthwhile. Sitting in her chair, Luo Yuchang's gaze lingered on Lin Yuan. This was her first encounter with him, and her impression was singular. He was utterly inscrutable. One could never predict what thoughts might arise in Lin Yuan's mind in the next moment. Yet, Luo Yuchang believed she had discerned his character, shameless. However, even with this knowledge, one would still unwittingly fall for his schemes. Perhaps this is a form of personal charisma. Lin Yandong evidently appeared to be the next unsuspecting fool. As a student, he should prioritize his studies. This was not something she would impose upon him. Following Lin Yuan's words, Lin Yandong continued. However, he shifted the conversation, revealing his true thoughts. Joining a professional association would not hinder his studies. In fact, it could enhance the practical application of what he learned at school. Lin Yandong had prepared a multitude of points, only to be interrupted by Lin Yuan raising his hand. Just speak plainly, President Lin. How much will you pay me for a month? Chapter 62. The more part-time jobs, the better. Lin Yandong was momentarily taken aback. So direct? He thought. I hadn't even finished my pleasantries. President Lin, let us skip the formalities. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa, adopting a more comfortable posture. I'm dealing with sums in the hundreds of thousands. Just get to the point. All right, then I shall be straightforward. 10 million a month. And you merely need to lend your name to the association. There's no need for you to come by regularly. Should another regional dungeon incident arise, the minimum fee will be 50 million per engagement. What do you think? Lin Yandong was straightforward, laying out his conditions without pretense. Lin Yuan rose and extended his right hand towards Lin Yandong, sealing the deal. Indeed, President Lin is a person of great ambition. I believe that under President Lin's leadership, the Tianfeng City Practitioners Association will surely grow stronger and achieve new heights. Lin Yandong clasped Lin Yuan's hand and chuckled heartily. You need not call me President Lin. That feels distant. Just refer to me as Brother Lin. I may be bold enough to call you little brother, so please do not take offense. By the way, I still have quite a few large geese. Should you need any, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall personally deliver them to your home. Just yesterday, Lin Yandong lamented the loss of 2 swans he had raised. Yet today he spoke as if they were mere geese. Swans could be raised again. But if Lin Yuan were to be dissatisfied and join another city's practitioners association, Lin Yandong would suffer a great loss. Although the practitioners associations across Xia country are united, the presidents of various regional associations secretly vie with one another. The emergence of a super talent can significantly elevate an entire region's development. Take Mu Tianxing, for instance. Hailing from the Northwest Province, specifically Heishui City. Before he gained fame, Heishui City was quiet, with a meager underground city presence, its number of practitioners barely reaching 10,000. Yet, after the emergence of Mu Tianxing, underground cities began to appear frequently in Heishui, all of which were conquered by his teams. In just 5 short years, the number of underground cities multiplied several times, attracting over 100,000 practitioners to Heishui City, transforming it from a second-tier city to one of the top 3 cities in the Northwest Province. This was all due to the fortune of a super talent. Currently, Lin Yuan embodies the potential to elevate Tianfeng City. As long as he remains, similar regional underground city events will proliferate, presenting challenges, but, more importantly, opportunities. Thus, Lin Yandong must do everything possible to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan were to leave Tianfeng City in the future, he would not forget that this was once his home. After letting go of their handshake, Lin Yandong said to Lin Yuan, with less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, you may choose freely among the top 3 institutions, Moto, Kyoto, or Zhima University. I have heard that Professor Qingfeng from Kyoto University has already approached you, but you did not agree. That is wise. Given your rate of growth, it is likely you will have completed your job transition by the time of the exam. The treatment for seed-level students is beneath your worth. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yandong then proposed, I have a suggestion, though I wonder if you would be open to it. Oh, what suggestion? Lin Yuan displayed an expression of keen interest as President Lin elaborated. You could become a professor at Kyoto University. A smile graced Lin Yandong's lips. Your prowess already surpasses that of all the students. Teaming up with anyone would only be a hindrance. It would be more advantageous for you to continue on the solo path. Moreover, the remuneration for a distinguished teacher at Kyoto University far exceeds that of a regular seed teacher. You can discuss this with Qingfeng during his next visit. Lin Yuan quietly repeated Kyoto University to himself, and a look of excitement crossed his face. Indeed, this proposal was quite appealing. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, Lin Yuan's abilities were rapidly evolving day by day. When the examination commenced, his strength would undoubtedly overshadow that of his peers. Participating in the Baby Cup seemed rather pointless. He envisioned a scene where those self-important geniuses awaited admission to Kyoto University, while he would directly ascend to the position of a distinguished teacher, responsible for all recruitment affairs. One could say this scenario was profoundly dramatic. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, exclaiming to President Lin, "This suggestion is absolutely splendid." After giving Lin Yandong a thumbs up, he added, "I truly adore it." Ha ha ha. Lin Yandong also laughed boisterously, noting that while such a proposal might seem fanciful for others, it was precisely fitting for Lin Yuan. On the side, Liao Chun listened with a twinge of discomfort. Damn it, that's Kyoto University. Others would scramble just to be students. Yet Lin Yuan leaps directly to the role of a teacher. Liao Chun contemplated, imagining if the situation were reversed and he was the one in Lin Yuan's position. It would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly remarked, "Captain Liao, I previously eliminated a spy from the Dark Knight Guild in the underground city. Shouldn't the law enforcement team award me a good citizen medal? Even if not a medal, a bonus of 1 or 200,000 would suffice." Having exhausted the resources from the Practitioners Association, it's now the law enforcement team's turn. Liao Chun snapped back to reality, his eyes widening. "No way, you already earn millions a month, and you're still fussing over such trifles." Lin Yuan sighed, "Captain Liao, you wouldn't understand the cost of living unless you were in my shoes. I started from scratch, raising 2 summoned beasts isn't easy. Every penny must be stretched." Liao Chun rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending to be poor in front of me. You sold equipment for 30 million this morning. The pinned thread on the Practitioners Forum has thousands of paid viewers. I wouldn't dare say much, but surely you've earned at least 10 million. President Lin has already transferred this month's salary to you. Your assets have undoubtedly surpassed 50 million. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, "Captain Liao, it is easy to seize a territory, but arduous to defend it. After enduring hard times, without a few 100 million in hand, one cannot help but feel anxious." Liao Chun, Lin Yandong, Luo Yuchang. After a while, Liao Chun finally grasped the situation. "Are you intending to join the enforcement team? What are the benefits?" "A monthly salary of 3 million, along with 6 insurances and 3 funds, though missions can be perilous. However, the more treacherous the task, the more generous the rewards." "Dangerous?" Lin Yuan thought with a chuckle in his heart. "That's non-existent. It would be difficult for me to even meet my end." Lin Yuan extended his hand towards Liao Chun, stating, "The benefits are not what matters. I primarily wish to contribute to Tianfeng City." Chapter 63. The arena soon to be unveiled. After leaving the professional association, Lin Yuan walked home with a beaming smile. Luo Yuchang beside him inquired, "Why have you chosen to join the enforcement team? With your aversion to trouble, it seems unlikely you would make such a choice." "President Luo, you seem to misunderstand." Lin Yuan chuckled, "Do you think I am a genius?" Luo Yuchang, somewhat speechless, nodded, "Indeed, of the extraordinary kind." Lin Yuan explained, "Consider this. Someone of my exceptional talent would undoubtedly be targeted by the crazed individuals from rival nations or the Dark Knights Guild. While they might be unable to kill me, I can certainly eliminate them. In the end, I could bring their heads to the enforcement team and complete my mission, thus reaping additional rewards without any effort. Quite a lucrative arrangement. Moreover, with the status of being part of the enforcement team, should anyone dare to flaunt in front of me, I wouldn't hesitate to slap them down." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Luo Yuchang's mouth. She knew Lin Yuan's choice to join the enforcement team was largely influenced by this last reason. President Luo, where's the Blood Ring Arena you mentioned earlier? I couldn't find it on my phone." Upon discussing serious matters, Luo Yuchang's expression turned earnest. The location of the Blood Ring Arena changes with each occurrence. Last time, it was in the troll hunting grounds on the outskirts of Magic City. This time, it is likely to appear near the Ogre Ruins close to Shana City. The Ogre Ruins constitute a level 25 dungeon. Hence, the contenders participating in the Blood Arena alongside you will all be first transformation professionals. Many of them are rising stars from various guilds. Unlike Lu Qingfeng, each of these professionals possesses at least one advanced skill. While they may not surpass you in dungeon strategies, they should not be underestimated in combat. "Will I have to fight them?" Lin Yuan asked. "What if I accidentally eliminate them all? I wouldn't want to be labeled a maniac." "There is no need for you to engage them. Luo Yuchang replied, shaking her head in disbelief. You only need to contend with the gladiators within the Blood Ring arena. Of course, if you wish to confront them, that is also permissible. Within the arena of the Blood Ring, duels can be contested, with the defeated party not meeting their demise, but instead retaining a single point of life. 1 point of life? Could it tempt someone to strike sneakily? Lin Yuan inquired. Luo Yuchang anticipated this question, responding, there are many who share such thoughts, but unfortunately, the rules dictate that the defeated cannot sustain any damage until their life points are fully restored. As they conversed, they swiftly returned to the Longding community, passing by Hubei, where Lin Yuan observed Gui quietly fishing, with Mu Tianxing lounging beside him. Both were remarkably tranquil. Lin Yuan scratched his head, bemused. Strange. Why is Gui not cawing today? Has he changed his ways? Well, whatever he wishes to do is fine. Fishing is certainly preferable to staying home and making a ruckus. Once Lin Yuan walked away, Mu Tianxing discreetly peeked over, whispering, now that he's gone, little skeleton. Let us continue. With a chuckle, Mu Tianxing placed his hand back on Gui's shoulder. Cursed energy detected. Absorbing now, energy acquired. 21, 36, 95. Once the energy reached 95%, Mu Tianxing withdrew his hand, leaving just 2% of the cursed energy unpurged. At that moment, Mu Tianxing fully regained the appearance of a 36-year-old, exuding a composed demeanor and striking looks that would surely elicit countless gasps from young maidens outside. Clenching his fist with renewed vigor, he reflected, the Dark Knights must have surmised my presence in Tianfeng City. Who shall be the trump card this time? The clown? The Iceman? Or will the Dark Knights come forth personally? Seated in contemplation, Mu Tianxing mused, regardless of who arrives, I wish for them to remain here. He then flashed Gui a sly grin, saying, little skeleton, I shall deliver the remaining cursed energy to you in a couple of days. Gui gestured toward the fishing rod in his hand. Mu Tianxing laughed heartily, assuring him, rest assured, the promised diamond-grade fishing rod shall arrive tomorrow. Gui cackled, making a gesture of approval. No issues here, my friend. Both the cursed energy and the fishing rod were desired. Gui remained focused on his fishing, and a notification chimed. You have mastered beginner fishing. Cackling with joy, Gui danced about, thrilled at his newfound skill, pondering how far he was from becoming a fishing master. The following day, before dawn, Ollie departed the villa early, determined to provide extra training for the students at No. 1 high school. As a coach, he resolved to excel, lest he bring shame to Lin Yuan. At the entrance of Longding Villa, Sun Shuyuan spotted Ollie from a distance and jogged over, calling out, brotherly. Ollie nodded slightly, an uncommon gesture for him. Through yesterday's rigorous training, I have discerned that after you disengage from your possession, there exists a 5-second interval. If I were your adversary, I would seize this 5-second gap to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu inwardly mused, do you think everyone is as deranged as you? A 5-second window is the utmost limit of my current capabilities. This sentiment, however, was something Sun Tzu dared not express to Ollie, lest he endure the merciless training Ollie was known for. With a look of earnestness, Sun Tzu inquired, brotherly, how might I improve? Quite simply, Ollie replied, his expression unyielding, you must endure more punishment. Sun Tzu's demeanor fell, his head hanging low as he trailed behind Ollie. Upon arriving at the first high school, the students stood in orderly ranks on the playground. Throughout the previous day, Ollie had demonstrated through action that he was an exceptional and merciless instructor. In a bid to receive his guidance, the students stood meticulously still. Ollie, expressionless and towering nearly 2 meters tall, donned splendid chainmail, exuding the unique battle aura of the dark-skinned clan, which nearly left the students gasping for breath. Good. No one is late. Today's lesson continues. Ollie pointed at Luo Qingqing, stepped forward. Luo Qingqing swiftly approached, reporting her readiness. Maintaining a stern countenance, Ollie remarked, your talent is commendable, yet your execution is utterly poor. Your charge time exceeds 1 second. If you encounter a swift opponent, your strikes will never reach them. Now, channel your energy and attack me. Luo Qingqing raised her hand, unleashing her skill, the chain slash. Prior to employing the skill, she invoked her talent for a brief accumulation of power. As she closed in, Ollie merely sidestepped with a slight movement, effortlessly evading her strike. Too slow. He shook his head. The charging action is overly conspicuous. There is a significant delay in skill release. Practice more. Chapter 64, The Arena's Arrival. Having consecutively called out several students, all of whom possessed notable talents. Ali believed that with effort, they could conquer the warrior-level Golden Tooth ruins. For those whose names he had not called, Ali did not abandon them either. He began teaching them the basics of positioning. As long as they could complete the training tasks assigned by Ali, navigating the challenging Golden Tooth ruins would pose no issue. At 10 in the morning, Lin Yuan had just awoken, having been engrossed in short videos until 3 in the morning. After freshening up and stepping outside, he spotted Luo Yuchong meditating with a sword on a nearby platform. "President Luo, good morning," Lin Yuan greeted. "Are you in meditation?" "I am comprehending the essence of the sword," Luo Yuchong replied, her eyes flashing with brilliance as she opened them. As Luo Yuchong opened her eyes, Lin Yuan felt as though he was not gazing upon a mere individual, but rather a snow lotus in full bloom. A true embodiment of the phrase "the flower blooms with a thought." Indeed, there are only misnamed titles, never misappropriated nicknames. What moniker should he bestow upon himself, he pondered. Just then, Luo Yuchong received a phone call. After hanging up, she turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Let us go. The Blood Ring Arena has emerged." President Mu's speculation was accurate. The location was the Ogre Ruins. Luo Yuchong summoned a private jet, and together they soared towards the city of Shanha. Simultaneously, elite players below level 25 from various guilds set off for the Blood Ring Arena. Within the Dawn Sword Guild, Vice President Chen Ming was preparing to depart with 2 teams. One team was led by Xiao Bin, the very group that had aimed to secure the first kill of the Nightmare Difficulty Skeleton Cemetery. In recent days, they had diligently leveled up, and all 5 members had reached level 16. Their purpose for heading to the Blood Ring Arena was merely to broaden their horizons. The true protagonists were the nearby Sword Bearer team, led by Zhao Feng, a level 25 elementalist with a talent for spell damage amplification. The team comprised solely of level 25 professionals. This time, the Blood Ring Arena conveniently catered to the level 25 threshold, tailor-made for Zhao Feng's team. "Zhao Feng, for this Blood Ring Arena, I ask of you one thing. Do not lose to those pretentious fools from the Shining Guild." Chen Ming had already come to an understanding with other guilds in Tianfeng City. They all shared the same sentiment. "We can accept defeat from any guild, except the Shining Guild." Before setting off, Chen Ming suddenly recalled an important matter. "By the way, if you encounter a summoner named Lin Yuan, be sure to watch your words. Treat him with the same respect you would afford the president. Do you understand? If anyone cannot restrain their tongue, then I regret to inform you that the Dawn Sword Guild cannot afford to keep you." Chen Ming's tone was grave, echoing the president's repeated cautions. The Ogre Ruins lay approximately 300 kilometers from Tianfeng City. Half an hour later, Luo Yuchong and Lin Yuan arrived at their destination. Typically, this place attracted few professionals, as the underground dungeon offered minimal experience and primarily dropped heavy weapons and plate armor, which had mediocre attributes and stringent strength requirements. Over time, it had become largely overlooked. Yet today, at least 3,000 professionals had gathered here, with those at level 25 constituting 80% of the total. These individuals represented the future elite of the Southeast Province. Luo Yuchong escorted Lin Yuan to the entrance of the underground city, where he encountered several familiar faces, President Chui and President Lin. "You arrived quite early," he remarked. Chui Xianglong and Lin Yandong's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin, you made it." Though the Ogre Ruins were in close proximity to Shanhua City, they were firmly under the jurisdiction of Tianfeng City. As the host, Lin Yandong naturally felt compelled to come and observe. The Xianglong Guild had no intention of sending participants this time. He was merely here to partake in the atmosphere. "There's quite a crowd," Lin Yuan stated as he stood among Lin Yandong and the others. "Is it really just an arena that draws so many people?" Chui Xianglong interjected. "Brother Lin, do not underestimate the Blood Arena. The gladiators within are stronger than those in any other underground city. To become a gladiator in the Blood Ring Arena, one must possess exceptional skills. Any challenger who defeats one of the gladiators will receive a piece of golden equipment. Defeating one gladiator grants everyone a piece of golden gear." Lin Yuan nodded, recognizing the allure. Moreover, Lin Yandong continued, taking over from Chui Xianglong. "The most enticing aspect of the Blood Arena is the cumulative rewards. If you wager on winning 3 matches before the battle commences, upon victory, you will receive an entire set, 5 pieces of golden grade armor. Win 4 matches, and the reward escalates to platinum grade equipment. Of course, if the challenger fails to meet their goal, they will receive no reward at all." "And what about winning 5 matches?" Lin Yuan inquired. "How many gladiators are there in the Blood Ring Arena?" Currently, no team has managed to achieve 5 victories. Luo Yuchang held her sword, her gaze fixated on the blue portal. However, following the reward doubling calculation, winning 5 matches would yield 5 pieces of platinum-grade armor. As for the exact number of gladiators in the Blood Ring Arena, that remains a mystery. Lin Yuan displayed a keen interest. It seems quite enigmatic. I must see what this Blood Ring Arena is all about. After some light conversation, the color of the portal to the underground city began to shift from blue to red. It appears, exclaimed the crowd. The Blood Ring Arena. Once the portal had completely turned red, a shadowy coliseum brimming with an air of bloodshed materialized before everyone. Ah, welcome to the Blood Ring Arena. A green-skinned goblin emerged from the portal, striding confidently into the midst of the gathering. I am your host for today, Dihala. As the host's voice echoed, the coliseum shadow solidified with a thunderous crash, transforming the ogre ruins into a desolate wasteland. Many adventurers stood in astonishment at the dramatic entrance of the Blood Ring Arena. This underground city has actually descended upon Blue Star. Many professionals, visiting for the first time, were struck with astonishment. Lin Yuan's surprise flickered briefly in his eyes. Had the boundaries of the dungeon been lifted? No, it was merely the manifestation of the Blood Ring Arena. The creatures within remained confined to the arena, which elicited a sense of wonder. Luo Yuchang, with one hand resting naturally at her side and the other poised on the hilt of her sword, recalled her own shock upon witnessing the emergence of the Blood Ring Arena. She had initially believed the dungeon's limitations had been removed. In truth, the arena had simply been temporarily relocated from an alternate dimension to Blue Star. Once the time elapsed, it would return to its original position. Temporarily moved to Blue Star. Lin Yuan murmured, pondering the intent behind such an act. Was it merely for amusement? Who could say? Luo Yuchang's expression remained neutral, perhaps, to the eyes of true powerhouses. Our battles served merely as a source of entertainment. I must perform admirably, she continued. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, considering the possibility of being noticed by a formidable figure and becoming a son-in-law, thus sparing himself years of struggle. Luo Yuchang couldn't help but show a bemused expression in response. Clearly, this fellow possessed an extraordinary mindset, one seemingly devoid of reverence. While the average person would associate the Blood Ring Arena with the might of its overseers and feel a sense of insignificance, Lin Yuan's thoughts veered toward a rather unconventional notion, marrying into wealth and thus circumventing decades of effort. Was this truly the thought process of a normal individual? A green-skinned goblin named Daihale stood at the entrance of the arena, microphone in hand, exclaiming, "Open the gates, welcome the guests." As his words echoed, the rusted gates of the arena swung open with a thunderous roar, revealing a dozen fully armed ogres emerging from either side. Lin Yuan focused intently. Goodness gracious. Even the lowest-ranked ogre stood at level 50, all of them third-tier elites. The spectacle was enough to intimidate the vast majority of professionals. 50-level elite ogre warriors? This is utterly outrageous, he exclaimed. The last time he had encountered a mere 40-level troll headhunter, and now he was faced with a battalion of 50-level ogres. First-time visitors were left in shock, while those who had previously attended felt a sense of unease, sensing that this iteration of the Blood Ring Arena was markedly different from the last. As the arena doors swung wide, many professionals sought entry, only to be halted by the elite ogre warriors, barred from entry due to their lack of tickets. To the left of the entrance, 3 goblins donned in sharp black suits, their eyes glinting with shrewdness, lined up to purchase tickets for the arena. The price was set at 1 million for challengers and 200,000 for spectators. Previous adventurers were well acquainted with the process and had already formed a line. Some complained about the exorbitant ticket prices, seeking to negotiate. However, as the ogre elite warriors stepped forward, these individuals fell silent. Blood Ring Arena. Difficulty: Nightmare. Challenge level: 1825. This time, the choice of difficulty was eliminated. Only the Nightmare option remained. Upon seeing this, many adventurers immediately decided against participating. Those who had made it this far were predominantly elites from various guilds, and money was not an issue for them. Yet, their financial stability did not equate to foolishness. Why squander their resources on a futile endeavor if they knew they stood no chance? The less capable adventurers voluntarily withdrew, while some opted to purchase spectator tickets, eager to observe the battles of the prodigies. When it was Lin Yuan's turn, he begrudgingly produced 1 million to acquire a challenger ticket. Upon entering the arena, Lin Yuan silently vowed that having spent such a substantial sum, He must return with something of value, otherwise he would suffer a significant loss. As he settled in the waiting area, his gaze remained fixed on the entrance. Since the beginning, at least 1,800 challengers had entered, which amounted to a staggering 18 billion. With the addition of spectator tickets, the revenue would surely exceed 20 billion. Such wealth was remarkably easy to amass. 10 minutes later, with hardly any new participants entering, Diehaler waved his hand, and the doors slammed shut. Walking to the center of the arena, Diehaler stood firm as the platform beneath him began to rise slowly. Thank you all for coming to the Blood Ring Arena. First, let me introduce the rules of this competition. This event consists of a challenge mode and a deathmatch mode. The challenge mode is conducted in teams, fighting against the arena's finest gladiators, with protection under the arena's rules ensuring no fatalities. Victors will receive one piece of golden equipment, with rewards doubling for consecutive wins. In challenge mode, the use of one-time damage scrolls is prohibited, while other forms remain unrestricted. Diehaler's gaze swept across the crowd. As for the deathmatch mode, it is also team-based, pitting participants against the arena's ace gladiators. The victor lives, while the vanquished perishes. Of course, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Slaying an ace gladiator yields one piece of diamond-grade equipment, with consecutive victories further enhancing the rewards. At this point, Diehaler's tone grew increasingly impassioned. Strong individuals are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Could it be that you are the next to rise as a formidable force? His words ignited a fervor among many adventurers, prompting them to consider the deathmatch mode. Most in attendance were youthful individuals around 20 years of age, and few could tolerate being overshadowed by others. We must engage in the deathmatch. A young fool stood up, only to be swiftly struck on the head by his own vice president. A stern reminder that recklessness could lead to dire consequences, not only for oneself, but for one's comrades as well. Where there is one foolhardy challenger, there will inevitably be another. Such fierce battles are not a choice for the unseasoned. A champion gladiator must possess the potential to be deemed an ace. And among those present, though they are all elites, only a few can truly be called aces. As the battle was about to commence, a number card appeared before Lin Yuan, signifying his placement as number 324, a rather distant position. Yet, this suited Lin Yuan perfectly. Had he been placed closer to the front, he would have obliterated the arena, rendering the competition unfair for the other contenders, all of whom had purchased their tickets and deserved respect. Coincidentally, the team in first place was the Sword of Dawn Guild, led by Captain Zhao Feng, who entered the arena wielding a staff. I choose challenge mode, he declared. Diehaler nodded, and the battle began. Let our gladiators enter the arena. The western gate of the arena swung open, revealing a 3-meter-tall ogre warrior, brandishing a spiked club as it strode forth. Ogre warrior, elite tier 3, level 27 health, 900. 000, attack power, 12,000, defense, 6,000, magic resistance, 8. Skill 1, crushing strike. The ogre warrior swings its weapon, delivering area damage within a 3-meter radius, inflicting 5,000 damage and stunning targets in the center for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill 2, brutal charge. Randomly selects a target to ram, dealing 2,000 damage and sending the target flying to the edge of the arena. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Skill 3, frenzied strike. Executes 3 consecutive attacks on the current target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 4, bloodthirst. When health drops below 20, attack speed increases by 50. Upon witnessing the ogre's attributes, the assembled professionals erupted in astonishment. With 900,000 health and an attack power of 12,000, these statistics surpassed even those of nightmare difficulty. One could only imagine the attributes of a true champion gladiator. Chapter 66. The new talent of the Shining Guild. In the viewing platform, Cui Xianglong turned to Chun Ming and inquired, "How many consecutive victories do you aim for this time?" Chun Ming raised 3 fingers, declaring, 3 consecutive victories. With a playful expression, Cui Xianglong remarked, quite confident. "Aren't we?" Chun Ming scratched his head, candidly revealing that Zhao Feng had fortuitously mastered a formidable skill known as elemental ignition not long ago. This skill imbued his attacks with a paralyzing flame effect, proving highly effective against the brutish ogre warriors in close combat. According to the established rules of the arena, the top 3 gladiators were all melee fighters, making a consecutive 3 victories seem quite attainable. As anticipated, once the battle commenced, The ogre warrior was rendered utterly bewildered by Zhao Feng's agility, and within a mere 3 minutes, a victory notification echoed throughout the arena. The second round pitted him against an orc berserker, renowned for its explosive power. Any ranged combatant daring to enter the orc's attack range faced immediate obliteration. However, Zhao Feng's elemental ignition skill effectively countered melee fighters. Upon activation, the fire-induced paralysis left the orc warrior trembling as if seized by madness. The second match concluded without a hint of suspense. The third battle, however, introduced an element of peril, as his opponent was a cunning goblin assassin whose stealthy ambush nearly resulted in Zhao Feng's downfall. Fortunately, the timely intervention of a shield warrior from Zhao Feng's team provided crucial support. After the 3 grueling matches, Zhao Feng stood panting, having expended considerable stamina in such intense confrontations. Although he was eager to continue, he recalled Vice President Chun Ming's warning. Should he encounter another melee fighter, he might stand a chance, but a ranged opponent would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. After careful consideration, Zhao Feng decided to forego further challenges, and each of the 5 combatants was awarded 5 pieces of level 25 golden armor. Lin Yuan observed the proceedings with a singular word in mind: weak. The competitors demonstrated a concerning lack of prowess, complicating what could have been swift victories. Without needing to witness further matches, Lin Yuan predicted that the ensuing battles would likely mirror this tedium, rendering them less engaging than scrolling through short videos. Before Zhao Feng and his companions could exit the arena, they were confronted by a rather brash young man and his entourage blocking the exit. "So you've given up? Is this the courage of the professionals in Tianfeng City?" He sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Sucking on a lollipop, he barely glanced at Zhao Feng and his fellows. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he retorted, "Zheng Xiaolong, if you have something to say, keep it to yourself." Just as he prepared to unleash his ire, Chun Ming, the vice president of the Dawn of Sword Guild, intervened, charging forward. "Qin Weiman, manage your people, don't let them behave like rabid dogs." Hearing his name called, Qin Weiman feigned innocence and remarked, "Xiaolong, don't stoop to their level. It's only natural for country bumpkins to be out of their depth." With their vice president's words lending support, Zheng Xiaolong scoffed, "Country bumpkin, don't think 3 victories make you special. Today, I will show you what true genius looks like." Upon entering the venue, Zheng Xiaolong opted for the challenge mode. Why not choose the deathmatch? He is reckless, not foolish. Should he falter, it would be a futile demise. During Zheng Xiaolong's squad's battle, Chen Ming returned to Lin Yuan's side with Zhao Feng. "Those fools from the Flashing Light Guild can really put on a show," Chen Ming expressed with indignation. Cui Xianglong's expression was equally grim. "Damn it, just because our guild leader lost to Liao Chun in the last city fighting tournament, they hold a grudge against the entire Tianfeng city?" Lin Yandong clenched his fist, remarking that the Flashing Light Guild had indeed gone too far recently. However, their motives were not merely a consequence of their defeat to Liao Chun. Instead of tending to their own Shanhua city, they sought to seize the first kill in the underground city of Tianfeng. Over the past month, they had already secured 2 first kills in nightmare difficulty dungeons. Their audacity suggested that the Shanhua City Professional Association was backing them. Lin Yandong analyzed calmly. Last year, Shanhua City attempted to bring Tianfeng City under its jurisdiction. If it were not for the opposition from the Demon Suppression Army, the city would have been renamed Tianfeng County. They were moving from overt tactics to covert schemes. Lin Yandong scoffed, intending to make the Flashing Light Guild the scapegoat to irritate them, provoking conflicts that could lead to skirmishes. This would allow the Shanhua City Professional Association to openly initiate a city challenge, seizing the opportunity to annex Tianfeng City. Luo Yuchong furrowed her brow, recalling that the president of the Shanhua City Professional Association was Zheng Yaodong, who had only recently assumed office. Was his approach truly this aggressive? The city challenge was not something to be taken lightly. Luo Yuchong picked up the phone and called Lan Baiwan, the mayor of Shanhua City. "This is Luo Yuchong, currently the mayor of Tianfeng City. I hear that your city plans to initiate a city challenge against Tianfeng. If so, I welcome it. I am eager to experience Mayor Lan's prowess." After hanging up, Luo Yuchong's cold voice resonated among the crowd. "As long as I am here, Tianfeng City will endure." Meanwhile, Lan Baiwan, upon ending the call with Luo Yuchong, immediately summoned Zheng Yaodong. From this moment forth, all actions related to Tianfeng City are to be halted. The preparations for the city challenge are to be cancelled immediately. Zheng Yaodong, perplexed, replied, "Mayor, We are nearly halfway through our plan. If we proceed as intended, Tianfeng City will undoubtedly fall into our grasp. Why halt it? Why? Lan Baiwan retrieved his phone, inquiring, "Do you know who the current mayor of Tianfeng City is?" Luo Yuchong. The vice president of the Wushuang Guild, Luo Yuchong, of the One Thought Blossoms. Who will confront him in the city challenge? Me, or you? Zheng Yaodong was taken aback. Luo Yuchong? Why would she become the mayor of Tianfeng City? That is not a question for you to ask. Lan Million waved his hand, reminding not to forget to inform Feng Jun of the Flash Guild, urging him to temper his arrogance. Should he provoke Luo Yuchong or any members of the Peerless Guild, he would surely regret it. Zheng Yaodong nodded and departed alone. Along the way, he pondered why Luo Yuchong would assume the role of mayor in Tianfeng City, where Mu Tianqing resided. If memory served him right, there existed an underground realm known as the Elven Forest in Tianfeng City, a place renowned for producing a potion capable of staving off aging. Thus, it all made sense. Zheng Yaodong raised his hand, and a black communication rune marked with a skull insignia materialized in his palm. He inscribed the news of Mu Tianqing's potential presence in Tianfeng City upon it, and the rune instantly transformed into a blaze of fire. Zheng Yaodong's eyes blazed with fervor. Once Mu Tianqing perished, the Lich would undoubtedly resurrect through a host, and Tianfeng City would inevitably be reduced to rubble. The long-sealed ancient relics would surely descend upon the Blue Star once more. Chapter 67. Deathmatch. The scene shifted to the center of the arena. Despite their pretentiousness, the members of the Flash Guild undeniably possessed skill, dispatching their foes in the first 3 rounds within 3 minutes. However, when they encountered the opponent in the 4th round, a troll hunter capable of alternating between melee and ranged attacks, accompanied by a brown bear companion, the challenge intensified. The group exerted their utmost efforts, suffering 2 casualties before finally overcoming the troll hunter. The Flash Guild had indeed demonstrated prowess, achieving an impressive 4 consecutive victories. Each member earned a piece of platinum equipment, a substantial reward. As they exited the arena, Zhang Xiaolong cast a glance toward the group of professionals from Tianfeng City, raised his thumb, and then turned around provocatively to face Zhao Feng and the others. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. Zhao Feng and his companions remained silent, while Xiao Bin behind them gritted his teeth, questioning whether they would simply endure this humiliation. What else could they do? Chun Ming felt equally aggrieved, suggesting that if Xiao Bin could muster the courage, he should return with a 4-game win streak. Xiao Bin was left speechless by the retort. Indeed, Zheng Xiaolong's arrogance stemmed from his remarkable 4 consecutive victories, surpassing 99% of the challengers present. Chun Ming sighed, feeling the weight of inferiority pressing upon him. Cui Xianglong crossed his arms, his gaze drifting toward Lin Yuan, who was seated with headphones on, engrossed in videos. It seemed as if the world around him held no relevance. And indeed, it was true. Having already attained the status of a champion, why bother watching a few bronze-tier players squabble? Clearly, it lacked interest. Cui Xianglong patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, prompting Lin Yuan to remove his headphones, a puzzled expression on his face. "What's up?" Cui Xianglong replied. "The members of the Flash Guild have achieved 4 consecutive victories, currently the highest in the arena. If no one surpasses them before the conclusion, they shall emerge as victors of this competition. Their worth is negligible. What truly matters is the recognition from the illustrious Shining Guild. In our own territory of Tianfeng City, it would be a disgrace to allow the residents of Shanhua City to claim victory. Is that all?" Lin Yuan resumed, wearing his headphones, reassured that the sky would not fall. Among the subsequent challengers, numerous teams achieved a streak of 3 consecutive victories, yet none managed 4. Now, let us welcome challenger number 324 to the arena. The host, D. Halley, stifled a yawn, with fewer than 10 teams remaining. He yearned to conclude swiftly and depart this feeble planet. The task assigned by the Blood Lord concerning the 10 formidable souls was exceedingly arduous. D. Halley called out, but the arena remained unresponsive, leaving him somewhat displeased. Who was challenger 324? Were they intending to forfeit? Thus far, no team had ever opted out. Even when aware of their impending defeat, they would still fight valiantly. After calling out twice more, D. Halley snapped his fingers, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Yuan. He looked up to find his numbered badge vibrating, realizing it was his turn to take the stage. Removing his headphones, Lin Yuan stood up from his seat. Upon seeing him alone, D. Halley inquired, "By yourself? Where are your teammates?" "It's just me," Lin Yuan replied. stretching his body slightly. I have no teammates. Indeed, no teammates were necessary. After all, they were merely fodder for elimination. Nearby, Zheng Xiaolong lounged with his legs crossed, casting a glance in their direction. Are the people of Tianfeng City always so adept at seeking attention? He mocked. 1 million wasted just like that. 1 million could buy several pieces of silver equipment. After Zheng Xiaolong spoke, his companions joined in derision. Level 18, yet still a summoner. I truly wonder how you muster the courage to stand here. Spending 1 million is easy. Do you have any idea how hard it is for your family to earn that amount? You realize you're tarnishing Tianfeng City's reputation, don't you? Your actions have turned Tianfeng City into a laughingstock across the entire southeastern province. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed in the ears of the crowd, sending shivers down the spines of all professionals present, as if an extraordinary monster had descended. A Gui appeared behind Lin Yuan, having materialized unnoticed. With a simple wave, a thunderous sound resonated as a throne of bones materialized in the air above the arena. The reason for positioning the bone throne above the arena was to complement the newly acquired skill of A Gui, allowing Lin Yuan to make an astonishing entrance. Bone Wall, skill description, consumes 100 mana points to summon a bone wall with 1000 health and 100 defense, standing before the caster. The wall lasts for 10 minutes and has no cooldown time. 100 bone walls can be combined to form a skeletal fortress. Lin Yuan lifted his foot, and with a resounding thud, a staircase of bone walls materialized beneath him. With each step he took, a white skeletal staircase emerged at his feet. In total, Lin Yuan ascended 23 steps, creating a pathway of white bones suspended in the air, the route to his throne. Seated upon the throne, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, summoning Ali and a Gui to appear beneath him. Leaning forward, he gazed down upon D. Holler, signaling the commencement of the match. Let us begin. D. Holler seemed to awaken from a dream, momentarily stunned by Lin Yuan's dramatic entrance. Not just him, but the entire Blood Ring arena, filled with over 3,000 professionals, was equally astonished. Zheng Xiaolong's teammates gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if a basketball could fit inside. Zheng Xiaolong himself was no better off, having dropped his lollipop onto his clothes, now coated in drool. Luo Yuchang's eyes reflected confusion. What was this new spectacle? Yet, there was no denying that the entrance was indeed unique and quite impressive. D. Holler composed himself, announcing, "Let us welcome challenger number 324. He is about to face our esteemed gladiator alone. We wish him luck." Despite Lin Yuan's extraordinary entrance, he was merely an 18-level summoner, facing a 27-level ogre warrior, making his chances of victory seem exceedingly slim. Stop. When did I say I wanted to choose the challenge mode? Lin Yuan expressed his displeasure, demanding a death match. D. Holler thought he misheard. A death match? Are you certain? At that moment, the surrounding professionals began to recover from Lin Yuan's astonishing entrance. Upon hearing his choice of a death match, they were instantly bewildered. Why would he choose death over life? Even if he could never complete the first rebirth quest, he could thrive by merely executing such an entrance for others. Why seek death in a death match? Lin Yandong grew anxious, urging, "President Luo, you must stop Lin Yuan. He cannot choose the deathmatch mode." Chapter 68. Ace Gladiator Luo Yuchang shook his head, his expression serious. It is too late. His opponent has already emerged. Indeed, after Lin Yuan declared a deathmatch, D. Holler decisively confirmed the mode. Regardless of whether he was a summoner or not, completing the task was paramount. At worst, when I return to surrender my soul, I shall declare that this individual is the most formidable summoner of their planet. D. Holler's eyes gleamed as he grasped the microphone, and I beheld a true warrior, one who dares to disregard life and death, regardless of his success or failure. He has already proven himself worthy of becoming a powerful being. Now, let us invite his opponent to the stage, the champion gladiator Gaul. The eastern gate of the arena had mysteriously swung open, revealing a towering ogre, standing at 5 meters tall, with 2 heads. Ogre Mage Gaul, 4th tier leader, level 27, health points 2,000,000, mana points 100,000, attack power 15,000, defense 8,000, spell resistance 10, skill 1, lightning storm 25 seconds of chanting, unleashing a lightning spell that inflicts 30,000 magical damage on targets within a 20-meter radius, along with a stunning effect for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Skill 2. Flame Strike targets a single enemy, interrupting their spellcasting and dealing 500 magical damage. Stunning for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3. Frost Shock channels icy power to inflict 2,000 magical damage on targets within a 5-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 50. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Skill 4. Bloodlust increases the attack speed of all targets within a 30-meter radius by 50 and movement speed by 30 for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. A spellcaster indeed. The audience, comprising numerous professionals, gasped in astonishment. A magical physical attack reaching 15,000 points? With area damage, interruption abilities, and speed reduction. Coupled with his own acceleration, what a grotesque array of skills. How on earth is one to contend with this? How to fight? Lin Yuan tilted his head, addressing Ollie. Ollie clasped his hands across his chest, bent his knees slightly, and with a great leap, landed firmly before the ogre mage. Thud! The shield struck the ground, kicking up a significant cloud of dust. What is this summoner up to? Why has he cast aside his shield? Is he aware that he cannot win, and thus chooses to meet his demise with such resolve? Let us begin. Lin Yuan's voice reached D. Holler's ears. D. Holler rolled his eyes at the remark, having never witnessed such eagerness for self-destruction. He lifted the microphone, grinning widely, and proclaimed, "The battle commences." At the very moment the battle commenced, a crimson light flickered across the ogre sorcerer, heralding the activation of his bloodthirsty spell. Under the influence of this enchantment, the sorcerer's stature swelled to an imposing 7 meters, significantly amplifying his attack range. Without uttering a single superfluous word, the ogre sorcerer summoned a brilliant azure glow in his hands, preparing a tempest of lightning. He unleashed his full might without mercy, undeterred by the apparent frailty of his opponent. Alas, it was an egregious error for the ogre sorcerer to initiate the lightning storm, for Auri stood directly before him, audaciously channeling his spell while remaining stationary. A fool, indeed, tempting fate. The glorious blade of the dynasty, a two-handed sword, radiated with the distinctive white luminescence of diamond-tier equipment. With a valiant charge, Auri surged forth like a high-speed truck, dragging the sword behind him, leaving a lingering phantom in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Auri materialized before the ogre sorcerer, the countdown to a 2-second stun commencing. With a flash, a critical strike of 680 pierced the sorcerer, allowing Auri to deftly maneuver to his rear, driving his sword forward once more, resulting in another blinding critical hit of 340. With rapid precision, Auri unleashed a series of 3 slashes, executing a sweeping assault with seamless grace. The numbers flashed: 232, 480, critical, 249, 870, critical, 124, 150, 95, 890. The tip of his sword glimmered with a sinister red light, signifying the impending death, a deathly blade. The ogre sorcerer's amassed magic dissipated, along with the spark of life in his eyes. Before the 2 seconds of disorientation could elapse, the ogre sorcerer was vanquished on the spot. Killed ogre sorcerer, 27. Experience points 27,000. Level increased to 19, 16, 830, 100, 000. After slaying the ogre sorcerer, Auri planted his sword into the ground and, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, withdrew a violin. A poignant farewell melody resonated throughout the arena, elegant, dismissive, and audacious. Alone in the arena, Auri reveled in his performance, while the spectators, a collective of professional players, responded in eerie unison. Silence, profound silence. Among the audience, 3,000 professionals were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how to react, resorting only to silence. Zheng Xiaolong, lounging with his legs crossed, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. The ogre sorcerer was dead? Indeed, the ogre sorcerer was dead. He questioned himself, grappling with disbelief that flooded his mind. Upon recalling his past mockery of Lin Yuan, Zheng Xiaolong's complexion turned ashen, and his teammates wore expressions of utter despair, wishing they could vanish into a crevice of the earth. D. Holler, standing on the elevated platform, exhibited profound astonishment. Was it truly possible that the battle-hardened Gal had met his demise at the hands of a summoned creature? After the initial shock, D. Holler's gaze shifted to Ollie, now imbued with fervent intensity. I seemed to catch a whiff of the essence of a formidable soul. Seated upon the throne, Lin Yuan bore an expression of dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, Ali's skill had precisely straddled the threshold of a kill, had it not been for 2 critical hits. The ogre mage might not have been vanquished so swiftly. Communicating with the system, Lin Yuan inquired if he could receive an advance of 5,000 evolution points. Given that the ogre mage had already perished, you must complete the dungeon to facilitate settlement. Alas, rules are immutable, yet humans are not. Lin Yuan reasoned persuasively. If you grant me an advance of 5,000 evolution points, I shall evolve Ali, thereby enabling me to accrue even more evolution points. My ascent towards becoming a god-tier summoner shall hasten. Furthermore, those 5,000 points rightfully belong to me. I merely seek to obtain them ahead of schedule. Surely that is not too much to ask. Should you refuse this modest request, you may as well seek assistance elsewhere. Ogre mage slain, 5,000 evolution points awarded. At last, Lin Yuan's countenance brightened with the expression of a mentor recognizing potential. Henceforth, let it be established, for each kill, an evolution point shall be granted. No need to await the final settlement. That would be far too cumbersome. Chapter 69. Fifth Order Bloodshadow Blade Guardian D. Holler glanced at Ali, who was engrossed in a solo violin performance, and then at Lin Yuan, who occupied the throne above. He seized the microphone to announce the outcome of the contest, declaring it a truly unforgettable battle. The ace gladiator gal had fallen to an 18th level human summoner. Pausing momentarily, D. Holler fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, inquiring whether he intended to claim his rightful diamond equipment or opt for further challenges. Continue the challenge. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. Having come this far, he felt compelled to conquer the arena. Otherwise, the 100,000 ticket price would be in vain. A cunning smile crept across D. Holler's lips. Ah, this valiant summoner has chosen to press on. I commend his bravery. How far might he traverse? Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. With that, D. Holler adjusted the required number of consecutive victories for Lin Yuan to the maximum of 5. To claim the rewards, he must secure 5 continuous victories and survive the ordeal. The allure of the 5-victory reward was tantalizing, an epic-level piece of equipment and a universally applicable skill book. Upon witnessing the rewards, the professionals in the audience became agitated. Could it be that this summoner was audacious enough to pursue 5 consecutive victories? Goodness gracious! Epic equipment, a sight I have never encountered in my lifetime. Universal skills. Attainable by any class, simply astounding. Alas, the difficulty of acquisition is exceedingly high. Lin Yandong's expression had just relaxed. But upon witnessing Lin Yuan's choice of a 5-match winning streak, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of gravity. It was rather reckless. The challenges within the Blood Ring arena escalate in difficulty, and so far, no team has achieved a 5-match victory. Moreover, Lin Yuan opted for the even more formidable deathmatch. Luo Yushang squinted, noting that Lin Yuan's summoned beast possessed extraordinary burst damage. The ogre mage was oblivious to this fact and attempted to initiate with a lightning storm, only to be annihilated in an instant. Were I the proprietor of the arena, I would dispatch a gladiator with formidable defensive skills to confront Lin Yuan next. If they could withstand the summoned beast's initial burst, Lin Yuan would find himself in peril. The revelation that Lin Yuan's summoned beast could obliterate the ogre mage indeed astonished Luo Yushang. Yet her keen eyesight discerned that Ali's explosive power, while potent, was not sustainable. If one could endure the first wave of assault, Ali would be significantly weakened. Luo Yushang scanned her surroundings, calculating whether she could ensure Lin Yuan's safe withdrawal should she intervene. Perhaps sensing Luo Yushang's hostility, the arena's protective shield was activated by D. Holler. The emergence of the shield dispelled her inclination to act, for its defensive level reached an imposing 80. Not even all the practitioners of Blue Star combined could breach it, let alone Luo Yushang alone. At the moment the shield manifested, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Attempting to ensnare me? That would surely disappoint you. D. Holler, in his own cleverness, had inadvertently granted Lin Yuan the 5-match victory he desired. Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to allow Ali to advance, should it reach the 5th tier. He feared that the arena might terminate the battle to mitigate losses, thereby diminishing his rewards. That would not do. As fate would have it, D. Holler presented the opportunity, delivering not only equipment and skill books, but also experience. With 4 remaining, it was sufficient to elevate himself to level 20. Truly a benevolent soul. Since you have graciously offered, It would seem ungracious of me to refuse. I shall expend 50,000 evolution points to evolve Ollie. 50,000 evolution points successfully utilized. Ollie evolves from Steel Armor, 4th tier, to Blood Shadow Sword Guardian, 5th tier. As Ollie played the violin, a crimson aura suddenly enveloped his form, only to vanish in an instant. The commotion of the evolution was too great, prompting Lin Yuan to transport Ollie to the summoning space. The crimson aura enveloped Ollie, forming a sanguine cocoon. A glimmer of silver flashed, and Ollie emerged from the blood-woven shell, adorned in blood-hued armor. The lines of the armor were stark and rigid, reminiscent of flowing blood. The iron mask that once concealed his visage had vanished, replaced by towering, sharp horns. His blood-red eyes were imbued with an air of indifference, as though nothing held significance in his gaze. Ollie, 5th tier Blood Shadow Sword Guardian, level 19 race, Darkborn health points, 152,000 mana points, 60,800 attack power, 30,800 defense power, 15,200 strength, 15,300 agility, 15,250 stamina, 7,600 intelligence, 6,080 talent, martial combat sovereign equipment, glory of the dynasty, diamond, dull alchemical stone, gold, whetstone, platinum, race special trait. Darkborn Archmage, inactive, skills, shield mastery, passive, sword mastery, passive, shield bash, shield block, assistance, shield wall, burn the boats. Back leap, flash, heroic charge, unyielding will, bestow death sword chi, sweep, triple slash, as long as the sword exists. Upon reaching the 5th tier, Ollie's attributes doubled once more, and he acquired 2 new skills. Burn the boats, skill description. Increases maximum health by 50 for 20 seconds. Simultaneously restores an equivalent amount of health. Usable under any condition. With a cooldown of 1 minute. As long as the sword exists, skill description. When activated, for 8 seconds, deflects 100 of incoming attacks from the front. Upon successful deflection, immediately counterattacks the target, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. With these 2 skills at his disposal, Ollie's survivability surged dramatically, rendering him unafraid even in direct confrontations. Upon re-entering the arena, Ollie's presence caught the attention of Daihao, a 5th tier warrior. The expression of Daihao, initially brimming with confidence, shifted dramatically. Despite the mere 1-tier difference between 4th and 5th, the disparity in combat prowess was monumental. Previously, the enemy's summoned beast could obliterate a 9-level superior ogre mage at the 4th tier, now at the 5th, even with all other trump cards deployed. Victory was far from assured. Currently, Daihao's most reliable ace was a 4th tier Dark Elf assassin, capable of bypassing Ollie to directly assassinate the summoner. Yet, this strategy was fraught with uncertainty. Gritting his teeth, Daihao resolved that Ollie could not be allowed to leave the arena alive. Thus, he reported the matter to the Blood King, declaring, "In the final match, I shall send Samuro forth." Upon receiving a response, D-Holler displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy. Samuro was indeed a formidable 5th Order battle general, a hybrid of ogre and orc, a sword saint of the Fireblade clan, and an illustrious gladiator. D-Holler turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, who wore a smile that suggested victory was all but assured. Let him laugh, let him revel in joy. For the more exuberantly he laughs now, the more wretchedly he shall weep later. Chapter 70. He summons a beast of great power, dispatching a defensive type into battle. Lin Yuan rested his arm, shifting his attention from Ollie to D-Holler. "Let us begin. Do not waste my time." D-Holler, though irritated, maintained his composure and smiled as he picked up the microphone. "Let us welcome the next ace gladiator. His name is Mugri." The eastern gate swung open, revealing a towering hill golem, 10 meters in height. The beast strode into the arena, causing the ground to tremble with each thunderous step. Hill Golem Mugri, 4th Order Commander, level 28, health points 2, 400,000, mana points 50,000, attack power 12,000, defense power 16,000, spell resistance 30, skill 1. Earth Armor summons the power of the earth for protection, increasing defense by 50% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2, Mighty Toss hurls a massive boulder, dealing 1,000 magic damage to targets within a range of 55 and knocking them back. Cooldown of 12 seconds. If the target is successfully hit, cooldown is halved. Skill 3. Earthquake stomps the ground with great force, dealing 2,000 magic damage per second to targets within a 30-meter radius for 8 seconds, and reducing their movement speed by 20%. This slow effect stacks up to 5 times, after which the target will be petrified for 5 seconds, suffering double damage for 15 seconds. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 4. Hold the line when health drops to 30%. Automatically enters a defensive stance, reducing all incoming damage by 80% for 8 seconds, while recovering 5% health per second, limited to once. As the colossal figure of Hill Golem Mugri emerged, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Luo Yuchong, arms crossed and expression grave, thought to herself, "What I feared has indeed come to pass." Her greatest concern had materialized. The opponent had dispatched a gladiator with remarkable defensive capabilities. This posed a significant predicament, as Lin Yuan's high burst potential was now effectively countered, rendering his chances of victory exceedingly slim. It was not that Luo Yuchang's perception was flawed. Rather, she remained unaware that Ollie had undergone an evolution. Just as Ollie underwent his evolution in the summoning space, the audience remained oblivious to his transformation, save for the nearby D-Holler, who noticed the deepening hue of Ollie's armor. They had not considered the possibility of evolution. If summoned beasts could evolve at will, summoners would not languish in the depths of obscurity. The battle commenced. D-Holler's gaze was fixed intently on Ollie, eager to discern whether this summoned beast could breach Mowgli's defenses. Should Mowgli successfully unleash petrification, even a 5th-tier opponent could meet an untimely demise with a single misstep. In the presence of the colossal Hill Gorlin, Ollie's figure appeared somewhat diminutive. Ague glanced around, sensing something was amiss. What was lacking? The roar of the crowd. Was an arena truly an arena without the fervent cries of its spectators? Raising his hand, Ague unleashed a flurry of 20 necromantic summons, conjuring 2,000 spectral beings to serve as temporary audience members. These phantoms clanged their weapons together, rallying support for Ollie. Cackles and shrieks erupted from the throng of undead, transforming the Blood Ring arena into a veritable death pit. D-Holler's expression shifted once more. A necromantic summoned creature? Could this human be not merely a summoner, but also a necromancer? What a boon! The Blood King had long desired to encroach upon the realm of the dead. And should he succeed in delivering the soul of a necromancer to the Blood King, a handsome reward would surely follow. D-Holler's gaze toward Lin Yuan sparkled with greed. Undead? Why were the undead manifesting? Was this individual a hidden class necromancer? How marvelous! Summoning 2,000 undead with such ease. It was no wonder he dared to select the death match. He had evidently come prepared, with skeletons serving as cannon fodder, coupled with that extraordinarily high damage summoned beast. Perhaps he could indeed achieve the unprecedented 5 consecutive victories. Yet, it was said that no one had ever succeeded. Achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Blood Ring arena was exceedingly difficult, especially under the deathmatch mode, where defeat was highly probable. The professionals in the audience voiced their opinions on Lin Yuan, some believing he had a glimmer of hope, while others deemed his chances bleak. Regardless of their conjectures, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged. There was but one possible conclusion to this confrontation. Mowgli, with its imposing size, rendered Ollie's charge akin to a moth drawn to a flame. In terms of stature, Mowgli had the advantage, yet in raw strength, Ollie held an undeniable edge. Thus, Mowgli was inevitably struck into a state of bewilderment. Though engulfed in a state of dizziness, Muguri activated the earth armor, enhancing his defense by 50% to avert being swiftly dispatched by Ollie. Yet, this proved futile. Prior to evolution, Ollie would indeed have struggled to eliminate Muguri donning the earth armor. However, before Muguri now stood a 5th-tier Blood Shadow Sword Guardian. While Muguri's skills inherently counter burst-type professions, Ollie completely overwhelmed him in attributes, determined to vanquish him in his area of expertise, devoid of any semblance of fairness. 2 dazzling sword lights flashed by, 844, 568, critical hit, and 714, 280, critical hit, with damage exceeding 800, 000. Dihale muttered to himself, "It's over." Indeed, as Dihale anticipated, Ollie unleashed a relentless series of strikes, executing a sweeping 3-hit combo that simultaneously released, dealing 113, 286, 167, 820, 31, 719, and 34, 588 damage. The initial strike of the 3-hit combo reduced Meguri's health to below 30%, triggering his 4th skill, Fortify. This skill diminished damage taken by 80% while restoring 5% of health per second. 3-hit combo meets promotion criteria. Evolving into Flash Strike. Flash Strike, skill description, attacks the enemy in front with extreme speed 4 times, each inflicting 180 attack damage, with an 8-second cooldown. Upon witnessing this, Ollie refrained from further assault. Under the effects of Fortify, Meguri mitigated 80% of all damage but was rendered immobile. In this scenario, it sufficed to await the expiration of Fortify. After 8 seconds, the effect dissipated. Meguri rose once more, unleashing a furious roar. "You little brat, Meguri shall tear you apart." The earth tremor commenced, inflicting 2,000 magic damage per second upon the nearby Ollie, while simultaneously reducing his movement speed by 20% each second. Should he fail to escape the earth tremor's range swiftly, he would succumb to petrification after 5 seconds. Yet, Ollie remained unfazed, even lingering for an additional 2 seconds until the duration of the earth armor concluded. As the earth armor's effect faded, a crimson glow enveloped Ollie, heralding the activation of Unyielding Will. Chapter 71. Is there not one who can fight? The slowing effect on Ollie vanished, rendering him immune to any control effects for 5 seconds. Flash Strike. In Ollie's hands, the double-handed sword resembled a mere toy, effortlessly slicing through the air to create a cross pattern. The absence of the earth armor's additional defense rendered Meguri as fragile as paper, causing a chaotic flurry that depleted 64% of Meguri's life. At this moment, Meguri was left with a mere 6% of health. Ollie raised his hand, unleashing a lethal sword aura. With a staggering impact, he sheathed his weapon and leisurely strolled back to his violin. A thunderous crash echoed behind him as Meguri collapsed to the ground. Ollie picked up his violin once more, this time choosing a different melody. How lonely it is to be invincible. Kill of the Hill Golem Meguri, 28. Experience points 28,000. Evolution points 5,000. Cackling with delight, the specter applauded, while the undead in the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming, "Our brother Ollie is invincible. Is there not a single challenger?" In the audience, the professionals fell silent for a few moments before bursting into applause, exclaiming, "Incredible. I initially believed that defeating a man-eating mage was the pinnacle, but who could have imagined that even the Hill Golem posed no challenge? What kind of extraordinary summoner is this? What tier of bloodline does his summoned beast possess?" Lin Yandong pinched his thigh sharply, exclaiming, "Ouch. Brother Lin is truly remarkable. My heart is still racing. President Luo, can you discern the tier of Brother Lin's summoned beast?" Luo Yuchang turned her gaze towards Ollie, her lips slightly parted. 5th tier. A 5th-tier battle general. Only a battle general can boast such terrifying attributes, slaying 4th-tier commanders as if they were mere chickens. Not only is it a 5th-tier battle general, but it is also of the highest caliber. With just a single summoned beast, Lin Yuan can already be deemed invincible among his peers. Luo Yuchang's assessment remained conservative, not only among his peers, but even professionals below level 40 would be easily overwhelmed by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's attributes increase by 40 upon leveling up, with an additional 40 points of free attributes, totaling 200 points of attributes. In comparison, an ordinary professional gains only 5 attributes and 5 points of free attributes upon leveling up, summing to a mere 25 points, an 8-fold disparity. After reaching level 20, the attributes double, yielding 10 attributes and 10 free points for a total of 50 points. Before the second promotion, an ordinary professional's attributes, without equipment, would total around 1,500 points. As for Lin Yuan, he could attain at least 8,000 points of attributes. This calculation assumes that Lin Yuan's base attributes remain unchanged. Should he promote, the attributes gained per level would also double, resulting in a truly formidable figure. Upon observing Ollie skillfully wielding his violin, a shadow of gloom flickered across Daihail's eyes. The damage inflicted by his summoned beast was exceedingly formidable. Even the renowned defensive Hilgalan clan was not spared from swift annihilation. Who could possibly be dispatched next to confront such overwhelming force? Daihail pondered deeply, suddenly recalling the dragon beast tainted by dark energy. He remembered that a creature with dragon blood was imprisoned in the arena's lowest depths. This earth dragon, corrupted by malevolent influences, had attained a pseudo 5th-tier status, an apt choice for battle. Should it falter, the arrival of Samuro could ensure its subjugation. Yet, even in defeat, the eruption of dark energy upon its demise might incite the opponent's summoned beast into a frenzy, potentially leading to its master's untimely demise. A dual advantage, perfectly devised. Daihale snapped back to reality, donning a facade of feigned surprise. Oh my goodness! The indomitable Muguri has met his end. How astonishing! However, he continued, your forthcoming adversary will be significantly more ferocious than the previous two. Prepare yourself. Lin Yuan impatiently waved his hand, urging the proceedings to commence without further ado. Regardless of the opponent's identity, the inevitable conclusion remained unchanged: death. Daihale's musings were abruptly interrupted, yet he harbored no ire. Instead, a sinister smile graced his lips. Now, let the next gladiator take the stage. With a resounding crack, the sound of iron chains snapping reverberated in the air, followed by a low growl. A fearsome beast burst through the eastern gate, charging boldly into the arena. Flame Dragon Lizard Scarl, rank 4, level 29, health points 2, 800, 000, attack power 26, 000, defense power 12, 000, magic resistance 30, skill 1. Intimidating roar instills fear in all targets within a 50-meter radius for 2 seconds. With a cooldown of 25 seconds, skill 2, tail sweep sweeps with its tail, inflicting 8,000 points of physical damage to targets within a 30-meter range. Accompanied by a knockback effect, with a cooldown of 15 seconds, skill 3, claw strike delivers 2 consecutive attacks to the current target, each reducing the target's defense by 10 for 15 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, skill 4, Flame Breath takes a deep breath and unleashes flames in a straight line over a 50-meter area, causing 50,000 points of magical damage. With a cooldown of 40 seconds, skill 5, Frenzy under the influence of dark energy, attack speed and power are doubled, rendering it immune to any abnormal status. The Flame Dragon Lizard is adorned with dark red scales that emit a searing aura, its eyes gleaming with an ominous crimson light, occasionally releasing white smoke from its nostrils. Its 20-meter-long body resonates with a thunderous tremor with each step it takes. A dragon? Could it truly be a dragon? The arena was graced with the presence of a dragon. A colossal dragon, a symbol of immense power, capable of effortlessly razing a city to the ground. The emergence of the Flame Dragon Lizard left the surrounding adventurers in a state of shock. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the dragon's resounding roar. A dragon? Lin Yuan initially expressed surprise, only to scoff disdainfully, thinking it was a pure-blood dragon, but it turned out to be a hybrid beast. Despite its name, the Flame Dragon Lizard bears no true resemblance to a dragon. It likely stumbled upon a trace of its draconic lineage, granting it the ability to wield fire. To other adventurers, the Flame Dragon Lizard is an insurmountable fortress, yet before Lin Yuan, even a true dragon would have to obediently curl up in submission. There was no need for Holler to announce the start. The moment the Flame Dragon Lizard appeared, its blood-red slitted eyes fixated intently on Ollie. Chapter 72, The Dark Archmage. Roar. The Flame Dragon Lizard let out a mighty roar, then took a deep breath, drawing air into its body until its abdomen swelled. After reaching a critical point, it unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, aimed directly at Ollie. Cautiously, Ollie stowed away his violin and executed a backward leap to evade the oncoming inferno. In his hands, a sword materialized, and undeterred by the ferocity of the Flame Dragon Lizard, Ollie boldly charged forward. During his charge, Ollie entered a state of dominance, and when the lizard's sweeping tail struck him, it inflicted a mere 8,000 points of damage, failing to knock him back. As he collided with the Flame Dragon Lizard, it emitted a terrifying roar that sent Ollie into a state of fear. Yet, with an indomitable spirit, he swiftly broke free from the paralysis. At that moment, the lizard's claws were perilously close. In a flash, Ollie transformed into a sharp beam of cold light, instantly appearing behind the Flame Dragon Lizard, delivering a critical hit of 532,000 damage. Before the lizard could react and turn its weighty body, Ollie executed another swift maneuver, returning to his previous position as gracefully as a swallow returning to its nest, striking again for 299,600 damage. Although the Flame Dragon Lizard was colossal, boasting of far superior range and damage than the Hill Golem, its defense paled in comparison. While this might pose a challenge for other adventurer teams, the Lizard's skills compensated for its lack of fortitude with a formidable defense of 12,000. However, in the face of Ollie, that defense was as fragile as paper, easily shattered. With a devastating critical strike, he dealt a staggering 2,800,000 damage, effortlessly vanquishing the Flame Dragon Lizard with a single skill. Kill Flame Dragon Lizard 29. Experience points 29,000. Evolution points 5,000. Upon its demise, the Flame Dragon Lizard's body disintegrated, releasing an overwhelmingly malevolent aura that enveloped Ollie in its core. Dark purple magic swirled around him, continuously seeping into his mouth and nostrils. In no time, the dark energy fully integrated into Ollie's being, leaving him standing motionless, his eyes aglow with crimson light. Absorbing pure demon realm energy, racial skill Darkborn Demon activated. Darkborn Demon, racial skill, description, awakens the true demonic form of the Darkborn race. Lasting for 10 seconds. During transformation, instills fear in all targets within a 10-meter radius. In this state, all attributes are enhanced by 100, movement speed is increased by 100, and lifesteal effects are amplified by 50. Cooldown time is 2 hours. Upon witnessing the activation of this racial skill, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Darkborn Demon. This skill is extraordinary. Ollie's explosive power has always been exceptional. After unleashing the power of the Abyssal Demon, his damage reaches astonishing heights. At this moment, Lin Yuan truly feels the urge to shout, "Who else is there?" Ha ha. Lin Yuan's laughter echoed in D. Holler's ears, causing the latter to scoff inwardly. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you will weep. The chaotic and malevolent forces of the demonic energy can effortlessly shatter the minds of ordinary beings. Even a creature as robust as the Flame Dragon Lizard cannot withstand the corruption of the demonic aura, becoming a beast devoid of distinction between friend and foe, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Upon witnessing the demonic energy fully enter Ollie's body, a triumphant smile crept across D. Holler's lips. The corruption of this energy is remarkably swift. Within a minute, your summoned beast will transform into a mindless killing machine. What a pity that such a magnificent warrior has been reduced to mere fodder for a summoner. Had he joined the blood arena, he could have easily become a gladiator of glory. Glory level, indeed, an existence that surpasses even the ace warriors. The Flame Blade Sword Saint, Samuro, is such a gladiator of glory, having fought over 1,000 battles without a single defeat. Thinking of Samuro, D. Holler felt a stir within. It's about time for him to arrive. However, whether he comes or not is irrelevant now, as the opponent's summoned beast is on the verge of betraying its master. Lin Yuan gazed at D. Holler, suggesting he send forth someone stronger. Is there not a single capable fighter? This remark nearly infuriated D. Holler. Please hold on. I will arrange for your next opponent. D. Holler feigned politeness, standing with the microphone in hand, waiting for the demonic energy to corrupt Ollie's consciousness. 1 minute passed, and Ollie remained motionless. D. Holler assumed the opponent was struggling against the demonic energy and thus did not initiate the next battle. 2 minutes elapsed, and D. Holler began to feel perplexed. Why had the demonic energy not yet affected the summoned beast? This should not be the case. What are we waiting for? Lin Yuan expressed his impatience. Do not waste my time. Let us commence. D. Holler, filled with uncertainty, pondered why the transformation had yet to occur. After all, even a mere touch of demonic energy could send ordinary individuals into a frenzy, forsaking all ties. Yet the opponent's summoned beast had absorbed so much and remained unharmed. Truly a peculiar situation. Though baffled, D. Holler ultimately arranged for Lin Yuan's next opponent, inviting the next ace gladiator to the arena. Upon uttering these words, Daya immediately shut his mouth. The moment the battle commenced, a figure, ghostly in nature, entered the arena. Dark Elf Assassin Dory, rank 4, level 30, health points 1,800,000, mana points 50,000, attack power 23,000, defense power 6,000, skill 1, stealth conceals oneself for 30 seconds. The first strike after breaking stealth will be a guaranteed critical hit. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 2, backstab stabs the target from behind with a dagger, inflicting 30,000 physical damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Skill 3, shadow step locks onto a target and instantly moves behind them. Can be used in stealth. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Skill 4. Dance of Death activated after successfully backstabbing a target. Randomly inflicts 10 attacks on enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. This opponent was unlike any faced previously. A dark elf assassin, a lethal weapon specifically trained to counter magical professions. Your summoned beast may be impressive, but I shall bypass your creature and strike directly at you. The summoner. The level 19 summoner, with all stamina points allocated, barely exceeds 10,000 in health. A single ordinary attack could suffice. The dark elf assassin, shrouded in stealth, cautiously approached Lin Yuan. Although Ague sensed the presence of an enemy, the precise location remained elusive. This adversary could turn invisible. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. Unable to defeat my summoned beast, they now set their sights on me. Chapter 73. Do you think you can kill me? Upon realizing the opponent's intention to target him, Lin Yuan chuckled. Do they truly believe they can end my life? Just look at the thousands of undead in the arena. With them present, dying would prove arduous. Moreover, Ague remained alert, seemingly aware that Lin Yuan was the intended target, frequently invoking undead summons. Within mere seconds, over 10,000 undead creatures filled the arena. Amidst the horde, the dark elf assassin remained unfazed. What does numerical superiority matter in battle? The corpses of spellcasters who perished at the hands of the dark elf assassin could already form a small mountain. A mere level 19 summoner? Slaughtering you would be as easy as dispatching a dog. The dark elf assassin skillfully avoided the surrounding undead, positioning himself beneath Lin Yuan, glancing upward. Lin Yuan reclined against his throne, a smirk playing on his lips. Even when death looms, you still manage to smile. When the dagger pierces your heart, you'll come to realize just how Na'vi you truly are. Shadow Step. The dark elf assassin transformed into a shadowy mist, instantaneously appearing behind Lin Yuan, delivering a devastating backstab. A critical strike of 57,000 pierced Lin Yuan's body, inflicting significant damage. At that moment, Lin Yuan's health stood at 26,000, fortified by a shield of 3,000. The initial blow shattered his protective barrier before dealing the staggering 57,000 damage. Logically, such a terrifying assault would have resulted in Lin Yuan's demise, yet he remained unscathed, seated comfortably, even taking the liberty to mock. Is that all? I expected a formidable opponent, but you are nothing more than a mediocre foe. Mediocre. Enraged, the dark elf assassin unleashed the dance of death. Although the previous backstab failed to slay Lin Yuan, it had dispatched a skeletal archer, thus activating the dance of death. Without hesitation, the dark elf activated the skill, her weapon transforming into a flurry of icy light as she struck Lin Yuan 10 times in rapid succession. The cost of this assault was the demise of 10 undead beings. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan rose and, in a swift motion, reached out to grasp the assassin's head. With bare hands, he could immobilize any target for 2 seconds, a brutal technique meant to assert dominance. Yanking the dark elf assassin toward him, Lin Yuan observed her alluring yet not otherworldly beauty. Despite her striking form, he harbored no pity for those who sought his life. With a maniacal grin, he declared, "You thought you could kill me? Ha!" The dark elf, rendered immobile, gazed at him in disbelief, seemingly questioning how a summoner could evade death. Lin Yuan deciphered the unspoken query in her eyes and replied, "Why should I tell you? You do not deserve to know. Trash belongs in the refuse." With a dismissive flick, he sent the dark elf assassin plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, her agile reflexes allowed her to execute a flawless backflip, landing gracefully. However, as she turned, a crimson figure loomed ominously behind her, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. In that fleeting moment, she would bid farewell to this world forever. The lifeless body of the dark elf assassin lay sprawled on the ground, a staggering critical damage of 1,857,600 manifesting before the astonished onlookers. The crowd was left perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. The dark elf assassin had previously launched an attack on the summoner's true form, yet he remained unscathed. Was it possible that he could share vitality with his summoned creatures? This question lingered in the minds of the gathered practitioners, including Lin Yandong and his companions, who pondered the enigma. Lin Yandong, the astute president of the Tianfeng City Practitioner Association, recognized the concealed prowess of Lin Yuan, who possessed an extraordinary ability to transfer damage. While others overlooked the intricacies of the recent battle, Lin Yandong had keenly observed the details. During the Dark Elf Assassin's assault, several skeletons had inexplicably perished. Coupled with Lin Yuan's unblemished condition post-attack, Lin Yandong surmised that Lin Yuan possessed a skill allowing him to temporarily divert damage to his summoned entities. Such a skill was indeed remarkable. With it, Lin Yuan's safety was significantly assured, though the cooldown period of the ability remained uncertain. Should this information fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble. Luo Yuchong nodded in agreement, affirming that following his 5th consecutive victory, he could advise Lin Yuan to select a life-preserving skill. With a 5th-tier battle general summoned creature at his disposal, he need not worry about damage output. Ensuring his own safety was paramount for unleashing his full potential. Cui Xianglong interjected, echoing Luo's sentiments. Indeed, Lin Yuan has reached level 19, and after his 5 victories, he should ascend to level 20. At that juncture, he can begin preparing for the level 20 class transition quest. None can predict what challenges await in a summoner's transition quest, making defensive skills exceedingly vital. Kill the Dark Elf Assassin, 30, experience points, 30,000, evolution points, 5,000. Level up to level 21,203,020,0000. Unlock 3rd summon slot. The experience gained from this encounter was substantial. This was merely the 4th kill. Yet Lin Yuan had already reached level 20. A look of satisfaction graced his countenance. This endeavor had certainly not been in vain, as he had not only attained level 20 but also acquired epic-grade equipment and skills, much to his delight. However, Lin Yuan pondered. Shouldn't the 3rd summon slot be unlocked only after the class transition? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Divine Summoning System automatically gains a summon slot every 10 levels. Understanding dawned upon him. This was a boon from the system. Consequently, he would now possess a 3rd summoned creature. Just as Lin Yuan was about to retrieve the skill book, a golden portal materialized above the arena, revealing a pair of starlit eyes through its shimmering entrance. Blood Lord Valana. Level. Upon the instant Lin Yuan came into view, the owner of the gaze exhibited a keen interest, raising a hand as if to transcend realms and seize Lin Yuan. Yet, before the hand could even approach the portal, it emitted a creaking sound, nearly shattering on the spot. The owner sighed, while Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. The Lord of Blood? The mastermind behind the Blood Ring Arena? A plethora of questions arose. He appeared formidable and intimidating. What was his purpose for appearing? Was he attempting to evade responsibility? Goodness! Could it be that a figure of such stature possesses such a narrow mindset? While Lin Yuan pondered this, suddenly, a figure as ferocious as a raging flame burst forth from the portal, plummeting into the arena's center like a meteor. Fireblade Sword Saint Samuro, 5th Order Warrior, Chapter 74. The oppressive presence of the Fireblade Sword Saint. Fireblade Sword Saint Samuro, level 32. Health 5,000. 000. Mana 60,000. Attack power 35,000. Defense 15,000. Magic resistance 10. Skill 1. Gale Step increases movement speed by 50% and grants invisibility. Upon breaking invisibility, inflicts an additional 50,000 physical damage, lasting 15 seconds with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2. Mirror Image creates 4 images that attack with 30% of the main body's attack power. Images cannot use skills and receive 300% additional damage, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 3. Triple Strike delivers 3 consecutive attacks, each inflicting a 0.1 second stun on the target, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4. Blade Storm rapidly spins the blade, dealing severe damage to nearby enemies for 5 seconds. Inflicting 15,000 physical damage per second, immune to magic during the storm, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 5. Invincible Slash concentrates the Sword Saint's will, greatly enhancing attack speed, delivering 18 slashes to targets within a 10-meter range, with a 50% increase in critical hit rate and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Samuro wielded a battle blade inscribed with the runes of the Fireblade clan, his chest adorned with armor crafted from the toughest hide of the cracked hoof bull. A crimson banner billowed behind him, his imposing figure resembling a spear, exuding an aura of ferocity. Samuro casually scanned the surroundings, and those who met his gaze felt as though a sharp blade had grazed their backs, an unsettling sensation washing over them. Ultimately, Samuro's gaze settled on Ali. Dark One, He spoke uncertainly. After a moment of contemplation, Samuro lowered his battle blade, his voice chilling. The esteemed Dark One clan has been reduced to a mere summoning beast of humanity. Very well, allow me to bring this to a close for you. Countless enemies have fallen by my hand, yet I have never encountered a member of the Darkborn. After today, my collection shall include the sharp horns of the Darkborn. Ollie raised the double-edged sword that hung behind him, lamenting how the Fireblade clan had fallen so low that even a half-breed ogre could become a swordmaster. Let me see how much skill you have acquired as a swordmaster, daring to boast before me. How dare you slander the Darkborn? Ollie spoke with deliberate calmness, completely ignoring Samuro's murderous glare. Half-breed. Those two words were the bane of Samuro's existence. Anyone who dared utter them in his presence would meet only one fate: death. In the most brutal manner imaginable. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. I shall rend you to pieces, and neither you nor your summoner shall escape. Samuro raised his battle blade, flames flickering at its tip, a clear manifestation of his furious temperament. However, not just anyone could achieve the title of Swordmaster. Even at the peak of rage, Samuro managed to maintain his composure in battle. Let the duel commence. Let it begin. Two distinct voices called out to Daihao simultaneously. The former being Samuro's, and the latter, naturally, Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today was indeed a day of double joy. Should he vanquish the pretentious Samuro before him, not only would Ollie ascend to the 5th rank, but so too would Ague. Daihao chuckled and took the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the next gladiator to enter the arena. He hails from the Fireblade clan and is a distinguished swordmaster. Since becoming a gladiator, he has fought in 1,340 battles, emerging victorious every time. He is honored in the arena, and his name is Samuro. The atmosphere in the stands suddenly grew heavy. A 5th rank warrior. The opponent in the 5th match is actually a 5th rank warrior, a gladiator renowned for his glory. With 1,340 victories. Even Luo Yuchang's face reflected concern. This time, it seems we are bound to lose. The skills of the Fireblade Swordmaster are truly formidable. While the Summoner's beasts may possess great explosive potential, the Fireblade Swordmaster is not to be underestimated. When his invincible strike lands, the summoned beasts will surely falter. Alas, it is regrettable that only one match remains. And the arena is utterly shameless for sending a glorious gladiator to thwart a summoner who has yet to transition. Truly disgraceful. In the stands, there was a palpable sense of regret for Lin Yuan. After 4 fierce battles, these professionals had come to respect him, fervently wishing for his triumph in achieving a 5-game winning streak. Yet, at this critical juncture, the arena audaciously unleashed the Glory Gladiator against a mere unclassed summoner, deploying a level 32 Flame Blade Sword Saint. It was evident that they had no intention of allowing Lin Yuan to emerge victorious. Such treachery. While the audience lamented this injustice, they erupted in a chorus of condemnation against the arena, decrying its underhanded tactics, despicable and shameless. The air was thick with their outrage. Daihao chuckled heartily. I sense your enthusiasm. Surely, you are all eager to witness the breathtaking combat of the Flame Blade Sword Saint. He then declared, let the battle commence. His words incited further fury among the professionals. How dare you, you foolish buffoon. Get lost. Yet, their vitriol did little to disrupt the flow of the impending clash. As the battle began, Samuro activated his Gale Step, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yuan, hovering in the air, furrowed his brow slightly, lacking means of counter-invisibility. He felt exceedingly passive against an opponent capable of stealth. His fingers lightly drummed against the armrest of his seat. Had Samuro been more decisive, launching an invincible slash directly from behind Ollie, the latter might have been forced to resort to his Dark Abyss demon form for survival. However, knowing Samuro's arrogant nature, it was likely he would seek to show off before Ollie. How foolish to flaunt one's skills in front of him, Lin Yuan mused to himself. In that moment, Samuro materialized like a specter behind Ollie. The latter sensed a shift in the air, and in an instant, Samuro's blade descended upon Ollie's back with tremendous force, inflicting damage of 64,328. Ollie swiftly retaliated with a horizontal sweep, but Samuro activated his mirror image ability, evading the strike as 5 identical versions of himself surrounded Ollie, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. However, Ollie had no intention of playing this guessing game. With a backward leap, he escaped the encirclement of the Sword Saints. In a flash, a silver streak of light pierced through the bodies of the sword saints, dealing damage of 561, 600, 1, 684, 800, 1, 713, 457, 1, 679, 645, and 1, 658, 933. Found you. Chapter 75. Seal it, Dark Abyss Demon. Ali charged towards the true form of Samuro, who, with his vast combat experience, instantly unleashed a blade storm. Not only did this render him immune to stun effects, but it also allowed him to inflict significant damage upon Ali, reducing his health to half in an instant. Samuro then voluntarily canceled the blade storm, his weapon crackling with explosive sounds. This is where it ends. Invincible slash. Samuro's sharp fangs protruded menacingly, emitting a roar of triumph, proclaiming himself the invincible sword saint. Invincible? How laughable. Ali lifted his head, raising his sword high, as if to declare to the world that he, the Dark Sovereign, had returned. Listen to the extinction, to the profound silence. An invisible aura swept across the surroundings, causing Samuro to momentarily darken before him, a boundless dread blossoming within his heart. Looking up, a pair of grotesque crimson wings eclipsed the light from above, their owner hovering in the air, disdain etched in his gaze, the great sword pointed at Samuro. A mere waste. Come, fight me. Samuro's eyes filled with crimson fury. How could he have felt fear? This was impossible. The sword saint never cowers. Clenching the clan's war blade tightly, Samuro resolutely unleashed his invincible strike. Even if you are a demon god, you cannot escape the fate of being slain. Your ultimate destiny is to become a soul beneath my sword. Facing Samuro's tempestuous onslaught, Ali raised his sword to parry, the sword and man in unison. A multitude of crimson blades materialized around Ali, ready to shield him from all frontal assaults. Samuro's war blade swung with afterimages, striking 18 times in less than a second. Clang, clang, clang. Each of the 18 strikes was effortlessly blocked by Ali, who suffered no harm while inflicting a counterattack damage of 900,000 upon Samuro. Ali's original attack power was 30,000, but upon entering the Dark Sovereign's form, all attributes doubled, raising his attack power to 60,000. Even a casual swing could inflict over 40,000 damage on Samuro. This is impossible, Samuro exclaimed in disbelief. He had actually blocked my invincible strike. Surprised yet quickly regaining composure, Samuro noted the opponent's state was peculiar. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Retreat. Once the transformation ended, it would be his demise. With a thought, Samuro commanded the surrounding mirrors to act, positioning themselves beside Ali to cover his own retreat, with 3 seconds remaining on the cooldown of Gale Step. If he could just stall until it reset, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly still be him. Hope is a beautiful thing, yet reality is harsh. Ali gently swung his sword, a flash like a meteor streaking before the eyes of all, executing a 2-stage attack. 301, 2000, critical hit. 906, 5000, critical hit. The former represents the damage manifested by Samuro, while the latter signifies the damage unleashed by the mirror image, which shattered like a fragile bubble with a resounding pop. Samuro halted his advance, for Alice stood directly before him. Worthless, why do you cower from battle? With merely 2 seconds remaining until the cooldown of Gale Step, Samuro's health dwindled to 550,000. For any other level 20 combatant, even a full team of 5 level 25 players, inflicting 550,000 damage within 2 seconds would be an impossibility. Yet, before Samuro stood Alice, transformed into the form of the Dark Archmage. Not even a second remained. Samuro's demise was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, Alice executed 4 swift strikes. The sound of the great sword slicing through the air pierced Samuro's eardrums, simultaneously extinguishing his life. 8134928 813,679 80976 3812458. With those 4 strikes, Samuro was cleaved into 8 segments, leaving him with a debt of 270,000 health points to Alice. Upon Samuro's death, Alice raised his dual swords above his head, uttering not a word, yet conveying everything. Worthless, utterly ineffectual. Defeated the Flameblade Sword Saint Samuro, 32. Experience points 45,000, evolution points 50,000. Successfully cleared the Blood Ring Arena, Nightmare difficulty. Evolution points 1600, selected Deathmatch mode, and vanquished the Glorious Gladiator, Achieving perfect completion conditions. Evolution points 10,000. Acquired crystal placement for the Blood Ring Arena. Nightmare Ruler progress 45. Perfectly cleared the Blood Ring Arena. Nightmare difficulty. Conceal name? A continuous stream of notifications echoed in Lin Yuan's ears, and a slight smile graced his lips. No. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for perfectly clearing the Blood Arena. Nightmare difficulty. Let us celebrate his triumph. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for perfectly clearing the Blood Arena. Nightmare difficulty. Let us celebrate his triumph. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for perfectly clearing the Blood Arena. Nightmare difficulty. Let us celebrate his triumph. All the combatants present heard the regional announcement. Many snapped back to reality. Was it already cleared? It turned out that the secret to achieving a perfect clearance was selecting deathmatch mode. How exceedingly difficult. Lin Yuan? Could it be the legendary Lin Yuan, who single-handedly conquered the regional underground dungeon? Truly, Lin Yuan deserved his reputation, as even the Blood Ring Arena, notorious for no one achieving a 5-game winning streak, could not withstand his prowess. Some individuals hail from distant cities and are unfamiliar with Lin Yuan. The professionals of Tianfeng City quickly shared the remarkable feats of Lin Yuan with them, soloing the Nightmare Difficulty Novice Dungeon, effortlessly defeating the Nightmare Passage Exam Robot, and single-handedly conquering the Nightmare Difficulty Regional Dungeon. Moreover, he had just triumphed in the Nightmare Difficulty Blood Ring Arena, all while in deathmatch mode. Each of these accomplishments, if attributed to any individual, would undoubtedly categorize them as a prodigy and attract the attention of the professional association. However, when such extraordinary feats coalesce in a single person, the term prodigy becomes an understatement. They become a true anomaly, an unparalleled genius. Such individuals, once they reach their full potential, are destined to become national-level professionals akin to Mu Tianqing. The notion that one could single-handedly vanquish an entire nation is not mere hyperbole. During his prime, Mu Tianqing could indeed achieve this. Around him, the professionals gazed upward at Lin Yuan, seated upon the throne. Tianfeng City was on the verge of taking flight. Once more, an unparalleled genius had emerged in Xiaogua. It was only natural that Lin Yuan would claim the top spot in this year's college entrance examination. The most formidable summoner in history, he was poised to become the first to transcend the limitations of summoners. Dai Haler stood motionless, his eyes devoid of life. As he realized that his connection with the Blood King had been severed, the arena before him no longer belonged to him. With a resounding crash, the Blood Ring Arena transformed into a streak of light and flew into Lin Yuan's grasp. Revealing the details, Blood Ring Arena setting Crystal 12, difficulty, Hard Nightmare. Entry level, 1825. Note, when the Blood Ring Arena merges with the Order Arena, the Cosmic Arena will be accessible to all professionals of Blue Star. Chapter 76. Epic Fire Blade Battle Flag as the Blood Ring Arena vanished. The surrounding professionals exchanged glances before departing. Yet, before leaving, they stole one last look at Lin Yuan floating above. It was evident that it would not be long before tales of Lin Yuan's exploits spread throughout the southeastern province. Interestingly, the usually arrogant Flash Guild had suddenly adopted a much more subdued demeanor, resembling wilted eggplants, as they realized that Lin Yuan hailed from the unparalleled guild. Accompanying him was none other than the illustrious vice president of the unparalleled guild, Liu Shang, who had once single-handedly slain a level 55 Lord-class mountain giant, saving countless lives in the process. Even if the Flash Guild possessed 100 times the audacity, they would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Liu Shang. Lin Yuan toyed with the setting crystal in his left hand, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. The merging of the Blood Ring Arena and the Order Arena would allow the Cosmic Arena to be opened to all professionals of Blue Star. This signified the existence of many other professionals throughout the cosmos beyond Blue Star. Upon reflection, there is little to be astonished about. The emergence of Blue Star professionals has been less than a century. In the grand scheme of existence, a century is but a fleeting moment, easily overlooked by ancient entities that might slumber for that duration. As Lin Yuan stowed away the crystal, his gaze shifted towards the two other items in his possession. Bloodlust, skill description, consumes 20,000 mana, enhancing the movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed of all allied units within a 100-meter radius by 50% for a duration of 25 seconds, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Additional mana can be expended to extend the skill's coverage distance. An extra 10,000 mana increases the range by 100 meters. Fireblade Battle Banner. Quality, Epic. Requirements, Agility 2000. Attributes, Strength 1000. Agility 1000. Trait 1, Attack Power 20. Trait 2, Critical Damage 20. The Bloodlust skill is a universal tome accessible to all professions. Yet its considerable mana cost leans more towards magical classes. After all, melee professions would not squander their precious free attributes on intelligence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuan decided to bestow the skill tome upon a Gue, as Bloodlust is primarily supportive, capable of amplifying all allied units' capabilities, thus maximizing the benefits for a Gue. Furthermore, by allowing a Gue to learn it, Lin Yuan essentially acquired the skill without any effort, a splendid gain indeed. With great delight, a Gue eagerly accepted the skill book and learned it without hesitation. Immediately after mastering it, a Gue activated the skill, conjuring an illusory crimson war drum that resonated with a powerful beat. A shimmering red aura enveloped all professionals and undead within a 100-meter radius, invigorating them as if imbued with the essence of life itself, enhancing their movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 50%. Lin Yandong was taken aback, exclaiming, "My casting speed has increased by half." Lo Yuchong lightly stepped, vanishing from her original position only to reappear moments later, exclaiming, "My speed has also surged by 50%. With a swift unsheathing of her sword, Lo Yuchong executed a flourish, feeling her attack speed similarly enhanced. Bloodlust. Lin Yuan had acquired a significant enhancement skill. Cui Xianglong gestured animatedly to the air, exclaiming, "If this were used in the heat of battle, it would be utterly exhilarating." If Liao Chan were to receive the augmentation from Bloodlust, his punching speed would likely be a blur, unseen by the naked eye. Lin Yandong pondered more deeply than the others, observing, "Look at the extensive range of this skill. It spans at least 100 meters. Just imagine the impact it could have if deployed during a Zerg siege." Many present had previously ventured into the insect nest fortress and witnessed the terrifying scenes of the Zerg assault. The mere thought of thousands of professionals simultaneously enhanced by Bloodlust was almost too staggering to fathom. Such pitiful creatures, the Zerg, would likely be reduced to mere shattered flesh in an instant. Cui Xianglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "By heavens, old Lin, that skill is a Legion technique." As its name suggests, Legion techniques are expansive skills capable of augmenting an entire legion. Each professional endowed with such a technique is akin to a national treasure. Currently, only 3 support classes in Xia possess Legion techniques. However, the cumulative enhancement effects of these individuals pale in comparison to Lin Yuan's Bloodlust. A distance of 100 meters is still too close. If only it could be extended to 800 meters. No, 500 meters. Should it reach 500 meters, there might be a glimmer of hope to thoroughly cleanse the insect nest fortress in Tianfeng City. Lin Yuan descended from his throne, greeting each person in turn. "Brother Lin, President Luo, President Cui." Except for Luo Yuchong, who offered a slight nod, the others greeted him with great warmth. Lin Yandong jogged forward, exclaiming, "Ah, little Lin, you have given me quite a scare. My heart has been all over the place since I've been following you." A smile crept onto Lin Yuan's lips. "Brother Lin, you ought to practice your composure. Just look at President Luo, so calm and collected. You should learn from him." "That makes sense," Lin Yandong acknowledged, realizing he should indeed learn more from President Luo. After a moment's consideration, he pulled out his phone and promptly transferred 50 million to Lin Yuan. "Little brother Lin, as per our previous agreement, I've sent you the 50 million. Please check if it has arrived." "Oh, how embarrassing," Lin Yuan replied, glancing at his balance. "Weren't we supposed to consider unforeseen events? Today's matter was initiated by me approaching President Luo. It falls outside our agreement." Lin Yandong waved his hand dismissively. "Just your perfect completion of the Blood Ring Arena has already brought honor to Tianfeng City. You should have seen the faces of those from the Shining Guild. They looked like overripe melons, utterly defeated. The professionals from other regions were equally astonished. You should prepare yourself mentally. It won't be long before your name spreads throughout the Southeast Province." Lin Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing to prepare for. I merely wish that no foolish individual emerges seeking attention. I must state clearly that I am not one to indulge such behavior. Anyone attempting to show off before me should be ready to face the consequences." Luo Yuchong crossed her arms, asserting, "If any fool dares to act out, they need only try. Behind you stands the Peerless Guild. If they cannot handle it, I shall intervene." Luo Yuchang had every right to express such confidence. In all of Xia, there were but a handful of entities that could instill caution in her. Ha! Lin Yuan laughed heartily. The importance of assistance pales in comparison to the attitude displayed. Luo Yuchang's demeanor greatly pleased Lin Yuan. Taking out the placement crystal for the Blood Ring Arena, Lin Yuan handed the crystal to Luo, saying, "President Luo, you may handle this." Chapter 77, Distinctions Among Geniuses. Placement Crystal. Luo Yuchang gazed at the translucent crystal in her hand, pondering whether it was a reward for achieving perfect clearance. Beside her, Lin Yandong stared intently, his eyes nearly glued to the crystal. Luo Yuchang raised her hand and placed the crystal into Lin Yandong's grasp, stating, "President Lin, I believe the association of professionals requires expansion. Expansion is imperative." Lin Yandong carefully stored the placement crystal, acknowledging that their current space indeed felt somewhat cramped. "Today, my brother Lin has unveiled yet another underground city. If we do not expand soon, we will have nowhere to accommodate it. I must express my gratitude on behalf of the professionals in Tianfeng City. Once the Blood Ring Arena is established, the Forum for Professionals in Tianfeng City will certainly erupt with excitement." Cui Xianglong clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." When Mu Tianxing rose to prominence, it was after his first-class transition. Yet here you are, awakening at your peak, and it seems increasingly extraordinary. I see you have already reached level 20. It is time to prepare for your class transition quest. No summoner has ever succeeded in this task. I hope you can shatter this curse. If any other profession exhibited Lin Yuan's prowess, there would be no concern regarding the transition quest. However, as a summoner, Lin Yuan faced the unprecedented challenge of a task that had confounded all previous summoners. Those who had attempted the transition quest were left bewildered, rendering the summoner's transition a mystery. Despite Lin Yuan's impressive display, Cui Xianglong harbored worries that he might not complete the quest, fearing it would be a significant loss for Xia country. "President Cui, let us make a wager," Lin Yuan proposed with a smile. "If I succeed in transitioning, you treat me to a meal. The last time, that large goose was delightful. This time, let us have a few more." "Absolutely," Cui Xianglong confidently replied. "I'll ensure we have an abundance of swans. President Lin will surely be distressed." Lin Yuan jested. "You finally admit it." Cui Xianglong laughed heartily. Recalling the frustrations of old Lin, Lin Yandong playfully punched Cui Xianglong in the chest. "It's all your fault, you rascals. You noticed yet failed to inform me. I spent considerable effort crafting half a goose on my own. How could I possibly be angry? My dear brother Lin, I have recently been raising a flock of large geese in Hubei, all prepared for you." Cui Xianglong chuckled. Lin Yuan smiled. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony with you, my elder brother. Come now, we are all family here. There is no need for formality," Lin Yandong chided lightly. In Tianfeng City, a group of influential figures encircled Lin Yuan, engaging in conversation that treated him as an equal, showing no hint of considering him their junior. The surrounding professionals exchanged glances, perceiving nothing amiss. Such is the nature of this world. Strength dictates hierarchy. If one possesses power, they are a leader. If one is weak, their words are deemed erroneous. Xiao Bin, standing on the periphery of this assembly, observed Lin Yuan exchanging laughter and banter with the elites, feeling as though he were in a different realm altogether. Just days prior, Lin Yuan was merely an awakening summoner, dismissed by all, while Xiao Bin represented the Dawn Sword Guild's promising talent, meticulously cultivated at great expense. Their paths seemed destined to remain unconnected. On the fateful day in the skeleton graveyard, Xiao Bin realized the existence of those who surpass comprehension. The nightmarish difficulty of the skeleton graveyard, which they could not conquer despite their utmost efforts. Lin Yuan effortlessly cleared with finesse. Xiao Bin had once harbored hopes of eventually catching up to him, but despair now consumed him. After today, he could no longer even glimpse Lin Yuan's shadow. No, it was not merely a matter of visibility. They were entirely from different worlds. Lin Yuan was akin to a radiant moon in the night sky, while Xiao Bin was a mere carp in the vast ocean. Vice President Qin Ming, sensing Xiao Bin's emotional shift, clapped him on the shoulder, urging him not to remain in a daze. He should consider himself fortunate to share a city with Lin Yuan. Without him, they would never glimpse the Divine Blessing dungeon at their current level. Qin Ming retrieved a model off-road vehicle from his backpack and tossed it to the ground. Upon impact, it instantly enlarged. Taking the driver's seat, he beckoned others to join him. Have you memorized the strategy for the ruins of the fierce mountain dynasty? Once you've done so, let us return and group up. Stop dwelling on trivial matters. Hearing Chun Ming's words, Xiao Bin's spirits began to lift. Chun Ming, noticing the change, started the vehicle and drove towards Tianfeng City. As he drove, his thoughts drifted back to his own youth. He too had once experienced a state similar to Xiao Bin's. Genius, who among them was not? Yet, even within the realm of the gifted, insurmountable chasms exist. Such individuals are labeled as prodigies, and before these prodigies, genius merely serves as a threshold to glimpse their brilliance. Upon returning to Tianfeng City, Lin Yuan headed directly to the Longding community. Passing by the lakeside, he spotted Mu Tianxing, donned in a straw hat, reclining on a lounge chair, his expression radiating sheer contentment. As Lin Yuan approached, surprise washed over him. President Mu? Where did you acquire this essential oil? You appear to have shed over 20 years. Mu Tianxing opened his eyes to find Lin Yuan before him, sitting upright in astonishment. This was, after all, his original appearance. Did he truly believe he was an old man? He was merely 36 years of age. Luo Yuchong, a year younger than he, was 35. Beside him, Luo Yuchong wore an unflattering expression. To publicly disclose one's age in such a setting was unwise. If one remained silent, no one would perceive them as mute. With her arms crossed, her voice was frigid as she addressed him. Mu Tianxing scratched his head and chuckled, having forgotten that discussing a woman's age, especially one over 30, was ill-advised. Mu Tianxing. Luo Yuchong's hand rested upon the hilt of her sword, her gaze appraising him, contemplating where to strike for a wound that would inflict enduring pain without being fatal. I was wrong. Mu Tianxing immediately pleaded for mercy. Let us speak seriously. After a brief pause, Mu Tianxing's gaze shifted to Luo Yuchong. The Dark Knight Guild has already learned of my presence in Tianfeng City. I believe it will not be long before they come to confront me. Luo Yuchong appeared contemplative. You intend to use yourself as bait to ensnare them all? Indeed. Mu Tianxing affirmed with a nod. I have some confidence. 100%. Luo Yuchong raised an eyebrow. Have you dispelled your curse? Not yet, Mu Tianxing replied, shaking his head. However, it can be removed at any time. I cannot completely dispel it before they arrive. Once the curse is fully lifted, I will become the first human to achieve the third profession transition. The scoundrels of the Dark Knight Guild will undoubtedly hesitate to show themselves upon learning of my successful transition. Chapter 78. The Epic Heart of the Ancient Tree. So you wish to eradicate the curse just as the Dark Knight Guild arrives, executing a magnificent counterattack. Luo Yuchong nodded in agreement, deeming it a sound strategy. Lin Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if they send someone to probe first? If I were a member of the Dark Knight Guild, I would not act recklessly. At the very least, I would send some individuals to ascertain whether it is a trap. If they could eliminate President Mu, that would be ideal. If not, they would at least confirm the presence of a trap. Mu Tianxing found this reasoning sound and inquired of Lin Yuan. Do you have any good ideas? I wouldn't call it a good idea. I'm merely sharing my perspective. Lin Yuan contemplated further. I have researched the Dark Knight Guild's information. Their mission is to establish a realm where practitioners reign supreme. They revel in sacrificing the lives of ordinary people to expand the boundaries of dungeons. The regional dungeon was their doing. If they succeeded once, they will surely attempt it again. Mu Tianxing pursed his lips. You are correct. Their favorite tactic is to exploit the attention drawn by the impending boundary breach of a dungeon to create chaos and benefit from it. Lin Yuan nodded. It certainly simplifies matters. Once the monsters emerge in abundance, chaos will ensue in the city, inadvertently restraining the powers of its elite professionals. Even in failure, the loss is but an underground city. To draw forth their trump card, mere rumors will not suffice. Lin Yuan gazed at Mu Tianxing's somewhat handsome visage and remarked, in your current state, their first instinct upon seeing you will undoubtedly be to flee. We must adopt a disguise. Indeed, your arrival in Tianfeng City was ostensibly for the essence of the forest within the Elven Woods, was it not? Over the next few days, you can have the Adventurers Association issue a notice, seeking to acquire a substantial amount of forest essence. Then, send individuals to Shanghai City to circulate news of your presence there. Let them speculate on our intentions. Mu Tianxing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, what a splendid idea. Let them analyze my movements and condition on their own. Then, when I inadvertently present myself as feeble and aging, they will surely conclude that my demise is imminent. In their desperation to have the Lich resurrect within my body, they will gamble everything. When their trump card appears before me, only to discover that I have not only dispelled the curse, but also successfully changed my class. The scene will be nothing short of spectacular. Ha ha ha. Mu Tianqing laughed heartily. President Mu, isn't it time to settle the cost of lifting the curse? Lin Yuan interjected abruptly. Mu Tianqing's expression turned perplexed. What curse are you referring to? Do not feign ignorance. Lin Yuan retorted with a smirk. Shall I provide you with a hint? The bone pearl. Mu Tianqing's expression froze. You already know. Lin Yuan nodded. I only just found out. Previously, I was puzzled by how Gue could comprehend skills at such an accelerated pace. Within mere days, he has mastered 2 advanced skills. Is it due to his undead nature that he absorbs the power of death more swiftly? However, upon hearing Mu Tianqing mention the dispelling of the curse, and recalling how Mu Tianqing had been frequently alone with Gue during this period, I initially assumed it was merely camaraderie among anglers. Little did I know, there were clandestine transactions occurring in secret. Gue, how could you keep such good fortune from me? If it weren't for Mu Tianqing's inadvertent revelation today, I would have missed out on several billion. After all, he is the first human to achieve a 3rd-tier class. Surely he possesses valuable items. Lin Yuan extended his hand. Now let us see it. Hey, I recently gave you an advanced skill book. Can't that be counted as offsetting? Mu Tianqing exclaimed, his eyes wide. Enough. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What you provided me was an exclusive skill card for professionals. It is my own skill that unlocked the advanced ability. Do not embellish your contributions. But without the skill card, you wouldn't have attained that skill either, Mu Tianqing argued. Reluctant to part with it, are we? Lin Yuan stood. Then you may not see Gue again. Mu Tianqing hurriedly rose to block Lin Yuan. Wait, don't be rash. In my contemplation, I ponder what may be of value. If an item is subpar, one would surely lose face by presenting it. Mu Tianqing opened his backpack, rummaging through its contents until he finally produced a luminescent tree trunk. Heart of the ancient tree material. Grade, epic. Function, usable for weapon forging. When fused with a wood attribute summoned beast, it will inherit the skills of the ancient tree race. As Mu Tianqing revealed the heart of the ancient tree, a pained expression crossed his face. This was the fruit of his labor after vanquishing the level 55 boss, the corrupted war ancient tree. Initially, he had intended to forge a weapon with it, but had heard that you possessed a tome of wood spirit skills. Thus, I shall present this heart of the ancient tree to you. Lin Yuan accepted the heart of the ancient tree with great satisfaction. An epic-grade material is undeniably rare. It would be perfect for merging with the wood spirit shortly. Joyfully securing the heart of the ancient tree, Lin Yuan summoned Gue. Gue, during this time, whenever President Mu requires assistance, be ready to respond. Do you understand? Gue glanced at Lin Yuan and then at Mu Tianqing, realizing that the secret was out. Gaga. Gue spread his hands, indicating that he had not leaked any information. Mu Tianqing buried his face in his hands, cursing his own indiscretion in mentioning the unbinding of the curse before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and walked towards his villa, with Luo Yuchang trailing behind him, a smile gracing her lips. Once only Gue and Mu Tianqing remained. Gue raised his hand and gestured, inquiring about the diamond-grade fishing rod he had promised last time. Mu Tianqing's lips twitched slightly as he retrieved the diamond-grade fishing rod from his backpack and handed it to Gue. You truly are Lin Yuan's summoned beast. Gue patted his chest, emitting a raucous laugh. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan discovered that Ali had already departed. He had been summoned to the Blood Ring Arena after only teaching half of his morning class, and would need to continue instructing his students in the afternoon. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Lin Yuan took out the tome for summoning wood spirits. Summon wood spirit. Level, learning level, 20 skill description. Consumes 200 mana points to summon a wood spirit of equal level. The wood spirit's bloodline level is tier 3, with a maximum enhancement to tier 5. After learning the skill, Lin Yuan wore an intrigued expression. The name wood spirit suggests it is an auxiliary type of summoned beast. Ideally, it would be a magic type, allowing him to indulge in the thrill of wielding magical prowess. After binding the 3rd summoning position to the wood spirit, Lin Yuan raised his hand to cast the summoning spell. In an instant, a female elf, standing at 1.5 meters tall, materialized before him. Wood Spirit, Tier 3 Elite, Level, 20 Race, Elf, Health Points, 40,000 Mana Points, 40,000 Attack Power, 8,000 Defense Power, 4,000 Strength, 4,000 Agility, 1. 000 stamina, 2,000 intelligence, 4,000 talent, endless vitality, equipment, none skills, mighty strike, whip, rooting upon her appearance. The wood spirit's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world, giving off a first impression of being somewhat naive, almost as if lacking in intelligence. After examining her attributes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder why the wood spirit, typically seen as a support character, possessed such high strength growth alongside unexpectedly high intelligence. Moreover, what was the meaning behind her skills, mighty strike and whip? What happened to the notion of support? With a sigh, Lin Yuan began to assess her talents. Endless vitality, talent effect 1. You will never feel fatigue and will always remain in a state of abundant energy. Transformation skills have no cooldown restrictions. Talent effect 2. Your will is as solid as rock, granting immunity to mental control skills. Talent effect 3. You recover 10% of your maximum health and mana every second. The good news was that Lin Yuan had acquired healing capabilities. The bad news was that they only applied to himself. What use was this talent if he could never die? With a resigned sigh, Lin Yuan acknowledged that it still had its merits. At the very least, the no cooldown transformation skill was quite advantageous, allowing him to become the Dark Abyss mage at will. His ultimate skill had effectively transformed into a permanent one. How impressive was that? Lin Yuan took out the heart of the ancient tree and handed it to the wood spirit, encouraging her to fuse with it. The wood spirit eagerly accepted the heart of the ancient tree and swallowed it whole before Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan thought to himself, I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about this elf. I hope she isn't a fool. He decided to proceed with her evolution. Lin Yuan opened the wood spirit's panel, intending to expend 5,000 evolution points to elevate her to tier 4. Planning to wait until the next morning when Gue finished fishing to evolve him to tier 5 as well. Lin Yuan pondered whether to consume evolution points to promote the wood spirit's rank and ultimately chose to proceed. Verdant natural energies materialized around the wood spirit, an immense force that far exceeded the capabilities of a mere 4th-tier summoned creature. A glance at the panel revealed a deduction of 55,000 points. A direct leap from 3rd to 5th tier. Although the natural energy was formidable, it exuded an air of gentleness, akin to a spring breeze, refreshing and invigorating. As the energy dissipated, a female spirit, graceful and enchanting, stood before him, measuring approximately 165 meters in height. Master, the spirit's voice flowed like crystal-clear water, and Lin Yuan was struck by a singular word that sprang to mind, pure, as pristine as a blank canvas. From now on, you shall be named Alan, embodying the essence of refined grace. Upon examining Alan's attributes, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Alan, ancient tree spirit, 5th-tier warrior, level 20 race, spirit, health points, 160,000 mana points, 160,000 attack power, 32,000 defense power, 16,000 strength, 16,000 agility, 4,000 endurance, 8,000 intelligence, 16,000 talent, everlasting life, equipment, none racial skill, war horn skills, earthquake tremor, war stomp, shattering strike, lethal whip, earth spike. Rooting Lin Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning if he had misread the information. War horn, racial skill, skill description. Sound the war horn to transform into a war ancient tree, increasing attack power by 100 and health points by 500 for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Earthquake tremor, skill description. Strike the ground forcefully, dealing continuous damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius for 5 seconds, inflicting 30,000 points of physical damage per second while reducing their movement speed by 50, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. With 6 skills in total, all but one, rooting, were focused on physical damage output. He had anticipated a ranged support character, but had instead summoned a melee powerhouse capable of transforming into a war ancient tree. Lin Yuan sighed, resigning himself to the fact that his aspirations of becoming a mage seemed increasingly distant. Well, let it be. A melee fighter is still a fighter. It matters not. Once I reach level 50, I shall summon the Naga Queen, the sovereign of the seas. Surely, she cannot be a melee combatant as well. Alan, please choose a room for yourself. You may select any room except for the piano room on the 2nd floor and the fishing room on the 1st. Alan nodded. Yes. Master, would you like me to tidy the bed for you, or anything else? No need. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Just take care of yourself. There's no need to worry about me. Alan silently nodded, her demeanor poised and elegant, resembling a refined lady of the house. When Alan successfully advanced to the 5th tier, Gue was fervently fishing with his newly acquired diamond-grade fishing rod. Having fished throughout the night, as the sun rose, 5 buckets beside Gue brimmed with various fish. Through relentless fishing, his basic fishing skill had ascended to intermediate level. Cackling with joy, Gue danced with exuberance. From this moment forth, he had transformed into a seasoned angler. The term Air Force would never find its way into his lexicon. Summoning a horde of undead, Gue instructed them to carry the spoils back to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, he encountered Lin Yuan, who had just risen. Upon seeing the 5 large buckets of fish behind Gue, Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, what a splendid haul!" Gue chuckled gleefully, raising his diamond fishing rod in triumph. At that moment, Alan descended the stairs. Upon seeing Gue, an icy aura radiated from her. Undead, as a being of nature, she instinctively harbored animosity towards the undead. With a swift gesture, formidable vines, as thick as 3 arms, materialized and lashed out at Gue, sending him flying and shattering the villa's front door. "Alan, stop!" Lin Yuan urgently called out, for Alan's arm had completely petrified. If not halted immediately, she would transform into a war-ancient tree, and the villa would surely be obliterated. "Alan, Gue is one of us." Gue struggled to his feet, feeling several ribs fracture. 5th tier? Turning to Lin Yuan, blue flames flickered in his eyes, glaring intensely. How is this possible? Why is this violent elf at the 5th tier? Chapter 80. The violent Alan. Allow me to introduce you to Alan. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. There was a little incident yesterday. You'll advance next time. The fishing rod slipped from Gue's grasp, clattering to the ground as he felt he had missed a fortune. So, she is the master's summoned beast. I thought she was a wild undead from somewhere. Alan, brushing her hair back, spoke in a gentle tone, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Noticing the fish in the buckets, Alan's eyes brightened. "Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll prepare breakfast for you all, as an apology to Gue." At that moment, Ali approached from a distance, having returned from his early morning outing after finishing his morning class. Upon seeing the shattered door, Ali's expression froze, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as his hand instinctively reached behind him to grasp his dual swords. "Ali, your timing is impeccable." Lin Yuan gestured towards him. "A misunderstanding occurred earlier, but do not be alarmed. Just in time. Alan is preparing breakfast. Let us await him in the dining room." Alan entered the kitchen, carrying a fish, while Lin Yuan, Ali, and Gue took their seats in the dining area. Within 10 minutes, Alan approached with a large basin. "Do taste the fish I have prepared." Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan's face darkened, as 4 small black fish swam about in the basin, occasionally flipping over, seemingly quite content. Gue turned his head, spotting the basin on the table. Instinctively, he produced a fishing rod, letting out a series of cackles. With a gentle toss, a small black fish bit the hook. "Got one. Haha." Gue beamed at Lin Yuan, as if to boast of his prowess. Upon hearing the laughter, Alan's expression shifted dramatically. She smacked Gue on the head. "What are you laughing at? Food is not a toy. Sit properly." Gue rubbed his head, astonished by the force of her strike. "What strength?" He immediately shrank back, closing his mouth and sitting up straight. Alan turned back, her demeanor softening once more. "Master, why are you not eating? Fresh fish is the best." Lin Yuan paused for a few seconds before replying. "I do not consume seafood. While fresh fish is indeed tasty, it should not be eaten raw. Do you usually eat this?" "Yes," Alan nodded. "Only fresh fish is truly delicious. But do avoid eating it raw in the future." Lin Yuan stood up. "Let me prepare a dish for you instead. You can cook too?" Alan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "How impressive." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Just wait and see." 5 minutes later, he returned with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. To his surprise, it actually looked quite appetizing. As he set the plate down, Ali eagerly picked up his chopsticks, and Lin Yuan wore a satisfied expression. Even Ali couldn't resist digging in, indicating his culinary talent was indeed burgeoning. However, as Ali began to pick out several uneven pieces of eggshell from the dish, he elegantly laid down his chopsticks. Gue's mouth opened and closed silently, and Lin Yuan suddenly slapped Gue's head, exclaiming, "Why are you laughing so loudly? Do you not know that one should eat quietly? Rubbing his head, Ague felt bewildered. Had he really laughed that loudly? Ultimately, they were unable to enjoy breakfast together at home. Ollie is to serve as an officer at the school, while Ague engages in fishing. Lin Yuan escorts Alan to a breakfast shop they frequently visit. Shortly after taking a seat, Lin Yuan's phone vibrates. Upon checking, he discovers a message from the law enforcement team. Urgent notice. 3 jumping insects have infiltrated Tianfeng City. They must be located and exterminated within half an hour. Jumping insects? An image of a creature, half a meter long and resembling a small dog, surfaces in Lin Yuan's mind. Has the insect nest fortress in Tianfeng City also succumbed to chaos? It is astonishing that these creatures could breach the fortress's defenses and enter Blue Star. Lin Yuan grabs a bun and remarks to himself. After finishing his meal, Alan thoughtfully offers him a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Just as they prepare to leave, Alan furrows her brow, expressing her disgust at the insects. Her arms emanate a green glow as she prepares to transform into an ancient tree and intends to crush the insects with a tremor of the earth. Sensing her imminent transformation, Lin Yuan swiftly restrains Alan, urging her not to change. Transforming within the city would lead to devastation had Alan transformed. The surroundings would instantly become a wasteland, endangering the lives of hundreds of ordinary people nearby. There are insects. I must crush them. Alan's tone is no longer gentle. Insects? Lin Yuan is taken aback. Could they be the jumping insects or merely ordinary cockroaches? Where are they? Before Lin Yuan finishes speaking, Alan lightly stomps her foot, causing the ground 30 meters away to suddenly crack open, revealing 3 colossal ground spikes, each 20 centimeters thick and several meters long, with a jumping insect hanging from each. Indeed, they are jumping insects, Lin Yuan exclaims in surprise. Alan's action draws significant attention, prompting Lin Yuan to present his identification, declaring, "Law enforcement team in action. Please vacate the area." Upon hearing this, the crowd disperses hurriedly. Lin Yuan contacts Tian Yi to inform him that the jumping insects have been located. 5 minutes later, Tian Yi arrives with 3 professionals. You discovered the jumping insects in less than 2 minutes since the alert. Quite efficient, he remarks. It seems fortune smiled upon us. Lin Yuan points to the skewered jumping insects, inquiring if there has been a problem at the insect nest fortress. Tian Yi sighs. You are correct in your assumptions. Yesterday, a collapse occurred underground on the west side of the fortress's wall, which the insect tribe seized as an opportunity to launch an attack, resulting in numerous casualties among the professionals. Fortunately, the Demon Suppression Army, equipped with ample weaponry and ammunition, managed to repel the assault. Some burrowing insects escaped, and we have already exterminated over 30. Only the last 3 remain unfound. As T and I engaged in conversation with Lin Yuan, other members of the enforcement team arrived at the rift to examine the surroundings for any overlooked insect eggs. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the jumping beetles, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Each had fallen with a single strike, a testament to the formidable power of the earth spikes. Wasn't Lin Yuan supposed to be a summoner? How could he possibly wield earth spikes? Indeed, his 2 summoned companions consisted of a swordsman wielding a great sword and a chillingly mirthful skeletal mage. There had been no prior mention of any ability to use earth spikes. Whispers of speculation circulated among the onlookers, while T and I interjected directly. Allow me to introduce this individual. This is Alan. Lin Yuan graciously affirmed, a trance spirit, my 3rd companion. Upon hearing the term companion, Alan's eyes narrowed with delight, his hands clasped together in evident joy. Chapter 81. The Anomaly of the Insect Nest Fortress, a 3rd companion? T and I paused in surprise. You have completed your class transition task. Not yet, Lin Yuan replied, glancing at his experience bar, which still required 140,000 points. Once his experience was maxed out, he could proceed to the Vocational Association's Temple of Class Transition to undertake the necessary task. Success would naturally elevate him to level 21. With a modification of his class template, and with a stroke of luck, he might even grasp 1 or 2 vocational skills. Failure, however, would merely result in a loss of half his experience. Once his experience was replenished, he could opt to undertake the class transition task again, a system designed to be accommodating for practitioners, albeit limited to 2 attempts. Should both attempts fail, he would forever remain at level 20. T and I took out his phone and reported the news of the jumping beetle Lin Yuan had slain. Then, setting his phone aside, he remarked to Lin Yuan, 1 jumping beetle is worth 100,000. 3 make 300,000. It's on your account now. Before long, a notification chimed on Lin Yuan's phone. 300,000 had been credited. One jumping beetle is worth that much? Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. These 3 jumping beetles were merely first-tier insectoids of level 15, the most basic unit within the insect race. In the realm of insects, their worth was measured in the millions, at 100,000 each. Slaying 100 would yield 1,000,000, and killing 10,000 would amount to a staggering 10 billion. Lin Yuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a path to wealth. Noticing Lin Yuan's expression, Tianai cautioned, "Do not get ahead of yourself." The value of these 3 jumping beetles arises solely from their emergence from the rift. If they were still within, they wouldn't even be worth 100. While jumping beetles are indeed the lowest combat unit of the insect race, their prolific breeding capabilities pose a dire threat. Should they establish a nest and lay eggs in Blue Star, the consequences would be dire. The budding prospect of wealth that Lin Yuan had envisioned crumbled abruptly. Once the other investigators had concluded their tasks at the scene, Tian Yi accompanied his team into the vehicle. Before departing, he cautioned, "The Bug Nest Fortress 37 may soon experience a riot. All professionals between levels 20 and 30 will be summoned. You are also within the scope of the summons, so remain vigilant for messages on your phone." A riot at the Bug Nest Fortress. Lin Yuan's demeanor immediately grew serious. 18 years prior, a similar upheaval had occurred at the Bug Nest Fortress in Tianfeng City, during which Lin Yuan tragically became an orphan. Initially, he had thought little of the matter. But upon hearing Tian Ye's words today, a thought ignited within him: to eradicate the bug nest in Tianfeng City. Lin Yuan rested his hand on the car window and inquired, "Captain Tian, where's the bug nest fortress? I've heard there are plenty of bugs inside, and the experience points should be substantial. Are you looking to grind for experience?" Tian Yi shook his head vigorously. "If that is your intent, you've chosen the wrong location. While there are indeed numerous bugs within the nest, the common ones yield no experience points. Only by vanquishing the mother-type bugs will you gain any experience. If you wish to accumulate experience, I recommend the level 20 dungeon, the Riot Prison. The highest difficulty in that dungeon is merely adventure level. With your capabilities, you could clear it in under 10 minutes. A couple of days of grinding there will suffice to max out your experience." As the two conversed, several phones among the group chimed simultaneously. Upon checking, they found it was an internal message from the law enforcement team. All members between levels 20 and 30 report immediately to the law enforcement headquarters. Upon reading the message, Tian Yi shrugged at Lin Yuan. "Well, it seems the riot prison is off the table. The urgency of this message suggests a riot has indeed erupted at the Bug Nest Fortress. Will you accompany us back to headquarters?" "No, I'll pass," Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. "You all go ahead. I need to make a stop at the professional association first." In addition to the law enforcement messages, Lin Yuan's phone bore another message from Lin Yandong. "Lin, hurry to the association." Tian Yi slapped the steering wheel. "Get in. The professional association is not far from headquarters. I'll take you there." Upon arriving at the professional association, Lin Yandong awaited them at the entrance. After their greetings, he promptly led Lin Yuan onto a private jet owned by Luo Yuchang. "Lin, let's discuss matters as we go." During the journey, Lin Yandong detailed the situation to Lin Yuan. "The reason I summoned you is because there's something I need to entrust to you. According to reliable sources, a 5th-tier bug has been gestating within the Bug Nest Fortress." Lin Yandong's expression was grave. In previous riots, the most formidable adversaries encountered were only 4th-tier bugs. Yet this time, a 5th-tier bug has emerged. It is feared that the fissures in the bug nest may continue to expand, raising the threat level further. 5th-tier bugs are no trifling matter, but the demon-subduing army is fully prepared. The purpose of your presence here is to apply the Bloodlust spell during the Zerg siege, which will significantly minimize the casualties of the demon suppression army. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, Lin Yandong patted his chest, assuring, "I guarantee with my integrity that no danger will arise. I have already discussed the appearance fee with Meng Zhan. I will provide you with 50 million, and Meng Zhan will offer equivalent equipment or skill books. The battle will be entirely entrusted to the demon suppression army, and your sole responsibility will be to cast the Bloodlust spell. How does that sound?" "No objections," Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. "Let me clarify beforehand that, without interfering with the combat of the demon suppression army, I will send Ali and the others into battle. That is acceptable." Lin Yandong nodded with a smile, yet emphasized the importance of safety. The Zerg often attack in the thousands. Although your summoned beasts are formidable, should they become encircled by the Zerg, the situation could become dire. Lin Yuan remained silent. Dire? That is inconceivable. If you have many Zerg, then let us see whether you possess more Zerg or I possess more undead. Prior to the eternal cycle, Lin Yuan may not have been able to summon undead in a continuous flow, but now, with eternal cycle, restoring 10% of his maximum health and mana every second, Lin Yuan became an inexhaustible engine. The undead would be abundant. After the aircraft landed, Lin Yuan followed Luo Yuchang and Lin Yandong into the fortress. Observing Lin Yuan's curiosity, Luo Yuchang provided a brief introduction, explaining that this was the outermost defensive line. There are 3 such fortresses in total. As they traversed the interior, Lin Yuan noticed numerous injured professionals receiving treatment. This was the infirmary, and beyond lay the true core area of the fortress. After a few minutes of walking and turning a corner, they arrived at a spacious plaza. Over 500 fully armed professionals stood guard around the square, which was filled with artillery, crossbows, barricades, and various instruments of war. At the far end of the plaza was a 10-meter-long, 6-meter-high blue fissure. Luo Yuchang fixed her gaze upon this blue rift, which served as the portal to the Zerg nest. Passing through it would lead to the true Zerg fortress. Chapter 82. The terrifying Zerg nest. Upon their arrival, Meng Zhan strode over from a distance, first nodding to Luo Yuchang, Mayor Luo. Turning his attention to Lin Yuan, he stated, "On behalf of the Demon Suppression Army, I welcome your presence." Meng Zhan was not one for pleasantries. Upon meeting Lin Yuan, he got straight to the point. "I trust President Lin has briefed you on your tasks during the journey. I shall not reiterate." Meng Zhan gestured to the side, summoning a 30-year-old officer, Ling Yi. The officer named Ling Yi stands at a height of 1.8 meters, possessing striking features and an aura laden with lethal intent. Ling Yi, a level 30 ice mage, serves as my aide-de-camp and commands the forces within the Bug Nest Fortress dungeon. General Meng introduced Ling Yi's identity to the others and particularly advised Lin Yuan to stay close to Ling Yi once they entered the rift. Unless the Demon Suppression Army faced total annihilation, Lin Yuan's safety would be unequivocally assured. Safety had never been a concern for Lin Yuan. He remained unfazed. Upon realizing that Ling Yi was an ice mage, Lin Yuan paused momentarily, recalling that he possessed a blizzard skill book of a certain level. The officer before him appeared quite affluent. Perhaps he could sell it to him. With this thought, Lin Yuan promptly produced the blizzard skill book. "General Meng, I have a skill book that seems particularly suitable for Vice Officer Ling." Initially, Ling Yi was indifferent. He was well equipped with skills from level 4 and below, covering damage output and control extensively. General Meng shared a similar sentiment until he glanced at the skill description that day and became quite agitated. A level skill, a large area control skill at that. Upon hearing the level, Ling Yi's attention was immediately drawn to the skill book. A level blizzard skill. His eyes widened in astonishment. This skill seemed tailored specifically for him. The structure of the Bug Nest Fortress resembled a concave shape, and should Ling Yi learn blizzard, he could unleash it from the center of the concavity, thereby maximizing the delay of the bug's assault. General Meng evidently understood this as well, his eyes alight with excitement. "Excellent. I will take this skill book." After a moment's contemplation, General Meng retrieved 2 talismans, one red and one blue, from his spatial pouch and handed them to Lin Yuan. "These are special items I obtained from a diamond treasure chest. They should suit you well." Contract of the Overlord. Single-use consumable. Usage requirement. Level 30. Effect. 50 chance to turn a monster of level no higher than 10 below your own into a summoned beast. Upon contract establishment, the monster's level equals that of the summoner, requiring the use of 1 summoning slot. Awakening contract. Single-use consumable. Usage requirement. Level 40. Effect. Bind a skill book, allowing the early learning of skills exceeding your level by 10. The red one is the contract of the Overlord, while the blue one is the awakening contract. Upon examining the attributes of the runes, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. General Meng's assessment was indeed accurate. These 2 runes were perfectly suited for him. The Sovereign's Pact allows Lin Yuan to select his preferred summon, with a dragon undoubtedly being an exceptional choice. Should he encounter a pure-blood dragon, Lin Yuan may attempt to employ the Sovereign's Pact. As for the 50% probability, he dismisses it entirely. If the dragon refuses, it will soon learn the meaning of being unable to live or die. Surely, there will be no fool who would dare to decline. The Awakening Pact is even more formidable. enabling the summoning of the Naga Queen, a level 50 skill. After utilizing the Awakening Pact, Lin Yuan can learn to summon the Naga Queen at level 40, which means he will possess a Tier 7 Monarch level summon by that time. It is simply invincible. With the Blizzard skill at his disposal, Ling Yi eagerly immersed himself in learning it. With Blizzard, their chances of repelling the insect invasion have increased by another 10%, as long as that 5th-tier insect does not burrow underground. The insect nest fortress within the dungeon will not be completely obliterated as it was last time. One can only hope. Meng Zhan sighed, reminding himself that if the situation becomes unbearable, Lin Yuan's safety must be assured. A destroyed fortress can be rebuilt, but Lin Yuan must not come to harm. Ling Yi stood at attention, affirming, "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Lin Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable, questioning whether the insects were truly that powerful to have destroyed the fortress. Why not drive the insects back? Wouldn't merely defending be overly passive? Knowing Lin Yuan had never been to an insect nest, Meng Zhan took the opportunity to enlighten him. "My dear brother, you are unaware. The dungeon before us is known as the Rift Dungeon. The Rift Dungeon has a unique characteristic. Its difficulty fluctuates with the size of the rift. This particular insect nest is restricted to levels 20 to 30, categorized as an adventurous challenge. The Rift Dungeon is a tangible world, with no restrictions on the number of entrants. Typically, around 50 troops are stationed at the insect nest, rotating periodically. They establish fortresses within the rifts to fend off the insect invasion. Hence the name of the insect nest fortress." Lin Yuan suddenly understood. So, the other side of the rift is the world of the insects. Wouldn't it be better to send a large number of professionals to push through? It would resolve the insect nest issue once and for all. "This thought has indeed crossed our minds, and we have attempted it before," Meng Zhan replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. "In the Northwest Province, in the city of Tianhua, we once organized 5,000 professionals to enter the 17th insect nest, intending to annihilate it completely. However, the outcome was that 5 6th-tier insects emerged from their ranks. In that battle, over 4,000 professionals lost their lives, and the 17th insect nest fortress was utterly destroyed, resulting in hundreds of thousands of insects invading Tianhua City. More than 1 million ordinary people perished at the hands of the insects, inflicting indelible damage on Tianhua City. Since then, no one has dared to organize large numbers of professionals to enter the insect nest." Meng Zhan pointed to the nearby fissure and remarked that the current insect nest could accommodate no more than 100 practitioners. Beyond that, incidents akin to the previous calamity in Tianhua City would inevitably arise. Do not be misled into thinking that 100 practitioners is a substantial number. The insects are counted in the tens of thousands. Although individual insects possess weak combat capabilities, their overwhelming numbers are formidable. As he spoke, Meng Zhan's expression turned grave. "What I have mentioned pertains to normal circumstances. Should there be a riot within the insect nest, their numbers would surge. Moreover, the difficulty of the nest would escalate to a nightmarish level." Before Meng Zhan could finish his thought, the color of the fissure abruptly altered, transitioning from blue to purple. Insect nest number 37. Difficulty: Nightmare. Challenge level: 2030. Limited number: 100. Chapter 83. The thrill brought by the bloodthirsty technique. Here it comes. Meng Zhan narrowed his eyes. The 5th-tier insects had successfully gestated. Ling Yi, proceed immediately to the fortress and execute the previously devised battle plan. Ling Yi saluted, affirmatively responding, "Understood." The entire team lined up and entered the fissure in an orderly manner. The practitioners from Tianfeng City, having arrived to provide support, swiftly traversed the fissure under the coordination of the Demon Suppression Army, entering the depths of the insect nest. Lin Yuanya followed closely behind Ling Yi as they passed through the fissure. "You have entered insect nest number 37. You may leave only after staying within for 30 minutes. Upon crossing the fissure, Lin Yuanya observed 5 fully armed practitioners stationed near the fissure, tasked with guarding it to prevent any insects from breaching into Blue Star. "Lieutenant Ling." The guard saluted upon seeing Ling Yi. "The insects are about to launch an assault. You must remain vigilant here and allow not a single insect to escape." Yesterday, the western wall of the fortress had been undermined by the insects, allowing dozens of burrowing jumpers to escape. The law enforcement team had been mobilized around the clock to hunt them down, ultimately succeeding in exterminating all the jumpers. The western wall has since been repaired, and to safeguard against further incursions, Ling Yi had reinforced the garrison. Captain Li Ming, in charge of the guard, tightened his grip on his weapon, assuring that none of the insects would be permitted to slip away. Ling Yi nodded and led Lin Yuan to the top of the wall, where numerous practitioners stood ready. Each of these practitioners boasted a uniform level of 30, with many having previously ventured into the insect nest fortress. Near the left side of the wall, a practitioner in his mid-30s, wielding a green longbow, was smoking, while 4 teammates leaned against the wall, their gazes fixed on the distance. Ah, old Hu. It is said that there will be 5th-tier insects this time. Do you think we might obtain the perfect attribute essence from them? Lao Hu, a seasoned professional with a cigarette in hand and a green longbow at his side, is known as Hu Sanming, a level 30 archer. He extinguishes his half-burnt cigarette, contemplating the notion of a 5th-tier perfect essence, a truly audacious thought. Such an essence could augment all attributes by a staggering 500 points, and if sold, could fetch billions. Albeit it remains a rare commodity. Lighting another cigarette, Hu Sanming muses that regardless of what emerges, it holds no relevance to us. Do we possess any contributions for exchange? We must diligently guard our own territory, striving to procure more 1st and 2nd-tier attribute essences. With a stroke of luck, if we manage to acquire a few 3rd-tier essences, we could trade them for a full set of golden equipment. Lin Yuan approaches from a distance, catching the tail end of Hu Sanming's remarks. Noticing the puzzled expression on Lin Yuan's face, Ling Yi takes the initiative to clarify. Within the insect nest, slaying ordinary insects yields no experience points. Only the queen insect grants such rewards. However, these creatures are not entirely devoid of drops. Ling Yi produces a green crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, explaining that upon the demise of an insect, there exists a chance to obtain such attribute essences. This particular one is a 1st-tier agility crystal, capable of enhancing one's agility by a single point. 10 of these crystals can be synthesized into a 1st-tier agility essence, which in turn increases agility by 5 points. Similarly, agility essences exist alongside strength, intelligence, and endurance essences. 4 distinct attribute essences can be combined to create a perfect essence. A 1st-tier perfect essence bestows an additional 10 points to all attributes, while 2nd-tier grants 50, 3rd-tier 100, 4th-tier 250, and 5th-tier 500. Lin Yuan takes the agility crystal into his hand, inquiring about its drop rate. Approximately 1 in 1,000, meaning 1 crystal will drop from 1,000 insects. 1,000th drop rate is relatively high. Lin Yuan tosses the crystal back to Ling Yi, recalling their earlier discussion about 5th-tier insects potentially dropping 5th-tier perfect crystals. Ling Yi, placing the crystal back into his bag, notes that insects of tier 4 and above have a chance to drop attribute essences. While it is indeed possible for 5th-tier insects to yield perfect attribute essences, there exists another scenario where a 5th-tier insect could be a queen. These invariably drop perfect essences. However, Ling Yi shakes his head, acknowledging the minuscule probability of such an event. Should a 5th-tier queen appear, it would spell doom for everyone present today. Positioning themselves at the heart of the city wall, Ling Yi turns to Lin Yuan and inquires about the range of the bloodthirst skill. Ling Yi intended to adjust the defensive formation based on the range of Lin Yuan's bloodlust technique, striving to allow more individuals to benefit from its enhancement. Lin Yuan glanced at his mana, which barely exceeded 10,000, insufficient to cast bloodlust. However, this was inconsequential. His inability to cast it did not preclude Gui from doing so. Gui possessed a mana pool of 40,000, and when fully utilized, could cover a radius of 300 meters, ample enough to envelop the entire fortress. Lin Yuan extended 3 fingers, indicating 30 meters. Observing this, Ling Yi noted that it would suffice. A denser formation would encompass the majority of their forces. Lin Yuan corrected himself, stating that the coverage area of bloodlust was indeed 300 meters. Ling Yi paused momentarily, querying, "How many meters did you say?" 300. He replied, "What use is a formation for that? The entire fortress could benefit from the enhancement of bloodlust within a 300-meter radius. With 100 professionals simultaneously receiving the benefits of bloodlust, they could employ Blizzard to slow down the enemies, while the others unleash their fervent assaults. With the enhancement of bloodlust, as many insects as came would perish." Ling Yi envisioned this scene, relishing the thought. The Legion's technique was indeed terrifying. The Zerd army will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please prepare for combat. All professionals received the alert simultaneously. Ling Yi, positioned centrally, directed everyone to return to their respective places and initiate their attacks per the instructions. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the Zerg army surged forth from the distance. Leading the charge were 34-meter-tall, square-shaped yellow insects, resembling trucks. Tank insect, elite level 3. Level, 25. Health, 250,000. Attack power, 2,000. Defense, 3,000. Magic resistance, 10. Skill 1. Thick shell increases defense by 50%. Skill 2. Self-destruct upon death. The corpse explodes, inflicting 10,000 magic damage to targets within a 20-meter radius. These were tank insects. Ling Yi was somewhat astonished that tank insects were deployed in the initial wave. Nevertheless, he promptly issued the command to attack, prioritizing the tank insects to prevent them from nearing the city walls. Chapter 84. Lin Yuan's role with the command given. Range professionals commenced their assault on the tank insects, while melee specialists remained vigilant, operating crossbows and serving as artillery, each fulfilling their designated roles. Before the 30 tank insects could approach within 50 meters of the fortress walls, they were all swiftly eliminated. Behind the tank insects lay the Zerg's weakest unit, the first-tier jumping insect, colloquially referred to as the puppy. Jumping insect, common level 1, level 20, health 10,000, attack power 800, defense 200, skill 1. Acceleration increases movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Skill 2. Hatching sleeps for 24 hours. Can hatch 5 level 10 jumping insects, limited to once. As the cannon fodder of the insect race, jumping insects reproduce at an astonishing rate, given a brief period. They can effortlessly hatch tens or even hundreds of millions of their kind. Fortunately, their lifespan is exceedingly short, lasting only 7 days. Had their lifespan been longer, the insect race might have already dominated the cosmos. The mage prepares a slowing skill for ranged attacks, while the melee warriors position themselves at the city walls for defense. The number of jumping insects is overwhelming, totaling 5,000, and their speed is remarkable, closing in on the city walls within mere breaths. Ling Yi raises his hand and unleashes a blizzard along their path, and in an instant, a terrifying storm manifests within 30 meters of the fortress. Ling Yi's spell strength measures 300 points, with the blizzard inflicting 600 points of magical damage per second, doubling against frozen targets. As the 6 seconds elapsed, not a single jumping insect remained alive before the fortress. My goodness, what kind of skill is that? The range is astonishing. Not only is the range vast, but the damage is terrifying. It annihilated a large group of small creatures in just 2 strikes. This must be a high-level skill. Only high-level skills possess such might. Many adventurers engage in discussions regarding the blizzard Ling Yi had just conjured, while Ling Yi maintains an impassive expression, though a glimmer of delight can be discerned in his eyes. 15 minutes later, the second wave of attack arrives. In the span of 10 minutes, the battlefield is swiftly cleared. Ling Yi opens the fortress gates, allowing the adventurers to collect their spoils. Concerning the loot, Ling Yi harbors no worries about anyone pocketing it, as the dungeon ranks contributions based on individual performance. In the recent first wave, as the commander, Ling Yi achieved the highest kill count, earning him a contribution score of 500 points, while the archer named Husaming managed to kill 2 tank insects and 86 small creatures, garnering a contribution of 67 points. Lin Yuan, having done nothing, holds a contribution score of 0. As others gather the spoils, Lin Yuan, arms crossed, inquires of Ling Yi about the total number of waves to expect. Based on past experiences, there are typically 9 waves, with an insect race appearing every 3 waves. Ling Yi turns to Lin Yuan and remarks, "How do you find this place compared to an ordinary nightmare dungeon? You might single-handedly conquer a region-level nightmare dungeon, but here, you may struggle to withstand even a single wave of attack. No matter how formidable one's individual strength, it pales in comparison to the might of the insect horde." The most crucial point that Ling Yi did not mention is that one must not only confront the onslaught of the Zerg, but also safeguard the rift to prevent the creatures from emerging. Even 100 professionals combined would find it exceedingly arduous. For an individual to face such a multitude of Zerg forces is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. There exists a certain distinction in this scenario. Lin Yuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. While a conventional dungeon might impose limitations due to terrain and mechanics, the Zerg nest before him held no such constraints. Take necromancy, for instance. Lin Yuan could summon as many as he wished. Given enough time, he could undoubtedly raise an army of over 1 million undead. However, in the current situation, summoning the undead was unnecessary. Eliminating the Zerg yielded no experience, and low-level attribute essences offered little enhancement to Lin Yuan. Attributes of the same tier could only utilize one essence, meaning if he employed a crystal that increased agility by 1 point, he could not utilize the perfect essence thereafter. As a perfectionist, Lin Yuan felt compelled to select only the finest perfect attribute essences. Moreover, he desired to acquire them through monetary means. Deeming it unnecessary to compete with these ordinary professionals for resources, prepare for the second wave of attack. The second wave of Zerg consisted once again of tank bugs and smaller creatures, but their numbers had tripled, 100 tank bugs and 10,000 smaller ones. A daunting sight indeed. As the assault commenced, Alan tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Master, I detest these bugs. May I annihilate them all?" Lin Yuan turned to see Alan's eyes gleaming with a green light. He could surmise that should he acquiesce, Alan would leap from the city walls, transforming into a war-ancient tree to wreak havoc amongst the swarm. Imagining such a thrilling scene, Lin Yuan shook his head, advising patience. In a moment, wait until these people can no longer hold out before you act. You are the ace. Let them handle these trivial nuisances. Upon hearing this, Alan's face brightened with joy. "Master, are you weary? May I give you a massage?" Alan extended her delicate fingers, beginning to knead Lin Yuan's shoulders. Numerous professionals witnessing this scene expressed envy, exclaiming, "Wow! Such treatment! Who is this individual? What is the matter? Has the internet been down in the countryside these past few days? You don't recognize her? That is the great Lin Yuan, the formidable soloist of the regional dungeon. The pinned post in the professional association is authored by him." Recognizing Lin Yuan, some professionals eagerly relayed his accomplishments to others. "Have you heard about the newly emerged dungeon named the Arena of Blood Ring in the professional association these past couple of days?" A warrior, with his hair slicked back, suddenly brightened his eyes. "I am aware of this. My cousin was present at the scene just a couple of days ago. It is said that this Blood Ring Arena dungeon was created by the esteemed Lin Yuan. He single-handedly challenged 4 formidable 4th-tier gladiators in the deathmatch mode, with the final opponent being a glorious 5th-tier gladiator. Truly unparalleled strength." Many professionals expressed their astonishment while also voicing their doubts. Despite his prowess, he was merely at level 20, having yet to complete his job transition quest. What purpose did his presence here serve? As the conversation continued, tank insects entered the attack range. Ling Yi swung his right arm forward, launching an assault. The professionals began to launch their attacks in an orderly fashion. But this wave of tank insects was 3 times the number of the previous one. The professionals atop the city walls exerted every effort, yet they could not eliminate the approaching tank insects before they reached the walls. Observing this situation, Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon a Gue. A Gue bloodlust covered the entire area. A Gue opened and closed its mouth, emitting a cackling laugh. 40,000 mana points vanished, and the bloodlust spell instantly enveloped the surroundings. A crimson glow flashed across 100 professionals simultaneously, enhancing their movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 50%. As the red light shone over the entire fortress, all professionals went into a frenzy. "Oh my goodness! I feel like I have been possessed by a deity." Once the effects of bloodlust took hold, everyone felt invigorated, akin to having received a surge of adrenaline, particularly the spellcasters whose casting speeds were halved, resulting in a significant boost to their output. In under 10 seconds, all 100 tank insects were eradicated. 1,000 small dogs came charging in. Before they could come within 50 meters of the walls, half of them had already perished. After 25 seconds, the effects of bloodlust dissipated, and a shared expression of dismay washed over all the professionals. 1 minute later, all the small dogs were eliminated, and every gaze converged upon Lin Yuan. Was that bloodlust spell truly cast by him? I finally understood why Lin Yuan was able to enter. He single-handedly nearly doubled the output of all professionals in the fortress. Absolutely incredible. Ling Yi was equally astonished. Under the enhancement of bloodlust, he transformed into a magical machine gun, single-handedly vanquishing nearly 5,000 small dogs, contributing 380 points and ranking first. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, contributing 600 points. Thanks to the bloodlust spell, all professionals received a boost. Without the points from the first wave, Ling Yi's contribution would have paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's. In the second wave, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the rightful first. While the other professionals tended to the battlefield, Ling Yi gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Bloodlust is astounding. Previously, Ling Yi had envisioned the enhancement effects of bloodlust to be potent, yet he never anticipated it would be this formidable. The second wave of assault commenced. Yet the insects struggled to breach even 50 meters of the city walls. At this rate, withstanding 9 waves of attacks seemed entirely feasible. The third wave of assault will commence in 15 minutes. The fifth-order dragonfly insect general will make its appearance. Upon receiving this ominous notification, the previously exuberant adventurers fell into a profound silence, each believing they had misheard. What was happening? The third wave was to feature a fifth-order insect general? Surely there had been some mistake. Such generals were not meant to appear until the 9th wave. Speculations abounded. If it was indeed an early appearance, it could be likened to a climactic revelation, but should it be the latter, the situation would be dire. Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He understood all too well that the worst had come to pass. The fifth-order insect mother. The creature set to emerge was none other than the dragonfly mother. This was a disaster. Ling Yi felt a sense of despair. If it were any other insect mother, it might have been manageable. But encountering the dragonfly mother was particularly troubling. Despite its name suggesting a kinship with dragons, the dragonfly resembled a gargantuan mantis adorned with wings. As a vital force within the insect ranks, its combat prowess was formidable, boasting exceptional attack power and agility, albeit with a notable lack of defense. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the fact that the dragonfly was a trump card among the insect horde. Upon realizing that a fifth-order dragonfly was imminent, Ling Yi swiftly resolved to act. He turned to Lin Yuan, urgently advising, "You must leave the fissure at once and inform General Meng of the dragonfly mother's emergence. Please convey to General Meng that we shall allow no insect to enter the fissure before we all perish." Ling Yi had resigned himself to the notion of inevitable death. Yet he recalled General Meng's directive. All may fall, but Lin Yuan must survive. Thus, while the battle remained at bay, it was imperative for Lin Yuan to traverse the fissure without delay. Having spent just over half an hour within the insect nest, Lin Yuan could now return through the fissure. He remained stationary, stroking his chin contemplatively, and inquired, "What is the situation with the fifth-order dragonfly mother? Can it continuously produce fifth-order insects?" "Indeed," Ling Yi replied gravely. "Provided there is sufficient energy, the fifth-order dragonfly mother can perpetually spawn fifth-order and lower-tier dragonflies." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Such fortune! He had been pondering where to accrue evolution points, and the arrival of the dragonfly mother was fortuitous indeed. Each fifth-order dragonfly was worth 50,000 evolution points. Should he secure 10, that would amount to 500,000, enough to elevate Ollie from 5th to 6th order. Goodness, this 5th order dragonfly mother is a treasure. We must ensure it survives. One must nurture, and it would be ideal to elevate both Alan and Agoué to the 6th rank. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. As for the matter of relaying messages, you should delegate that to others. I wish to remain here and observe the intricacies of the dragon matriarch. Hearing Lin Yuan's intention to stay, Ling Yi grew anxious, urging him not to act impulsively. Your potential is boundless. You are destined to become a towering pillar of the Xia kingdom, and you must not sacrifice yourself in vain here. Heed my counsel and return to the rift post-haste. Once combat commences, escaping will be impossible. With that, Ling Yi proceeded towards the group from the Adventurers Association who had come to provide support. With only 5 minutes remaining before the battle began, he had no time to further persuade Lin Yuan. He needed to convey this news to the others. "Everyone." Ling Yi's voice resonated clearly. "I regret to inform you that we are facing a 5th-rank dragon matriarch. Those who wish to leave may do so through the rift. You have 3 minutes remaining." Ling Yi spoke concisely, not coercing anyone to stay. The demon-slaying army, stationed at the insect nest fortress, remained steadfast, fully aware of their mission, to fight to the death. The response from the Adventurers Association was slightly delayed, yet none chose to depart. On the eastern city wall, Hu Sanming lit another cigarette. Simultaneously, four teammates exhaled white smoke. Hu Sanming chuckled, surprised that it was indeed these fellows who would accompany him to the end. "Not a single woman among you. How unfortunate." The youngest mage in the group retorted, "Shut it. You all have families, and here I am without a partner. What a loss." Laughter ensued as they exchanged playful jabs, their spirits undeterred. The camaraderie of these individuals resonated with the surrounding adventurers, igniting their fervor to outdo one another in slaying insects. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Husanming glanced sideways at the others, declaring, "Those last 2 waves were merely appetizers. I didn't even exert my full strength. The 5th-ranked dragon is approaching. Let's see who can deal the most damage. Whoever wins is the champion." His words garnered enthusiastic responses from many adventurers. "You think you're the only one holding back? I haven't even unleashed my newly acquired skills." Another chimed in, "And I just switched to a golden grade 2-handed sword yesterday. It hasn't even left its sheath. Let us compete. Whoever loses has to call the winner brother." Lin Yuan stood atop the city wall, arms crossed, surveying the other adventurers with a dismissive glance. "TCH, betting is rather juvenile. Isn't it, comrades?" Chapter 86. The Insectoid Dragon, a skill unleashed. Battle commences. As the notification tone resonated, the 3rd wave of the insectoid swarm gradually emerged. On the ground, the combination of tank insects and their smaller counterparts persisted. 300 tank insects sluggishly advanced at the heart of the formation, flanked by 50,000 smaller beasts. In the sky, an insectoid dragon, nearly 8 meters in length, hovered ominously. Insectoid Dragon, Tier 5 General, Level 30, Health 2, 600, 000, Attack 16, 000, Defense 3, 000, Skill 1, Swarming Presence for each insectoid dragon nearby. Attack power increases by 1%. Capped at 100%. Skill 2, Venomous Strike fires a sharp spike from its tail, inflicting 8,000 points of poison damage to nearby targets. Cooldown 15 seconds. Skill 3, Rapid Flight removes slow effects and increases flight speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 4, Wing Charge dashes towards airborne targets, dealing 10,000 points of physical damage in a straight line. Cooldown 25 seconds, even with mental preparation. The moment the insectoid dragon manifested, the professionals within the fortress felt an overwhelming pressure. Rather than launching an immediate assault on the fortress, the insectoid dragon patiently awaited the depletion of the professional skills and stamina, poised to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. This was not mere cunning, but rather an instinctive behavior of a predator. The tank insects, much like terrorists, relentlessly advanced towards the city walls, intent on using self-detonation to breach them. The smaller creatures, aptly nicknamed mad dogs, surged forward in mass, attempting to draw fire away from the tank insects. The professionals immediately sensed an increase in pressure. Ling Yi shouted urgently for all ranged attackers to concentrate their fire on the tank insects. Upon issuing the command, Ling Yi unleashed a blizzard, momentarily stalling the advance of the swarm. Lin Yuan observed intently as the 3rd wave commenced. The insectoid army was no longer the disorganized rush of headless flies, but rather exhibited coordination. In the previous 2 waves, tank insects had led the charge to absorb damage, allowing the smaller beasts to follow once the tank insects fell. However, this time, the smaller insects took the lead, providing cover for the tank insects. As a result, many tank insects had surged to within 50 meters of the city wall, and any further advance would risk the explosive aftermath reaching the walls. The evident cause of this perilous situation was the hovering insectoid dragon. The difference between an insectoid swarm with and without command was stark. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, summoning a ghost. Agui's mana had long since been replenished, and he promptly unleashed the Bloodthirst spell. As the effects of Bloodthirst manifested on the battlefield, the expressions of all the adventurers shifted dramatically. Bloodthirst had arrived, and everyone unleashed their full firepower. Ha ha ha. Behold my ability to shoot 5 arrows in a second. Lin Yuan, the great master, is truly formidable. Ling Yi's countenance changed. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan would remain. A single frost arrow felled a tank bug, prompting Ling Yi to give Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Well done. With the activation of Bloodthirst, the adventurers, who had previously felt some pressure, instantly pushed the bugs back 50 meters. The airborne insectoid dragons, noticing this shift, immediately flew towards the stronghold, intent on regaining the upper hand. Buzzing, the wings of the insectoid dragons flapped rapidly, arriving at the stronghold in less than 10 seconds. Be cautious of their attacks. The slowing effect was applied to them. Ling Yi remained calm, his hands never ceasing their movements as he launched another frost arrow at the insectoid dragon. The dragon was enveloped in frost, significantly reducing its speed. However, before the next frost arrow could be fired, the frost dissipated, and its speed surged once more. Bang! The insectoid dragon crashed into a warrior, but fortunately, the warrior reacted swiftly, activating a life-saving skill. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been slain. The insectoid dragon, relying on its swift flight, continuously disrupted the rhythm of the adventurers' attacks from above the city wall, while the smaller bugs and tank bugs seized the opportunity to approach the wall. Ling Yi sought a chance to control the insectoid dragon with his skills, but its speed was too great. Just as he released his skill, the dragon had already vacated its original position. Just as Ling Yi felt at a loss, Lin Yuan approached from behind. You deal with the tank bugs and smaller creatures. Leave the insectoid dragon to me. Ling Yi turned his head, seeing Lin Yuan, and hesitated. Can you hold it alone? Hold it. Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. Ali. The moment Lin Yuan called out Ali's name, it was no longer a question of whether he could hold the insectoid dragon, but rather how many pieces it would be cleaved into. Ali, wielding a sword in one hand and bearing a blood-red war banner on his back, an epic great item. The flame banner was undoubtedly the strongest spear in Lin Yuan's arsenal. Ali's gaze was fixed intently on the aerial insectoid dragon, calculating its flight path, preparing to seize the opportunity to strike when it next lunged at the city wall. Ague scratched his head, wondering what Ali was waiting for. Was he waiting for the insectoid dragon to approach? Was there even a need to wait? With 3 question marks appearing above his head, Ague raised his hand and unleashed a death grip. A dense wave of death energy materialized beneath the insectoid dragon. Come forth. As the sinister laughter of Ague echoed, the Zerg dragon was abruptly yanked before him. Oh, so you think you can just flit about it, Will? Time for a reckoning. Ague brandished his staff and struck the Zerg dragon's head with tremendous force. To his astonishment, he achieved a staggering damage output of nearly 15,000 against the fragile creature. Truly terrifying. Well done, Ling Yi exclaimed with unbridled joy. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan could indeed control the Zerg dragon. Moreover, the skeleton beside him was remarkably powerful, dealing over 14,000 damage. Extraordinarily strong. Everyone, focus fire on the Zerg dragon. Before Ling Yi could finish his sentence, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated the scene, inflicting a critical hit of 239. 200 damage. Ling Yi was momentarily stunned, the words caught in his throat. In the next instant, another blade of light flickered, executing a second strike. With 198. 700 damage, the Zerg dragon was swiftly defeated. Kill 5-star Zerg dragon, 30, 5-star agility essence x1, evolution points x50. 000, agility essence, 5-star, description, grants an increase of 500 agility upon use, limited to once. With the demise of the Zerg dragon, the previously coordinated tank bugs and hounds fell into disarray. What are you doing? Lin Yuan shouted at Ling Yi. Hurry and organize the fight. Ling Yi snapped back to reality, immediately re-engaging in the battle, though the shock lingered in his eyes as he replayed the 2 dazzling sword flashes in his mind. Chapter 87. From defensive mode to annihilation mode. 10 minutes later, the professionals eliminated the last hound, and all eyes turned once more to Lin Yuan. Wow, did anyone just see that? The Zerg dragon was obliterated in an instant. I saw it. It was that cool guy in crimson armor. He dealt over 2 million damage with a single strike and took down the Zerg dragon in 2 hits. 2 million damage with one sword? Is that for real? Why would I lie? Lieutenant Ling Yi was right there and saw everything clearly. Ling Yi indeed witnessed the spectacle with utmost clarity. He knew he would never forget that scene. The sword light descended like thunder, reducing the Zerg dragon to mere fragments in an instant. At that moment, Ling Yi finally comprehended Lin Yuan's earlier inquiry about the mother body. It dawned on him that Lin Yuan aimed to eliminate the 5-star Zerg dragon mother. If one sword could slay the Zerg dragon, then killing the mother body was not beyond the realm of possibility. Is your target the 5-star Zerg dragon mother? Ling Yi asked softly. Sort of, Lin Yuan nodded. In a strict sense, Lin Yuan was focused on the reproductive capabilities of the Zerg dragon mother. Although the recently vanquished Zerg dragon did not provide experience points, it did drop a 5-star agility essence, which was crucial for accumulating evolution points. The significance of evolution points requires no elaboration. Whether Ali can ascend to the 6th tier hinges entirely upon the prowess of the Zerg dragon matriarch's womb. There are 30 minutes remaining until the 4th wave of attacks. Please prepare for battle. The time taken to slay the Zerg dragon is less than 1 minute. The option to initiate extermination mode is available. Shall extermination mode be activated? The first prompt is visible to all professionals, who promptly descend to cleanse the battlefield. The corpses of the Zerg vanish after 1 minute, yet the dropped items remain, allowing for a swift cleanup. The second prompt is visible only to Lin Yuan, who strokes his chin and inquires of Ling Yi. Do you know what extermination mode is? Ling Yi responds with a look of bewilderment. Extermination mode? What is that? The Zerg nest has always operated in defense mode, launching an attack every 3 days under normal circumstances and escalating to 9 assaults within a single day during a riot. Lin Yuan realizes that this question is futile. It is likely that no one has ever slain an invader within 1 minute since the emergence of the Zerg nest. Extermination mode, Lin Yuan murmurs softly. Since it is termed extermination, could it perhaps mean the total annihilation of all Zerg, thereby permanently sealing this rift dungeon? If that were the case, Tianfeng City would no longer need to fear a Zerg uprising, and the Demon Suppression Army would not have to remain stationed here day and night, guarding against the Zerg breaching the rift. Moreover, it might even lead to the creation of a stable, colossal underground city. To choose or not to choose. Should Lin Yuan opt against extermination mode, he would certainly withstand 9 waves of attacks. Once the onslaught concludes, he would merely receive the rewards from the nightmarish dungeon, which would undoubtedly fail to achieve a perfect clearance. Conversely, selecting extermination mode could result in a surge of Zerg in subsequent waves. It is entirely possible that the 5th-tier Zerg dragon matriarch would emerge alongside a legion of dragons, promising a fierce battle. Lin Yuan himself would be untroubled, yet he could not guarantee the safety of the professionals behind him. Gue, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and Gue immediately understood. A throne crafted from gathered bones materialized in midair. Lin Yuan ascended the skeletal staircase step by step towards the throne. Upon seating himself, he gently tapped the bone armrest with his right hand, surveying the others from his elevated position. I am prepared to initiate extermination mode. Those wishing to remain should stay put. Those who wish to leave may do so now. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. After 10 seconds elapsed, not a single individual chose to depart. It was no jest, given how Ali had just instantaneously vanquished the Zerg dragon. Everyone was already fully convinced. Moreover, Lin Yuan's grand entrance towards the throne was nothing short of spectacular, embodying the essence of a formidable overlord. Now, with the Dark Lord proclaiming his intention to lead them through dungeons, the excitement among the crowd was palpable. How could they possibly consider departing? Husaming's cigarette, reduced to a mere stub, was extinguished with a flick of his fingers, his face alight with exhilaration. Brothers, our moment of ascent has arrived. Following the great Lin Yuan, we shall become the heroes of Tianfeng City. Indeed, upon hearing the term annihilation mode, their immediate response was the realization that Lin Yuan aimed to utterly obliterate the insect nest fissures. Had this been before Lin Yuan's swift extermination of the insectoid dragons, they might have deemed his ambition far-fetched. However, at this juncture, they could only regard his declaration as an undeniable truth. Very well, Lin Yuan nodded. Let me make myself clear. Since you have chosen to stay, you must heed my commands. You will do as I instruct. Is that understood? Understood. Everyone chorused in unison, including Ling Yi. At that moment, Ling Yi was no longer the commander. The sole leader was Lin Yuan, seated upon the throne. Upon selecting annihilation mode, the moment was confirmed, and the war fog surrounding the fortress dissipated entirely. A scaled-down map materialized in Lin Yuan's hands, with a white skull marking the location of the 5th-tier Dragon Mother. Along the way, a myriad of colored lights twinkled densely. The most abundant were white, numbering over 500,000, representing the 1st-tier jumping insects. Gray followed, with over 300,000, symbolizing the 2nd-tier stingers. Yellow represented the 3rd-tier tank insects, totaling 100,000, while brown, the least numerous, denoted the 5th-tier insectoid dragons, with 3 in total, including the mother. Annihilation mode initiated. Please eliminate the 5th-tier insectoid dragon mother, Marabi, within 6 hours and close the insect nest fissures. Failure will result in the insect nest fissures advancing to a higher level. At the instant annihilation mode commenced, the fissures within the fortress abruptly sealed. Outside the dungeon, Meng Zhan stood guard at the fissures' forefront, his expression shifting as he realized something was amiss. What just happened? Suddenly, Luo Yuchang spoke up, pointing at the map that had appeared above the fissure. Look, what is that? The crowd followed her finger, revealing a luminous map manifesting in the place of the former fissure. Is this the map of the insect nest? Meng Zhan queried, uncertainty lacing his tone. As they scrutinized the details, they discerned 100 green lights in the lower right corner. These represented the 100 practitioners, including Lin Yuan. The entirety of the map, aside from these 100 green lights, was overwhelmingly occupied by white, gray, and yellow, comprising 99% of the area. I understand now. Lin Yandong's eyes brightened as he pointed to the position of the skull, stating that Lin Yuan must have triggered some mechanism, causing the insect nest to transition from a defensive mode to an offensive one. Now, the professionals inside only needed to find the nearest route to the ultimate target. Once defeated, there might be a chance to completely close the insect fortress. Chapter 88. Fifth Order Death Knight. Lin Yandong's words received the approval of Luo Yuchang, who concurred with the chairman Lin's assessment. Although the insect race boasted an army of millions, they were dispersed across various regions. By merely locating the closest path, they could eliminate the ultimate target within the stipulated time. Given Lin Yuan's strength, they believed he could accomplish this task. Meng Zhan wore a serious expression. As a general of the Demon Suppression Army, he had to consider matters more comprehensively. Mayor Luo, Chairman Lin, if your judgments are correct, then the current fissure of the insect nest indeed holds significant potential for permanent closure. But what if they fail? Could the scale of the fissure expand, or its level increase? Have you considered this? Failure? Luo Yuchang and Lin Yandong exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Not a chance. With Lin Yuan present, failure is impossible. Meng Zhan was puzzled by the confidence exuded by Luo Yuchang and Lin Yandong. Did their belief hinge solely on a level 20 summoner? Regardless of Lin Yuan's prowess, he would still be facing over 1 million insects. Even seasoned professionals would be terrified. What made them so certain that the professionals inside would eliminate the ultimate target within the given time frame? As per protocol, I must report this matter to the command center. Meng Zhan took out his phone and relayed the situation of the insect nest fissure in Tianfeng City to Commander Li Yingchuan of the Southeast Province. Upon receiving the report, Li Yingchuan replied with a single word, wait. After ending the call, Li Yingchuan's gaze fell upon the man who had suddenly appeared before him. By the way, old Mu, when did you recover? I just regained my strength in the past few days, replied Mu Tianqing, the president of the Wushuang Guild. He had come to seek Li Yingchuan's assistance. Please disseminate news of my appearance in Shanghai City. The more people know, the better. Are you trying to fish for something? Li Yingchuan quickly realized the implications. Are you confident? Don't end up capsizing in the gutter. My confidence is not abundant, Mu Tianqing said, extending 2 hands to indicate a 10 out of 10. I can truly disguise myself. Li Yingchuan scoffed. By the way, it seems that the Lin Yuan you mentioned has stirred up quite a situation again. He handed his phone to Mu Tianqing. It appears he intends to neutralize the insect nest fissure in Tianfeng City. If successful, it would likely create a sensation throughout the Southeast Province. Let it create a sensation. Mu Tianqing's lips curled into a slight smile. The more sensational it is, the better my judgment will appear. Ha. Beyond the crevices of the insect nest, Meng Zhan received a response from Li Yingchuan, containing only a single character. Wait. Confounded, Meng Zhan found himself at a loss, unable to take any action, and could only anxiously await by the map. Inside the insect nest, Ling Yi and other practitioners were diligently studying the map before them. To the left lay a first-tier pack of small dogs, numbering 500,000. In the center, a second-tier thorn snake, with 300,000. And to the right, a third-tier tank bug, totaling 100,000. All 3 regions ultimately led to the skeletal location of the insect race's dragon mother. While others were engrossed in their analysis of the map, Lin Yuan summoned a Gui to his side, declaring, "It's time for your ascension." A Gui cackled with delight, brimming with anticipation. Consuming 50,000 evolution points, a Gui ascends from a 4th-tier skeletal knight to a 5th-tier wraith knight. A torrent of profound death energy surged into a Gui's form, intensifying the flames of soul fire in his eyes. With his laughter echoing, a Gui completed his evolution. A Gui, 5th-tier wraith knight, level 20 race, undead, health points, 320,000 mana points, 80,500 attack power, 32,000 spell power, 8,000 defense, 32,000 strength, 16,000 dexterity, 8,000 stamina, 16,000 intelligence, 000 talent. All for me. Equipment. Dim magic stone gold. Bone gem, epic. Racial skill. Soul harvest skills. Skeletal constructs. Gate of the undead. Netherfire. Grip of death. Bloodthirst. Throne of bones. Bone wall. The fifth tier Ague had transformed, his physique now robust and enveloped in rings of bone. An impressive armor crafted through skeletal constructs, both striking and formidable in defense. Examining his skills, soul harvest, racial skill, stated, upon slaying an enemy, souls are harvested. Each soul increases skill damage by 10 points, lasting up to 24 hours. Gate of the undead, skill description, consumes 5,000 mana points to summon a gate to the realm of the undead, capable of calling forth 1,000 undead creatures of tier 2 or below per second. The gate lasts while consuming 1,000 mana points per second, with no cooldown. Haha. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. Isn't the insect race's reliance on sheer numbers? Let us see whether you have more insects, or if my undead legion prevails. Open the gate of the undead. Lin Yuan and Ague simultaneously activated the gate of the undead. In the open space 50 meters from the fortress, two ethereal portals, each towering at 20 meters and spanning 30 meters in width, manifested before them. With a series of clicks, thousands of undead emerged from the portals. The majority being third-tier undead, interspersed with a significant number of fourth-tier entities. Within a mere 10 seconds, the entrance to the fortress was overrun by 20,000 undead. Lin Yuan possessed the innate ability of eternal vitality, allowing him to recover 10% of his maximum life and mana per second. With his current mana at 10,700, he could regenerate 1,070 mana each second. Maintaining the gate of the undead required a mere 1,000 mana. Thus Lin Yuan could sustain the portal indefinitely. Though Ague lacked the eternal vitality ability, his intelligence attribute had reached 8,000, granting him a regeneration of 800 mana per second, supplemented by a dim magic stone for further recovery. Consequently, Ague too could keep the gate of the undead open continuously, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The number of undead amassed before the fortress swelled rapidly, soon surpassing 100,000. Lin Yuan discarded the map in his hand, pointed forward with his right hand, and commanded, "Kill them all, leave no survivors." The undead dutifully executed his order, mercilessly annihilating all forms of life before them, leaving not even a trace behind. Given that this was a total annihilation mode, the intent was clear: eradicate every last pest. Isn't that right, Ague? Ague, wielding a staff fashioned from bones and draped in a black robe, laughed maniacally. "Indeed, my king. All who behold us shall kneel." His laughter echoed, "Ha ha." At that moment, Lin Yuan's actions epitomized the very essence of a cataclysm wrought by the undead. Chapter 89. The clash of undead and insectoids. The emergence of the undead creatures immediately captured the attention of the professionals atop the city walls. Staring in disbelief at the location of the portal, they witnessed an unceasing stream of undead materializing before the gateway every second, each one diving straight into battle without delay. Hu Sanming, oblivious to the burning tip of his cigarette nearing his lips, inhaled it in one swift motion, gasping, "By the heavens! This is the spectacle I could only dream of at level 30. His teammates echoed their astonishment. "I heard that the esteemed Lin Yuan is no ordinary summoner, but a master necromancer. Yet, even a necromancer summoning a few hundred undead would be remarkable. Lin Yuan had summoned tens of thousands since the onset." Hu Sanming's lips trembled in disbelief. Tens of thousands? He scoffed at the notion. With numbers multiplying threefold, they were well over 100,000. Furthermore, the portal continued to produce more undead. If this trend persisted, they might witness the emergence of over 1,000,000 undead. Over 1,000,000 undead. Several teammates exchanged glances, each reflecting the exhilaration in the other's eyes. It seemed that Lin Yuan, the great master, intended to leave not a single Zerg creature unscathed. In annihilation mode, it became evident that Lin Yuan's words were to be taken quite literally. "We are destined for prosperity. Upon our return, we shall undoubtedly acquire an entire set of golden equipment." The undead army surged forth like an iron tide, commencing their relentless advance from the southernmost part of the map. Upon contact, the battlefield transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with Zerg and undead alike perishing by the moment. In terms of numbers, the Zerg temporarily held the upper hand. However, in terms of quality, the undead were undeniably superior. The Zerg, fearless and unyielding, exhibited no sense of dread. Injuries only served to amplify their ferocity. As for the undead, they were already beyond the realm of the living. Expecting fear from the deceased was utterly preposterous. As time ticked away, the ranks of the undead swelled, and the Zerg could no longer maintain their numerical advantage. At this juncture, it appeared that all Zerg units had received some form of command, collectively retreating towards the location of the skeletons. Ling Yi, map in hand, could hardly contain his joy. The Zerg's numbers had dwindled to less than half, retreating to the lair of the Dragon Mother. Naturally, Lin Yuan also recognized this shift. He had no intention of lingering at the fortress any longer. He aimed to head towards the skeletons to farm the dragon offspring. Ague, we shall depart. The throne, under Ague's control, moved forward steadily. On the city walls, Hu Sanming, fueled by an unexpected courage, shouted towards Lin Yuan. Great Master Lin Yuan, wait for us. We wish to accompany you and witness the spectacle as well. The spoils of war are plentiful, and it would be inconvenient for you to collect them all. We are eager to assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan found merit in their proposal and consented. 99 professionals promptly leapt down from the city walls, steadfastly following Lin Yuan. These professionals were remarkably agile, collecting every single attribute crystal that had fallen along their path. Not one of them thought to pocket the attribute crystals for themselves, for such actions were not worth the risk of exposure, especially with so many witnesses present. The opportunity to become a hero could swiftly turn into infamy over trifles. Only a fool would act thus. Ling Yi handed the bag filled with crystals to Ague, who transferred it to Lin Yuan. The bag contained a total of 630 attribute crystals, ranging from 1st to 3rd tier. Lin Yuan nodded and consumed 120 attribute crystals, successfully synthesizing 3 perfect attribute essences. Perfect attribute essence, 1st tier. Effect: increases all attributes by 10 points, limited to 1 use. Perfect attribute essence, 2nd tier. Effect: increases all attributes by 50 points, limited to 1 use. Perfect attribute essence, 3rd stage. Effect: increases all attributes by 100 points upon use, limited to once. The attribute essence directly enhances the strength of professionals and many adventurers. After their first transition, venture to the worm nest in hopes of fortune. However, each professional can only utilize the same tier of attribute essence once, which is why most seek the perfect attribute essence before using it. After Lin Yuan shattered 3 attribute essences, his total attributes surged by 160 points, equivalent to a 4-level increase. For other first transition professionals, it would require a 16-level ascent to achieve the same. After all, other adventurers gain only 10 points in total attributes and 10 points in free attributes per level. The undead army, a formidable force, advanced steadily. With only 10 minutes remaining before reaching the skeleton's position, not a single creature was encountered along the way, clearly intent on confronting Lin Yuan. The notion of a decisive battle made Lin Yuan chuckle. He felt no fear, as if the 80,000 undead at his feet were mere decorations. He had already devised a plan. He would capture the dragon matriarch but refrain from eliminating it immediately, compelling it to continue spawning dragons. When it could no longer do so, then he would deal the final blow. Relentless and cruel, that was his nature. Lost in thought about how to manipulate the dragon matriarch, Alan approached and began to massage Lin Yuan's shoulders. Master, you promised me I could fight. You are deceiving me. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh, nearly forgetting this matter. Through their time together, he had come to understand Alan's character. In his presence, Alan embodied the grace of a refined lady. Yet, when it came to battle or when her berserk mechanism was triggered, she would transform into a formidable war tree. It felt akin to a split personality. Lin Yuan sighed. Ali, Ague, and Alan, none of them were easy to manage. Ali, with elegant demeanor, fancied himself a musician, playing melodies upon the corpses of the slain. A soul bard, perhaps. Ague, on the other hand, was perpetually wailing like a ghost, fishing through the night. And now he had taken to dressing as a skeletal mage. Did he consider his enemies mere fish to be caught? Lin Yuan envisioned the scenario, an adversary laboriously fighting their way to Ague, expecting a frail skeletal mage, only to have the garment lifted and reveal a body adorned with bony constructs, indestructible and relentless. Lin Yuan could almost hear Ague's triumphant laughter. How cunningly devious. Alan is truly remarkable. A patient of schizophrenia, he often appears delicate and fragile, yet at any moment, he can transform into a formidable war-ancient tree, ready to trample his foes. Thankfully, he is not a Yandere, or one would have to worry about nocturnal assaults. Lin Yuan gently pats Alan's hand, reassuring him that soon he will be the main force in battle. There are no restrictions. He is free to unleash his full potential. A smile graces Alan's lips, filled with joy at the prospect of finally engaging in combat. Master is the best. Lin Yuan also expresses his anticipation, eager to discover the true extent of Alan's combat prowess when he assumes the form of the war-ancient tree. Chapter 90. Alan, unleash your fury. Within the nest of insects, a black tide of undead spreads rapidly, akin to ink, now covering 2/3 of the entire map. The insect race huddles in skeletal positions, consolidating their forces for the imminent decisive battle. Outside, General Meng scratches his head, his expression one of astonishment. What are these black orbs, and why are there so many? The count approaches 1,000,000. Luo Yuchang and Lin Yandong exchange glances, realizing, undead. During the Blood Ring Arena event, they had witnessed Lin Yuan summon the undead, a modest number of around 10,000 at that time. They speculated that Lin Yuan might have acquired the Necromancer class, but today, he has shattered all expectations, conjuring over 1,000,000 undead. Are you seriously telling me this is the work of a Necromancer? The total number of undead summoned by all Necromancers across Blue Star combined does not equal what Lin Yuan has achieved alone. General Meng, are you finally at ease? Lin Yandong beams with satisfaction. With 1,000,000 undead at his command, not even a Tier 5 insect race, let alone a Tier 5 matriarch, stands a chance against him. The 37th Insect Nest Fortress is on the verge of becoming a relic of the past. Tianfeng City will soon boast a 100-person rift underground dungeon. Lin Yandong is positively elated. Since the emergence of regional underground dungeons, there has been a noticeable influx of practitioners in Tianfeng City, with an increase of 15,000 new registrants within a week. If Lin Yuan can convert the insect nest into a permanent underground dungeon, it will undoubtedly attract even more practitioners. Just the thought of such a scene makes Lin Yandong's smile stretch from ear to ear. Luo Yuchang ponders for a moment, then retrieves her phone, adding Lin Yuan to a guild group chat named Yu. Mu Tianziguang. Prepare yourselves. The commotion Lin Yuan is about to create may be quite substantial. Mu Tianziguang. What should we prepare? The greater the noise, the better my judgment appears. Mu Tianziguang all. The newcomer is incredibly impressive, everyone. Be sure to cultivate good relations, as we may need his help with the dungeon later. Shueb Banqing. A new member has arrived? It has been 2 years since new recruits were accepted, and this year, could this individual surpass their contemporaries, becoming an unparalleled prodigy? Li Weixian remarked. Are you suggesting that you are the unparalleled prodigy? You truly know how to embellish your own image. Mu Tianziguang inquired. By the way, boss, have your issues been resolved? Do you still have the leisure to recruit? Mu Tianziguang added. Wait for the headlines next week. After uttering these words, Mu Tianziguang fell silent. Luo Yuchang chuckled and shook her head, having anticipated that this newcomer would require 2 to 3 years of growth to truly mature. However, she was mistaken. This individual was an anomaly not to be judged by conventional standards. In a matter of months, Lin Yuan's combat prowess would likely match theirs. Until then, she vowed to protect Lin Yuan's safety. With her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, she pledged that as long as she drew breath, she would not allow any harm to befall Lin Yuan. As noon approached, Lin Yuan had already been within the insect nest fissure for over an hour, suspended in midair. His vision was unobstructed, and he could vaguely discern the outlines of the insect horde. The remaining 500,000 insects were gathered together, motionless, awaiting the command to attack from the dragon matriarch. Higher-tier insects exerted absolute control over their lower-tier counterparts, even willing to sacrifice them without hesitation. This was the nature of the insect race. Hierarchy dictated everything. Upon reaching the location of the skeletons, Lin Yuan commanded the army to halt. Stop. 1,000,000 undead came to a simultaneous standstill, demonstrating what it meant to obey orders unconditionally. The 1,000,000 undead stood frozen in place, the flames of their souls flickering in their eyes, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a descent into a realm of sin. Other practitioners wiped the cold sweat from their brows, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my goodness, this is terrifying." Fortunately, the 1,000,000 undead are on our side. Otherwise, they would surely scare the wits out of everyone. Ling Yi stood 30 meters behind Lin Yuan, peering through the gaps. He observed the unsettling agitation among the swarm of insects. This was the instinctive dread of the living towards the dead. At the heart of the swarm lay a colossal dragon, measuring over 30 meters in length. This was the 5th-tier Dragon Matriarch. Insectoid Dragon Matriarch, 5th-tier Battle General, level 35, health, 5,000,000, attack power, 40,000, defense, 5,000. Skill 1, Brood Matriarch. For every insectoid dragon nearby, attack power increases by 10%, capped at 300%. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. Upon receiving lethal damage, the Matriarch can transfer that damage to other dragons. Skill 3, Rapid Flight. Dispels slow effects and enhances flight speed by 50% for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 4, Rapid Hatching. Consumes energy to breed 5th-tier insectoid dragons, with energy obtainable through feeding. Skill 5, Swarm Frenzy. Activates the self-destruct gene within the swarm, enlarging all insects in the vicinity threefold, doubling their attack power, and increasing movement and attack speed by 50%, resulting in death after 3 minutes. Flanking the Dragon Matriarch were 2 5th-tier insectoid dragons, each measuring 10 meters in length. Just prior to the emergence of the undead army, the Matriarch had been in the process of hatching 5th-tier dragons. The moment Lin Yuan arrived, the Matriarch completed the hatching, emitting a mournful wail as 2 fresh 5th-tier dragons came into being. Shaking off the viscous fluids clinging to them, they stood guard faithfully beside their Matriarch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lin Yuan counted with his fingers, and after tallying, he felt an overwhelming joy. Ha! Yes. Just like that. Hatch a few more. I have all the time in the world. 50,000 evolution points each. The more, the merrier. The Dragon Matriarch seemed to comprehend Lin Yuan's words, letting out a hissing cry. Upon hearing the call, 500,000 insectoids swelled in size threefold, charging like madmen towards the undead army before them. With 500,000 insects and 4 5th-tier dragons surging forward with unyielding momentum, the adventurers felt nearly suffocated under the weight of this force. The swarm's frenzy was quite intriguing. Lin Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At once, Ague ignited all his magical energy, activating Bloodthirst. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped all undead within a 700-meter radius. Hee. For the King's Vanguard. Charge. Roar. The undead collectively unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies, instantly suppressing the frenzied momentum of the swarm. Alan, do you see that Dragon Matriarch? Lin Yuan pointed towards the direction of the Dragon Mother, declaring, only that one must remain alive. The rest shall be mercilessly slaughtered. From the moment they entered the rift of the insect nest, Alan had been awaiting this very command from Lin Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of numerous professionals, Alan leapt into the air, his body radiating a brilliant emerald glow. Unleash your fury. The war trumpet,